8 wine glasses, 8 young maidens, praying for the festival to capture KO. Still, with a dark brush, the Qingyue Yang, the great serpent slayer KO? This is a question. Lingcheng gazed at the purple sweet potato head across from him, lost in thought. Chapter 1. Transmigration. Lingcheng was acutely aware that he was dreaming, yet he found himself unable to control his own body, surrounded by an abyss of darkness. He wandered aimlessly, devoid of direction. Suddenly, his foot slipped, as if he were plummeting from a cliff, the sensation of weightlessness causing his heart to seize with terror. A primal fear gripped him, intertwined with the relief of waking from the dream that in an instant. His consciousness regained control of his body, and with a jolt, Lingcheng surveyed his surroundings. A brightly lit room adorned with superhero posters, and strewn across the floor were numerous empty wine bottles. Lingcheng quickly confirmed that he had indeed been dreaming, yet simultaneously realized he had not fully awakened. He was trapped in a dream within a dream. Am I still not awake? Shaking his throbbing head, Lingcheng faintly heard the sounds of bodies colliding outside, accompanied by cries of anguish. What kind of bizarre dream is this? I have no recollection of this place. Muttering to himself, Lingcheng approached the window to gaze down into the alley below. As he leaned out, a beer bottle came hurtling toward him at high speed. Bang! The beer bottle shattered against the windowsill, fragments scattering, and fortunately, Lingcheng had quickly recoiled, otherwise, his head would have been split open. Kid, mind your own business. A voice from below roared, accompanied by boisterous laughter. Under normal circumstances, Lingcheng would have leapt up to hurl a barrage of insults, perhaps even using one of the empty bottles on the floor as a projectile. However, having caught a glimpse of the scene below, he observed a group of burly foreigners mercilessly beating a young man of Asian descent, whose face was bloodied and who emitted pitiful cries. Despite thinking he was dreaming, Lingcheng's first instinct was to call the police. He had even rehearsed his lines in his mind, detailing how several foreigners were assaulting someone. The scene was utterly horrific. The address was that, oh my goodness, New York, Clinton District. The address materialized in his mind, prompting Lingcheng to exclaim softly. He glanced at the full-length mirror in his room, seeing a height of approximately 1.8 meters, a handsome Asian face, clad in pajamas with a rather lean physique. A rush of unfamiliar memories surged forth. Lingcheng, a Chinese-American, whose parents had run a martial arts school in Clinton District, New York. Yet, the business had been dismal. Who could blame them? Operating a martial arts school while being harassed by local gangs, they were forced to pay exorbitant protection fees. Who would dare to learn martial arts under such circumstances? What was worse, not long ago, his parents had perished in a car accident, leaving Lingcheng with only the martial arts school and a death compensation of $300,000. Soon after, the relentless harassment from the local gang began. Unable to bear the weight of despair, Lingcheng had taken a lethal dose of sleeping pills the previous night. So I've transmigrated, Lingcheng thought, exhilarated. In modern day, 5 poisons youth, he easily accepted the fact of his transmigration. Displaying a lack of empathy, Lingcheng brushed aside the tragic backstory of his predecessor's parents' demise, focusing instead on his own parents before the transmigration. Thankfully, he was not an only child. He had a younger sister, and he hoped their parents would not grieve too deeply. But now, his own well-being was at stake. From the memories in his mind, the superhero posters adorning the room were all real. Iron Man, Captain America. Not to mention the yet popularized Hulk, Thor, and the immensely popular purple sweet potato from his previous life. This was not a world where an ordinary person could survive. This was the realm of Marvel. If that were not enough to alarm him, the sounds of torment filtering through the window reminded Lingcheng that he resided in the most chaotic area of New York, the infamous Hell's Kitchen, and he had caught the attention of a local gang. Lingcheng's face paled. In his previous life, he had been merely a reclusive nerd, a weakling, having hardly ever been in a fight. The most familiar way he dealt with conflict was through reasoned discourse. The problem was, in a world where fists dictated reason, rationality held no sway. What sins had he committed to transmigrate into such a perilous world, especially as a backgroundless orphan? High technology, mutations, none of it had any relation to him. Only a nearly bankrupt martial arts school and hefty compensation sum. A melody, familiar yet distant, echoed through the air, and just as Lingcheng resolved to flee, for large characters sprang before him. King of Fighter's Destiny. Observing the game interface of a mobile game he had played extensively, excitement surged within him that it was undoubtedly a golden finger. Perusing the interface, he noted that most functions were grayed out, with only 5 options illuminated: Recruit, Fighters, Characters, Master Team, and Backpack. He clicked on the Fighters interface and discovered that only one initial character, Terry, was available. Expertly deploying Terry into the Master Team, Lingcheng noticed his battle power soared to 1805, and an immense energy surged within him. Flame Fist. Energy dunk. Energy fountain. Lingcheng felt a stirring sensation, as if he could wield all of Terry's abilities. Experiencing the power coursing through his grasp, he turned his gaze to the window, a bold idea blossoming in his mind. He leaped from the second floor, landing effortlessly. After instinctively checking that he was unharmed, he felt a rush of exhilaration. Kid, do you think my warning was a joke? The leader of the group turned to glare at Lingcheng, cursing him fiercely. You damned foreigner, daring to assault my compatriot on my turf. Today, I'll show you that messing with a Chinese person is not to be trifled with. Lingcheng retorted in fluent English, his words flowing naturally. The trio erupted into laughter at the sight of the yellow-skinned monkey shouting defiantly. Even the beaten and bruised Asian on the ground regarded Lingcheng with pity. Shut your mouth. 3 under-evolved gorillas trying to bully me? Lingcheng shot back, incensed, still entrenched in his previous lives mindset. He thought to himself, as long as he did not strike first, he could retaliate without remorse. The 3 opponents, upon hearing Lingcheng's words, exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they closed into, I'll show you how to deal with this yellow-skinned monkey. The leading white man declared cruelly. Standing at 1.9 meters tall and built like a tank, he was confident that a single punch could fell the seemingly frail Asian before him. As the punch came hurtling toward him, Lingcheng felt dozens of solutions spring forth in his mind. This was Terry's battle experience. The golden finger was even more powerful than he had imagined. Casually, he grasped the man's wrist, tightening his grip gradually. The shift from surprise to terror on the man's face, followed by his agonized cries, brought a wave of satisfaction to Lingcheng. As a member of the neutral Chaos faction, he felt no guilt. Everyone present was an NPC, and moreover, they had provoked him. Having gained a clearer understanding of his strength, Lingcheng delivered a swift kick to the towering white man's abdomen, watching him roll away like a gourd, landing 5 meters from the impact. Upon witnessing their leader being dispatched so swiftly, the remaining 2 did not flee. Instead, they hastily drew folding knives from their pockets, lunging at Lingcheng with lethal intent, their training evident in their swift movements. Flame fist. Lingcheng whispered the command internally, and orange-red energy surged in his right hand as he charged toward the 2 assailants. In their wide-eyed terror, a fist the size of a sandbag, propelled by a powerful shockwave, sent them crashing into the wall behind them, where they collapsed motionless there. Fate's uncertain. I believe your name is Ling, is it not? Do you not fear retribution for offending our New York gang? The leading figure, a Caucasian, hunched over on the ground, seemingly undeterred by the peril, shouted at Lingcheng's retreating figure. The white man appeared to grasp the folly of his bravado and fell silent. Noticing the adversary's choice to refrain from further provocation, Lingcheng opted not to chastise him further. As for offending a gang, he had long since been marked. Debts were of little concern, as long as he adeptly wielded his unique advantage. The outcome of the struggle was yet to be determined. Chapter 2. The King of Fighters' Destiny. Such unconventional behavior elicited a silent admiration from Lingcheng. It was truly exhilarating. Ignoring the chaos strewn across the ground, Lingcheng scrutinized the game interface that materialized at his behest. Terry, SR, Martial Arts of the 8 Extremes, having personally experienced the might of the 8 Extremes fist, gave Lingcheng a lucid understanding of his own combat prowess. Although he had surpassed the average person by an immeasurable degree, the thought of facing off against the Marvel Universe, where heroes could obliterate planets with ease, made him doubt his ability to merely defend himself. In the cinematic realm, however, he felt he could manage to protect himself. His defense might be slightly inferior to that of Captain America, who had been enhanced by the super soldier serum. But with the advantage of his skills, his offensive capabilities should surpass those of Captain America, making it a fair contest. In truth, Lingcheng was overestimating himself. Captain America was evenly matched with anyone. Lingcheng shifted his focus to the recruitment feature, as he had yet to explore this system amidst his flamboyant displays. The ordinary recruitment offered a chance to enlist an R-rated fighter daily for free. The advanced recruitment presented an opportunity to recruit R-rated fighters, with a slim chance of acquiring SR-rated fighters and an exceedingly rare possibility of obtaining SSR-rated fighters, estimated to be 1 in 10,000. Each advanced recruitment required 120 diamonds, with an initial free attempt guaranteed to yield a fighter, while subsequent attempts would ensure a fighter after every 10 tries. Upon realizing this, Lingcheng's expression darkened. Ordinary recruitment should indeed allow for 5 attempts daily, and advanced recruitment should be free every 3 days, yet it had been severely curtailed. The pressing question remained, where would he acquire diamonds? The recharge interface was utterly absent. Was this truly the end of his journey? Suddenly, his gloomy demeanor shifted as he spotted the phrase Heart's Delight Privilege in the upper left corner. With a sense of trepidation, he clicked on the Heart's Delight privilege, and, upon seeing the weekly package offering 60 bound diamonds, his expression brightened considerably. Lingcheng could not help but ponder. Mr. Mahuadeng, do your family members know that you've elevated the Heart's Delight membership benefits to the Marvel Universe? As a distinguished member of Heart's Delight, Lingcheng deeply appreciated the thoughtful service. 10-cent games were indeed enjoyable, and he was eager to invest more. With delight, he clicked to claim his reward, receiving 60 diamonds. With 60 diamonds weekly, he would accumulate 240 diamonds over a month, enabling him to attempt advanced recruitment twice. Although it lacked the thrill of extravagant spending, it ensured that he could acquire a fighter every 5 months, thus preserving his path to becoming stronger. With a resolve to recruit early to reduce the cooldown period, he fervently recited a mantra of his own creation, invoking the protection of various deities as he clicked on the advanced recruitment. The first advanced recruitment was guaranteed to yield a fighter. A familiar flash of red hair appeared, characterized by its distinctive style and attire. It was Iori Yagami. Lingcheng had never imagined he would encounter Iori. Prior to his transmigration, Iori was a reward exclusive to the VIP 9 package. Countless individuals had been ensnared into reaching VIP 9 for a chance to acquire Iori, and now he had been made available through advanced recruitment. Iori Yagami, SR, Martial Arts. Practitioner of the Yagami-style ancient martial arts. Height, 182 centimeters. Age at debut, 20. Weight, 76 kilograms. Hobbies, music, blood type. Oh, the descendants of the Hachigami clan. Guardians of the sacred artifact, the Yada no Kagami, pursue the lifelong goal of defeating their arch-nemesis, Kyo Kusanagi. Their skills include Xiaofeng, Hakizakuri, Kinyuyan, and Hachijin. Upon witnessing this, Lingcheng was nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration. How delightful! To begin with, he had drawn Hachigami, immediately adding Hachigami to the master team. Lingcheng instantly felt the surge of power coursing through him, while Terry's strength astonishingly lingered. Gazing at the 12 positions within the master team, Lingcheng's excitement soared to unprecedented heights. How formidable could the combined strength of 12 fighters be? He chuckled at the thought of the purple-headed foe, vowing that once he amassed a full roster of fighters, he would leave him with a swollen head. Lingcheng, lost in his fantasies, erupted into an indescribable, lascivious laughter. During yet another ordinary draw, he fortuitously obtained Hachigami. Lingcheng had little expectation from the commonplace lottery. With a click, he was greeted with the message, "Congratulations. You have acquired Maiju." Staring at the image of the golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty on the screen, Lingcheng felt as if he were floating. What splendid fortune. 2 draws. 2 triumphs. Instinctively reaching for his phone to boast on the forum, he realized he was no longer in his original world. It became evident that the altered and magically revamped version of the King of Fighters' fate bore no resemblance to the previous mobile game, as could be discerned from the recruitment process. Why was this game titled The King of Fighters' Fate? As a seasoned player, Lingcheng could sum it up in 8 words. Mystique remains unchanged. Expenditure does not alter destiny. Before his transmigration, Lingcheng had poured his heart and soul into gathering fighters, a stark contrast to today as effortless acquisition of 2 fighters. It was as if he were playing an entirely different game. Suppressing his excitement, Lingcheng turned his attention to Maiju's profile. Martial arts, the power of the Orochi beast. As a member of the Orochi clan's 8 legends, Maiju possessed agility beyond the imagination of ordinary people, able to strike like the wind with his hands and feet. He was a severely underrated fighter, classified as R-grade within the game. Yet Lingcheng felt that even before encountering that fateful snap of fingers, his life would be in peril. The power of Orochi was divided into wind, earth, flame, thunder, fong, darkness, beast, and death. Wind, control over the winds, Kane. Earth, mastery over the land, Saisyu. Thunder, command over lightning, Shami. Flame, control over azure purple flames, Chris. Fong, a lethal strike capability, Gatalu. Darkness, a mysterious, formidable power, Ruji Yamazaki. Beast, unimaginable agility, Maiju. Death, overwhelming wrist strength, Mikaz. Most importantly, all 8 legends are immortal. Even after their physical forms are destroyed, their souls can reincarnate, rendering them nearly invincible. Incorporating Maiju into the master team, Lingcheng sensed a mysterious power awakening within him. The blood of Hachigami and the power of Maiju seemed to instigate unknown transformations within his body. The surging strength left Lingcheng feeling as though he were on the brink of losing control. He realized that without mastering the power he already possessed, he would hesitate to utilize even an SSR should it be offered to him. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending explosion. Lingcheng remained vigilant, aware that while his golden finger could bestow him with strength, it could not guarantee that he would not become lost within that very power. Gazing at the unexamined backpack, as anticipated by Lingcheng, tangible items could indeed be stored within, displaying a quantity of one without adding to the burden. It was nothing short of a miraculous tool, essential for both domestic tranquility and travel. The character list allowed for the examination of existing skills and alterations to appearance, informally known as face sculpting. While it bore little assistance in combat, its development potential was undeniable. Suddenly, an idea struck Lingcheng as he approached the mirror, shedding his shirt and accessing his character settings to change his hair color to white. With a head of white hair and a bare torso, complemented by an Asian visage, he resembled the formidable boss Orochi from King of Fighters. Unable to summon Orochi at that moment, Lingcheng decided to indulge in a bit of cosplay. Satisfied, he posed before the mirror several times before reluctantly departing from its reflection. The emergence of this newfound ability instilled in him the confidence to navigate this daunting world. Calming his previously restless spirit, observing the disheveled state of his bedroom, Lingcheng resolved to undertake a thorough cleaning, swiftly moving about the room. Before long, the space was revitalized. All manner of chaotic posters, empty bottles, and mysterious tissues were discarded under his diligent efforts. Just as he leisurely descended the stairs with 2 bags of trash in hand, the doors of the martial arts school burst open, and a throng of uninvited guests surged in. Chapter 3. Kung Fu. A group of hulking men swiftly surrounded Lingcheng, their eyes fixed on him. Yet they refrained from striking. A portly Caucasian stepped forward, brandishing a handgun, and brazenly scrutinized Lingcheng, inquiring, "Are you Ling?" Lingcheng, encircled yet unperturbed, managed a calm smile, which provoked the white man's ire. Leaning in closely, the rotund figure grimaced. "I must say, you possess quite the audacity. But soon you shall learn the consequences of crossing our New York gang." His grotesque visage, resembling a wild Peppa Pig with coarse skin and bizarre tattoos, was unnerving. Faced with this unwelcome proximity, Lingcheng's complexion paled, seemingly pleased with his own menacing theatrics. The wild Peppa retreated a few steps before articulating his demands. "If you wish to avoid suffering, hand over the martial arts school and provide 300,000 as reparation. And I may consider sparing you. Is that so? You think you can intimidate me with such nonsense? Begone, and I might still entertain the notion of sparing you." Lingcheng retorted dismissively, his disgust for the portly face intensifying, igniting an urge to retaliate. Though unfamiliar with the reference to Peppa, the audacious tone in Lingcheng's response was clearly understood by the wild Peppa, whose expression twisted with rage as he raised his gun, bellowing, "Foolish Chinese. Do you think mere martial arts will allow you to act brazenly before me? A bullet will clarify your situation." Just as the wild Peppa aimed his weapon at Lingcheng, the latter sprang into action. While he could not physically intercept the bullet, he could ensure it would not strike him. With a powerful throw, he hurled 2 bags filled with glass bottles towards the crowd. The plastic bags tore mid-flight, and under Lingcheng's immense strength, the bottles rained down like cannonballs, resulting in several unfortunate souls sustaining injuries from the shattering glass. In the ensuing chaos, many, momentarily stunned, drew their firearms, aiming at Lingcheng amidst the turmoil. Lingcheng swiftly darted behind cover, his heart heavy as the sound of light artillery rang out. He truly wished to avoid resorting to violence in his own home, for the ensuing mess would ultimately fall upon his shoulders. The gangsters in the hall were hardly worthy of his attention. Rather, he needed to ensure that he did not inadvertently take a life. Given the circumstances, Lingcheng resolved to conclude matters expeditiously. Utilizing his exceptional physical prowess and the agility bestowed by the serpent beast, he moved like a shadow between various shelters. Fixating on an outer member of the gang who was reloading, Lingcheng activated the skill Iron Blood Assault, charging forward with remarkable speed. The energy blade he conjured sliced through the thug's wrist, severing the hand that gripped the weapon. The man cried out in agony, clutching the stump of his arm. As Lingcheng infiltrated the throng, he felled one adversary after another, akin to a wolf among sheep. In no time, the once formidable gang lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in defeat. To his surprise, 2 had succumbed to death. Lingcheng swore that he bore no responsibility for their demise. The bullet wounds on their bodies indicated they had been mistakenly shot by their own comrades. What utter foolishness! He cursed inwardly, spotting the hapless Yupiki, who was groaning on the ground after having been struck by a bottle and subsequently punched by his own allies. "Brother, are you satisfied with the price I paid?" Lingcheng inquired with a smile as he sat atop Yupiki's back. Gazing at Lingcheng's devilish grin, Yapiki felt as though the world had come to an end. He was astounded that, despite having dozens of armed men at his disposal, he was effortlessly overpowered by the son of a mere martial arts instructor, a Chinese who possessed some skill. Now, here was Lingcheng, sitting on his back, conversing with a smile. I can see that you are no ordinary individual, but do not become too complacent. I'm merely a minor leader. My boss, Jin Bing, is not someone you can afford to provoke, Yapiki warned, refusing to relent. Jin Bing, the underground emperor of New York, Lingcheng murmured. He was well aware of Jin Bing, a notoriously minor antagonist within the Marvel universe. Good that you know. If you wish to avoid retaliation, it is best to release me. Otherwise, Yapiki, sensing that his bluff had some effect, hastily added, You did say you were just a minor leader. Your boss likely doesn't even remember your name. Observing Yapiki's obstinacy, Lingcheng ignited a flicker of azure flames in his hand and held it before Yapiki's plump face. I had no intention of holding a grudge. I merely sought information to allow you to depart. Yet you dare to be defiant. Perhaps it will be best to end your life after all. Please do not kill me. What do you wish to know? I will tell you anything I can. Yapiki exclaimed in panic. Then tell me, was it you who caused my parents' car accident? It was not us. Although our objective was to seize the martial arts school, we have not yet reached that point. So, it is merely a matter of time before you do. A dangerous glint flickered in Lingcheng's eyes. I assure you it was not us. The one who struck your parents was a fugitive. I can help you find him. I will bring him to you immediately. Yapiki quickly offered, fearing that Lingcheng would eliminate him upon learning the truth. Very well, bring that person to me, and we shall consider our accounts settled. Do not provoke me again. Do you understand? Trust me, if there is a next time, you will truly face dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Lingcheng stood up, observing the youthful complexion paired with an unexpectedly resolute demeanor of Lingcheng. Yi Peiqi was reminded of his own early days in the underworld. Akin to a hedgehog instinctively protecting itself. The first life he took was merely due to a threat from his adversary, who declared intentions to harm him. It is not the seasoned veterans that instill fear, but rather the reckless youth, especially those with formidable power. Realizing that life holds greater value than reputation, Yi Peiqi hurriedly nodded in agreement. Lingcheng cast a cold glance at him before turning to ascend stairs. After a while, once the sounds below had ceased, he descended with a broom in hand, gazing at the disarrayed hall with a wry smile, acknowledging the price of ostentation. Just as Lingcheng was preparing to roll up his sleeves and get to work, uninvited guests appeared. Pausing his actions, he looked at the enthusiastic young Asian man who had approached him, the very same who had been beaten in the alley, accompanied by a black man sporting dreadlocks. Is there something you need? Lingcheng inquired, puzzled. I saw those gangsters flee in disarray. Was it all you're doing? Remarkable. I had heard that this martial arts school was merely a facade, but it seems there truly are martial arts masters here. Master, I wish to learn the art of Chinese Kung Fu. Please accept me. Lingcheng, faced with the exuberant youth, was at a loss for words. It is said that in Hell's Kitchen, if you throw a handful of stones, 8 out of 10 Chinese individuals would be protagonists. It appears he had encountered 2 of them, one of whom was rather naive. Observing the eager expressions of the young man and his black companion, Lingcheng, who should have decisively declined, found himself reconsidering upon glancing at the chaotic hall. If you wish to practice martial arts, you must first endure hardship. Do you genuinely wish to learn Kung Fu? Lingcheng asked earnestly. Yes, master, I want to learn Kung Fu. The Asian youth replied solemnly in Chinese. Like a wet tiger grasping at straws, learning Kung Fu, the black man mimicked in a jumble of words. Very well, then you shall first clean the hall. Lingcheng declared, tossing the broom to them amidst their bewildered expressions before turning to leave. Our school's Kung Fu possesses tremendous destructive power. To learn it, you must first understand how to clear the battlefield. This is a prerequisite subject at our martial arts school. Understood? Lingcheng added nonchalantly as he ascended the stairs, leaving the 2 dazed youths filled with aspirations. Chapter 4. The Call to Arms. In an expansive, abandoned construction site, 2 figures, one yellow and one black, gazed intently at Lingcheng, who was practicing his punches. His movements were neither swift nor accompanied by explosive sounds. Yet every strike exuded a mysterious aura in the eyes of the onlookers. After a grandiose display, energy surged forth. With a silent incantation, Lingcheng struck the ground fiercely, causing it to erupt with 4 streams of orange-yellow energy. Watching his 2 young apprentices, who were left dumbfounded, Lingcheng mused about the remarkable effect of his demonstration. Over the past few days, he had exerted considerable effort to retain the 2 free laborers, employing persuasive tactics to keep them engaged. Observing their struggles with the horse stance, He noted their wavering resolve. Lingcheng resolved to put an end to their doubts, leading to the earlier display of his skills. In these few days, the trio had also begun to forge a preliminary understanding of one another. Zhou Zheng, a 17-year-old student from Central High School, is of Chinese descent and has grown up in the United States, where his proficiency in the Chinese language is limited. His parents operate a nearby restaurant. His close friend and classmate, Will, is an African American. The two have been attending the martial arts school after classes, primarily engaging in cleaning and renovations. Over the past few days, apart from the bullet holes on the floor, the hall has been cleared of debris and repaired. Lingcheng, satisfied, nodded while seated in an armchair, engrossed in a game. It has been 3 days since Lingcheng arrived in this world, and each day he has had a chance to draw lots, though the results have been somewhat perplexing. On the first day, he drew a white jacket belonging to Kyo Kusanagi. The second day yielded Terry's gloves. While lacking any special effects, they were still stylish. However, this morning, he drew a bustier worn by my Shiranui, which left it bewildered. Did she even wear such an item? If this is indeed considered a bustier, what would it look like when not worn? When he received the bustier, he felt quite disoriented, realizing it was not fresh merchandise. A disappointing review indeed. He watched as Zhou Zheng and Will, after a prolonged session, collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. Lingcheng encouraged them, remarking on their perseverance. Master, how much longer must we stand to learn the Chen? Zhou Zheng lamented. Master, when can we utilize our key techniques? Will chimed in, animatedly gesturing. I have already mentioned that training is a demanding endeavor. Nothing is gained without effort. If one possesses talent, a few years of practice is merely the beginning. Lingcheng shamelessly overlooked his own circumstances. Indeed, I had heard of the arduous nature of martial arts training, but experiencing it firsthand revealed that it is not merely arduous. Zhou Zheng mused. Yes, indeed, I observe those boxers training so rigorously, yet I feel that our Chinese kung fu is even more demanding. The horse stance is simply terrifying, yet undeniably powerful, Will exclaimed with enthusiasm. No, I cannot sing, Will replied sheepishly. Lingcheng and Zhou Zheng burst into laughter, and Will, aware of their good-natured humor, chuckled along, pleased to bring joy to others. Master, have you heard of Spider-Man? Recently, a mysterious figure wearing a spider mask has been combating crime. He is incredibly cool. Do you think he practices lightness techniques? Zhou Zheng suddenly inquired. Spider-Man? Has he truly emerged? Zhou Zheng's words piqued Lingcheng's interest. However, he mused that Spider-Man should be at their Central High School. Genetic mutation? What a fortunate individual. If only I could experience such a mutation myself. I would gladly endure 10 spider bites. I too wish to become Spider-Man and deliver justice, Will lamented. Will's comment struck Lingcheng as amusing. If you were to undergo a genetic mutation, you wouldn't be called Spider-Man anymore, he chuckled. Then what would I be called? Will asked, puzzled. Well, you would likely be referred to as Venom. Lingcheng suppressed a laugh. Venom? That doesn't sound like a good name at all, Will said, scratching his head in confusion. Once you've rested, we shall resume the horse stance. If you wish to learn my Baji Quan, the fundamentals are paramount. Lingcheng suddenly adopted a serious tone upon hearing the formidable name of Baji Quan. Both Zhou Zheng and Will's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as they rose to take their stances. Zhou Zheng's words about the 8 extremes holy fist seemed fitting for him. Yet, Will was an African American, and Lingcheng believed that professional boxing would be more suitable for him. In the King of Fighters, there was a black boxer named Harvey. Should he draw him, he could certainly teach Will. Spider-Man had already made an appearance. Should he reach out? Perhaps not. It seemed too troublesome. Lingcheng, a slothful soul, languished in a chair, his mind, however, absorbed in the combat experiences of fighters. Meanwhile, in a heavily guarded military base, a helicopter descended to the ground and a bald, one-eyed African-American stepped down. Upon entering the base, the cosmic cube reacted strangely, and Loki crossed dimensions. The Dark and Hawkeye and Doctor Strange fled with the cosmic cube, resulting in the obliteration of the entire base. Had Lingcheng been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the opening scene of the Avengers. Both villains and superheroes were poised to stir trouble. Esa aquí ela de movilisa. And the Avengers initiative commenced. Everything unfolded as usual. Director Fury informed Captain America and Black Widow of their mission to locate Dr. Banner, the Hulk, while Coulson was dispatched to invite the illustrious Tony Stark, Iron Man. Yet at this moment, a butterfly flapped its tiny wings. Maria Hill, a level 9 SHIELD agent, drove towards Lingcheng's martial arts school. Awakened from a deep slumber by the doorbell, with Shiranui nestled beside him. Lingcheng pondered who could possibly visit at this hour. Upon opening the door, he was met by an armed squad, each member aiming their weapons at his head. Complying, Lingcheng raised his hands. In the hall, Hill, clad in a sharp combat uniform and wearing a serious expression, recounted the events. Lingcheng marveled at S.H.I.E.L.'s extensive reach. Having only intervened a few times since arriving in the Marvel Universe, he was already on their radar. They even possessed photographs of his actions at the construction site and recordings from his martial arts school. Their surveillance was indeed all-encompassing. Listening to Hill's account, Lingcheng, well-versed in the storyline, recognized it as the prelude to the Avengers. However, he had no intention of becoming embroiled in this affair. Why would he risk everything when he could simply survive until the conclusion? Most importantly, why did they seek him out to save the world? What if the narrative shifted? Why did they believe he possessed the capabilities to assist them? Why would they presume that a Chinese man would aid them? Lingcheng sighed in resignation. Originally, you were not even on our radar, Hill said, her expression enigmatic. However, your counter-surveillance skills are remarkably poor. You remain unaware that the hall is equipped with listening devices. I believe we have gathered sufficient intelligence on you. From the conversations with your disciple and the videos of your actions, it is evident that you possess the legendary chi of Chinese lore, and your strength is not to be underestimated. Given the urgency of the situation, any contribution could alter the outcome. Hill's gaze fixed on Lingcheng, earnestness etched on her face. Listening to her, Lingcheng could only smile wryly. He had indeed overlooked the vastness of his martial arts school. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.'s swiftness was astounding, not to be underestimated. If boasting to his young disciple about being able to defeat Iron Man constituted proof of his strength, then perhaps he could concede that he was indeed formidable. Lingcheng rolled his eyes, his expression fluctuating, and thus, Chapter 5 began, a confrontation with the living. Given the circumstances, Lingcheng resolved to comply. The perceived danger of the Women's Federation is not as significant as one might think. At least, Lingcheng feels confident in his ability to seize Loki's scepter and sever the teleportation link. Early interactions with S.H.I.E.L.D. will undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors. The prospect of soon encountering living legends such as Captain America and Iron Man, and the opportunity to fight alongside them against formidable foes, fills Lingcheng with a sense of exhilaration. If I were to join, what benefits would I receive? Lingcheng feigned a nonchalant attitude, though he was quite eager to feel Captain America's muscular physique. What benefits do you desire? Equipment, funding, and perhaps, how about a girlfriend? Lingcheng interjected. Hill paused momentarily at Lingcheng's peculiar request. I desire a stunning beauty with golden hair, azure eyes, an angelic face, and a devilish figure. If she happens to be a beautiful agent, that would be even better, Lingcheng added, his gaze fixed on Hill. As they exchanged glances, Hill's serious demeanor faltered, and a slight smile graced her lips. Is this what they refer to as the shyness of the Chinese? Hill inquired, bemused. Shy? Shy? Absolutely not. Lingcheng felt compelled to enlighten the imposing woman before him on the nuances of Chinese masculinity. His pursuit of romantic interests seemed trivial now. He wished only to convey a point. You may have a misconception about Chinese individuals. It is not shyness. It is moderation, humility, and warmth. We Chinese people tend to engage in interactions without aggression. However, when it comes to matters of the heart, we seek graceful ladies as partners. In simpler terms, let me take that girl. Allow me. Lingcheng chuckled. Very well, Lingcheng. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. does not provide girlfriends. You are free to pursue romantic interests, but whether you succeed depends on your own skills, particularly with certain female agents, Hill replied, raising an eyebrow. Cough, cough. The imposing woman truly is different. Lingcheng awkwardly rubbed his nose, conceding defeat. Now, if there's nothing else, we should set off. You will have ample time on the journey to strategize your approach with that female agent. So, seize the opportunity, Hill advised. Certainly, certainly. Lingcheng offered an awkward yet polite smile, realizing he had merely been jesting, yet the joke seemed to have fallen flat. By the way, do you have a combat suit? Hill suddenly inquired. Should I? Lingcheng responded, taken aback. Oh, I was just asking. However, I recommend you change into something more appropriate. Hill suggested, appraising Lingcheng's superhero pajamas. The following day, when Zhou Zheng and Will arrived at the martial arts school, they found only a note left by Lingcheng stating that he had gone to save the world. Even the most gullible of them would not believe such a tale. With a resigned sigh regarding their unreliable master, they settled into their stances to guard the place. Meanwhile, clad in a white Kyo Kusanagi jacket for cosplay, Lingcheng had already landed on the deck of an aircraft carrier. This was his first encounter with both the aircraft and the immense vessel before him. However, he remained composed, determined not to bring shame to his compatriots. He refrained from indulging in the impulse to touch or take selfies with the impressive surroundings. Lingcheng accompanied Hill to the control room of the aircraft carrier, where he promptly began his tasks, leaving him to work alone. Observing the bustling control room, Lingcheng was thoroughly captivated. It resembled a live rendition of a blockbuster film. While he discreetly observed, he sensed someone gazing at him. Turning to confirm, he realized it was not the right person, but rather the bald-headed Nick Fury. "Thank you for coming, Lingcheng," Fury said, extending his hand. With a chuckle, Lingcheng exchanged a genial handshake with Fury, thinking to himself that this cunning old man had a knack for calculating things with precision. He remained cautious, wary of being misled. Standing by the window, he watched as the aircraft carrier transformed into a spacecraft. Even though he was aware of this transformation, the reality was far more impactful than any cinematic portrayal. As he watched the colossal vessel ascend into the sky, akin to a mythical creature soaring through the heavens, a surge of ambition welled within him. The Marvel Universe was unfolding before his eyes, and he eagerly anticipated their formal introduction. Lingcheng observed Captain America as he pulled out a $10 tip for Fury, but he found himself perplexed by the old-timer's American humor. In a sudden burst of enthusiasm, he darted over to Dr. Bruce Banner, startling him. "Hello, Dr. Banner, I am Lingcheng." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Banner, who had always struck him as a somewhat shy yet kind individual. "Hello, Doctor, thank you for being here," Lingcheng said, as Fury intervened, rescuing Banner from the awkwardness of Lingcheng's admiration. As he watched the two engage in pleasantries, Lingcheng composed himself, pondering the idea of touching Captain America's impressive physique, though it was merely a fleeting thought. Once the excitement subsided, Lingcheng found a quiet spot. Today's standard recruitment had yielded no results, although he had grown accustomed to the lack of rewards. He clicked through the routine interactions and was greeted with a message. "Congratulations, you have acquired the fighter, Vis." Vis, the embodiment of the serpent's might, was one of the 8 serpents, tasked alongside Mactro to serve as a secretary to Rugal, secretly surveilling him. If Mactro was a cold-hearted femme fatale, then Vis was a ruthless seductress, relishing in the torment of her opponents. Lingcheng couldn't suppress a grin. The serpent's might was an incredible asset. He felt the burgeoning power within him once more and instinctively licked his lips, feeling an unexpected thirst for the forthcoming battles. "Not far ahead, Doctor." Banner inadvertently witnessed this scene and shuddered, piecing together Lingcheng's earlier demeanor with a sense of foreboding. He instinctively huddled closer, sensing that this Chinese individual could pose a threat. Unbeknownst to Lingcheng, who was engrossed in digesting his newfound power, he remained oblivious to the potential danger he posed to Banner, who feared an unprovoked transformation into the Hulk might lead to an unforeseen confrontation. Discovery. Facial features match 67. An agent exclaimed, adding, "Wait, cross-referencing shows 79 match." "Where?" Agent Carlson inquired. 28 Königstrasse, Stuttgart, Germany. "He shows no intention of hiding," the agent at the screen replied earnestly. "Captain Ling," Fury said, his expression grave as he issued orders. Resigned, Lingcheng had no choice but to accompany the captain on this mission. Fully aware that this was merely a minor interlude in their overarching narrative, with no real conflict anticipated. Should one extinguish the budding menace that is Loki? Lingcheng pondered. Perhaps it would be best to let it be. After all, it is merely a minor nuisance. If I were to significantly alter the narrative, that would indeed lead to complications. As for the destruction of New York and the collateral damage to bystanders, Lingcheng felt utterly indifferent. To him, this world was devoid of kinship. Everyone appeared as mere NPCs. And as for the heroes, how could they save the world without first gaining some experience? Thus, the valiant and upright Captain America, accompanied by the neutral and chaotic Lingcheng, embarked on their journey aboard the aircraft. Chapter 6. Here, one ought to witness the unfolding drama. On the street outside 28 Kunen Street, Stuttgart, Germany, Lingcheng, now a member of the audience, felt compelled to applaud the eloquence of the discourse. However, the words were serious, while the speaker was anything but. "I shall not bow to a person like you. There's a plethora of lunatics such as yourself," declared a venerable elder, rising in defiance. Loki, intent on making an example, cast a glance at Lingcheng, who silently indicated for him to proceed. Captain America moved forward to rescue the elder, while Black Widow took aim at Loki with the aircraft. A fierce confrontation loomed on the horizon. Familiar with the plot, Lingcheng observed Loki's doppelgangers, intrigued by their illusionary abilities that bore a resemblance to shape-shifting. In the film, these abilities were scarcely noteworthy, but in reality, if Loki were not an imbecile, he would undoubtedly be formidable. As Captain America and Loki engaged in a stalemate, a man with an accompanying soundtrack made his grand entrance. A streak of flame heralded the arrival of Iron Man. Lingcheng envied the ostentatious flair of his entrance. With a single strike, Iron Man incapacitated Loki, swiftly targeting him again as Loki's armor vanished, feigning surrender. Just as the crowd exhaled in relief, a purple-blue fire pillar suddenly descended beside Loki, creating a gaping pit, flames raging within, warping the very air around it. "Apologies, a slip of the hand," Lingcheng remarked. "Hello, Iron Man, I am Lingcheng, a Chinese." "Tony Stark," he replied. "Forgive my intrusion, but was that flame you unleashed some form of supernatural ability?" Tony seemed intrigued by this notion. "More or less, I call it Sangyan," Lingcheng replied, refraining from revealing that this technique was a signature move of Kyokusanagi from King of Fighters, drawn from the divine artifact, the Yada Mirror. Iron Man appeared particularly fascinated by Lingcheng and the concept of Qi, engaging him in conversation throughout their journey. Lingcheng felt a mix of awe and disbelief, for he was conversing with the aloof Iron Man, while he, a mere mortal, found himself happily chatting with this wealthy heir. When the topic of Chinese martial arts arose, even the antiquated Captain America interjected. Suddenly, the sky erupted with lightning, prompting the group to heighten their vigilance. Yet, Lingcheng knew that such sudden flashes heralded the presence of Thor. Iron Man opened the hatch to assess the situation, only to be sent flying by a mighty blow from the God of Thunder. Thor seized Loki and, with his hammer, leapt from the aircraft. Iron Man pursued closely behind. As Captain America, in his earnestness, grabbed a parachute to follow, Lingcheng chose not to intervene, understanding that otherwise Iron Man and Thor might engage in a battle that would stretch into eternity. Lingcheng had no intention of joining the fray. After all, what folly it would be to chase after a god and Iron Man with a parachute. Lingcheng was a traveler from another world, not a protagonist like Captain America. He felt that if he were to fall, he might not even be able to find his shadow. In any case, Lingcheng would never admit that he had a slight fear of heights before he learned to fly. Lingcheng chose to chat with our Black Widow. "Why don't you join us?" the widow inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "WTF, should I?" Indeed, they were all ruthless individuals, sharing the same thoughts. "I don't know how to use a parachute," Lingcheng dismissed with a wave of his hand. "Why did you still intervene after Loki surrendered?" The widow fixed her gaze on him. "Just focus on flying the plane," Lingcheng replied, slightly anxious as he observed her piloting with the back of her head. Although he trusted her professional skills, he knew that even the most formidable women are still women, and it is everyone's duty to care for the lady driver. "Don't you think Loki's acting is rather subpar?" Lingcheng's gaze wandered downwards, despite his focus on the widow's eyes. He surely had ulterior motives, but as long as he could keep him under control, the intelligence issues would be handled. The widow noticed Lingcheng's wandering gaze, but paid it no mind. She had a keen eye for people. Lingcheng was merely a man with desires, but lacking the courage to pursue them, just superficial bravado. "May I ask a favor of you?" he said, involuntarily feeling a rush of emotion. "Not that. I mean, I have a colleague, Hawkeye, who has been controlled by Loki. If you encounter him, I hope you will show him mercy." The widow hesitated. "No problem. Leave it to me," Lingcheng replied, fully aware that Hawkeye would likely be swayed by the widow's lethal scissor kick and loving iron fist, but that was not his concern. Lingcheng and the widow engaged in light banter, avoiding serious topics. After all, who was the widow? A professional intelligence operative. She might have already constructed a comprehensive psychological profile and character analysis of him in her mind. Women are far too formidable to be trifled with. In the mothership's control room, everyone gathered once more. Lingcheng found a comfortable chair and quietly settled in to observe the unfolding drama. He watched with great interest as the others engaged in fervent discussions and analyses, noting that Hill cast him a sultry glance. At least, that was how Lingcheng perceived it. He smiled back with a helpless expression and then fixated on Hill. Indeed, watching beautiful women was far more entertaining, feeling slightly embarrassed under his gaze. Hill subtly shifted closer to him and whispered, "Don't you have any thoughts?" Lingcheng's eyes lit up at her words, eagerly nodding, Yes, I do." "Then what else on your mind?" She pressed. "I just think, you really are quite lovely," Lingcheng murmured after a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, Hill was both amused and vexed. "I was asking for your perspective on the current situation." Hill, losing her temper, realized he might have a point. Upon reflection, it became evident that Lingcheng appeared utterly indifferent. "At least try to understand the situation. You can't be completely oblivious. One must have a plan and cannot rely solely on brute force." "How do you know this?" Hill's expression changed dramatically. Lingcheng gestured for her to lean in closer. Bringing his lips to Hill's ear, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, he whispered 2 words, "Guess." Chapter 7. a tremendous stimulus. Hill realized that Lingcheng had no intention of divulging anything to her. We have our own stance. Insufficient authority prevents me from knowing certain matters. The existence of S.H.I.L.D. is to monitor and guard against the unknown darkness. It suffices for you to know that we stand on the same side, Hill said, her brow slightly furrowed and her tone urgent. Observing Hill's growing agitation, Lingcheng silently lamented the effectiveness of S.H.I.L.D.'s psychological tactics. After all, Hill is destined to be the director. He was indeed treading on thin ice. In truth, I am merely a Chinese individual with a penchant for wellness, lacking any desire to delve into secrets. Compared to S.H.I.L.D., I find myself more intrigued by you personally, Lingcheng remarked with amusement. Hill took a deep breath to compose herself, realizing that she often struggled to manage her emotions in front of this Chinese man. Casting a penetrating glance at Lingcheng, whose youthful visage bore an innocuous smile, she inwardly reminded herself to maintain some distance from him. Loki schemed to provoke the Hulk. When Black Widow's voice emanated from the communicator, Lingcheng, who had been feigning sleep in his chair, suddenly opened his eyes wide, acknowledging the brilliance of Black Widow. The show was about to commence. The atmosphere grew tense. Fury turned to Lingcheng with an unspoken understanding in his single eye. That woman, Hill, had betrayed her own. Lingcheng feigned ignorance, feeling somewhat wronged. Yet in the next moment, Lingcheng sensed that the one-eyed Fury no longer doubted him. Captain America placed the weapons he had discovered on the table, while Iron Man revealed the intelligence he had acquired from S.H.I.L.D. This led to a clash of opinions. Lingcheng marveled at the audacity of these superheroes, secretly applauding their boldness. The Avengers reconvened in the small laboratory, where Fury pointed at Thor, explaining why S.H.I.L.D. was researching extraterrestrial weaponry. From Lingcheng's perspective, this was entirely justifiable. In the face of unknown invasions, should Earth simply resign itself and await a savior, like a passive Hello Kitty? However, Thor also had a point. Actively developing armaments could signal intentions of aggression to others. Moreover, would such weaponry truly be utilized correctly? Lingcheng was well aware that S.H.I.L.D. was also known as the Serpent Shield. Watching the heated argument unfold, Lingcheng sighed, reflecting that weakness is indeed the original sin. If only he possessed invincible power, capable of effortlessly subduing those like the purple potato, he would leap forth and declare, "Enough of your bickering. Let me handle this while you cheer from the sidelines." With this thought, Lingcheng's inner voice cried out, "I must grow stronger. I will one day converse with the world through my fists." Lingcheng understood that Loki's attack was imminent. This group of young superheroes seemed utterly oblivious to the looming crisis as they squabbled. He felt a wave of exasperation. You are the protagonists, impervious to harm, while I, a mere bystander, might inadvertently become collateral damage. Silence. What purpose does this meaningless argument serve? Lingcheng stood up and shouted. Startled by his sudden outburst, everyone ceased their quarrels and turned to face him. As he felt their increasingly hostile gazes, Lingcheng realized that if he backed down now, the ire would surely be directed at him. The thought was enough to send shivers down his spine. You, the head of S.H.I.L.D., you called us here to save the world, yet you shroud the truth in secrecy. Sir, trust must be reciprocal. None here are fools. And you, the one who claims to be a god, the guardian of Earth? Once again, it is the prince, yet it is your brother who is causing turmoil, and you still stand here, shirking responsibility, engaging in futile arguments? How childish. You, Lingcheng, at a loss for words, pointed at Captain America. In that moment, it seemed as though Lingcheng had momentarily lost himself in a fit of moral indignation. You, Lingcheng paused as he pointed at Iron Man, weakly stating, you possess wealth. Whatever you say is deemed right. But do we not care for our dignity? You can control your impulses, can't you? Furthermore, I empathize with your plight. You are indeed wise and kind-hearted, yet since fate has chosen you, with great power comes great responsibility. Though it may be arduous, it does not mean it is unattainable. You have not lost control for a year. The evidence proves that you can conquer the Hulk within you and maintain dominion over him. Presently, you remain a ticking time bomb. Can you not comprehend the gravity of your situation and continue to bicker? Lingcheng's expression turned grave, yet his gaze discreetly observed. Remarkably, his earlier tirade had rendered the crowd speechless, all appearing to ponder deeply. Lingcheng felt a wave of relief wash over him, having successfully manipulated the situation. Oh my, he had just scolded a superhero thoroughly. Such satisfaction. Come with me. Loki's target is you. and we shall not allow him to succeed. Lingcheng pulled the pensive Banner along. One would not suspect that beneath Dr. Banner's seemingly frail exterior lay solid muscle in his arms, which Lingcheng instinctively squeezed. Banner, perceiving Lingcheng's gaze, seemed to recall something, and as he looked at Lingcheng's hand gripping his arm, a sudden chill coursed through him. Noticing Banner's pallor, Lingcheng gazed at him reassuringly, saying, "It's all right. I will protect you. Trust me." Lingcheng's comforting words seemed to activate something within Banner. His eyelids fluttered, a hint of green hue appearing on his face as he began to struggle. Goodness, this Banner possesses a rather fragile psyche. Does he fear death so much that he frightens himself into a frenzy? Director, this script is flawed. Lingcheng took a few steps back, bewildered. The onlookers were equally perplexed. Was this Loki's scheme? Under the weight of their serious expressions, Dr. Banner's physique swelled, his clothes tearing as he transformed into the Hulk, a murderous intent driving him to pounce upon Lingcheng, crashing through the wall. Simultaneously, a series of explosive sounds erupted outside the mothership. The violent impact collapsed the laboratory, prompting Iron Man and Captain America to spring into action. War was upon them. It felt as though he had been struck by a speeding train. Lingcheng, knocked aside, was left seething in frustration at the inconsistency of the script. Unbeknownst to him, within the Hulk, Dr. Banner's consciousness roared. Both of them must perish. In this moment, Dr. Banner and the Hulk's objectives aligned remarkably: to obliterate Lingcheng, the heretic. Chapter 8. Rampage against Rampage. Lingcheng was sent flying by the Hulk, and before he could touch the ground, the Hulk's massive hand came crashing down, making Lingcheng feel as though he were a baseball struck with great force. Had it not been for his enhanced physique as a martial artist and the energy shielding his organs, he might have been reduced to mere fragments. Lingcheng smashed into the wall, creating an indentation in the thick, high-strength metal. He struggled to extricate himself from the wall, only to be met once again by a fierce gust of wind as the Hulk barreled forward, crushing everything in his path. Lingcheng didn't need to see to sense the ferocity of that presence. At this moment, Lingcheng was half kneeling on the ground, covered in dirt and appearing utterly disheveled. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. Out of the blue, he had been subjected to a barrage of attacks, igniting an intense, unquenchable fury within him. Before him stood the perfect target for his wrath. With this thought in mind, Lingcheng abruptly raised his head, his gaze fixated on the charging green giant, his pupils constricting as a crimson glow flickered in his eyes. The power of the great serpent surged within him. Fiery fist. Rather than retreating, Lingcheng advanced towards the green giant. His fist, imbued with an orange-yellow energy, struck the giant's chin with tremendous force, causing the charging behemoth to stagger and fall backward uncontrollably. Energy slam. Lingcheng leaped, bringing his fist crashing down. Energy erupted forth. A torrent of 4 streams of energy surged from the ground, engulfing the green giant and causing the earth to shatter with a deafening roar. Lingcheng gracefully descended from the elevated ground, his expression grave as he observed the scene before him. The debris that had pinned down the green giant was violently cast aside. Unscathed, the green giant roared at Lingcheng. Without uttering a word, Lingcheng launched his attack, unfurling a massive energy blade towards the giant. Immediately following, he executed a ruthless hand strike against the giant's arm. Lingcheng felt as though he had struck a steel plate. Indeed, even steel would have yielded to his might. Yet, the foe remained unscathed. This was beyond his belief. The power of the great serpent surged forth with unrestrained vigor. Heaven spin, Lingcheng spun rapidly, his hand slicing through the air at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, colliding with the green giant and producing a thunderous sound of flesh meeting flesh. Damn it, this is just a cheat. The spinning Lingcheng silently cursed. He was acutely aware of the ineffectiveness of his attacks. When old strength waned and new strength had yet to emerge, Lingcheng's body faltered, and he suddenly felt the giant's massive hand grasping his left arm. A chill ran down his spine as he thought, this is it. The green giant, like a rampaging beast, seized Lingcheng and slammed him into the ground repeatedly, akin to a toy being battered. As agile as a monkey, Lingcheng had inflicted immense pain, provoking the giant's fury. The relentless assault against the ground left Lingcheng dizzy, blood gushing from his mouth. He could not endure this any longer. Otherwise, he would perish here. Gritting his teeth, Lingcheng fiercely gripped the giant's wrist. The disparity in size only allowed him to sink his fingers into the giant's flesh. The power of the great serpent surged. With a tremendous grip, Lingcheng finally inflicted damage upon the giant, his fingers embedding deeply into its musculature. Green blood flowed forth. In response to the excruciating pain, the green giant hurled Lingcheng away. He flew several dozen meters, rolling multiple times before finally coming to a halt. He was alive. Lingcheng gasped for breath, utterly exhausted, his fingers broken and pain radiating through him, yet he fought against unconsciousness. A shadow loomed overhead as the green giant leapt high, fists poised to strike down upon him. Once more, he faced death head-on. Lingcheng's eyes widened in terror at the impending attack. In that life-and-death moment, his eyes erupted with a brilliant crimson glow as the energies of 4 martial artists within him violently merged, the azure blue of the celestial flame, the orange red of the 8 extremes sacred fist, the power of the great serpent, and the deathly force of the great serpent. Within Lingcheng's body, a strange fusion commenced. A surge of purple-black energy began to fill him. Regret? Remorse? Innocence? Lingcheng was unwilling to embrace death. He had inexplicably traversed realms. He had inexplicably acquired an extraordinary mobile game. And now, he had inadvertently provoked the Hulk into a furious rampage. Now, he was on the brink of being brutally slain. Damn it, I refuse to die. I haven't even witnessed the face of that sweet potato dish. I'm not resigned to this fate. Lingcheng roared aloud. His cries echoed through the air. Within the mothership, Black Widow, who was confronting Hawkeye, and Thor, rushing to the prison to thwart Loki, felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Something was amiss with Lingcheng. The Hulk's cataclysmic strike descended without surprise, akin to the detonation of an atomic bomb. The tremendous shockwave causing the entire mothership to shudder violently. The ground fractured in layers. They could no longer allow the Hulk to wreak havoc. Where were the Hulk and Lingcheng positioned now? In the command room, Fury spoke in a grave tone. Sir, they have fallen to the lowest level of the mothership, where all the cameras have been destroyed, and the situation remains unknown. Must we gamble on Lingcheng's victory? Fury murmured, his brow furrowed in concern. As the smoke cleared, a massive pit emerged, at the center of which the Hulk maintained his hammering stance, emitting a terrifying roar, his hands ablaze with eerie blue-black flames. Lingcheng was alive. His shirt had been shredded, countless blood vessels had burst, and he was drenched in blood, yet the rising and falling of his chest attested to his survival. A manic, reckless smile cracked across Lingcheng's lips. The threat of death had mutated the power within him, reminiscent of Chris's azure flames, but even more potent, akin to the rampaging Yagami, yet Lingcheng retained his sanity. It was merely a surge of destructive impulse. Power coursed through his limbs, despite his grievous injuries. He fixed his gaze on the Hulk, his eyes glowing ominously red. Tear him apart. This thought burst forth in Lingcheng's mind, and the purple-black flames enveloping his hands surged violently toward the Hulk. The fearless Hulk sensed an imminent danger and instinctively leapt aside, closely watching Lingcheng, yet hesitant to act rashly. Lingcheng rose from the ground, half crouching like a beast, gasping for breath as blood dripped continuously from his body. Before his body disintegrated, he would slay him. Lingcheng lifted his head, ferocity gleaming in his eyes, which flickered with an eerie red light. All around were shattered remnants. In a warehouse at the bottom of the aircraft carrier, the hulking, muscular Hulk faced off against the heavily injured, hunched Lingcheng with trepidation. The disparity in their sizes rendered the scene somewhat ludicrous. Brutal charge. Lingcheng initiated the assault, the ground erupting with a thunderous roar as he crashed into the unsuspecting Hulk. The pessimistic misanthrope, with a violent charge, astonishingly lifted the Hulk, jumping and slamming him into the ground. Decision to slam. As soon as the Hulk landed, he was yanked upwards by an overwhelming force. The pessimistic misanthrope, Lingcheng, soared high, driving the airborne Hulk forcefully against the ceiling. The scene seemed to replay as the Hulk's massive form collided upward, shattering 3 layers of flooring before finally halting. As if struck with unrelenting force, the Hulk violently shook his head, only to be unexpectedly flung aside by a diminutive figure. His fury ignited. He turned to face Lingcheng, unleashing a roar akin to that of a wild beast, saliva splattering in the air. Chapter 9. The Aftermath. With a sudden surge, the Hulk charged forward like a tank, intent on crashing into Lingcheng. Yet, Lingcheng stood his ground, unwavering and resolute. The violet-black flames in his hand surged dramatically as he propelled himself toward the Hulk. With both hands pressed firmly against the Hulk's massive form, Lingcheng attempted to halt his advance. However, despite his utmost efforts, he found it impossible to topple the behemoth. In the next instant, the purple flames erupted fiercely, striking the Hulk's chest and scattering in all directions, igniting debris around them with a sizzle of combustion. The excruciating pain sent the Hulk into a frenzy. With a powerful embrace, he ensnared Lingcheng, who felt as though he were caught in a hydraulic press. Though a stalemate ensued. The Hulk's increasing strength caused the very bones of Lingcheng to crack under pressure, as the Hulk aimed to crush him into submission. In the Hulk's ferocious hold, Lingcheng struggled desperately, but to no avail. Blood splattered with each movement, only to be instantly evaporated by the relentless purple flames consuming the surroundings. Within the warehouse, ablaze with violet fire, the Hulk's veins bulged grotesquely, resembling an executioner delivering a final decree, while his prey, wild-eyed and relentless, pounded his head against the Hulk's chest. In that moment, Lingcheng resembled a rabid dog, obstinately refusing to relent, utterly oblivious to the impending threat of death. With a sickening crack, Lingcheng's arms were broken. The searing agony elicited a despairing howl from him. Attack. Kill him. Tear him apart. Despite his shattered limbs and bloodied visage, his mind was consumed solely with thoughts of annihilation. Once, twice, thrice, he persistently collided his head against the Hulk, producing sharp, resonant cracks as 3 of his ribs snapped. Blood erupted from his mouth violently, and he realized that should his shattered bones pierce his insides, his demise would be inevitable. At that moment, a flicker of clarity pierced through Lingcheng's madness. When had he lost consciousness? Yet, such considerations seemed trivial now. After enduring so much, it appeared that death was his ultimate fate. He had pondered over Loki, Captain America, Iron Man, even Thor, believing he could survive each encounter. Yet, it was the Hulk, the very hero he admired most, that now sought his end. In a fit of frustration, he vowed that in another life, he would become a devoted critic. Relentless in his disdain, as his body neared collapse, Lingcheng pressed his head once more against the Hulk's chest. Was this his final farewell to his beloved hero? Despite the profound hurt, did he still harbor love? In truth, his unyielding spirit demanded, even in death, I shall take a piece of you. With that fierce resolve, he opened his mouth wide and sank his teeth into the Hulk's chest, emitting a primal roar that was different this time. He was fully aware. The strain on his teeth was unbearable, as blood oozed from the gaps. The purple flames swirled within his mouth. Lingcheng, feeling the heat of the violet fire, paused momentarily, then a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Energy began to coalesce throughout his body, and in the next moment, a towering pillar of purple fire erupted, engulfing both Lingcheng and the Hulk, while the surrounding area transformed into a hellish inferno. As Lingcheng approached the threshold of death, he expended every last ounce of his energy, releasing 8 goblets of wine with his mouth. The invaders were vanquished, and the engine was successfully repaired by Iron Man and Captain America. However, Hawkeye had been captured, Loki managed to escape once more, Phil had sacrificed himself, and Thor was missing. The storm had finally settled. Black Widow forcefully kicked open the twisted door of the cabin and cautiously navigated through the charred and disfigured debris. Arriving at the epicenter of the incident, the battlefield between the Hulk and Lingcheng. Rest in peace. We shall remember your contributions to Earth, Black Widow murmured, at a loss for words in that moment. Cough, cough. I believe there's still hope for me. A raspy voice, reminiscent of old parts grinding against one another, suddenly broke the silence. Lingcheng urged not to abandon the treatment. We have injured personnel here. Dispatch a medical team immediately. Black Widow replied with a sigh of relief, her voice quick as she spoke into the intercom. Lingcheng felt his body gently lifted onto a stretcher, a wave of calm washing over him. He had survived. As he relaxed, Lingcheng fell into a deep slumber. The stimulation of light caused him to furrow his brow and open his eyes. Attempting to shield himself from the brightness, he realized he was wrapped like a mummy. You're awake, a voice of surprise exclaimed. Struggling to move his head, he finally beheld the owner of the voice, Hill, who was bent over, notifying others. To awaken and find oneself gazing upon a stunning beauty was indeed fortuitous, Lingcheng rasped. Do you realize that your survival is nothing short of a miracle? And you still have the energy to jest? Hill replied, exasperated. What can I do? I've been nearly beaten to death and mummified. I can only find humor in my misery. Once I recover, I shall give Banner peace of my mind for almost being taken out by a teammate. Lingcheng declared through gritted teeth. If you could kill me, I would owe you my gratitude. He coughed violently, glancing toward the doorway where Dr. Banner stood, a look of shame etched upon his face. Sorry, Lingcheng. I apologize for my actions that led to this situation, Banner said as he approached the bedside, laden with guilt. Lingcheng regarded Banner, acutely aware that the Hulk's rampage was not a reflection of Banner's true intentions. However, he demanded, You must clarify why you inexplicably lost control and targeted me with such ferocity. Lingcheng exclaimed, his agitation palpable. Was it truly just his misfortune? After a moment of hesitation, Banner stammered, are you gay? Lingcheng was taken aback by Banner's inquiry, his eyes widening in sudden realization. Had his enthusiasm upon meeting his idol been misconstrued in such a manner? You're the gay one. Your entire family is gay. What on earth are you thinking? I'm fond of women like Hill, understand? Lingcheng retorted, his excitement mounting. Upon hearing this, Banner's face lit up with understanding, while Hill's cheeks flushed crimson. Chapter 10, The Artifact. I've just come to understand. I nearly lost my life due to being too friendly with Banner. Is this how convoluted the circles of intelligent people are? Allow me a moment to collect myself. Lingcheng rolled his eyes. The others could not help but chuckle at Lingcheng's words. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding that led to this outcome. Lingcheng, I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me, Banner earnestly expressed. Enough, grievances have their origins and debts their masters. I'm not so petty-minded. Lingcheng said with a hearty demeanor. Upon hearing Lingcheng's forgiveness, Banner breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, shedding his prior pretenses. Little did he know that Lingcheng, with his own subtle insecurities, was contemplating how he might later summon a few fighters to see if Banner could maintain his composure next time. He would surely not let him off so easily. Has something occurred? Lingcheng inquired softly. The others exchanged glances, remaining silent. Phil. He has fallen in the line of duty, Hill murmured, noting the silence. Indeed, Lingcheng thought to himself. He was acutely aware that Phil was not truly dead, yet he would not be foolish enough to voice this truth. Surviving this ordeal had significantly improved Fury's regard for him. There was no reason to expose the bald man's deception, especially since the Avengers genuinely needed a common cause. To protect the Earth? That rationale seems rather grandiose and distant, overshadowed by the immediate impact of sacrificing a teammate. Though his interactions with Phil had been limited, he too was a good man. May there be no violence in heaven. Lingcheng feigned sorrow, yet his bandaged countenance rendered his performance unappreciated. May there be no violence in heaven, the others echoed in unison. Lingcheng was momentarily taken aback. This was quite American. Since you are fine, take care to recover. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Black Widow stated, preceding the others and bidding farewell. In the blink of an eye, only Lingcheng and Hill remained in the hospital room. Are you all right? Lingcheng asked. For now, yes, but soon I shall not be. Loki has escaped. This issue must reach a resolution. I have a question. Lingcheng nodded slightly and continued. Hill gestured for him to proceed. When you bow me like a mummy, did you consider my need to use the restroom? Lingcheng awkwardly admitted, feeling urgency yet encumbered by bandages. If you require assistance, I can help you, Hill replied, her cheeks flushing. What? You would assist me? Well, that feels rather embarrassing. Lingcheng's eyes darted. He was not prepared for Hill to see him in such a state. Was it too soon? I can call a doctor to provide you with a catheter, Hill remarked, her expression revealing her understanding of his discomfort. Darn it, the psychological groundwork was in vain. Hill is surprisingly forthright. Call a doctor to cut my bandages. I believe I can move now. Don't be foolish. Your injuries warrant at least 10 days of rest. I am serious. My constitution is inherently robust, and the energy within me is continuously healing. Normal activity should pose no issue, Lingcheng insisted earnestly. Hill summoned a doctor and then departed, recognizing her own busy schedule. It was already a rare occasion for her to visit Lingcheng. Now I too am an extraordinary being, Lingcheng mused, closing his eyes and opening the game. He noticed a new feature illuminated, an unmistakable large red dot. Divine artifact. The sight of these words stirred excitement within him. It was no wonder he felt exhilarated, as the 3 divine artifacts in King of Fighters sealed the natural will of Orochi. Upon clicking the divine artifact, 3 icons floated before him: Kusanagi sword, Yada mirror, and Yasakani no Magatama. Except for the Yada mirror, the other 2 icons remained dim. With a click, the 8-span Shiongoyu was activated. This sacred artifact of the 8-span clan possesses sealing powers and significantly enhances the abilities of Sanyan. Collecting souls allows for upgrades. Indeed, my earlier assumptions were overly optimistic. Upon witnessing the upgradable Lingcheng, it became evident that this bore the hallmarks of a game. Nevertheless, even so, after activating the artifact, Lingcheng could distinctly sense the purple flames within him becoming more formidable. With a mere thought, the deep purple-black flames erupted from his palm, enveloping his entire being. Lingcheng felt his once feeble body surging with newfound strength, his injuries visibly mending at an astonishing rate. The rising temperature caused the mirror to crack, and the metallic floor began to soften. Reluctantly, Lingcheng retracted the flames. Refocusing on the game, Lingcheng recognized that the Kusanagi sword and the Yada mirror had not been activated, likely due to not having drawn Kyo Kusanagi and Kagura. He had yet to utilize the daily lottery for the day, and there was also a gift for Heartfelt members awaiting collection, which delighted him immensely. Upon clicking the ordinary recruitment option, a gigantic iron ball appeared on the interface. Lingcheng was speechless. He had drawn the large iron ball of Chun Guohan from the King of Fighters. He decided to store it away for potential future use. Then, Lingcheng hesitated before the advanced recruitment option, hoping that the bi-weekly draw would not disappoint him. Clicking on the advanced recruitment, he received a star upgrade card. While it was not surprising that he did not summon a hero, he was intrigued by the star upgrade card. With a smirk, he realized that the original fighters were all 3-star, which explained why he had drawn heroes without their ultimate moves or hyper modes. In the original mobile game, fighter fragments were required for star upgrades, and he had already abandoned the hope of upgrading in the short term. To his surprise, the modified mobile game offered this extraordinary item for enhancing a star. Upon using it, Yagami Iori was upgraded to 4 stars. He acquired the ultimate move, Hachiho. In the hyper mode, in battle, he could absorb dissipated energy as stored energy, starting with a value of 100, with a maximum capacity of 300. The hyper mode consumed 50 energy, granting a 20 boost to all attributes. After entering hyper mode, his ultimate move transformed into the super special move, Forbidden Hachiho. This was truly the essence of the King of Fighters, Lingcheng murmured. The following day in the hospital room, Hill looked at Lingcheng, who was practicing punches. In disbelief, "You can really move freely now," she exclaimed. "No, I should say I'm almost fully recovered," Lingcheng replied with a smile. "Such terrifying recuperative powers." Hill marveled. "I came to inform you that Tony suspects Loki will open a portal in Stark Tower, so he has already set out. Is the final battle about to commence? Find me a combat suit." Lingcheng paused, looking at Hill. "You don't have to pretend to be strong. I'm here just to reassure you, not to send you to your doom," Hill insisted urgently. "Do I seem like someone who dedicates himself to the public good, Hill? I've recovered. Lingering in the hospital would be excessive," Lingcheng insisted, staring at her firmly. In truth, Lingcheng was reluctant to join the fray. Yet he had compelling reasons to do so. Souls were better to gather them than on the battlefield. Chapter 11, The New York Battle. Lingcheng emerged from the hospital room clad in a black combat suit of unknown material, occasionally feeling its texture. For the first time donning such advanced attire, Lingcheng felt a sense of novelty. "Shall I introduce you to the functions of this garment?" Hill inquired. "Is it handsome?" Lingcheng raised an eyebrow and asked. Yes, it is," Hill responded, momentarily taken aback. "That's all that matters," Lingcheng replied cheerfully. Observing Lingcheng's childlike delight akin to that of a young one with a new toy, Hill couldn't help but smile faintly. This Chinese individual was sometimes inexplicably charming. Lingcheng stepped before Hill, proclaiming, "Super Agent Lingcheng is ready. Please issue your commands, Commander. Aren't you being a bit childish?" Hill remarked. Agent Hill, at your command. To safeguard world peace, lead me to the boarding." With that, Lingcheng took the lead, striding forward. Hill, watching Lingcheng's exaggerated roleplay, shook his head in resignation and softly replied, "Yes, Commander," before hastily following suit. At the aircraft's docking area, Lingcheng and Hill encountered Captain America, Black Widow, Banner, and Hawkeye, who were preparing for departure. Black Widow, feeling slightly awkward, remarked, "We can't just sit idly by. I understand. I'm merely here to bid you farewell. I have faith that you will succeed. I will await your celebration here." Hill addressed the 4 before her. "Stay safe," she added, directing her words toward Lingcheng. Having said that, Hill turned and departed. Black Widow and Banner exchanged curious glances at Lingcheng, while Captain America gave him a thumbs up. Hawkeye smiled at him. Once aboard the aircraft, everyone settled in. "Are you truly all right?" Black Widow expressed her concern for Hill. Don't get the wrong idea. Nothing happened. Primarily, she's worried about me being overly ambitious, but I assure you, I'm perfectly fine," Lingcheng hurriedly clarified. The others, however, wore knowing expressions. "Why isn't she worried about me?" Hawkeye interjected, delivering a pointed remark. Lingcheng, observing their knowing looks, felt a wave of exasperation, if there were indeed something amiss. Perhaps their jesting would be warranted, but the truth was there was nothing at all. A high-tech teleportation device was operational atop Stark Tower when Iron Man arrived. Seeking to buy time, he activated the latest version of his armor. However, Loki struck mercilessly at the unarmed Tony. The energy blast from the Mind Stone nearly cost Tony his life. If Lingcheng had known that his previous intimidation of Loki nearly resulted in Iron Man's demise. One could only imagine his expression. A Loki clone appeared before Tony, gripping his throat and lifting him effortlessly. A swarm of ants dares to challenge my dominion. All your previous actions shall bear consequences. Loki sneered, pressing the Mind Stone against Iron Man's chest, producing a metallic clang. Impossible. It cannot fail. Loki's expression shifted as he used the scepter to tear open Tony's shirt. Ah, so that's how it is, Loki observed, preparing to exert control over Tony once more. Meanwhile, the legendary device above began to activate, sending a beam of energy soaring into the sky, creating a colossal rift in the heavens. The Chitauri army surged forth. This time, without Iron Man's intervention, numerous Chitauri cyborgs aboard high-tech airships unleashed chaos upon the streets of New York, causing panic and screams among the bystanders. My army has arrived, Loki exclaimed, his face alight with exhilaration. Loki! A sudden shadow struck, sending Loki, who was lost in a reverie of power, flying. Just in time, the god of thunder arrived. Freed from his confinement, Iron Man landed and rolled several times before locking eyes with Thor, promptly rushing to activate his new armor to fiercely combat the Chitauri wreaking havoc from above. A figure leaped directly from the recently arrived aircraft, landing atop a skyscraper, the impact fracturing the floor beneath. Lingcheng furrowed his brow, assessing his slightly rattled body and finding no significant harm. With a flick of his wrists, violet-black flames surged forth. 2 columns of fire erupted from his hands, annihilating a passing squadron of Chitauri flyers. Captain, find a way to evacuate the civilians. Lingcheng shouted into his communicator. In his line of sight, ethereal shards of fragmented souls drifted into his body. There was no time to investigate further. But the overwhelming power surging through him and the rapid healing of his injuries made him acutely aware of the fact that the Yada no Kagami was swiftly evolving. Lingcheng recalled the grim outcome when Iron Man destroyed the Chitauri space base, leaving all soldiers on Earth dead. He was uncertain whether the soldiers had been puppets of a controlling force or lacked souls entirely. The presence of the soul fragments confirmed the former, filling him with relief. Mindful of the potential to harm civilians, Lingcheng had to alter his combat strategy. He strode purposefully off the building, landing on a passing airship, swiftly dispatching the Chitauri soldiers aboard. As the out-of-control airship was about to collide with the structure, he leaped toward another nearby vessel, suddenly stabilizing himself by embedding one hand into the building's wall. The power of the serpent beast, with its deadly agility and strength, allowed Lingcheng to easily launch an assault on the surrounding airships. Just as he clung to the exterior of a skyscraper, he sensed an impending threat. With a sudden burst, he leaped outward. A colossal creature clad in steel armor, resembling a flying fortress, crashed into the building, splitting it asunder. As Lingcheng plummeted from the heights, he summoned a massive iron ball, complete with chains, and hurled it at the giant beast. The iron ball pierced through the gaps in its armor. Grasping the chain, Lingcheng felt a violent jolt as he swung forward beneath the creature. He leaped onto the beast's back, retracting the iron ball, and swiftly struck down with his hand, but the impact yielded little effect. Can we take it down? Iron Man flew by, launching missiles as he spoke into the communicator. What do you think? Lingcheng retorted, plunging one hand into the creature's armored shell, shouting into the device. Is Banner there? Banner, Iron Man inquired. I'm here. Get ready to transform. I'll bring the show to you. Banner replied earnestly. Don't worry. This is my specialty, Lingcheng interjected. If you hold back, I'll remember it, he added. Rest assured, thanks to you. I feel a slight resonance with the one within me, Banner said seriously. Lingcheng rolled his eyes at this, thinking, resonance means killing me, right? The Hulk erupted forth, delivering a devastating punch to the giant beast drawn in by Iron Man struck in the head. The immense creature was propelled upward by the force, crashing down amidst a cloud of dust and debris. Chapter 12 draws to a close. Lingcheng leaped from the back of the colossal beast, crashing down onto the ground with tremendous speed. As he crouched, he raised his head to behold a vibrant green figure before him, sporting a face that seemed perpetually enraged. The green giant suddenly exhaled forcefully, causing Lingcheng to stiffen in shock. In response to Lingcheng's wary gaze, the giant moved, extending a massive fist. Seeing this, Lingcheng let out a relieved smile and reciprocated by gently tapping his fist against the giant's, as if sensing the impending demise of the beast. The surrounding Chitauri warriors emitted furious howls, their voices echoing with rage. The green giant stepped forward, bellowing at the sky, sending a message to the invaders. We are not to be trifled with. At that moment, all members of the Avengers assembled and the final battle commenced. Two massive iron beasts emerged from the rift in the sky. "Guys," Black Widow called, urging everyone to remain vigilant. Lingcheng twisted his neck and limbered up, preparing to strike, only to find everyone staring at him. "What is going on? Is it not permissible to warm up a little? It's easy to get injured without proper preparation," Lingcheng queried, puzzled. "Lingcheng, you should lead us," Captain America stated. "What? When did it become my turn to speak?" Lingcheng was taken aback. "What is happening, Captain? I found your words from that day quite insightful. I realize my thoughts have been somewhat rigid. I believe you're more suited to lead," Captain America replied earnestly. "Suitability? I'm merely a neutral party amidst chaos. Do you think commanding the Avengers is something to be handed over so easily?" Lingcheng's inner turmoil surged. "Captain, I was merely an observer during that discussion. If it helped you, I am pleased, but directing the battle is something I could never compare to you. Asking me to lead is irresponsible to everyone. Do you understand?" Lingcheng implored sincerely. Captain America regarded Lingcheng with a deep, thoughtful gaze, recognizing the wisdom in this Chinese man's words. "Let us go, Captain," Lingcheng urged hastily. Captain America nodded and began to strategize. "All right, if we cannot close the rift, we must control the situation. Barton, keep an eye on the rooftops and report the movements of both the main forces and the scattered troops. Thor, you need to find a way to delay the rift and thwart these scoundrels. Black Widow, you and I will engage ground forces to hold them back. Lastly, Hulk, smash with all your might. Lingcheng, unleash your fire." Everyone sprang into action according to the plan. Upon receiving the command, Lingcheng wasted no time, leaping atop a building and swiftly scaling the wall to the rooftop. He did not need to worry about collateral damage. At last, he could fully embrace the flames. On his ascent, he encountered Chitauri soldiers clinging to the wall, whom he effortlessly dispatched by grabbing their shoulders and tossing them aside. Undoubtedly, Lingcheng found himself at an advantage compared to the others. With the ability to incinerate all, enhanced physical attributes, extraordinary speed, and immense strength, he faced these relatively weak soldiers with ease. A colossal iron beast soared above him, demolishing buildings in its wake. Lingcheng glanced at the energy gauge that appeared before him. 200. He was eager to test his abilities against the gigantic creature above. Explosive power. All attributes enhanced by 20 for 5 minutes. Lingcheng felt a powerful surge of energy erupting from within him, causing the stones beneath his feet to scatter. He raised his head, gathering strength. Suddenly, the ground trembled. In an instant, Lingcheng vanished, reappearing on the wall of a skyscraper. He was astonishingly running vertically up the wall, stones flying in his wake. Excitement sparkled in his eyes. The exhilaration of giving his all was simply intoxicating. In the blink of an eye, Lingcheng reached the rooftop, unleashing a fiery punch. With a fierce stomp on the ground, he leaped through the air, spanning 50 meters to crash down onto the back of a soaring colossal beast, creating a dent as its armored exterior shattered. With a flourish, he unleashed a barrage of skills: energy slam, energy fountain, crystal tears, 8 goblets. Like fireworks, explosive roars erupted, and flashes of violet-black brilliance illuminated the scene. Lingcheng's extensive array of abilities rained down upon the beast's back, eliciting anguished howls from the creature. Gasping for breath, Lingcheng gazed at the gruesome gash he had inflicted. Though it appeared horrifying, the beast's immense size rendered its injuries severe yet not fatal. A frenzied gleam flickered in Lingcheng's eyes. Sealed, 8 maidens. With hands enveloped in violet flames, he tore fiercely at the wound, flesh and metal disintegrating like foam under his claws. The massive beast was laid bare, revealing an inner structure akin to a mothership. The grand assault was far from over. Lingcheng clenched his fists like hammers, striking downwards with force. A deafening boom resonated as a violet-black fire pillar pierced through the airborne beast. Its severed remains plummeted suddenly. While the architect of this chaos, Lingcheng, plunged through the sky, crashing into a towering building. The crowd within the structure, seeking refuge, cautiously observed the heavily panting Lingcheng as he landed. He felt utterly drained. The potency of his ultimate move leaving him satisfied, yet alarmed by the immense toll it had taken on his body. Even with the energies of 4 combatants coursing through him, he was nearing exhaustion. This was the first time since his extraordinary encounter that he had faced such a predicament. As Lingcheng ascended the building, he witnessed Loki being knocked off the rooftop by Hawkeye's explosive arrow, followed closely by the invigorated Hulk, who soared past with astonishing speed. Truly absurd. Little Loki's psyche is bound to be wounded, Lingcheng lamented. Upon reaching the high platform, he spotted Loki, lost in despair upon the floor. Seeing Black Widow successfully retrieve the Mind Stone reassured him. He settled beside Loki, resigned to fate, now awaiting Iron Man's missile-launching performance. Lingcheng, lacking the ability to fly, found himself helpless. Fortunately, fate was not cruel in this regard. Iron Man successfully redirected the missile, obliterating the Chitauri base, and the portal was closed. The Mind Stone, the Cosmic Cube, and 2 Infinity Stones lay on the rooftop. Should he seize them? Lingcheng pondered with indecision. Chapter 13, An Unexpected Outcome. The Infinity Stones, the mightiest forces in the Marvel Universe. Collecting all 6 could summon a dragon. No, it could create a snap. In Avengers, Infinity War, the Mad Titan, gazing at the breathtaking twilight, arrogantly snapped his fingers, turning half of all life in the universe to dust. Watching the film, one couldn't help but feel it was excessively grandiose. So cool. Simply magnificent. However, being immersed in a Marvel Universe, the mere thought of suddenly facing a 50% chance of turning to ash sends shivers down Lingcheng's spine. Therefore, despite lacking interest in the powers of the Infinity Stones, he is resolutely determined to seize one and permanently enshrine it within his gaming backpack. Yet, not at this moment, for the Infinity Stones are perilous. Before traversing into this realm, Lingcheng had perused a post detailing the fates of those who wielded the Infinity Stones. None had met with a favorable outcome. They are a source of calamity. Just as Lingcheng considers corrupting the Infinity Stones, Thor would undoubtedly be the first to object. And S.H.I.L.D., harboring designs on the Cosmic Cube, would not let him off easily. Not to mention the shadowy figure of Thanos lurking in the background. Who knows what schemes he has in play? In essence, those who possess the stones find themselves with enemies everywhere. Thus, Lingcheng opts to follow his heart. To say he does not desire them would be disingenuous. For he harbors an audacious thought. He wishes to experiment with embedding an Infinity Stone within the Yada no Kagami. However, he is not in a hurry. He does not believe that the fate of King of Fighters could be inferior to any Infinity Stone. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Through a series of battles over these past few days, he has recognized many of his own shortcomings. Ultimately, he remains too weak. If only he were strong enough, he could toy with the Infinity Stones as if they were mere marbles, instead of being burdened with such dilemmas. Oh dear, my head aches. When the Avengers arrived at Stark Tower, they found Lingcheng perched on Loki's back, incessantly murmuring to himself while tapping his head. Lingcheng, could you possibly come down from Loki's back? After all, he is a prince of Asgard, Thor hesitantly remarked, gazing at his beleaguered brother. Thor, let me enlighten you. When it comes to educating a younger sibling, one must tailor their approach. Your brother appears to be a delicate flower. He won't flourish without a bit of discipline. Lingcheng sighed. Punishment? Should we banish him to frolic about, or confine him to reflect on his next misdeed? Lingcheng found Thor's brotherly devotion rather exasperating. While it may be a family matter, must he always bring his domestic disputes to earth? Children who misbehave and refuse to eat are often spoiled. A good spanking would suffice. Lingcheng mused that the realm of gods has yet to surpass the educational practices of ancient China. They chose to regroup within Stark Tower. Once tidied up, the group bid farewell to Thor, who along with Loki and the Cosmic Cube, vanished in a flash. Amidst the vast cosmos, on a fearsome warship, the leader of the Chitauri knelt before a towering figure, lamenting, humans are not as weak and humble as Loki suggested. Their resistance is fierce, and they possess formidable super soldiers. My army has suffered defeat. Is that so? This only grows more intriguing. A deep voice resonated. The majestic figure rose, gazing at the starry expanse, like a sovereign surveying his domain. Were we not to celebrate our triumph? Those ruffians have broken their promises, Lingcheng scoffed. Feeling rather solitary in this world, yearning for a bit of merriment. I have come of age, having just saved the world. I believe it would not be unreasonable to request a girlfriend from the government. Lingcheng exaggeratedly proclaimed. He'll cast him an exasperated glance, but remained silent. All right, primarily, I wish to visit and learn from S.H.I.L.D. We have collaborated, after all. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Lingcheng asserted with earnestness. Certainly. It would be even better if you were willing to join S.H.I.E.L.D., Hill invited. Aside from periodically checking your whereabouts, all other activities will be canceled. You can rest assured. Weren't you supposed to be on a tour? Come with me. With that, Hill led the way. After walking for a short distance, Lingcheng, feeling increasingly wary, remarked, the further we go, the fewer people there are. Are you planning to turn against me? Of course. Lingcheng believed S.H.I.E.L.D. had no reason to act against him, yet he couldn't fathom what Hill was scheming. Do you distrust me so much? You are a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent after all. Until I understand you better, I cannot fully place my trust in you, Lingcheng quipped, attempting to tease Hill. Hill abruptly pulled Lingcheng into a room, causing his pupils to constrict in apprehension. However, he soon relaxed. It was merely a bedroom. A large bed posed no immediate danger. What is this? Lingcheng wondered, feeling perplexed. Weren't we supposed to be meeting a girlfriend? Weren't we here to tour S-H-I-E-L-D? Weren't we supposed to delve deeper? Before he could finish, Hill pushed him onto the bed. Upon hearing Hill's words, it became evident to Lingcheng what was unfolding. He was caught off guard. Was this a casual encounter? It felt distinctly American. Shocked. Hill actually. Shocked. So grand and fair. Shocked. So smooth, truly delightful. After their passionate interlude, the bed lay in disarray. Lingcheng felt a bit embarrassed. You need not take responsibility. As an agent, I do not require a boyfriend. Isn't it better if we both simply fulfill our needs? Hill languidly reclined on Lingcheng's chest. Lingcheng, gathering his thoughts, was about to speak when he was once again interrupted. Do not interrupt me. He sighed. I was going to ask if we could do that again. Hill, taken aback, took a moment to process his unexpected request. This was not what she had anticipated. Are Chinese people truly this imaginative? Hill found Lingcheng's demeanor elusive, yet she realized that this was precisely what she found intriguing. This time, it was Hill who was overpowered, and a tempest of passion ensued. That night, Lingcheng drove alone towards the martial arts school, thinking that Hill might not rise again. A satisfied smile crept across his face. As for the high-tech matters, they seemed inconsequential now. He felt he had gained sufficient insight. Chapter 14. The Addiction to Cultivation. In the dead of night, Lingcheng drove into the bustling Clinton district. Even though the media was rife with reports of alien invasions and superheroes saving the day, Hell's Kitchen remained unchanged. Gangs clashed, robberies occurred, and gunfire echoed without fail. Gazing out the window at the starry sky, Lingcheng appeared somewhat solitary, having witnessed the veiled darkness. He understood how many perils lurked within this beautiful galaxy. He pondered whether his hometown might lie somewhere in this vast universe. Lingcheng was uncertain, but when the day came that he was worthy of traversing the cosmos, he would endeavor to seek it out. Early the next morning, Lingcheng was awakened by the thunderous footsteps on the stairs. Zhou, why are you so slow? We're going to miss a lot of news. Will called out to Zhou behind him. Seeing his two eager disciples, genuinely delighted to see him, Lingcheng decided to forgive them for interrupting his slumber. Master, weren't you the one who asked us to manage the martial arts school? I invited Will to come and watch the news at the school, but he was reluctant, claiming he missed out on so many spectacular events. Zhou explained. Indeed. Wet Tiger, turn on the television. Aliens. Superheroes. Will exclaimed dramatically. Lingcheng casually tossed the remote control to the two overly enthusiastic youths and headed to the bathroom to brush his teeth. However, he noticed that his two disciples kept glancing at him, their expressions suggesting they had something to say but were holding back. Has someone been causing trouble these past few days? Lingcheng mumbled, toothbrush in mouth. Master, where have you been these days? Zhou replied, evading the question. Saving the world, of course. I haven't been slacking off, Lingcheng said nonchalantly as he spit out the water. Vet Tiger, the white-haired figure in this news video looks just like you, Will said, his eyes shining with excitement. That's me. You're not mistaken, Lingcheng admitted directly. Wow. So when I speak the truth, no one believes me. Do you look down on me? Why did you choose to be my master then? Lingcheng replied, exasperated. At that moment, a close-up on the television screen showed a massive iron beast being split in half by a purple-black column of fire, with a disheveled figure crashing into a building. The figure stood up, dusted itself off, and glanced around before leaping out of the gap in the building, disappearing in a flash. Was this video taken by someone inside the building? This might explain the fewer Americans. Who has the presence of mind to film a video while seeking refuge in a building? Lingcheng thought, feeling quite impressed with the cameraman. If it were me, I would probably only manage to film a TikTok. After watching the video and recognizing the distinctive white hair and Asian features, the two young disciples turned to Lingcheng with intense gazes, nearly leaping at him had they not just seen him tear apart a monster in the video. Master, Vet Tiger, I told you it was me. What's the big fuss about? The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Just because I run a martial arts school doesn't mean I can't save the world. Lingcheng replied casually, though internally he was urging himself to remain composed. Master, can our skills truly reach such heights? Zhou asked, swallowing hard. Wet Tiger, you took down a monster the size of a building. That's incredible. Will gestured widely with his arms. Feeling the admiration in their gazes, Lingcheng couldn't help but reflect on the four great joys in life: the arrival of much-needed rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a distant land, the wedding night, and achieving academic success. It was indeed a moment of dual joy for him. This lifted his spirits. Who wouldn't he want their life filled with joyful moments? Yet, he reminded himself that even amidst joy, one must not become complacent, for excessive happiness can lead to sorrow. You both should refrain from making a fuss and spreading rumors. With great power comes great responsibility. These actions are merely my duty. In the future, you must understand not to bully the weak. Lingcheng seized the opportunity to impart some wisdom. Understood, Master. Please tell us your story about saving the world. The two exclaimed in unison. Lingcheng exerted immense effort to handle the two passionate youths, eventually sending them off to train. What should you practice? Horse stance. Finally, with some peace restored, Lingcheng turned off the television and began to contemplate his own matters. During combat, he discovered that skills were not fixed. For instance, during a crisis, he could even unleash a skill using his mouth. Thus, the scene of Lingcheng transforming into a flamethrower with dual pillars of fire emerged. Hence, the true essence of self-cultivation, executed with mastery, is bound to significantly enhance his prowess. Moreover, such cultivation inevitably augments one's energy reserves. A high-level recruitment could take at least 6 months to yield a fighter, and Lingcheng could not afford to place all his hopes on mere luck. As for the cultivation technique, Lingcheng naturally opted for the ancient martial arts of the Yagami clan. Firstly, he had unlocked the Yagami's sacred artifact, the 8-span jewel, a divine tool for mastering flames. Secondly, the true flames of Xian were exceptionally thrilling to wield. Thirdly, Lingcheng held an earnest admiration for Yagami. Contemplating the artifact, Lingcheng launched the game, eager to ascertain the level attained by the artifact following a grand battle. It must be said that Lingcheng truly possessed remarkable patience. After a fierce clash, he refrained from checking the details. The 8-span jewel was at level 5. As there were no numerical indicators, Lingcheng was unclear on how long it would take to reach level 6, but being at merely level 5 was perplexing. The term merely was apt, for the battlefield was vast, and he had only managed to absorb the surrounding soul fragments, leaving him with the unsettling feeling of having lost out on countless opportunities. The effects were indeed remarkable. The Marvel Universe possessed its own peculiarities. Lingcheng could distinctly feel the benefits of his cultivation, though not immediate. The continuous nature of progress was gratifying, and the sensation of cultivation became somewhat addictive. The saying to hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening likely encapsulated this feeling. Lingcheng devoted a full 3 hours to cultivation, experimenting with various postures before reluctantly pausing. As he moved his slightly sore body, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. In that moment, he finally gained clarity on the path that lay ahead, his spirit reflecting a renewed vigor. A day passed in their respective cultivation, and that evening, Lingcheng opened the game and casually clicked on the ordinary recruitment option. This had become a part of his daily routine. He initially expected to encounter an assortment of oddities, yet this time felt different. As a card appeared on the screen, Lingcheng sensed that a delightful surprise awaited him. Chapter 15, Call Me Daddy? Upon seeing the name of the R-Class Fighter recruitment card, Lingcheng immediately thought it would allow him to selectively recruit an R-Class hero. However, after reading the description, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and his body trembled in anticipation. The R-Class Fighter recruitment card could summon an existing R-Class fighter as a subordinate. Upon reading this description, one word sprang to Lingcheng's mind: summon. While individual combat prowess is undoubtedly important, the presence of a formidable force carries even greater weight. Organizations such as Hydra, SHI, IL-D, and Stark Industries command immense resources and manpower, instilling fear in all who dare to oppose them. Lingcheng was certainly not averse to wielding more power, yet previously, he had lacked finances, personnel, and technology. To speak of developing a force seemed akin to a fool's dream, but now the circumstances had changed. In the Marvel Universe, an organization named the King of Fighters would soon emerge. The arrival of this card illuminated Lingcheng's hopes for expanding his influence. Clicking to use the recruitment card, the figures of his 2 existing fighters, Maizuru and Weiss, materialized on the screen. Without hesitation, Lingcheng chose Maizuru. Why? There was no shame in admitting it. Due to Maizu's striking appearance, characterized by her golden locks and captivating blue eyes, coupled with her voluptuous figure, Lingcheng found himself in a predicament. Although Weiss was no less appealing, Lingcheng was acutely aware of her notorious ferocity. He was reluctant to provoke trouble before testing the effects of the summoning card. Suddenly, a tall silhouette materialized, gracefully seated upon Lingcheng's bed. With a keen glance around the room, her eyes lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, "Boss, boss." Shouldn't she be addressing him as master? Lingcheng harbored a flicker of wicked anticipation in his heart, but he dismissed such thoughts. After all, who cares about titles when his eyes were busy feasting upon the sight before him? Before him stood Maiju, but not just any version of her. She had emerged clad in the game's chillingly beautiful nurse skin. A nurse's cap adorned her lustrous golden hair, while a fitted white blazer accentuated her neck, revealing a generous expanse of porcelain skin. Her low-cut, form-fitting white dress clung to her curves, and her long, slender legs were sheathed in white stockings. Lingcheng found himself salivating. While he had previously deemed this skin appealing in the game, it paled in comparison to the reality of its three-dimensional manifestation. All he could think to say to the artist was, "Well done." The scene in the room grew increasingly surreal, as Lingcheng, transformed into a wolf, eagerly eyed Maiju, who posed graciously for his inspection, a gentle smile gracing her lips, clearly pleased by his admiration. Suddenly, a frantic voice called out, "Master! Master!" as Zhou Zheng burst into the bedroom with a forceful push of the door. "Stop!" he shouted, aimed at Maiju. In an instant, she sprang into action, a soft blue energy blade poised perilously close to Zhou Zheng's neck. The once gentle expression on Maiju's face morphed into one of icy ferocity, resembling a predatory beast. Had Lingcheng been a moment slower in his warning, Zhou Zheng might have faced dire consequences. Friend, this is my apprentice," Lingcheng quickly explained, drenched in cold sweat from the shock Maiju had instilled in him. Upon hearing his words, the cold demeanor of Maiju swiftly transformed into that of a warm-hearted older sister. Her hands clasped before her as she offered an apologetic smile to Zhou Zheng. "I'm sorry if I frightened you. I thought you were an enemy." "What woman? Her ability to change her demeanor is remarkable," Lingcheng mused, taken aback by the transformation. Zhou Zheng, having narrowly escaped peril, gazed at Maiju with the fear one might reserve for a venomous snake. It was only then that he seemed to awaken from his stupor, declaring, "Master, the gang from before has returned. Wei Air is dragging them along." "They made their move?" Lingcheng questioned, perplexed, as he doubted that the reckless Yi Peiqi possessed the audacity for such a venture. I didn't see clearly. I just noticed their aggressive approach and hurried to inform you," Zhou Zheng replied in a hushed tone. "Rest assured, it's nothing to worry about." "Let us go down and take a look," Lingcheng said, turning to descend the stairs, with Maiju and Zhou Zheng obediently following. As Lingcheng reached the ground floor, 5 individuals hurried towards him, and upon noticing Maiju following closely behind, they collectively swallowed hard. "Is your injury not yet healed?" Lingcheng asked with a smile as he approached Yi Peiqi. A look of grievance crossed Yi Peiqi's face, his plump features squished together in a comically endearing manner. "Brother, you must stand up for me," Yi Peiqi lamented. "Please, you are part of the underworld. Are you seeking my assistance? Did you bring me the person we agreed upon last time? Our accounts are yet to be settled. It pertains to that matter from before. I have been diligently gathering information with my comrades, and just a few days ago, I located the whereabouts of that individual. However, we encountered a peculiar figure clad in a red bodysuit. We were terribly beaten," Wild Peiqi lamented, raising his bandaged arm for Lingcheng to see. "Does this imply that none of you managed to confront that individual? I suggest you reconsider your involvement in the underworld, as it seems you're constantly being overpowered by a single person. You still have not apprehended that individual, have you? What brings you here then?" Lingcheng replied, incredulously. "We have indeed been monitoring that person, yet we are unable to handle his accomplice." Wild Peiqi gazed at Lingcheng with hopeful eyes. Without further ado, Lingcheng inquired about the information and then dismissed Wild Peiqi. He realized he had to take matters into his own hands. A figure in a red bodysuit, adorned with black stripes, capable of spinning webs. Lingcheng pondered as he ascended the stairs, considering Wild Peiqi's information. It was evident that this peculiar individual could only be Spider-Man. But why would Spider-Man assist in the escape of the murderer who had fatally struck his parents? Could it be that Wild Peiqi's appearance led to a misunderstanding? Lingcheng mused maliciously, while seated on the edge of the bed deep in thought. He felt his arm ensnared by something soft. Looking up, he saw Maiju embracing his arm, her face adorned with a feline-like expression of comfort. It then dawned on Lingcheng that he had yet to clarify matters with Maiju. Maiju shook her head, remaining silent as she nuzzled her face against his shoulder. Although this attention was delightful, Lingcheng patiently asked, "Do you know how you came to be?" "I was created by the boss," Maiju replied matter-of-factly. "Created? And what are your memories?" Lingcheng deduced that this was a completely new iteration of Maiju, presumably crafted by Mobile Game. "The boss knows me. My memories reside within you, Maiju stated. My powers and memories are birthed from your essence. Maiju pondered for a moment. From my essence? Summoning existing fighters? Created from that? Lingcheng abruptly withdrew his arm from Maiju's embrace, causing her ample bosom to jolt, and he dared not look again. If this were the case, did it imply that he was somehow Maiju's father? Chapter 16. Revenge and Collision. Father? Lingcheng exclaimed, his face contorted in disbelief. Maiju pouted, expressing her discontent with his reaction. Yet Lingcheng was oblivious to her playful charm, as he was preoccupied with chastising his own wicked thoughts. Observing Lingcheng's shifting expressions and combining it with his exclamation, Maiju's azure eyes twinkled with mischief, and she leapt into Lingcheng's embrace. As Lingcheng struggled to free himself, she playfully exclaimed, "Father," with an elongated tone. Lingcheng, startled, leaped up, with Maiju inadvertently hanging onto him. "Get down. What on earth are you doing?" he exclaimed in horror. "What is wrong, father? Am I not pretty?" Maiju remarked with a playful smile. Her long legs wrapped around his waist. Lingcheng felt on the verge of collapse. With Maiju's movements, he stiffened momentarily, a mix of respect and a swift descent into utter helplessness. It was indeed tormenting. "Hello, boss, you are rather oblivious. Can't you see that you are of Asian descent, while I am Caucasian?" Maiju flicked her hair and laughed. Upon hearing her words, Lingcheng felt an urge to smack his forehead. He had indeed been blinded by a singular thought. His mind had been preoccupied with the notion that Maiju was simply a character derived from a game that had extracted his genes, neglecting to recognize her golden hair and quintessential American features. With this realization, Lingcheng exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the bed in a state of relief. "I am only 25. I should not bear such a heavy burden." Maiju continued to cling to Lingcheng eagerly. "If you keep this up, I won't be able to resist," he said helplessly. "Then don't resist, boss. I am here to serve you," Maiju replied with a smile. How frightening. This creation from a mobile game must surely be a fairy. Even if that thing were to explode today, causing my nose to bleed profusely, I would never be swayed. With this thought, Lingcheng reached out and playfully squeezed a certain part of her anatomy. Delightful. Ultimately, Lingcheng refrained from engaging in any indiscretions with Maiju, despite her eagerness. He believed it essential for a young man to safeguard himself in public, maintaining decorum at all costs. In truth, Lingcheng was eager to seize the cover of darkness to confront the perpetrator responsible for the murder of his predecessor's parents, providing closure to his former self and avoiding the inconvenience of a prolonged search. Downstairs, two overlooked apprentices were fervently discussing matters. "Zhou, allow me to introduce Maiju, my fellow disciple, who will henceforth be a mentor at the martial arts school." "What, Tiger? You have a fellow disciple?" Via exclaimed in astonishment. Having already experienced Maiju's prowess, Zhou cast a cautious glance at the beaming Maiju and instinctively recoiled. "It's not safe at night. Let Maiju accompany you." "Don't linger so late in the future," Lingcheng advised. He had seldom monitored these two apprentices, as they managed the entrance of the martial arts school themselves. "Understood. Master, we broke the record for our horse stance today, which is why we were late." "It won't happen again," Zhou replied, his expression betraying a hint of pride. Lingcheng waved them off and then closed the door, driving towards the address provided by Yipeichi. With a forceful kick, Lingcheng shattered the dilapidated security door, only to find the room in disarray, with signs of a struggle evident. Someone had beaten him to it, chasing a murderer. And they were already here? "Don't kill me." A muffled scream reached Lingcheng's ears. "They're on the rooftop," he deduced, leaping out of the window to ascend to the rooftop. Soon, he spotted a disheveled Caucasian man, terror etched across his face, dangling from the rooftop by a single hand, emitting pitiful cries for mercy. Lingcheng swiftly vaulted onto the rooftop, where he encountered a surprised Spider-Man, sans mask, staring at him in astonishment. Realizing his mistake, Peter Parker quickly shielded his face. "Kung Fu Hero, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed in a panic. "What on earth is Kung Fu Hero? Who bestowed upon you the confidence to call me such a clumsy nickname?" Lingcheng replied, exasperated. "What did you call me?" "The Kung Fu Hero of China. I've seen you on television. You are a superhero," Peter said, his excitement palpable. "Is this the nickname you gave me?" No, everyone calls you that. Chinese Kung Fu is incredibly cool," Peter responded, a hint of eagerness in his voice. With a mere chuckle, Lingcheng unleashed a swirl of purple flames before the white man who attempted to flee, the intense heat forcing him to retreat in panic. Despite this, the high temperature singed his hair, leaving him in a most pitiable state. "Are you here to capture him?" Peter asked, observing the disheveled figure before him with a heavy heart. "And you? Are you here to dispense justice?" Lingcheng was genuinely curious about Spider-Man's presence. He killed my uncle, the young hero replied, his eyes reddened with pain. This is absurd. He simultaneously took two of my loved ones, Lingcheng thought to himself. So why don't you kill him to avenge your uncle? I can't bring myself to do it. Murder is wrong. The anguish he caused me does not justify taking his life. I believe my uncle would not want to see me become a killer like him. What do you think? Peter hesitated. What do I think? Lingcheng contemplated for a moment before casting another burst of purple flames that engulfed the hopeful white man, reducing him to ashes in an instant. I believe it is better for him to perish without suffering, Lingcheng stated coldly. Scum deserves annihilation. You are a good person, but I'm not. I only know that he caused my parents' deaths. Killing him would provide them with closure. It is a matter of justice. Granting him a merciful end would be an act of humanity. Lingcheng held a certain admiration for Spider-Man. Yet he recognized a flaw in these superheroes, their propensity for mercy. Eliminate evil thoroughly, or else you become complicit in it. In truth, Lingcheng's reasoning was quite straightforward. The adversary was a villain, committing grievous acts. Thus he felt justified in taking his life. Otherwise, he would be discontented. Wait a moment, Peter interjected. Are you here to enact divine justice upon me? No, that's not what I meant. I simply wanted to ask if you could teach me some martial arts. Peter gazed at Lingcheng with anticipation. What would a mutant like you learn martial arts for? Do you know Iron Man? You could request some high-tech assistance from him. Lingcheng had no intention of usurping Iron Man's apprentice. He certainly did not wish to bear the blame if Spider-Man misallocated his skills. Chapter 17, Familiarity. Upon entering, Lingcheng found Mai Zhuo, wrapped in a bathrobe, perched on the edge of the bed, lost in thought, her legs crossed in an adorably animated manner. Mai Zhuo, it seems you enjoy clinging to me, Lingcheng remarked with a wry smile. Even without comprehending the effects of the summoning card, Lingcheng realized that Mai Zhuo's enthusiasm was rather excessive, as if she wished to remain attached to him indefinitely. If she were a girl, it might have been acceptable. But if Lingcheng was suddenly struck by an image of Chen Guohan embracing him, his bearded face rubbing against his own, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. It feels like the boss possesses a scent I adore. It seems that in the boss's presence, the power of my serpent blood stirs with excitement. I truly love this feeling. Mes yeux exclaimed joyfully. This revelation struck Lingcheng with clarity. Being infused with serpent blood and power, combined with the fact that Mai Zhuo was his superior, explained her transformation from a cold, aloof woman into a playful kitten. Boss, there is someone outside. Mai Zhuo suddenly lifted her head and whispered. Her icy gaze was directed toward the window, then back at Lingcheng, as if silently inquiring whether to take action. Lingcheng shook his head to deter her. The distinction between friend and foe was unclear, and most importantly, breaking the window would incur significant costs. Unlike Tony Stark, he was not wealthy. Swiftly approaching the window, Lingcheng abruptly flung it open, only to hear a flurry of hurried whispers from the other side. His gaze swept past, catching a fleeting glimpse of a red figure darting around the street corner before vanishing from sight. It was nothing of concern, merely an inquisitive child bursting with curiosity. After completing his morning routine, Lingcheng nestled against the bed with Mai Zhuo in his embrace, ultimately refraining from consuming her, for she held a unique significance in his life. Thus far, she was the only one in this world with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. Throughout that night, Lingcheng spoke at length, while Mai Zhuo quietly listened, occasionally nuzzling his chest to affirm her attentiveness. He recounted tales of his life before the transition. His mischievous yet endearing sister, the unwavering care of his parents, and his friends and classmates. He also shared the harrowing experiences following his arrival in this new world, detailing the terrifying dangers he faced and the pressing urgency and pressure that weighed upon him. The night grew cool and serene, and by the end, Lingcheng himself was uncertain of what he had divulged. Yet, Mai Zhuo remained focused, remembering the unfinished novel penned by her boss before his journey, pondering whether he would be criticized for leaving it incomplete and if his collection had diminished. The 3,000 yuan debt owed to Ant Financial remained unpaid, and the hundreds of TikTok girls he vowed to marry were now a mystery as to whom they might have found favor with instead. Although Mai Zhuo did not fully grasp all of this, it sufficed that she retained every detail of her boss's life. The following day, Lingcheng called Hill, hoping to inform SHIELD about Mai Zhuo to prevent future complications. Hill readily agreed, and Lingcheng assured her that his so-called junior sister would not cause any trouble, much to SHIELD's delight in lightening their workload. Simultaneously, Hill mentioned that SHIELD was forming a special task force to address the series of issues arising after the New York battle, inquiring if Lingcheng would be interested in serving as an honorary consultant for the organization, requiring no active involvement except when pivotal moments arose. One must never reason with women. Waz and Tia agreed that this was merely a fleeting encounter. The more beautiful a woman, the less one could trust. Lingcheng believed he had outmaneuvered the head of S.H., only to find himself ensnared by fate's grip. This was a singular exception. Otherwise, he would turn the tables. Days slipped away unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. During this time, Lingcheng devoted his days to intense training and his nights to exploration, occasionally guiding Zhou Zheng and Will in their martial arts practice, which proved fulfilling. However, his attempts at ordinary recruitment yielded a lamentable assortment of trivialities, leaving him in a state of dismay. On this particular day, as the sun climbed high, Lingcheng, rubbing his tousled hair, arose and, after preparing himself, decided to take my Zhua out for some shopping for daily necessities. Upon stepping outside, he felt a twinge of regret, questioning whether he should wear a mask. After all, he was someone who had made headlines in the United States, and being recognized could lead to complications. Yet, it soon became clear that his concerns were unwarranted. A young American with white hair skated past, raising an eyebrow at him, while a black individual with white hair emerged from a building, adjusting their hair and flashing a grin. Most striking was the scene in the plaza, where an Asian individual with white hair, face smeared with ash and dressed in tattered clothing, was followed by an entire assembly of Avengers. A bare-chested, emaciated figure coated entirely in green dye, a cabda ensnared in a red cardboard struggle, a wild man wielding a foam mallet, and a flat-chested matron clad in a tight black leather outfit. Such was the eccentric assembly. Lingcheng and my Zhua passed by, acutely aware of the scrutiny upon them. The cosplayers hurriedly struck various classic poses. Truly, they were a group of promising cosplayers, engaging in a profound cosplay performance. Lingcheng silently cheered for them. No longer burdened by the fear of recognition, he strolled joyfully through the mall with my Zhua. Having never before explored an American shopping center, Lingcheng was captivated by the novelty surrounding him, while my Zhua transitioned from embracing him to tugging him through the aisles. As they emerged from the mall, bags in hand, Lingcheng exhaled a long sigh of relief. From the moment they entered, he had watched the previously docile my Zhua transform into a fervent tigress, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she dragged him along. Lingcheng vowed to limit such shopping excursions to once a month. No, once a year. Why endure shopping at all? Was the allure of mobile games insufficient? Or was his training not exhilarating enough? He resolved never to indulge in shopping again. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the rooftop of a nearby building, thick smoke billowing from the windows, accompanied by the anguished cries of those trapped within. Alarms blared, and pedestrians gasped in shock. Lingcheng furrowed his brow at the scene before him, a peculiar sense of familiarity washing over him. This scenario felt hauntingly reminiscent. Boss, Maizhou called out. Extraordinary beings, Lingcheng mused, a flash of insight illuminating his mind. He recalled where he had encountered this scene before. Chapter 18. The Dismantling of a Home. A hooded figure set the rescued woman down, only to look up and find a girl staring wide-eyed at him. Her phone in hand, he hastily pulled down his hood and fled the scene. It appeared that the tide of events was indeed formidable. His influence did not wield the power he had imagined. Spider-Man, he murmured. Master, this is Peter. He is a classmate of mine and Will's, and he wishes to learn martial arts from you. Zhou Zheng introduced the young spider to Lingcheng, his expression expectant for praise. Oh dear, this foolish disciple. Lingcheng thought, wishing to smack him on the forehead to impart a lesson about the caliber of the individual he had brought forth. I can hardly manage my 2 disciples. I shall not take on another, he remarked, frowning at the young spider, who represented nothing but trouble in Lingcheng's eyes. Master, just a few days ago, you were lamenting the need to recruit more disciples to elevate the martial arts school, Zhou Zheng innocently pointed out. Lingcheng felt as though his head might explode. This disciple was far too astute. His dedication to martial arts was impeding his potential. He shot Zhou Zheng a fierce glare, causing him to retract his neck in silence. Master Ling, please accept me. I am genuinely interested in martial arts, and I promise to work diligently, Peter implored earnestly. Why are you so insistent? Aren't you a lover of learning? The technology of Iron Man suits you far better. Training under me would be a waste of your brilliant mind, Lingcheng admonished. Besides, do you have time to come to the martial arts school? Aren't you supposed to be working? Practicing martial arts won't hinder my studies. I might just need to forego my job. However, I recently secured a position selling photos. I truly adore martial arts. Please accept me. Peter insisted fervently. If you wish to learn martial arts alongside me, it is quite straightforward. This is Maijua. If you can defeat her, I shall accept you. Lingcheng pulled Maijua over to Peter. Peter lowered his head, hesitating, while Zhou and Wire were already anxious, exclaiming, Master, how could he possibly be a match for our senior? This is simply too challenging. Having witnessed Lingcheng and Maijua practice together several times over the past few days, the two understood well just how formidable Maijua was. In their eyes, defeating her was utterly impossible. Be quiet. You know nothing, Lingcheng retorted, exasperated. So all I need to do is win? Peter asked Lingcheng earnestly. A draw would suffice for me to consider it a victory, Lingcheng replied, waving his hand dismissively. It was not that Lingcheng underestimated the young spider. Rather, he had complete confidence in Maijua's prowess. Possessing the formidable power of the great serpent and an abundance of practical combat experience, Lingcheng knew that he might not even be able to best Maijua without exerting his full strength, especially in the confined space of the hall where Spider-Man had little room to maneuver. Before long, Maijua and the young spider positioned themselves on opposite sides of the hall. After Lingcheng announced the start, Maijua wasted no time, launching a swift strike akin to a female leopard, exuding an intimidating aura. Amid the astonished cries of Wire and Zhou, the young spider, with a grave expression, leaped swiftly to evade the strike, adhering to the ceiling. Wire and Zhou were left dumbfounded. Was this truly their classmate? Wasn't he merely a bookworm? And what about that posture? Maijua gazed at the young spider hanging from the ceiling, then clasped her hands together, conjuring an energy blade nearly half her height to strike at him. As Lingcheng watched with a wry smile, the energy blade was narrowly dodged by the young spider, crashing into the ceiling and creating a large hole, sending dust swirling. Realizing she had caused trouble, Maijua paused, her expression now one of irritation as she glared at Spider-Man, who was merely evading her attacks. As Maijua charged at him once more, the young spider felt a flicker of fear at the menacing aura she exuded. The power of that energy blade had genuinely startled him. Yet, the thought of mastering such extraordinary martial skills filled him with determination. Stop! Lingcheng had to interject, fearing that if the battle continued, his lair would be reduced to ruins. You truly have no restraint. Lingcheng gritted his teeth. Boss, she won't fight me. She's cheating. Maijua exclaimed, stomping the ground forcefully, resulting in several new cracks. I did not intend to, the young spider muttered weakly, aware that he could not afford to pay for the damage caused. Lingcheng knew Spider-Man was rather financially challenged and had no expectation of receiving any monetary compensation. Clean this mess up, Lingcheng declared with resignation. So, what does that mean I have passed? The young spider insisted. What are the fundamentals of our martial arts? Lingcheng directed this question at his two astonished apprentices, who had not ceased their exclamations since the beginning. Our martial arts possess immense destructive power. The fundamentals are to tidy up the battlefield, the two apprentices replied in unison. Everyone began to clear the wreckage. Stones, splintered wood, glass, and shattered chairs were meticulously removed, all primarily the result of Maijua's actions. As for the young spider's web, it was deemed unnecessary to clean since, according to him, it would decompose automatically within 2 hours. Lingcheng surveyed the pockmarked floor and the ceiling riddled with holes, realizing he would need to hire a renovation team. After the crowd finished cleaning, they gazed expectantly at Lingcheng. Boss, I am truly sorry. I realize my mistakes. Please do not be angry. Maiju grasped Lingcheng's hand, apologizing. It is not your fault. It is my own misguided idea. Lingcheng replied helplessly. What can I do? I must bear my own burdens. It must be said that though Lingcheng was reluctant to deal with trouble and did not wish to play the caretaker, the foundation of the little spider was indeed suitable for martial arts training, boasting superhuman agility and muscle density, along with the extraordinary reflexes granted by his spider sense. One could say his physique was truly remarkable. However, Lingcheng could not fathom what he should teach him. Should he have him practice the 8 extremes sacred fist? Spider fist? That imagery was too delightful. Lingcheng quickly dismissed the thought. It could only be the ancient martial arts of the Hashishin style. But without the Hachiko no Tamaguchi, one could not cultivate the purple flame. However, the explosive claw frenzy spider was indeed a possibility. Lingcheng's eyes lit up as he stroked his chin, a peculiar smile forming. The little spider watched Lingcheng's strange expression, feeling an uneasy chill. Surely, my master is not plotting revenge against me. Looking at the tattered hall adorned with spider silk, he sensed this was quite plausible. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to learn martial arts. The little spider thought resolutely, completely oblivious to the fact that Lingcheng had already envisioned him as the explosive claw frenzy spider. Chapter 19, Athena. 2 days later, in the room above the martial arts hall, Lingcheng assumed a series of peculiar postures while the little spider observed intently, memorizing everything. After witnessing Spider-Man's exceptional learning ability, Lingcheng decided to simplify matters by directly demonstrating the 108 forms of the Hashishin ancient martial arts. Have you remembered them all? This is the 108 forms of the Hashishin ancient martial arts. Study diligently. Do not bring me shame, Lingcheng instructed, waving his hand. Master, I have memorized everything, Peter exclaimed, looking up at Lingcheng eagerly. Then why are you not practicing? You seem quite reluctant, Lingcheng remarked, exasperated. Peter hesitated, taking a few steps before turning back to ask, Master, I have read some martial arts novels. Those unparalleled techniques often include inner cultivation methods and the phrases that accompany the moves. Do we not have such phrases for our martial arts? Phrases? Indeed, those are the techniques for exerting force, and such. Peter looked on with anticipation. Of course we have phrases, Lingcheng replied, though his mind was racing to find any. Phrases? Where could they possibly come from? Suddenly, inspiration struck. The moves are the forms, and the phrases are the essence. Reciting them while practicing enhances the effect. I initially planned to wait until you were more familiar with the forms before teaching you the essence, but since you have asked, I shall teach you ahead of time. Listen closely, Lingcheng said sternly. Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly nodding. It seemed his diligence had moved his master, and he was finally to be taught the essence. Master, I do not understand. The little spider looked utterly bewildered. It matters not if you do not comprehend. The essence and the aura are what truly count. Go now. I have imparted the most crucial knowledge to you. Do not let me down. Seeing Lingcheng's unwillingness to elaborate further, the little spider could only mutter the phrases to himself as he descended the stairs. That little rascal is indeed troublesome. Luckily, I can manage him. Lingcheng sighed in relief after the little spider exited. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he opened the game. Today was yet another splendid day for a lottery draw. An SR-level fighter summoning card or a star-up card will be splendid. Lingcheng silently clicked on the advanced recruitment option. Congratulations, you have obtained the fighter Athena. Upon seeing the prompt, Lingcheng leaped up from the ground in sheer excitement. Athena, of Chinese nationality, age 17, stands at 163 centimeters and weighs 49 kilograms. Her extraordinary abilities include martial arts meditation, teleportation, mental waves, and dazzling crystal waves. The mere fact that a miracle had been drawn was already a tremendous surprise for Lingcheng, and to his astonishment, it was Athena. Her powers, characterized by instantaneous movement and mental strength, presented a force entirely distinct from martial arts, compensating for Lingcheng's deficiencies in reconnaissance and mobility. One could argue that she was the fighter he desired most, second only to Orochi. With Athena now in play, the fifth fighter appeared in the master team. Suddenly, Lingcheng felt an insistent urge, as if something were striving to break free from his mind, inducing a sense of anxiety. After all, it was his mind. Instinctively, he sought to impede this process, yet proved irreversible. A sensation reverberated within his head, leaving him momentarily dazed. Almost immediately, he felt as if he had shed some invisible constraint, experiencing a newfound sense of freedom, with everything around him falling under his perception. He beheld his own figure standing with closed eyes, saw Will and Zhou Zheng downstairs, drenched in sweat as they practiced stances, droplets cascading from their cheeks while their legs trembled slightly. He also noticed my Zhua humming a tune while cooking and a small spider diligently rehearsing its moves. The small spider, engrossed in practice, suddenly paused, sensing an unseen gaze upon it. It looked around, questioning whether it was merely an illusion. Observing the spider's reaction, Lingcheng couldn't help but marvel at the formidable nature of its instincts. However, it seemed the spider merely felt an intuition without truly perceiving anything. His mental energy expanded towards the window, as Lingcheng began testing the limits of his perceptive range. The energy flowed through the window, traversing the adjacent building and scattering outward. He sensed the pedestrians on the street, the bustling shops, and finally confirmed that his mental reach extended up to 50 meters. Within Lingcheng's awareness, he observed Agent Phil Coulson, donned in a black suit and wearing a smile, alongside another agent whose name Lingcheng had forgotten, escorting the female lead, Sky, who was shrouded in a burlap sack, out of a van. Although he recognized this as a scene from the American TV series Agents of S.H.E.L.D., he had only watched 2 episodes prior to his transmigration, thus failing to remember even the name of the male agent beside Phil. Boss, someone is looking for you. Maijua quietly knocked on the door. Looking for me? Lingcheng's mental energy overflowed, revealing Phil, a gentleman clad in black, smiling and surveying the surroundings. Alongside the male agent observing the environment, and Sky, who was clearly unconscious against the wall. What on earth was this? Why were they bringing a captured individual to my martial arts school? Upon seeing Lingcheng descend the stairs, Phil greeted him with a smile. Long time no see. You're not dead? Lingcheng could only respond in kind. I thought I was a goner too, but fortunately, it seems the Grim Reaper isn't ready to collect me just yet, Phil replied half-jokingly. Well, what brings you to my martial arts school with a captured person? Lingcheng gestured toward the unconscious Sky. Coulson must have informed you that we have formed a new team, which I now lead. This is Agent Ward. He heard that a certain superhero resides nearby, so he asked me to bring him to have a look. Since we were passing by, I thought it prudent to pay a visit as well. Phil pointed towards Ward and, after a moment's hesitation, indicated the figure in the burlap sack, saying, This may also be a future member of our team. Her name is Kess. It is a pleasure to meet you. Agent Ward, visibly excited, approached Lingcheng and extended his hand for a handshake. Likewise, Lingcheng replied, I merely brought a newcomer to meet you. As you are considered the honorary advisor of the squad, Coulson explained with a smile. I see you think I'm easy to bully, Lingcheng said, fixing Coulson with a sharp gaze. Don't misunderstand. It's not that I believe you are easily intimidated, but rather that you seem more normal compared to the others. Coulson replied with a wry smile. That still implies I'm easy to pick on, Lingcheng remarked, exasperated. Chapter 20, The Pitiful. Sensing Lingcheng's displeasure, Coulson quickly raised his hands, signaling for Ward to escort Kess out as if to flee. There is bound to be resistance. They are not agents we have trained and do not wish for us to intrude upon their normal lives. Lingcheng has been quite accommodating, Coulson articulated, drawing from his experience. Though I find him impressive, being a babysitter is truly not my forte. Ward complained. Really? I believe you are quite suited for this role. Phil countered with undeniable amusement. No, I am far more suited for combat, Ward retorted. As the trio departed in their vehicle, Lingcheng opened his eyes, vanishing from the martial arts hall. In his room upstairs, a flash of purple light signaled Lingcheng's emergence from the void, appearing satisfied with the efficacy of his teleportation technique before disappearing once more. Zhou, when do you think Master will teach us martial arts? Will, maintaining a horse stance, trembled and asked with difficulty. I do not know, but we can focus on perfecting our own skills, Zhou replied, aware that what was spurred by the fact that Peter had learned martial arts so swiftly. But Peter is Spider-Man. Let us keep pushing. If even Peter has requested Master to teach him martial arts, with enough effort, we too can become superheroes, Zhou declared resolutely. I want to be a superhero too, Will exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Unbeknownst to them, Lingcheng had silently emerged from the void behind them. Upon his arrival, he swiftly delivered 2 kicks to his young disciples, causing them to grunt and tumble to the ground. Did you think being a superhero was so easy? Get up. Now, I will teach you the 8 Extremes Sacred Fist routine. Assessing the 2 disciple stances, Lingcheng felt they were ready to familiarize themselves with the basics. Really? That's fantastic, they exclaimed in unison, completely oblivious to Lingcheng's sudden and mysterious appearance. Lingcheng spent the entire afternoon instructing his 2 young apprentices. Compared to Spider-Man, their learning capabilities were rather disheartening. Lingcheng patiently demonstrated the techniques time and again, correcting their postures with hands-on guidance. Remarkably, he too gleaned insights during the teaching process. Learning and practicing is quite exhausting, he thought. That evening, Lingcheng sat on his bed, once again channeling his mental energy. He needed to thoroughly familiarize himself with this vision to utilize it effectively in combat. At this moment, not far away, Keith was swiftly operating equipment inside a van parked by the street, while Agent May sat quietly beside him. Suddenly, the van door was flung open, and a black man hurled Agent May aside, rendering her unconscious. Keith stared in disbelief at Mike, perplexed by the transformation of the civilian hero he once admired into someone so volatile and aggressive. The man, accompanied by his son, attempted to enter the vehicle, but was abruptly halted by a firm grip on his shoulder. Hey, take it easy, the voice belonged to Lingcheng, who had fortuitously witnessed the scene unfold. I am not your enemy. However, the black man disregarded Lingcheng's words, suddenly seizing the hand that rested on his shoulder in an attempt to throw him off. Yet, it was the incredulous man who found himself thrown instead, crashing against the wall. As Lingcheng's purple flames flickered to life in his hand, he admonished, Could you not let me finish speaking? Are you a martial arts hero? A timid voice piped up. Lingcheng looked down to see a small black boy with an afro, his face alight with curiosity. The innocence in the child's eyes prompted Lingcheng to retract the flames. He recognized the boy's father as a victim of circumstance, injured and dismissed by the factory, now rendered a mere experiment, with little time left. The true tragedy lay with the child, who understood nothing of the world's harshness. Lingcheng did not consider the father a good man, nor did he view himself as one, but in the presence of the child, he found himself reluctant to resort to violence. However, the winds of fate were unyielding. Once the father regained his footing, he lunged at Lingcheng once more. Lingcheng offered the boy a reassuring smile and closed the van door. "Are you done causing a ruckus? I said I understand your pain, and I will help you." "You will help me? You superheroes are so high and mighty. How could you possibly comprehend the struggles of the impoverished?" The man, pinned to the ground, struggled fiercely and growled. "Now that I finally have the power to change my fate, you come to interfere." Realizing the man was no longer in a rational state, Lingcheng lost interest in further discourse. The individual inside the van had likely already alerted Coulson. He awaited SHIELD's arrival to manage the situation. Thinking of the expenses incurred in renovating the martial arts dojo, a little extra income would not go amiss. Yet at that moment, the black man began to undergo a transformation. The sound emanating from him became searing, a radiant light pulsing from within, signaling an imminent explosion. The thought barely crossed Lingcheng's mind when he felt an overwhelming force. The man unleashed a terrifying strength that sent Lingcheng hurtling away. With Lingcheng out of the way, the father ripped open the van door and scooped up his son, leaping towards the building above. Unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in a black trench coat lurked around the corner, aiming a rocket launcher at his retreating form. As the rocket soared through the air, despair washed over the man, for he was still holding his child. Just then, Lingcheng appeared silently in midair, the rocket vanishing without a trace, as he had effortlessly stored it in his game backpack. Watching the father ascend the building, Lingcheng chose not to pursue. After all, this man was a human bomb. It was best to leave the resolution to SHIELD, turning his gaze towards the direction in which the man in black fled. Lingcheng's eyes flickered with a fierce glint before abruptly vanishing, leaving Sky in a state of bewilderment, his hair tousled by the wind. The man in black, having abandoned the rocket launcher, was frantically escaping, his face a mask of disbelief. He had witnessed the white-haired Chinese man appear as if by teleportation, only to see the rocket he had launched vanish into thin air. Although he had always known that this world was not as simple as it appeared, witnessing such a bizarre scene with his own eyes left him paralyzed with fear. Lingcheng emerged beside him, delivering a powerful blow that sent the man in black soaring into the air, his teeth scattering from his mouth and rolling helplessly on the ground. Upon checking, Lingcheng felt for a pulse. He was still alive and could be exchanged for money with SHIELD, he mused. Chapter 21. Selling oneself to support a family. In a dimly lit and rarely frequented alley, Phil stood waiting expectantly when Lingcheng suddenly materialized behind him, holding the coat-clad man. After establishing contact with Phil, Lingcheng, driven by a spirit of experimentation, had directly used the teleportation technique with the man in the coat, proving that transporting others was indeed feasible. However, the mental energy required to create a barrier large enough for two during the transfer was not as simple as 1 + 1, which caused Lingcheng to frown. What would happen if he didn't cover this man with mental energy, or only partially covered him? Lingcheng felt a surge of curiosity. As Lingcheng stood behind Phil, contemplating various scenarios, Phil inadvertently noticed a shadow on the ground, his body tensing instinctively as he turned and drew his weapon. Upon realizing it was Lingcheng, he let out a wry smile. "Couldn't you have given me a heads up when you arrived?" "Huh, I helped catch someone, now I want my reward." "Reward?" Phil blinked in confusion. "Yes, reward. Did you think I'd exert myself for nothing? I chased him through several streets," Lingcheng asserted, seeking recognition. Phil observed Lingcheng's serious demeanor and felt a flicker of joy. Was he really motivated by money? SHIELD. Never lack for funds. "How much do you want?" Phil inquired. 1 million, no less, Lingcheng declared boldly. He needed capital to establish his influence. And who better to target than the well-funded SHIELD? "He's not worth that much," Phil chuckled, gesturing towards the man in the coat sprawled on the ground. "Then half off, 500,000, not a dime less," Lingcheng countered. "I could possibly request 100,000. Phil shook his head. 100,000? Your team receives funding from the airborne base. Do you think you could dismiss me with that amount? If that is the case, I can't help you," My maximum authorization is only 150,000. Phil replied, visibly distressed. Though Phil's face was grim, inside he was elated. He deemed it necessary to report Lingcheng's avarice, seeing it as an opportunity for advancement. Fury would surely commend him. Lingcheng, how about 30,000 to help me settle this matter? Are you interested? As Lingcheng appeared poised to leave, Phil quickly inquired. 30,000? Lingcheng's eyes sparkled with interest. Yes, 30,000, Phil smiled. Weren't you just saying your maximum was only 150,000? Lingcheng asked suspiciously. I can request additional authorization, Phil replied, somewhat sheepishly. All right, call me when it's settled. Lingcheng waved his hand and vanished. Huh, I'm off to supplement my household expenses. What are you up to? Lingcheng asked upon seeing Mac holding a notebook. Gathering information, right? The boss intends to establish a force, and I wish to assist, Maiju explained with a smile. Observing Maiju's serious demeanor, Lingcheng recalled that, aside from his prowess in combat, Maiju was also an exceptional managerial talent. He had once masqueraded as Luca's secretary. Oh, you might ask, is Luca? He is the notorious drug lord from King of Fighters. Therefore, Maiju's capabilities were indisputable. Maiju is truly remarkable, Lingcheng praised. Maiju remained silent, casting a gentle smile at Lingcheng. In that moment, Lingcheng felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. With tasks for the secretary when needed and leisure time when not, how could one not feel blissful? Sensing his younger brother's restlessness, Lingcheng transformed into a wolf, pouncing upon Maiju. A playful exchange ensued, filled with spirited banter. The following morning, Lingcheng received a call from Phil. Union Station. Phil offered little elaboration. Understood. I shall take care of it. Lingcheng responded promptly, setting off without hesitation. Meanwhile, at Union Station, the attempt of the black man, Mike, to evade detection was thwarted by a ticket inspector, leading to chaos until Phil and his associates arrived to surround him. Mr. Peterson, we mean you no harm. We are here to assist. Phil raised a hand in a gesture of peace, hoping to communicate with Mike. Observing Mike's relative calm, Phil added, you are in grave danger. We must escort you away. No one is capturing me. Mike, harboring misconceptions about S-H-I-E-L-D, bellowed, attempting to break free. As Mike prepared to resist, the S-H-I-E-L-D agents raised their firearms, ready to act. Phil urgently intervened, but he could not deter Mike, who seized the nearest agent by the collar and hurled him aside. The crowd of agents prepared to fire. Wait, Lingcheng swiftly intervened, pressing down on one agent's weapon. Upon seeing Lingcheng, Mike paused, his perception of Lingcheng altered by the assistance he had received the previous night. The little boy beside Mike joyfully exclaimed, Kung Fu hero, and attempted to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by his father. Lingcheng signaled to Phil, indicating he would handle the situation. Phil nodded in agreement. Mike, you know very well that you are no match for me. Even if you had fled yesterday, I would have caught up with you. Do you know why I didn't pursue you? Lingcheng gazed sincerely into Mike's eyes. Mike hesitated and shook his head, despite his newfound strength. He understood he would merely be a punching bag in Lingcheng's hands. Do you recall the intense heat radiating from your body, suddenly unleashing formidable power? Let me tell you, you are akin to a bomb, ready to explode at any moment. You are in peril, and we are here to help you. Lingcheng continued earnestly. You are lying. I feel perfectly fine. You cannot deceive me. Mike shouted in agitation. What does it matter if you raise your voice? To be frank, your demise is inconsequential. But there are thousands of innocent lives here. You might not feel remorse for their deaths, but think of your son. If you were to explode, he would undoubtedly be the first to perish. Can you truly bear that? Lingcheng exclaimed with anger. Why, you truly aren't deceiving me. Mike's gaze shifted to his young son, wavering in resolve. What advantage would I gain from deceiving you? I am much like you, extraordinary in my own right. Have you seen S-H-I-E-L-D, imprisoning or dissecting me? We are allies, Lingcheng pressed on, seizing the moment. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Mike finally nodded in agreement to cooperate. Seeing Mike willing to cooperate, Lingcheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. It would be ideal to resolve the matter without resorting to violence. Just as Phil was accepting the small hand extended by the young black boy, a gunshot suddenly rang out. The quick-witted father immediately pulled his son down, while a nearby S-H-I-E-L-D agent collapsed, blood erupting from his chest. The staccato of gunfire resumed as several men clad in black trench coats brandished S-686 shotguns, firing indiscriminately into the crowd. The agents promptly retaliated, the violent cacophony of gunfire reverberating throughout the station's hall. Chapter 22. Turbulence resurfaces. In the moment the gunfire erupted, Lingcheng had already darted to the adjacent platform. having narrowly avoided several bullets aimed at him. Observing the unfolding chaos, Mike sheltered his son on one side of the platform, while Phil crouched on the ground, weapon raised in defense. Several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents lay gravely injured, their fates uncertain. "Mike, protect your son. I'll handle the rest. It's going to be all right," Lingcheng called out, noticing Mike's anxious demeanor. Mike cast a deep look at Lingcheng, clutching his child tightly. "Ward," Phil shouted into his communicator, struggling to reach Lingcheng's side. However, Lingcheng chose to ignore him, covertly observing the four assailants who were advancing while firing their weapons. He awaited a signal, fully aware that Agent Ward was positioned above, armed with a sniper rifle. A gunman opposite him fell, a bullet to the head. "Now," Lingcheng thought, teleporting in front of one of the shooters, seizing the gun and forcefully driving his knee into the adversary's abdomen. The weapon was wrested away, yet only partially, as the opponent's hand obstructed his knee strike. The adversary staggered back several steps, but remained relatively unharmed. Enhanced individuals. Lingcheng's eyes narrowed, swiftly dodging a barrage of gunfire. There was no time to ponder the emergence of these four enhanced foes. He teleported again, confronting another opponent, delivering a forceful palm strike. The adversary crossed his arms to defend against Lingcheng's assault, resulting in an explosive burst of purple flames that sent him hurtling backward, wailing as he clutched his mangled arms, revealing a grotesque contraption beneath the flesh. Lingcheng, emboldened by his success, sought to pursue, but the remaining foe had already pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The bullets detonated before Lingcheng, as if striking an invisible barrier, creating mere ripples in the air. The psychic waves he commanded had transformed into a shield. The foe, frustrated upon exhausting his ammunition, discarded his weapon and charged at Lingcheng. The one with charred arms also rose from the ground. Facing three adversaries, Lingcheng felt a surge of excitement. He had grown to relish the exhilarating thrill of battle. Another gunshot rang out, and the previously injured assailant was dispatched by Ward from a distance. Damn it! Lingcheng glanced toward Ward's platform, where he could only discern a vague outline. It seemed that Agent Ward had signaled an okay. Lingcheng rolled his eyes and charged toward his enemies. With a powerful punch, propelled by momentum, he struck the first assailant before he could react. This was the technique known as the Flame Fist, and now, Lingcheng wielded his skills with effortless mastery, no longer constrained by formality, disregarding the punch that landed on his shoulder from another adversary. With a swift motion, he grasped the opponent's head and pulled it sideways. The gunman felt as if his mind was struck by an overwhelming force, stumbling forward a few steps before barely stabilizing himself, only to be met with a searing pain in his chest as a deep, bone-exposing claw mark emerged. Suddenly, a scorching palm pressed against his face, propelling him forward. Lingcheng seized the adversary's face, dragging him towards the recently risen gunman. The ground reverberated beneath Lingcheng's feet with explosive sounds, his figure blurring with speed. Observing the enemy, who was initially rushing towards him but gradually slowed down before turning to flee, Lingcheng's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. "Come on, let us fight," he exclaimed, filled with fervor. The gunman, whose head was firmly grasped and emitted muffled groans, along with the fleeing foe, was forcefully slammed to the ground by Lingcheng. A pillar of fire erupted from the earth. Moments later, both adversaries lay lifeless. Knockout. Lingcheng stood up, breathing heavily, his body trembling slightly from exhilaration. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure. Was it the influence of the blood of the great serpent? Lingcheng realized he had become somewhat bloodthirsty. Yet, the adrenaline rush from battle was rather invigorating. "Hey, are you all right? How was my marksmanship?" Ward approached, patting Lingcheng's shoulder with a grin. Not bad." Lingcheng replied with a chuckle. "TSK, TSK, TSK. I saw you turn them to ashes through the scope. You truly transform into a different person during combat," Ward remarked, glancing at the large pit ahead in awe. "Are you implying I have a split personality?" Lingcheng responded with a hint of melancholy. Ward chuckled awkwardly and walked over to Phil. "I told you I'm not cut out to be a babysitter. I'd much rather be defusing bombs." Ward mused silently. Upon seeing Mike inject himself with the serum developed by S.H.I.E.L.D., a collective sigh of relief washed over the group. Since Mike required further treatment, he entrusted the child to Phil, asking him to take the child to stay with his ex-wife temporarily. Lingcheng, realizing he had no further business, bid farewell to Phil. "Thank you for your assistance, Lingcheng. Otherwise, we would have faced total annihilation today. I never anticipated the enemy to be so audacious." Phil expressed his gratitude. "A deal is a deal. I get paid for my services. Remember to transfer the payment to my account. Lingcheng remarked with a smile. Rest assured, the money will be transferred to your account promptly. Will replied with a hint of resignation. Lingcheng waved his hand in acknowledgement. Wait, Phil called out, fearing Lingcheng might vanish like last time. There are 2 members from my team who would like to meet you. Phil handed over his tablet, feeling a bit awkward. Accepting the tablet, Lingcheng was greeted by 2 eager faces on the screen. Hey, Lingcheng, I'm Jenna Simmons, and you are my idol. No, you're my idol, exclaimed a blonde girl in a lab coat, her face alight with excitement. Sorry, I'm just too thrilled. On the other end of the screen, Simmons was abruptly pushed aside by a white-haired young man who rubbed his hands together as he introduced himself. I'm Leo Fitz. I'm your fan. You see, I dyed my hair to match yours. As he spoke, Fitz adjusted his hair. It suits you well, Lingcheng complimented sincerely. Indeed, the young man appeared far more handsome than his original depiction, shedding the aura of a bookish nerd. You may call me Sky. I'm the one you rescued last time, and I am profoundly grateful, Sky said sincerely, adding after a moment's thought, although my beloved car door was torn away. This Sky is the female protagonist of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Lingcheng, and I still have a vague recollection of her. However, in the second episode, Lingcheng still clings to her belief in the Tidebringer organization, which is evident from her attachment to her car, indicating that she is not fully integrated. I think it is time for her to retire, don't you think? Lingcheng remarked pointedly. She exited the United Station, returning the tablet to Phil, observing the S.H.I.L.D. agents maintaining the cordon. Passers-by cast curious glances, and the turbulent waves beneath the facade of peace seemed to echo the growing chaos in the world after the New York battle. Lingcheng sighed as she approached her vehicle. At that moment, a flurry of static danced across the advertisement screen of the building across the street. A voice, flat yet indifferent, resonated through the streets. Someone claimed, I am a terrorist. I consider myself a teacher. America, are you ready for another lesson? Chapter 23, The Vortex. Who is it? Lingcheng answered the call. I am Virginia Potts. May I speak with Lingcheng? A female voice came through the line. It is I. Do we know each other? Lingcheng had no recollection of the name. We do not know each other, but I have heard Tony mention you. The voice on the other end hesitated. Tony? You're Pepper Potts? Lingcheng suddenly realized who was on the line. Yes, Pepper Potts. That is a nickname Tony gave me. I hardly use my own name anymore. Did he mention me to you? Pepper Potts laughed. Certainly. He referred to you as the love of his life. Lingcheng unabashedly sold Tony out. Is that how he introduced me? The delight in Pepper's voice was palpable. Indeed, it is evident he cares deeply for you. How are you two faring? Lingcheng inquired, already harboring an inkling of the answer. Not very well, Lingcheng. Did you know that since that battle, he has locked himself in the lab, spending all day with those machines? I believe his mental state is deteriorating, which is why I sought you out. Could you perhaps offer him some guidance? Pepper Potts implored. I think Tony presently needs not a roughneck like me, but a soulmate like you. Why don't you have a heartfelt conversation with him? Do not underestimate your significance in his life. Your understanding is vital to him. Lingcheng gently declined. After reassuring Pepper, Lingcheng ended the call. Why do certain matters always seem to involve him? He has always perceived himself as an outsider, reluctant to partake in these whirlpools. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the moment he traversed into the Marvel universe, he had already become an integral part of it. Zhou Zhenwei, having finished his sparring, gazed at Lingcheng with anticipation, awaiting his evaluation. However, upon witnessing Lingcheng's stoic expression, both felt a twinge of anxiety. You fought splendidly, truly worthy of being my disciple. Lingcheng, who had initially maintained a stern demeanor, smiled at their worried expressions. You have learned well, but there remains much room for improvement. Do not become complacent. Lingcheng reminded his beaming disciples. Master, my father would like to invite you and uncle to my home for dinner tomorrow night. Zhou Zheng hesitated. Your parents run a restaurant, don't they? They must be quite busy, so there's no need for such formality, Lingcheng remarked with a hint of confusion. Actually, the restaurant is closed for a few days due to renovations. My parents thought this would be a great opportunity to express their gratitude to you. You know, I used to just mess around there with Will, but now that I can practice martial arts with you, my parents are overjoyed, Zhou Zheng quickly explained. Well then, I shall indulge in a meal, Lingcheng replied, noticing Zhou Zheng's eager expression. I want to go too. I absolutely adore your family's sweet and sour ribs, Will exclaimed, tugging at Zhou Zheng's hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. You were already included. My parents would be puzzled if you didn't come for dinner. Zhou Zheng chuckled. I am practically a son to your parents. They have said so themselves, Will proclaimed proudly. Zhou Zheng, however, chose to ignore his boastful comment and mumbled about needing to invite Peter, who was busy every night playing the hero. I wonder if he can make it. He is Spider-Man, after all. Haven't you seen the news? Peter has been punishing many villains lately, but he will definitely come. Otherwise, Master will break his spider legs. Will joked. Break his legs? Am I really that ruthless? Lingcheng responded, somewhat exasperated. After all, Little Spider was considered his apprentice. He had only threatened him at most, never to such an exaggerated extent. See you tomorrow, Master, the two said as they bid farewell to Lingcheng. He waved them off, urging them to hurry along. Once they departed, Lingcheng stealthily followed them home to ensure their safety before turning to leave himself. The true nature of fortune cookies, though they sound Chinese. They are actually an American invention, rendering them hollow and filled with deception. Boss, should we intervene with these rascals? They are quite audacious. Micah asked with concern as he sat on the bed, watching a show, noticing Lingcheng's frown. Intervene? Such occurrences will only increase in frequency. As long as they don't provoke us, it's best to leave it be, Lingcheng replied, shaking his head. But they interrupted my show. Micah feigned indignation. Then they truly deserve severe punishment. Lingcheng laughed, embracing Micah. In the dead of night, Lingcheng, comfortably asleep with Micah in his arms, was abruptly awakened by urgent knocking at the door, not the dojo's door but his room's. Upon opening it, he was met with the sight of his two young apprentices, their eyes red and faces pale. What has happened? Lingcheng asked with concern as he opened the door. Master, Zhou Zheng cried, collapsing at Lingcheng's feet, weeping uncontrollably. Lingcheng's heart ached at Zhou Zheng's tone, filled with sorrow and injustice. What on earth has transpired? He inquired of Will, who stood by, secretly wiping away tears. Master, my parents intended for us to go see a play together, but I chose to come to the dojo instead. I just received a call from the police. They informed me of a terrorist attack at the Chinese theater. My parents, they were all killed, Zhou Zheng lamented, raising his head in despair. Zhou Zheng's words struck Lingcheng's heart like a thunderclap. He stood motionless at the door, his gaze vacant. As the air was filled with Zhou Zheng's heart-wrenching cries, Will's quiet sobs, and Micah's gentle attempts to comfort. Chapter 24, The Devil. Zhou Zheng's parents perished due to a terrorist attack, because I chose to remain passive and protect myself. As Zhou Zheng's voice became hoarse and weary from crying, he finally succumbed to sleep. Lingcheng gently lifted Zhou Zheng and placed him on the bed in the guest room. Standing by the window, Lingcheng gazed at the dimly lit sky outside, a growing intensity of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He realized that fate had not brought him here to live an ordinary life. There was no need for him to conceal his brilliance, nor to harbor fear. If the enemy was formidable, he would become even stronger, crushing them into submission and instilling fear within their hearts. Maizhua, I yearn to take a life, he declared. I shall accompany you, Maizhua resolutely responded from behind Lingcheng. However, boss, I believe Zhou Zheng still needs you, especially concerning his parents' affairs. He hesitated. For the next 2 days, both Lingcheng and Maizhua assisted Zhou Zheng in managing the aftermath. After venting his sorrow, Zhou Zheng matured significantly, shedding no more tears. A grown man always swallows his grief. Lingcheng chose not to attend Zhou Zheng's parents' funeral. His desire was less about bidding farewell to them and more about delivering retribution to the evildoers. Thus, he drove northward far away. He had previously called Iron Man, warning him to be cautious, yet Tony's mansion was still left in ruins. After Tony managed to escape, he contacted Lingcheng, recounting his harrowing experience. The number of enemies was far greater than anticipated, and despite his precautions, immense destruction ensued. Fortunately, at Lingcheng's behest, Tony had advised Pepper to temporarily relocate. Meanwhile, Iron Man, Tony Stark, found himself in dire peril, pursued by a female-enhanced individual. Without his armor, he was utterly defenseless against her. Thrown to the ground like a rag doll, he was toyed with by the female-enhanced individual as if she were a cat with a mouse. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he managed to cuff her neck, only for her to melt the handcuffs with her intense heat. In that moment, Tony noticed a barrel of oil at his feet. Without hesitation, he pushed the barrel and ignited the oil, hoping the flames would deter her. Yet, the female-enhanced individual stepped boldly into the fire, her body disfigured by the flames, yet she quickly began to self-repair. When she finally breached the room, Tony managed to catch her off guard with an explosion caused by a microwave and natural gas. Coughing, he stumbled into the street, while the female-enhanced individual was left dangling from a power line due to the blast. This episode proved that, even without his armor, Iron Man's intellect was not to be underestimated. This was precisely why Lingcheng sought out Tony. Without Iron Man's technological prowess, Seeking vengeance would be a futile endeavor. Just as Tony had narrowly escaped, he was suddenly seized by a short-haired male, enhanced individual, who lifted him off the ground. 3 enhanced beings stood before him, and despair washed over Tony as he surveyed his adversaries. He had no tricks left. Tony Stark, Iron Man. The assailant mockingly taunted, gripping Tony's neck. Yes, that's me. What is it to you? Do you want an autograph? Tony managed to retort, despite the constriction around his throat. His words incited the short-haired, enhanced individual, who slammed Tony to the ground, causing him to cough violently, his face contorting in pain. Are we going to kill him? Inquired the square-faced, enhanced individual standing nearby. No. Killian would be delighted to see this old friend. The short-haired one chuckled. Killian? Tony gasped, bewildered. How did you come to know of him? But it matters not. You will soon meet him. The short-haired, enhanced individual laughed. But I'm not ready to go, Tony protested. Iron Man suddenly wore a peculiar expression and rolled away. Immediately, a massive water tower toppled over, its torrent surging forth like a colossal wave. Just in time, Lingcheng flashed to Tony's side and exclaimed with a smile. Thank goodness you're here. Without my armor, I am utterly helpless against them. Tony shook his head and replied, I believe acquiring some martial skills could alleviate your predicament, at least providing you with a means of self-defense. Lingcheng suggested. I've actually been training all along, Iron Man retorted helplessly. I'm not referring to those commonplace martial arts. Lingcheng chuckled. Are you implying? Iron Man paused, momentarily surprised. Before he could finish his thought, Lingcheng interrupted him. 2 enhanced individuals, exuding steam, were pushing aside the wreckage of the water tower and rising to their feet. Another lay motionless, presumably lifeless. Lingcheng signaled Iron Man to step back, observing the approaching enhanced foes. Do you superheroes always meddle in affairs that do not concern you? The short-haired enhanced individual remarked. I have no interest in conversing with the dead, Lingcheng replied coldly. Seizing the initiative, Lingcheng did not intend to wait for them to strike first. He moved swiftly and appeared before the short-haired enhanced individual, delivering a powerful punch to the gut, sending him flying. He then dodged the punch from the square-faced, enhanced individual and grasped his wrist. The square-faced one's face turned crimson, struggling futilely as his arm began to redden under extreme heat. Lingcheng showed no sign of releasing his grip, igniting purple flames around his hand. The square-faced individual felt his arm being seared intensely and writhed in agony. As his arm was severed, Lingcheng reduced the severed limb to ashes, coldly observing the square-faced individual on the ground, clutching the stump of his arm and wailing in despair. The arm began to regenerate, albeit at a painfully slow rate. Did you think yourself invincible, and thus act with such impunity? Lingcheng waved his hand, creating a psychic barrier to deflect the short-haired enhanced individual's gunfire. You worthless scum, always harboring malicious thoughts the moment you gain a modicum of power. He pressed his foot down on the back of the square-faced individual, forcefully submerging him into the muck. I have never considered myself a superhero, for true superheroes do not instill fear in the likes of you. The purple flames engulfed the square-faced individual, burning fiercely as he emitted horrifying screams, desperately struggling yet unable to escape. Do you realize you have provoked a devil? Lingcheng declared menacingly as the flames erupted beneath his feet, silencing the cries and turning him to ashes. Now it's your turn. Lingcheng looked up at the short-haired enhanced individual, who was nervously gulping, and smiled broadly. Chapter 25, Interrogation. The short-haired enhanced individual, now frantic as a startled bird, felt as though he were a fish out of water, sensing the danger lurking behind him like a venomous serpent. He was unafraid of death, yet he fled without hesitation, knowing that falling into the hands of that demon would be worse than dying. Spotting a wall ahead, he sprinted a few steps, leaped with all his might, hoping to escape. The adversary had not yet caught up. If he could clear the wall, he might find a chance for survival. With his eyes wide and frantic, he desperately adjusted his position mid-air, but it was futile. The demon's hand, like the hand of fate, seized his throat. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him as his neck was gripped, emitting a mournful wail. Subsequently, his adversary raised their right hand, conjuring a blade of purple-black flames, which was swiftly drawn across his body. He felt a lightness engulf him, as if something was departing from him. Soon, the delayed sensation of pain alerted him that the demon had severed his hands and feet. Observing the short-haired enhanced individual, now reduced to a mere stump yet still fervently struggling, the wounds glowed red as they sought to heal. Lingcheng unleashed a sphere of purple flames, pressing it against his opponent's injuries. A cry erupted from the short-haired enhanced individual, who trembled uncontrollably, letting out a piercing wail. Yet, Lingcheng remained unmoved. Thoughts of the agonizing Zhou Zheng and the blissfully innocent couple who had come to enjoy a performance flooded his mind. Lingcheng felt it was insufficient. The cries were quite tragic, were they not? Have you ever considered the anguish of the innocent bystanders whose remains were obliterated by your actions? Your lamentation pales in comparison to the wails of those wronged souls. Lingcheng spoke ominously. He unceremoniously tossed the wretched short-haired enhanced individual before Iron Man, indicating that he possessed valuable information and urging for prompt inquiries. This is uncharacteristic of you. It's the first time I've seen you so motivated, Iron Man remarked, his expression a blend of complexity. There are grievances, Lingcheng replied tersely. Tony regarded Lingcheng with a penetrating gaze, squatting before the short-haired enhanced individual with a smile. Do you now feel that a signature might be prudent? Ah, Killian will avenge me, the enhanced individual retorted defiantly, drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Clarify your situation. Whether he will seek vengeance is secondary. First, consider if you could die comfortably. Where is Killian? Tony's voice turned cold. Do you honestly believe I would divulge that? You will eventually join me, along with your beloved. Where do you think she is now? The short-haired enhanced individual raved. Pepper, have you laid a hand on her? Tony's expression darkened as he clutched the enhanced individual's collar, losing control. Did you not foresee this? Your little darling is likely undergoing transformation right now. Even if she survives, she will become one of my kind. The short-haired enhanced individual's face contorted in pain, yet a smug grin remained. One does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Lingcheng signaled Tony to step aside, placing a hand on the enhanced individual's face, as violent purple flames surged into him through every orifice. The short-haired enhanced individual now resembled a lantern woven of crimson and violet, the agony coursing through his nerves rendering him desperate for release. He wished to scream, but was silenced by Lingcheng's grip, producing only muffled whimpers. Where is Killian? Do not doubt my resolve. If you remain silent, I shall continue this torment. Your body is quite the delightful plaything, unable to perish yet compliant in your cries. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Yet, the short-haired enhanced individuals will remain astonishingly resolute. Lingcheng, he has no hands, no feet, and his mouth is covered. How can he speak? Tony pointed out helplessly. I had forgotten, Lingcheng admitted, awkwardly releasing his grip. At this moment, the short-haired enhanced individual gasped for breath, his face streaked with tears and mucus. Lingcheng disdainfully waved his hand. Speak, or I shall resume. I will speak. The short-haired enhanced individual rasped. Killian is. Let us all perish together. As the half-shorn figure of the enhanced human shouted frantically, a radiant crimson glow began to surge around him. Fool! Lingcheng swiftly pressed his hand upon the opponent's head, unleashing a fierce purple flame in an attempt to quell the impending self-detonation. Is he dead? Tony inquired. Dead? What a waste of my time. Lingcheng replied with resignation. Stark paused momentarily, then hastily retrieved his phone, dialing a number, only to find it unanswered. Damn it. After several unsuccessful attempts, Tony let his phone drop in frustration. Don't you have a file? There might be clues within it, Lingcheng suggested. He held no concerns for Pepper. Transformed into an enhanced being? Incredible. Women, after all, bleed monthly yet survive. Even fate seems to conspire against them, otherwise. Men would find themselves utterly obsolete. The file. Write the file. Stark sprang to his feet in search of the document, his anxiety for Pepper palpable. Spotting Lingcheng's vehicle approaching, Tony hurried over. Are you going to abandon me, like my father did? The young boy lamented. Lingcheng chuckled at the boy's woeful demeanor and started the car. Where's your armor? He asked. It requires repairs, Tony responded. Let's take it with us. Lingcheng replied with a smile. Tony looked at Lingcheng with a puzzled expression as he pointed towards the road while continuing to peruse the file in his hands. I need a high-spec computer, he stated briskly. Lingcheng, freeing one hand, conjured a pre-prepared laptop seemingly out of thin air, much to Tony's astonishment. Stopping his phone activity, Tony gaped at the miraculous appearance of the computer, taking it and flipping it open. How'd you do that? He asked incredulously. A hot trick. Lingcheng grinned. This is no mere trick. Tony, filled with curiosity, pressed for details. The revelation shattered his preconceived notions. He considered himself exceptionally intelligent, convinced that such technology could not possibly exist on Earth. We'll discuss it later. Shouldn't we focus on locating Pepper first? Lingcheng interjected, resignedly. The world had already become so bizarre that he had no intention of concealing the secret of his backpack. They were allies, after all, and as their collaboration with Iron Man would inevitably increase, it was prudent to inform Tony sooner rather than later to better strategize. He envisioned transforming the backpack into an armory or perhaps a combat chamber for Tony, contemplating how it would be fascinating for Stark to summon his mechanized army with a mere command. Upon reaching their destination, Lingcheng entered the garage, stowing Iron Man's armor within a backpack. Eager to save time, Tony intended to make repairs in the vehicle. Once back inside, he noticed Lingcheng's empty hands and inquired, "Where are the things?" "I've secured them," Lingcheng replied with a smile. Never underestimate the torment of curiosity for a high-tech individual. It gnawed at Tony, who set aside his computer, fixating intently on Lingcheng, desperate to know the answer. "All right, are you familiar with the Chinese Qiankuan bag?" "A small pouch with a wondrous space inside," Lingcheng teased. "Where's the bag? Show it to me," Tony exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. He could no longer contain his eagerness. "Such an extraordinary item must be seen. I cannot produce it, yet it resides within me." Lingcheng broke into a cold sweat. How insatiable was this fellow's thirst for knowledge? "How could I possibly extract my game backpack for you to see?" Upon hearing about the elusive Qiankuan bag, Tony felt a tinge of disappointment. "Since meeting you, I have come to realize just how mysterious China truly is. I possess a slight understanding of your mythology. If the Qiankuan bag exists, then what of the Fantian seal, the exquisite sword, and the sword immortal? Are these truly real?" "That is utterly terrifying," Tony remarked. Lingcheng could not help but admire Tony's words. If such sentiments had been uttered by a native Chinese youth, it would have been unremarkable. However, hearing them articulated with such familiarity by an American left him in awe. Are scholars truly that formidable? Is there anything you do not comprehend? Although I have never encountered these artifacts, I believe in their existence, for I possess a Qiankuan bag myself. Do I not? Lingcheng resolved to take pride in his unabashedness for the sake of his country. "Are there many individuals like you in China?" Tony inquired. "Few possess my level of charm, yet there are countless who surpass me in prowess. Do you believe that perhaps there are tens of thousands using magical artifacts to observe us even now?" Lingcheng jested. Tony discerned the humor in Lingcheng's words. Yet he could not help but glance around, muttering, "What an extraordinary nation. Have you made any discoveries?" Lingcheng pointed towards the computer screen. Tony opened a video, the content of which Lingcheng had already anticipated. Nothing more than a secret experiment. "What about the location?" Lingcheng cut straight to the chase. Tony swiftly navigated the computer, stating, "We have traced the broadcast signal of Master Man. It's right here." He paused, gesturing towards the screen. Upon seeing the coordinates, Lingcheng wasted no time in redirecting their course. Both men, faces set with determination, headed towards their destination. "Miami," Lingcheng murmured. In truth, he had forgotten the name, despite it being mentioned in the film's plot. "I heard that after the battle in New York, your condition was far from good?" Lingcheng suddenly inquired during their journey. Upon hearing this, Iron Man shuddered slightly, saying, "Can we not discuss this?" "Tony, we cannot evade this issue. As your companion, you should feel free to share any concerns with me," Lingcheng probed. Tony's complexion paled, and he remained silent for a long while. Finally, he spoke with great difficulty. "Do you know, I've been haunted by a recurring dream. I traverse a portal with a missile, and when the energy is depleted, I plummet into an abyss of darkness, the terrifying sensation of weightlessness overwhelming me. I admit, I fear death. That dread clings to me like a nightmare that never fades." Lingcheng observed Tony's expression, a once proud and confident man, now etched with trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, Lingcheng replied, "Sometimes intelligent individuals overthink matters. I, on the other hand, possess a rather simple mind. Having narrowly escaped death, I should revel in what remains of my life. The enemy may be formidable, yet I can summon assistance, just as I have done this time. I not here to lend a hand? Tony, you are remarkably strong, and so are your companions. Where has your confidence gone? I believe I am virtually invincible. What is there to fear?" Lingcheng chuckled. As he gazed at Tony, who was grinning like a fool, Lingcheng sighed and rested his forehead on his hand, confessing, "At times, I genuinely envy the simple-minded." Lingcheng repressed his laughter and cast a disdainful glance at the self-absorbed Tony, considering his words to be akin to feeding a dog. Although uncertain of the impact, he had articulated all that he could. "Stop the car. I need to make repairs on Jarvis," Iron Man suddenly declared. No. Everything has already been procured. It can be fixed in the vehicle. We agreed on this," Tony exclaimed hastily, unwilling to simply be a bystander, for in his mind, he had always been the protagonist. Lingcheng parked the vehicle, placing the armor and Tony in the back seat before resuming their journey. To his surprise, he observed Tony rummaging through various components, ultimately managing to resolve the power issue. "How is Jarvis faring?" Tony inquired. "There are still some issues with the Master's speech patterns," Jarvis responded in a peculiar tone. I will reinstall your language system, Tony assured him. Without a modicum of technical skill, one cannot even engage with the armor. Lingcheng chuckled. Would you care to learn? Lingcheng teased. Will you teach me? Tony raised his head, only to be met with the back of Lingcheng's head. Of course, we are comrades, dedicated to upholding love and justice and safeguarding world peace. Why not impart knowledge? Lingcheng jested. Speak plainly. If you wish to learn martial arts, it requires a monetary exchange. You want money? Tony queried in confusion. Why does everyone question me when I inquire about payment? Am I not human? Must I not eat or drink? Lingcheng replied, exasperated. 100 million. Teach me your martial arts, Tony stated earnestly. I can only instruct you in 8 extremes sacred fist, which includes internal cultivation techniques. Furthermore, mastery is not achieved overnight. Consider your offer carefully, Lingcheng clarified, preferring to be transparent. I'm still offering 100 million. I lack for nothing. I understand that Chinese martial arts are often kept secret. If you consider me a friend, I will not be stingy, Tony expressed sincerely. Then it's settled, Lingcheng declared, sealing yet another deal. He recognized that Tony's generous offer also conveyed gratitude for his assistance. Lingcheng had always contemplated enhancing the Avengers' capabilities. A strong man is aided by others. As long as one's character is trustworthy, Lingcheng was more than willing to assist his allies. Who could understand the Avengers' integrity better than Lingcheng, who had seen their exploits on film? Moreover, with this funding, his plans for the King of Fighters organization could soon be realized. Chapter 27. The old man in a well-lit, heavily guarded estate somewhere in Miami. Sentinels patrolled diligently. Lingcheng stealthily lifted Tony onto the windowsill, retrieving the armor from his backpack to equip him. They exchanged a knowing glance before infiltrating the premises. In a spacious and illuminated corridor, 2 armed guards stood vigilantly, only to be swiftly subdued by Lingcheng with iron hands covering their faces, leading them into an adjacent room. He then collected the dropped weapons and followed inside, observing the 2 men now terrified under the scrutiny of Tony's laser cannon. I will ask questions, and you will provide answers. Noncompliance will result in your demise. Do you understand? Iron Man's emotionless mechanical voice resonated. It must be noted that the intimidating presence of 2 fully charged, gleaming laser cannons was indeed formidable. The 2 exchanged a quick glance and nodded urgently. The 2 individuals across from them trembled upon hearing Lingcheng's words, fearfully gazing at him, wondering if he were a devil. Soon after being questioned, their faces filled with despair as Lingcheng swiftly broke their necks. Tony, taken aback by Lingcheng's ruthless action, remarked that there was no need for murder. What if they wake up after being knocked out? Do you think they deserve forgiveness? Lingcheng retorted. Tony fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words, only knowing that Masterman was in the left hall. What now? Lingcheng sighed. He had previously scanned the area with his mental prowess and found no trace of Killian or Pepper. To capture a thief, one must first seize the king. Let us find Masterman and inquire about Pepper's whereabouts. Tony headed straight for the hall. Lingcheng initially intended to stop Tony from seeking the false Masterman, as his plan was to locate and eliminate Killian directly, but after some contemplation, he decided to accompany Tony. After neutralizing the guards at the entrance, the 2 entered a lavishly decorated room. Lingcheng couldn't help but smirk at the room's decor, which was ostentatiously designed to emphasize wealth. On a magnificent bed lay 2 stunning women, startled like deer, covering their mouths in terror at the sight of the intruders. Lingcheng raised a finger to his lips, signaling them to remain silent. The 2 women nodded obediently, their eyes instinctively darting towards the adjacent bathroom, pleased with their compliance. Lingcheng recalled how, in American films, regardless of a thief's or assassin's skill, they were always discovered by the beautiful women in the room, who would often cooperatively assist, showcasing the professionalism of American hot girls. Hey there, darling, have you been waiting long? Masterman, wrapped in a towel, emerged with a grin, only to be met by a laser cannon poised to fire. Hey, don't shoot. Take what you want, just don't harm me, he exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender. However, as he lifted his arms, the towel slipped, revealing an unsightly sight. Lingcheng quickly turned away, only to find the 2 beauties on the bed with equally distressed expressions covering their eyes. Come on, you were supposed to be here to serve him. Must you be so shocking? Lingcheng pondered incredulously. Tony, too, was taken aback, his hands trembling as he closely observed the scene, the laser cannon quivering in response. Had it not been for the concern over Pepper's safety, he might have fired at the old man without hesitation. Masterman, realizing the precariousness of his situation with the laser cannon trembling before him, hastily picked up the towel to cover himself properly and raised his hands once more in compliance. You 2, go into the bathroom, Tony instructed the two beauties, who quickly descended from the bed, forgetting their shoes as they hurried into the bathroom. Lingcheng observed their graceful movements, recalling his own thoughts about the lavish surroundings. The old man certainly knows how to indulge himself. He remarked to Masterman with a smile. Feel free to use whatever you need. Don't hold back, Masterman flattered, his eyes darting nervously. I'm far more beautiful than these two, thought Lingcheng as he looked at the cowardly old man with a chuckle. You are not Masterman. You are an imposter, Tony exclaimed with suspicion, having observed the old man's demeanor from the very beginning, which did not align with the ruthless reputation of Masterman. It's true. I am indeed a fake, the old man hurriedly replied. My name is Trevor's Lightly. Who are you? Are you the bait or a decoy? Tony queried, raising his laser cannon. I am neither a decoy. I am merely an actor playing this role. Masterman himself does not exist, the old man explained. He is merely a scapegoat. It seems Killian is the true mastermind, Lingcheng interjected. I do not know. I'm just an actor, a puppet, the old man lamented. I will ask again, where is that woman? Lingcheng pressed, placing a hand firmly on the old man's head. Feeling the increasing pressure and pain, the old man panicked. She's in the basement. She was taken to the basement. Just then gunfire erupted. Lingcheng swiftly dodged to the side. Sparks flew from Tony's armor as he also sought cover, while the old man's chest was pierced by several bullets, rendering him a lifeless corpse. Observing the old man's demise, Lingcheng and Iron Man exhibited contrasting expressions. Lingcheng appeared indifferent, as he had already deemed the old man deserving of death for his complicity in villainy, while Tony felt a pang of remorse at the sight of the fallen old man. The gunfire ceased, and a figure named Seven, enhanced and fortified, approached to assess the situation. Upon seeing the cold, lifeless body of the old man, his brow furrowed. Iron Man swiftly emerged, firing a laser that sent Seven flying. Lingcheng, with a decisive motion, severed the old man's head and tucked it into his backpack. What are you doing? Iron Man asked, maintaining a defensive stance, perplexed. My disciple, who lost his parents, deserves an explanation, Lingcheng replied softly. Suddenly, intense gunfire erupted as guards at the entrance began shooting wildly. Lingcheng ducked behind Iron Man, sparks flying from the armor. Stray bullets grazed Lingcheng, but only left minor wounds. Even a direct hit would not pierce his muscular form. Let's split up and take action, Lingcheng shouted to Tony, who was engaged in fierce combat. Without hesitation, he burst through a wall and dashed down a corridor, his mental prowess activated as he sought Killian. Countless bullets whizzed past him, creating a barrage of holes. Yet his speed, augmented by his mental acuity, allowed him to evade them entirely. Iron Man broke through to the rooftop, engaging in fierce gunfire, as the once serene estate transformed into a battlefield filled with chaos, gunshots, and explosions. Chapter 28. You Cannot Kill Me. Running with all his might, Lingcheng soon discovered a suspected entrance to the basement. He charged swiftly towards two guards blocking the way. Their frantic gunfire struck the air, as if hitting an invisible wall. In an instant, Lingcheng maneuvered past them and broke through the door, their upper bodies seemingly frozen in time before collapsing into two separate halves. In the narrow confines of the subterranean passage, two gunmen held their triggers firmly, their weapons spitting forth tongues of fire as spent shells cluttered the ground. Just as Lingcheng darted around the corner, he suddenly appeared behind them, snapping their necks amidst their incredulous gazes. Lingcheng, over here, Colonel Rhodey exclaimed, surprise lighting his face as Lingcheng approached the depths of the basement, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Lingcheng's eyes fell upon a figure clad in blue armor, ensnared by iron chains, and an empty secret passageway in the corner. He unwillingly released his mental energy in search of Killian, but found no trace of him. What troubles you? Colonel Rhodey inquired as he stepped closer. How long have they been gone? Lingcheng pondered aloud. Then why did they not take you with them? Because my resolve is unwavering, Rhodey replied. You have no idea. The leader's hand could generate extreme heat. I would have perished before emerging. Eventually, he deemed it too late and abandoned me. Rhodey expressed his relief. Lingcheng disregarded his words, having discerned that Pepper was not present and that the old man had been speaking nonsense. Killian had fled as well. After all that effort, they had only managed to rescue a fool. Lingcheng held no particular disdain for Colonel Rhodey, yet he was not inclined to like him either, a soldier whose mind was consumed with loyalty to America and, moreover, lacking in physical appeal. A fact Lingcheng would never admit. Casting a glance at the incessantly chattering Rhodey, Lingcheng vanished without a trace. After dispatching a sniper, he approached Tony. What is the status? Tony asked, lifting his mask, anxiety etched across his features. I found no sign of Pepper in the basement. And Killian has escaped, Lingcheng lamented. Damn it, Tony cursed, worry clear upon his countenance, evidently disheartened by the outcome. At least we have your old friend, Colonel Rhodey, secured in the basement. It's not a total loss, Lingcheng reassured him. Rhodey? How is he here? Iron Man queried, perplexed. It seems they intended to execute something nefarious aboard your donated Patriot. But fortunately, they failed, Lingcheng elucidated. Hey, you're here, Rhodey exclaimed as he emerged from the basement. Jarvis, initiate a full search. We must locate them, Tony commanded. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied with meticulous precision. Within the manor's chamber, the three regrouped for a brief respite, while Tony repaired the armor belonging to himself and Rhodey. Since their target is the president, they will undoubtedly strike again. We must ensure the president's safety, Rhodey suggested suddenly. Waiting is not my style, Tony frowned. Meanwhile, Lingcheng scrutinized a series of images displayed on the computer, all of which were potential hideouts for Killian, as deduced by Jarvis's analysis. We should head to this port, Lingcheng declared, pointing resolutely at an image reminiscent of his memory. Why this one? Tony queried, studying the port's depiction. It's better to investigate than to remain idle. Isn't it? Lingcheng asserted without hesitation. You intend to deceive us into protecting the president. I seek vengeance, while Tony is concerned for Pepper's safety. We cannot afford to wait, Lingcheng frowned. That is not what I meant, Rhodey exclaimed in a fluster. I don't care what you meant. If I perceive it that way, then that is how it is, Lingcheng thought stubbornly. Forget it. I will go alone. I'll inform you if I receive any news. Lingcheng waved his hand and set off. I will go with you, Tony pondered before adding. You cannot be so reckless, Roddy remarked helplessly. However, Lingcheng ignored him and proceeded directly. On the vehicle heading to the port, Tony looked at Lingcheng and asked, Do you truly have confidence? Yes, Lingcheng replied. Are you familiar with Chinese fortune-telling? He intended to activate his persuasion mode once again. I trust you, Tony replied unexpectedly, choosing to believe in Lingcheng without any inquiry. This left Lingcheng at a loss for words after crafting an elaborate explanation, feeling quite frustrated. Why didn't he just ask? Yet, the sensation of being trusted was undeniably pleasant. Lingcheng thought to himself. Master, 2 hours ago, the president was attacked at the airport. The assailants caused significant damage, and the Patriot has sustained severe injuries. Fortunately, the president was unharmed. 2 of the assailants died before fleeing. Jarvis's voice suddenly resonated in Tony's ear. Track them, Tony promptly ordered. Any updates? Lingcheng inquired. As Tony listened to Jarvis's report, he cast a peculiar glance at Lingcheng, stating, Your calculations are remarkably accurate. As darkness descended, on the immense cargo ship at the port, Killian wore a grim expression while observing Pepper, who was still enduring the effects of the extremist virus. I must admit, Tony is a formidable adversary, and that damn Chinese man beside him. Yet, he resolved not to concede defeat. He still held Lingcheng as a card. He would make him pay for his demise. Killian's face twisted with madness. His plans had been thwarted repeatedly. And now he sought revenge against Iron Man and Lingcheng. Unbeknownst to him, the very individuals he intended to confront were already approaching. On the elevated platform of the cargo ship, 2 patrolling henchmen were struck by laser beams, screaming as they plummeted from the heights. Tony circled the platform, launching attacks that drew the gunmen's fire. Meanwhile, Lingcheng began to ascend the platform. Just as he neared the summit, a torrent of flames cascaded down upon him. An enhanced individual named Seven emitted a fiery breath, glowing red. Lingcheng utilized his mental waves to deflect the flames. Striving to climb higher, his mental energy was depleting quickly. His mastery in this realm was not profound, and he felt a sense of fatigue creeping in. Fortunately, Seven paused, panting heavily, clearly exhausted from exerting his abilities. As Lingcheng approached the summit, a glint of malice flickered in Seven's eyes, and he prepared to unleash flames once more. Lingcheng could not allow that. He had initially aimed to conserve his mental energy using a few teleportations to ascend the platform. But now he found himself in a dire situation. With a swift motion, he gestured at Seven, who looked terrified as flames erupted from his mouth. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, engulfing the platform in flames, and Lingcheng was thrown back, his face covered in soot. Yet a cold smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Moments earlier, he had cleverly tossed out a rocket that he had stored in his backpack. This will not be your end, Lingcheng thought fiercely. Chapter 29, The Mecha Legion. Lingcheng swung his body vigorously, propelling himself onto the platform. Seven, caught at close range by a grenade, could only shield his head with both arms in a state of panic. However, fortune favored him, as he lost an arm and a leg, but survived. The body rapidly healed, and with gritted teeth, he struggled to rise from the ground. Upon lifting his gaze, he found a figure looming before him. Saiwen's body stiffened slightly, and a cold bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. How tragic. Did your mother never tell you not to play with fire when you were a child? Lingcheng remarked as he lunged toward Saiwen, ready to strike. It was his style to seize the opportunity to end a life when weakness presented itself. However, fate had other plans. Just as Lingcheng prepared to finish off Saiwen, Killian, flanked by 4 others, charged in, radiating murderous intent. Their eyes confirmed they were indeed individuals capable of unleashing flames. 5 dragons of fire surged towards Lingcheng with a ferocity that threatened to incinerate all in their path. Lingcheng could only raise his hand in a futile attempt to shield himself as the flames collided with an invisible barrier, dispersing violently in all directions. The air distorted with the immense force, propelling Lingcheng backward and carving a deep trench into the platform. The scene fell into a tense stalemate. What the hell is Tony doing? Why is everyone here? Lingcheng felt his mental energy waning, frustration etched across his face. He attempted to gather his remaining focus to cast a teleportation spell, but multitasking proved impossible. He could not summon the spell. And the brief pause before teleportation would surely render him a charred remains. Lingcheng's eyes darted around, searching for an escape route. In the next moment, his mental energy was completely depleted. The 5 fire dragons advanced unimpeded toward him, prompting Lingcheng to turn and flee, leaping off the platform. He sent several large objects flying and executed a stylish dive into the sea. However, inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of salt water. He could swim, but the water's quality was abysmal. Covering his mouth and nose, he surfaced, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. Meanwhile, where was Iron Man? He was locked in an intense gaze with Pepper on the deck of a cargo ship. Should the drenched Lingcheng catch sight of this scene, he would undoubtedly unleash a tirade, cursing the heartless creature for being so heartless. I thought I would never see you again, Pepper said, her face pale, yet radiant with happiness. I will not let anything happen to you, Tony replied, lifting his mask to smile at her. Did you come alone? Pepper suddenly inquired. No, I have Lingcheng with me, the mysterious Chinese individual I mentioned. Without his assistance, I wouldn't have found you so easily, Iron Man explained. Just then, he glimpsed a tremendous explosion erupting on the platform. He can't be in danger, can he? Pepper asked, concern etching her features, though she desperately needed Tony's support. She understood the gravity of the situation. Tony's gaze flickered toward the sea of flames on the platform, a glimmer of worry crossing his face. Jarvis, how is my Iron Dance preparation coming along? Tony inquired. Master, it is fully prepared, Jarvis responded. Then let us commence. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, several figures plummeted from the sky and landed on the deck. It was Killian and his crew, who had just dealt with Lingcheng. Tony, long time no see, Killian said, suppressing the crimson glow around him, his voice dripping with menace. Where's Lingcheng? Tony positioned Pepper protectively behind him, his expression grave. Are you still concerned about that kid? You should focus on your own predicament, Killian sneered. You are utterly insane, Tony replied, his voice low and steady. He needed to buy time. Insane? I still vividly recall the humiliation you inflicted upon me that fateful night on a rooftop. I waited for you for what felt like an eternity, contemplating the notion of stepping off the edge. Yet, as I prepared to take that step, gazing at the world before me, I realized that I no longer wished for death. I craved to make this world tremble beneath my feet. Killian shouted in a fit of rage. Upon hearing Killian's words, Tony appeared utterly bewildered. He could not recall any story involving this individual. Have you mistaken me for someone else? The only stories I have are with beautiful women, Tony remarked, utterly speechless. You don't remember? I will make you truly feel my anguish, Killian roared, seemingly insulted. Wait, Tony interjected hastily, sensing Killian's intent to strike. But his efforts were in vain, as Killian was already beyond furious. As Lingcheng struggled towards the cargo ship in his only known dog-style maneuver, he spotted streaks of light flashing across the sky. He understood that Iron Man was unleashing his full arsenal. Tony embraced Pepper and ascended into the air, while Killian and his subordinates lunged forward in an attempt to thwart them, only to be met with a barrage of laser fire. The lasers relentlessly pursued the group, leading to chaos. After the commotion subsided, Killian, hiding behind various cover, looked up at the dozens of armored suits hovering above, his frustration mounting. Lingcheng, having just climbed aboard the cargo ship, leaned against it, gazing at Iron Man's formidable army of mechs. Dashing. Who among men does not harbor a dream of piloting a mech? Alas, The rich rely on technology, while the poor depend on mutation. This is not mere rhetoric. Even if Tony were to gift Lingcheng a mech, he could not afford its maintenance. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately. An electronic voice boomed from the sky. Yet, Killian's group showed no inclination to capitulate. Instead, they seemed more enraged. After injecting the despair virus, they were prone to bouts of madness when provoked. Otherwise, Lingcheng would have been quite envious of that limb-repairing ability. On a platform, Tony switched to another suit of armor and launched himself towards Killian with lethal intent. Several laser blasts struck Killian's back, knocking him to the ground. Yet he swiftly rose, a crimson glow enveloping him as his injuries healed. A fiery projectile burst forth from his mouth, shattering Tony's armor, forcing him to eject and don a new suit for a renewed assault. While Tony engaged Killian, Lingcheng stealthily set his sights on the fiercely battling Saven. Just as Saven, overwhelmed by the relentless mech assaults, was about to erupt in fury, a shadowy figure surged forth. With a swift strike, Lingcheng arrived at Saven's side, unleashing a torrent of blows. Xiaofeng, Ba, Jiubei, Inyuqin. In a desperate struggle, Saven emitted a red glow on the verge of unleashing flames. However, a massive hand firmly pressed against his mouth, igniting a burst of purple flames. Cool. Chapter 30, The Final Kill. Saven in the pit had been reduced to ashes. Lingcheng rose and brushed off his hands, only to see a mech charging towards him. What on earth? Could it be friend or foe? As Lingcheng pondered, the mech suddenly opened, coming to a halt before him. Was this an invitation? Turning around, the open mech enveloped him completely. A red light flashed at the helmet, and the mech leapt several meters into the air, hastily grasping a nearby steel beam to stabilize itself. The first time manipulating the mech, Lingcheng felt somewhat at a loss. It was undeniably enjoyable. Lingcheng, stop playing. I'm about to collapse. Help! Came Tony's voice pleading through the helmet. No sooner had Tony uttered these words than the mech on Lingcheng automatically activated, propelling him towards the raised platform. Lingcheng pondered how Tony could be so generous as to lend him the mech, only to realize he was in dire need of assistance. Was this a ride-hailing system? He mused within the confines of the mech. If Iron Man were to learn that his mech, akin to a wife in Lingcheng's eyes, was likened to a ride-hailing service, would he not be furious? As Lingcheng soared to the high platform, Iron Man was being held aloft by Killian, who grasped him with one hand, a sinister red glow emanating from it. Tony, scrambling from the back of the mech, stumbled a few steps and shouted at Lingcheng to take action. However, Lingcheng remained unresponsive. Encased in the hulking metal, he found himself unable to exert his strength. Ultimately realizing he was unable to disengage from the mech and could only plead, "Let me out." Once the mech opened from behind, Lingcheng leaped out, only to be met with a fiery blast that obliterated the mech, as Killian was not one to idle. What a meddlesome fool, Lingcheng thought as he dodged the oncoming fire, contemplating the extent of Killian's viral enhancements. How formidable! Evading desperately, Lingcheng couldn't help but marvel at the situation. Tony, now clad in a new mech, unleashed a laser cannon that sent Killian staggering, allowing Lingcheng to seize the opportunity to close in. A powerful punch struck Killian in the abdomen. Bullseye, Lingcheng silently celebrated. Yet, Killian merely took a couple of steps back before regaining his footing and retaliating with a sweeping kick aimed at Lingcheng. In a flash, Lingcheng, refusing to defend himself, clawed at Killian's chest. The counterattack sent him flying, and he adjusted his posture mid-air, landing atop a shipping container. Rubbing his sore back, he winced slightly, gazing up at Killian, who puzzled him with his surprising agility for someone who should be a scholar, coupled with his self-healing capabilities. He was indeed a formidable opponent. "I will not be defeated. Both of you will perish here," Killian sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the rapidly healing claw marks on his body. "Ugh, how revolting. You're biting your lip. Are you a freak?" Lingcheng retorted with a shiver. Upon hearing this, Killian's body stiffened, his face darkening with rage. "You're asking for death." As Killian, infuriated and relentless, pursued him, Lingcheng discreetly signaled Tony, urging him to devise a solution quickly. TSK, did I hit a sore spot? You're not. A gay, are you?" Lingcheng continued to taunt, evading and delaying as he maneuvered. He couldn't eliminate Killian, but neither could his opponent hope to vanquish him. His extraordinary physical prowess, coupled with the agility bestowed by the power of the serpent, left him in an undefeated state. On the rooftop, Killian, like an enraged bull, charged at Lingcheng, bathed in a crimson hue as he unleashed frenzied attacks. Lingcheng, like a nimble monkey, leaped and bounded, his incessant banter unwavering. Watching Lingcheng dart past him, and observing Killian, who disregarded him in pursuit of Lingcheng, left Tony utterly astonished. It was his first encounter with the formidable sharpness of Lingcheng's tongue, which had so effectively provoked Killian. With a fist engulfed in violet flames, Lingcheng struck against Killian once more, retreating a few steps after the clash. Killian forcefully extinguished the purple flames on his hands, his face flushed and breath coming in ragged gasps, streams of air escaping from his nostrils. He realized that if this continued, he would be exhausted by this Chinese boy. The virus was formidable, yet the energy of his body was not infinite. Each use drained his vitality. Killian reminded himself to remain calm, and suddenly turned to attack Tony. The bewildered Tony, caught off guard, was about to evade the rushing air currents beneath his feet when Killian seized his foot and slammed him onto the platform. As he saw the flames beginning to erupt from Killian's mouth, adrenaline surged through Tony's veins, and his mind raced with various escape plans. There was no time, Tony thought to himself. Just then, Lingcheng seized Killian's chin from behind, forcefully lifting it, directing the flames skyward. Lingcheng, having saved Tony, seized the opportunity, channeling immense strength in his hands, ready to snap Killian's neck. Sensing imminent death, Killian summoned all his potential, gripping Lingcheng's wrist as the intense heat erupted. Lingcheng cried out in pain, his wrist constricted, hindering his strength. Yet, with a surge of determination, Lingcheng ignited the purple flames in his hands. Adopting an unwavering stance, Killian howled, the flames burning fiercely above him as immense power twisted his neck, creaking ominously. It seemed as if his head might be severed at any moment, veins bulging, as he clutched Lingcheng's wrist with all his might, facing a life-or-death crisis. Thus, they found themselves in a stalemate, both injured yet unwilling to relent. Tony, rising from the ground with a laser cannon in hand, hesitated to fire, fearing the entangled duo would be caught in the crossfire. Lingcheng signaled frantically for Tony to shoot, while Killian's brow twitched, his struggles intensifying. Suddenly, Killian rolled backward, pulling Lingcheng down with him, and it appeared Killian might escape. In an instant, Killian's aura surged, and with a loud wail, he unleashed the purple flames. A sickening crack echoed as Lingcheng twisted Killian's head a full 180 degrees. At that critical moment, having reached 50 energy points, Lingcheng unleashed his explosive power. He collapsed to the ground, gasping, his hands trembling violently from exertion, his wrists charred, with a faint scent of burnt flesh wafting through the air. "Are you all right?" Iron Man approached. "Get that idiot a few more shots to the head," Lingcheng shouted. "If he is not dead yet, it'll be disastrous." "Yes, turn to ash," Tony replied with a chuckle. Lingcheng turned his head to discover that Killian's body had spontaneously ignited. "Your injuries are severe. You need immediate treatment," Tony said, crouching with a frown. "It's nothing serious. I'll recover on my own. Just incredibly painful," Lingcheng lamented. In Tony's private hospital, he and Pepper watched as the doctor treated Lingcheng, cleaning the necrotic flesh from his hand to reveal blackened bone. Both Tony and Pepper gasped in horror, while Lingcheng's face turned ashen. "It's over," Lingcheng suddenly cried out. "I'm definitely going to have a scar." Chapter 31. The Unexpected Arrival of Luca. The others in the hospital room were startled by Lingcheng's wail, and upon hearing his concern about scarring at such a moment, they collectively rolled their eyes at him. "If this can offer you some solace, then so be it," Tony remarked nonchalantly. "Absolutely not. I cannot agree." Pepper interjected urgently, attempting to halt the conversation. Tony glanced at Pepper, then raised his hands in a gesture of resignation to Lingcheng, indicating that there was nothing more to be done. Lingcheng felt as though he had just been inundated with romantic overtures. He found himself yearning for my joie again. "All right, you have no further business here. Pepper and I shall take our leave. As you know, she has certain hazards that require our attention." Tony bid farewell. Lingcheng hesitated. He had more to discuss with Tony, but upon reflection, he realized that sharing his thoughts would only add to his frustrations. Perhaps another time. Soon. The hospital room was left with Lingcheng alone. Closing his eyes, he opened King of Fighter's Destiny, only to discover something unusual. In addition to the standard and advanced recruitments, a new option for random recruitment had appeared, and it was clickable. Random recruitment? Lingcheng perused the page for some time, but could not locate any explanation. Was this yet another modified version? Nevertheless, with the mindset of not passing up a good opportunity, he clicked on the recruitment option. He successfully recruited Looker. Lingcheng's heart raced as he read the prompt on the screen, uncertainly confirming it several times. Looker, SSR. However, as a minute passed, then 5, despair began to wash over him. The promised Looker was nowhere to be found, neither on the screen nor in the room. Where was Looker? Had a bug occurred? Where could he find customer service? Where's my looker? Lingcheng lamented softly. At that very moment, in a narrow alley on a street in Spain, a figure nearly 2 meters tall, clad in a tight black suit, materialized silently. Had Lingcheng been present, he would have exclaimed in recognition of the iconic 2 whiskers on a man's lips, "My looker." Looker surveyed his surroundings cautiously, still trying to comprehend the situation. He had been admiring his collection of statues in his room just moments ago. How had he suddenly appeared here? Was this an enemy's ploy? He clenched his hand, the familiar power quickly calming him. Whoever was orchestrating this, he would crush them, a cruel smile emerging at the corners of Looker's mouth. A black man was violently slammed against the wall, collapsing to the ground in terror. Just moments ago, the towering figure had appeared beside him, lifting him effortlessly while uttering incomprehensible words. After he had drawn his gun, it was crushed in an instant. Was this even human? "We want," the black man stammered, unable to recall when he had offended such a ruthless individual. Spanish? As a major drug lord, Looker was fluent in many languages, Spanish included, having a firm grip on the drug trade in Spain. "Is this Spain?" Looker casually inquired in Spanish. Upon seeing the unsteady black man, he quickly assessed that he posed no threat whatsoever. "Of course this is Spain. Boss, I don't know where I've offended you. Just spare me." The black man pleaded, bewildered. "You have not offended me. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. You will answer my inquiries, and if you utter any further nonsense, then you will truly offend me." Looker replied impatiently, his right eye glowing ominously, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty beast. After acquiring the information he sought, Looker remained momentarily taken aback. This is a realm entirely distinct from his own. He has unwittingly entered another world. What has become of his cherished collection? With this thought, Luca struck the wall with a tremendous blow, shattering it. He should have realized that even in a narrow alley, the air brims with energy, something that would have been deemed a sanctuary for cultivation in his previous world. It was Luca's passion to immortalize the vanquished in bronze statues, treasures that represented the essence of his existence. At this moment, Luca, having traversed into this new realm, could think of nothing but his beloved statues. Though he was uncertain as to why he was pondering such nonsensical questions, the opportunity presented itself for the man of color to stealthily shift his position. "You may perish." Luca's eyes glinted menacingly as he seized the man's head and forcefully thrust it into the wall. The man, taken aback, never anticipated such a lethal response. The information he had meticulously prepared, details of his leader's stronghold, hidden caches of money, ledgers, and mistresses, would never see the light of day. Poor soul, even in his final moments. He believed Luca to be an adversary of his gang. Luca then darted to the rooftop, gazing down at the bustling streets below, lost in silence. Yet, he soon accepted the harsh reality, followed closely by an ambition that had long lain dormant. He would reconstruct his underground empire in this world and reclaim his cherished statues. What on earth does random recruitment entail? In a hospital room, Lingcheng remained deep in thought. The system had never faltered. It clearly indicated the recruitment of Luca. Yet neither he nor the fighter appeared in the room. Suddenly, a realization struck him, prompting him to shake his head in denial. He hoped it was not as he feared. This world was already engulfed in turmoil. If his suspicions were correct, it would be an abomination. Days later, in the dojo hall of the Kensington district in New York, Zhou Zheng and Mo were diligently practicing their punches. After tending to his parents' affairs, Zhou Zheng had moved into the dojo, a prior arrangement made before Lingcheng departed. Maizhua stood at the entrance, frequently glancing outside. Lingcheng had promised to arrive today, hence the dojo's members gathered in anticipation. And she had not taken her eyes off the door since morning. What was the beauty waiting for? Suddenly, a pair of arms encircled Maizhua from behind. Her body stiffened momentarily before relaxing. Turning to face the smiling Lingcheng, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 32, Fiery Vise. Upon hearing Lingcheng's voice, the 3 individuals in the room ceased their activities, joyfully rushing towards the entrance. Lingcheng looked at his 3 disciples, warmth swelling in his heart as he inquired, "Have you 3 been practicing diligently?" "Master, how have I performed?" Peter asked, eager for praise. The incantation, he thought, need not be voiced aloud. Lingcheng, bemused, had not anticipated that the young spider would take his jest so earnestly. If it were anyone else, Lingcheng would have thought them overly gullible and encouraged others to tease him. But Peter was family, and seeing him so easily led astray made Lingcheng's face flush with embarrassment. "I believe saying it aloud makes it even more powerful," Peter replied, utterly perplexed. "As long as you are happy." Lingcheng waved his hand dismissively. "Master, Zhou Zheng and I have sensed the energy." Will interjected, finally seizing the moment. Very good, Lingcheng praised, It is remarkable that you have cultivated your energy so swiftly. Although the energy intensity in this world is high, your efforts are indispensable. He felt a sense of joy for them. Upon hearing Lingcheng's commendation, both Will and Zhou Zheng were beaming with excitement. It was an extraordinary moment. Even Little Spider seemed a bit envious. All right, enough of that. There are still children around, Lingcheng said, glancing down at Maiju in his arms with a smile. Maiju then detached from Lingcheng's embrace, declaring, I'll go prepare a meal for you, before dashing away. What's with the staring? Peter, go practice, Will said, leaving Zhou Zheng behind. Lingcheng inquired, are you feeling better? He observed Zhou Zheng's noticeably quiet demeanor. Zhou Zheng's face turned pale at the sight of the severed head. But upon recognizing its features, a profound hatred flickered in his eyes. I have avenged my grievances. This person was not the mastermind, but the true orchestrator is also dead. I personally snapped his neck. Lingcheng comforted him. Your revenge has been fulfilled, and your parents can now rest in peace. If there is anything they would wish for, it would be your well-being. Many have likely said similar things to you, so I shall not linger on it. The martial arts school will be your home from now on. With that, Lingcheng ignited the severed head, reducing it to ashes. I am your master, and you are my disciple. It is only right, he added, ruffling Zhou Zheng's hair and giving him a gentle push to indicate he could leave. Do you need assistance? Lingcheng leaned against the kitchen door, observing Maiju's silhouette as she cooked. No need. I will prepare your meal, Maiju replied, swiftly transforming a potato into shreds with deft movements. Impressive, truly impressive, Lingcheng praised. Maiju turned with a raised eyebrow and a proud smile. Old friends? Aside from the boss, where would I find friends? Maiju wondered aloud. Then allow me to perform a magic trick for you. Lingcheng said with a smile as he activated an R-rated fighter summoning card. A tall figure materialized, sporting a strikingly short red hairstyle and clad in an outfit reminiscent of a soccer star. Simply put, she was stunning. Lingcheng silently commended the designer once more. This, Maiju exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the boss to summon VES. Maiju? VES, slightly bewildered, responded softly as she gazed at the delighted Maiju. What was the situation? Although she had a good relationship with Maiju, it was not intimate enough to warrant such familiarity. Welcome, Lingcheng interjected. VES frowned, scrutinizing the man beside her. Who was this unpleasant man? He seemed to be her boss, and such a thought naturally crossed her mind. As she approached Lingcheng, VES carefully examined this man who evoked a sense of familiarity within her. However, his scent was rather pleasant. Shaking her head, VES thought, no man is worth trusting. They deserve to be torn to shreds. Well, perhaps not him. Boss, VES called out reluctantly. Good girl, Lingcheng replied with a beaming smile. Good girl? V's eyes widened in disbelief, her fists clenching tightly. How dare he? Even if he were her boss, such treatment was unacceptable. No one had ever treated her in such a pet-like manner. A surge of rage welled within her, but after a lengthy internal struggle, she finally exhaled, turning her head away in silence. Majora gazed at Weiss and couldn't help but smile faintly. While others may not comprehend her essence, she understood Weiss all too well, a woman of unyielding ferocity, harboring disdain for nearly everyone, particularly men. Those who fell into her grasp emerged unscathed. Yet now, before their employer, she appeared as a mere punching bag. Lingcheng, too, found himself a victim of circumstance. He had no inkling of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Weiss's mind. His intentions were simple. He assumed that those summoned would be akin to Majuru. Complimenting her seemed harmless, but sensing Weiss's discontent, Lingcheng decided to withdraw, leaving the dialogue to Majuru and her. You two handle the cooking. I shall take my leave. He waved his hand and promptly vanished. Cooking? Weiss stood there dumbfounded. Did he just suggest we prepare a meal? Indeed. I am aware you lack the skills. I shall manage, Majuru replied with a smile. Are you truly Majuru? Weiss questioned, her worldview shaken at the sight of Majuru embodying the archetype of a devoted wife. This cold-blooded assassin, who was as frigid as ice, was now engaged in culinary endeavors. Are you still uncertain of my identity? Majuru retorted, rinsing the vegetables with ease. Weiss scrutinized her closely. The resemblance was undeniable. After taking a whiff, it truly was Majuru. Regardless, you must learn eventually. Why not start by washing these vegetables while I saute the potatoes? Majuru offered, making space for Weiss as she heated the oil. Observing Majuru's intense focus, Weiss glanced at the bag of vegetables, feeling utterly vexed. Learn to cook? No way. Chapter 33, The Pat on the Head. I cannot do this. Frustrated, she scattered the vegetables and fled the kitchen. Hey, who are you? The little spider questioned, perplexed, as Weiss emerged from the room. Get lost. Weiss scowled. charging towards the little spider. With the boss off limits and Majoru untouchable, this unfamiliar child was simply out of luck. In an impulsive move, Majoru lunged towards the little spider, intent on executing a shoulder throw, but failed to grasp him. The little spider, relying on his spider sense, instinctively dodged, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos. "Auntie, please stop. We can discuss this," the little spider implored urgently. "Auntie?" This child, calling her beautiful as a flower his aunt? Weiss felt the veins on her forehead threaten to burst. She was determined to eliminate this insolent brat. Initially prepared to intervene at the sound of commotion, Lingcheng paused upon hearing Auntie, deciding it best to steer clear and silently commending the little spider for his audacity. A true iron-willed young man, indeed. "Auntie, if you persist, I shall retaliate," the little spider shouted, sensing Weiss's unwavering resolve. "Retaliate? Show me." Weiss seethed, her eyes blazing with fury, with hesitation plaguing him. The little spider found himself at a disadvantage as Weiss swiftly seized his wrist, a cruel smile flickering at the corners of her mouth. In that moment, regret washed over him. He should not have held back. Harnessing the formidable strength of a giant serpent, Weiss unleashed a sudden burst of power, hurling the little spider through the air. She took several steps back, leaping high, ready to send him crashing to the ground. Lingcheng watched in horror as the two neared the freshly purchased screen, his eyelids twitching as he instinctively exclaimed, "Yammeet!" In the air, Weiss was momentarily taken aback by Lingcheng's call, turning her gaze in his direction. The little spider, however, seized the opportunity to break free from its captor, shooting a silk strand from its left hand to cling to the ceiling, while its right hand flung strands of silk onto Weiss, wrapping her up like a rice dumpling in a dazzling display. "Let me go," Weiss protested, her arms struggling against the overwhelming silk that bound her, leaving her with no choice but to surrender. "Master, who is this lady? She terrified me." The little spider dangled from the ceiling, panting slightly. Upon hearing the spider's words and seeing the fiery glare from Weiss, Lingcheng's eyelids twitched. "Could you please be quiet? This is your other master's sister. Hurry up and lower her down," he admonished, glancing at Weiss, still suspended in midair. "What? How didn't he know?" The little spider replied hastily. "I was just acting in self-defense." Lingcheng, standing below, took hold of the bundled-up Weiss, leaving only her head visible, and sheepishly remarked, "They're all my disciples. They're on our side." As Lingcheng felt the sticky strands of silk on his hands and glanced at Weiss, who was bound tightly, he suddenly empathized with her plight. Yet, who could blame her for her fiery temper? This predicament was, after all, of her own making. It must be uncomfortable. "Try not to be so impulsive next time, all right? We are all on the same side," he comforted, gently ruffling Weiss' hair. Though she had endured injuries without shedding a tear, Weiss' eyes turned red as she felt the audacity of Lingcheng touching her head. How dare he? Her nose tinged with the scent of tears, she felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Observing her eyes welling with unshed tears from his comfort, Lingcheng paused, reflecting that despite her fierce temperament and ruthless nature, she was still a good girl at heart. With a surge of violet flames igniting in his hands, the temperature around them soared, causing the silk to dry and fall away, swiftly liberating Weiss. "It's all right now, it's all right," Lingcheng said as he once again gave her a gentle pat on the head. "Ah!" A high-pitched scream erupted from Weiss' lips as she seized Lingcheng's hand, rolling around with him. Around the dining table, the atmosphere grew awkward as everyone gathered. The three disciples sat stiffly, while Weiss' expression was frosty, as if everyone present owed her a considerable fortune. Maizhuo whispered words of comfort to Weiss, while Lingcheng, touching the band-aid on his face, wore a wry smile. "It's all a misunderstanding. Let us eat," Lingcheng suggested, noticing the silence that had lingered. He gestured for everyone to begin their meal. The three disciples exchanged glances, hesitant to make a move. Lingcheng served each of them a generous portion of dishes, and only then did they cautiously begin to eat. Maizhuo, unconcerned about Weiss, happily enjoyed the food Lingcheng had served her. Weiss frowned slightly at the dish Lingcheng placed in her bowl, her eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. "Are you not going to eat? Should I feed you?" Lingcheng teased, holding a piece of braised pork near her lips. Weiss, startled and at a loss, kept her mouth tightly shut, but Lingcheng did not relent. The glossy piece of pork lingered at her lips as if it were a delightful balm. "Ah, open your mouth," Lingcheng suddenly instructed. Instinctively, Weiss parted her lips, and the delectable pork was thrust into her mouth. She couldn't help but savor it. Realizing what had happened, her face flushed a bright crimson. "Delicious, isn't it? Maizhuo's cooking talent is indeed commendable," Lingcheng remarked with a satisfied tone, enjoying the moment. Not at all. It's still not authentic enough. One cannot truly learn the essence of Chinese cuisine in America, Maiju humbly remarked, observing Wei Si devour the meat. Lingcheng watched as she reached for a piece of fish, preparing to feed him again. Wei Si promptly lifted her bowl to eat for herself. That's more like it. We are all family here. You need not put on airs. When have you ever eaten so genteelly? Lingcheng chuckled, savoring the fish in his mouth, genuinely delighted by the taste. He once again praised Maiju's culinary skills. Seeing Lingcheng put his chopsticks in his mouth, Wei Si stiffened momentarily, realizing the very chopsticks had been in her mouth moments before. What does this mean? An indirect kiss? At this thought, her cheeks began to flush once more. She felt as if she were becoming someone else entirely. Chapter 34, Little Loli. The transformations in Wei Si went unnoticed by the four steadfast men present, including Lingcheng. As for Maiju, he merely cast a sidelong glance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Maiju's meat is incredibly delicious, Zhou Zheng mused. Chinese cuisine is exquisite. I adore it, was Will's sentiment. The master's cooking is superb, even better than Annie's. No, equally delightful, thought Little Spider, watching the three little rascals devour the delectable feast on the table. Wei Si felt her forehead vein pulse in irritation as she attempted to enjoy the meal in peace. A glance at Lingcheng and Maiju revealed that although their expressions remained unchanged, their speed in grabbing food was almost a blur. It seemed they had unleashed the full force of the serpent's might. Wei Si was speechless and quickly joined the fray. Before long, the table was cleared of all its dishes. Wei Si patted her round belly, feeling thoroughly satisfied, yet begrudged that they had eaten more than she did. Observing the semi-slumped figures of her companions and the beaming gaze of her boss, she discreetly lowered her hand resting on her stomach. As evening fell and her little disciples took their leave, Lingcheng led Maiju and Wei Si out for a stroll to help Wei Si acclimate to her surroundings. In the bustling square, the throng of people parted for Lingcheng, accompanied by two stunning beauties, drawing the attention of passers-by. A little girl selling flowers caught sight of Lingcheng, and her eyes lit up as she scampered towards him. Lingcheng was taken aback by the sudden interruption, finding her utterly adorable. The girl barely reached his thigh, with golden curls framing her fair complexion and large, naturally captivating eyes. Dressed in a slightly faded maid outfit, her beauty was undeniable, though a hint of mischief in her gaze somewhat marred her perfection. Nonetheless, she was a quintessential little Loli, as defined by the seasoned Lingcheng. "Excuse me, little sister, do you need something?" Lingcheng inquired with a smile. "Uncle, why not buy a flower for your girlfriend?" The little girl chirped, her bright voice occasionally darting glances at the two beauties beside Lingcheng, raising an eyebrow and offering a knowing look. "I have no idea what you're talking about. What does uncle even mean?" Lingcheng's brows twitched in confusion. The charm of the little girl had all but vanished. "There's no rain. I'm feeling a bit down and don't wish to buy," Lingcheng said, glancing up at the overcast sky. The little girl furrowed her brow and looked up as well, tilting her head in confusion. "Where is the rain? And where is the uncle?" Lingcheng sighed. Upon hearing Lingcheng's words, Maiju stifled a laugh, while Vizzy was quite different, bursting into a boisterous laugh with her crimson lips. "Uncle, that's you." The passers-by were captivated by the exuberant demeanor of this confident lady, while Vizzy paid no heed, her gaze directed towards the little Loli, exuding a sense of shared enmity. The little Loli, undeterred by the lack of support, pouted defiantly. "Uncle, don't make trouble. Look, even Annie is laughing at you." Vizzy's laughter abruptly ceased. "You little brat, who are you calling Annie?" she exclaimed in a fury, ready to teach the annoying child a lesson, only to be stopped by Lingcheng's amused grasp. The little Loli, intimidated by Vizzy's imposing presence, took a few steps back. "Little sister, I want as many flowers as you have," Lingcheng declared in high spirits. "Really?" The little Loli gasped, her momentary excitement causing her to overlook the irate Vizzy. "Uncle, how many do you want?" "I have plenty," she said, fluttering her large eyes adorably. "I'll take as many as you have," Lingcheng replied, wrapping his arm around Vizzy's waist to restrain her from lashing out. "Then wait a moment. I'll go get the flowers," the little Loli said before dashing away. Lingcheng watched the little girl bounce away, somewhat speechless, as if he had been cast as the unsuspecting sheep. After the little Loli departed, Vizzy regained her composure, stepping aside in silence as she removed Lingcheng's hand from her waist. "Don't be upset, sister. Frowning ages you quickly," Lingcheng joked in an attempt to console her. "Not older than you," Vizzy huffed. "I'm 25. You're 27, Lingcheng declared, his straightforwardness shining through. Vizzy glared at him, trembling with indignation but unable to articulate her thoughts. This man, I could just strangle him, she thought, her face flushing anew as she turned to present Lingcheng with a graceful silhouette. Boss, I'm older than you too, Maizhua murmured softly. A woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. Lingcheng replied with a grin, understanding the implications in Maizhua's gaze. Uncle, I'm back, the little lowly exclaimed breathlessly, returning to Lingcheng's side. Faced with a dozen children clutching flower baskets, Lingcheng felt a wave of exasperation. Isn't it true that if time permitted, you could gather all the flowers in New York for me? He lamented. Bye, he added, resigned. All right, the little lowly, with the poise of a miniature adult, gestured for her companions to present the flowers. After collecting the payment, she waved her hand and led her troop away, leaving Lingcheng and his companions amidst a sea of roses. Lingcheng gathered a substantial bouquet, tying it with the fabric left by the little girl, and cheerfully presented it to Maizhua. Fresh flowers for a beautiful lady, he declared, with a look of surprise. Maizhua accepted the flowers and boldly bestowed a passionate kiss upon Lingcheng. Despite the many onlookers, he felt a tinge of embarrassment, though Maizhua's kiss was undeniably sweet. Sister, this is for you. It suits you perfectly, Lingcheng said, arching an eyebrow as he extended the flowers toward Vizzy. Caught off guard and still simmering with irritation, Vizzy stared in astonishment. I get a share too? She asked, glancing at Maizhua, who wore a beaming smile. As she seized the flowers from Lingcheng with a hint of annoyance, her cheeks tinged pink. Lingcheng found her adorable when she wasn't in a rage. Have you forgotten something? He teased suddenly. Forgotten what? Vizzy asked, her expression puzzled. You ought to thank me for the flowers, Lingcheng replied with a raised eyebrow. Thank you for your flowers? As Wei Si heard Lingcheng's words, the scene of Maizhu tilting her head and sharing a passionate kiss with him, leaving a glimmer of saliva, flashed through her mind. Then, recalling her own circumstances, she shouted furiously, Get lost. Lingcheng, bewildered, thought, Is it so difficult to express gratitude? This mad woman. Chapter 35. Ah, men and women. Wei Si's outburst once again drew the attention of passers-by, who cast curious glances at the trio. It became evident that in any society, there are always those eager to witness the commotion. Lingcheng, disliking the idea of becoming a spectacle, waved his hands to beckon the two women to continue their leisurely stroll. Over here, boss. This way. Wow, boss, let's buy this. Lingcheng felt a familiar dread creeping in as he was once more dominated by the whims of women in the shopping mall. This time, it wasn't he, just Maizhu. Even the proud Wei Si seemed eager to join the fray. They had clearly agreed before leaving that it would simply be a casual outing without venturing inside. Ah, women. Lingcheng lamented inwardly, feeling utterly helpless. Like a marionette, he was pulled in every direction by the two women, his hands burdened with an ever-growing number of shopping bags. Endure it, he told himself, striving to detach from the chaos and embrace a meditative state, assuring himself that this nightmare would soon pass. However, fate had other plans. Boss, how about this one? Hurry and try it on, Maizhu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she held up a checkered shirt. Boss, she pouted, noticing Lingcheng lost in thought. How could he be so distracted during such a delightful outing? Lingcheng had changed. Perhaps he no longer loved her. Try it on. I believe it will look splendid on you, Maizhu insisted, taking a deep breath. But I already have shirts, including checkered ones. Let us skip it, Lingcheng hesitated. This pattern is different, and you haven't tried it on yet. Maizhu's annoyance was evident as she thrust the garment in front of him. Seeing her mildly upset expression, Lingcheng sensed trouble brewing and cast a pleading glance towards Wei Si, who stood nearby with her arms crossed. How can you know if it looks good without trying on? Wei Si regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Isn't it permissible for me to try it? Lingcheng grumbled as he reluctantly removed the shopping bags from his hands and donned a shirt. You haven't even taken off your current shirt, Maizhu reminded him, only to find that Lingcheng had already slipped into the new one. She stepped forward to adjust it, scrutinizing him closely, while even Wei Si circled him twice. Do I look handsome? Lingcheng asked, feeling exasperated. Yes, handsome. The two voices rang out almost simultaneously. Maizhu's was filled with satisfaction, while the second voice belonged to the sales assistant nearby. Her face flushed. Sir, this shirt truly suits you, she said shyly. Then I shall purchase it, Lingcheng declared, handing the shirt to the sales assistant for packaging. Maizhu beamed, and Wei Si cast Lingcheng a look that seemed to convey, You're wise to comply. Weren't we supposed to buy Wei Si a few outfits for her to change into? I already have plenty of clothes, Lingcheng ventured cautiously. Since we're here, and you're quite pleased with this shirt, why not? Meju could. As long as you're happy, Lingcheng relented. Remarkably, since they were already there, Lingcheng felt a wave of relief wash over him as the two women began exploring women's clothing stores, sparing him from the ordeal of trying on each item individually, and allowing him to indulge in the visual feast. As Mai Zhu led the somewhat stiffly dressed Weiss, adorned in a low-cut, form-fitting dress, out of the changing room, Lingcheng stood agape, utterly astonished. It was no wonder, as he had just realized that the proud Weiss possessed a rather ample bosom. "How is it?" Mai Zhu inquired with a beaming smile, while Weiss cast a furtive glance at Lingcheng, secretly hoping he would utter some flattering words. "What is this? Can it even be called clothing? It's practically indecent." Lingcheng suddenly interjected, his expression turning stern. "It looks perfectly fine." Mai Zhu protested, feeling aggrieved. "Fine? Absolutely not. Change it." Lingcheng insisted, adamant that there was no justification for exposing oneself to others. Weiss crossed her arms in annoyance, remaining silent, with no intention of changing. She believed Lingcheng's taste was decidedly flawed. As she moved, her alluring figure swayed enticingly, causing Lingcheng to feel a sudden heat rise to his cheeks. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, for this was a matter of principle. "I said change it, so change it," Lingcheng declared, his eyes narrowing. Weiss tried on one outfit after another. However, except for a few modestly covering garments, all were summarily dismissed by Lingcheng, leaving her with a stormy expression. "Everything she tried on is now covered up," Lingcheng remarked, turning to the sales assistant, who looked at him with disdain. "All of them?" the assistant inquired, astonished. "All of them," Lingcheng affirmed. "Mais je puzzled." Questioned, "But didn't you say those outfits were indecent and immoral?" "Indeed. How could those clothes be worn in public?" "They are only suitable for wearing at home for my eyes only," Lingcheng replied matter-of-factly. Mai Zhu giggled behind her hand, while Weiss's face flushed crimson. She began to seriously contemplate whether to purchase the outfits she had initially liked. The low-cut dress seemed deliberately designed for Lingcheng's gaze, and the form-fitting one felt utterly shameful. "Let us just buy the few modest ones. No need to waste money," Weiss suddenly declared. "Money is no object." Lingcheng waved his hand, instructing the staff to pack the items. Outside a renowned lingerie store, Lingcheng sat alone on a bench, not due to a lack of desire to enter, but because Weiss adamantly refused to let him accompany her inside. Thus, he found a secluded corner to stow the bags into his backpack and sat there in a daze. A rotund Caucasian man, laden with shopping bags, plopped down beside him, wiping the sweat from his brow and exhaling heavily. "Waiting for your wife?" the man suddenly asked. Lingcheng, taken aback, nodded slightly. "Accompanying one's wife shopping is truly a torment," the white man lamented, and upon seeing Lingcheng's acknowledgement, he launched into a tirade of complaints. As Lingcheng listened to the man's woeful tales about the horrors of his wife, he suddenly realized that accompanying one's spouse on shopping excursions was a universal dilemma. Lingcheng remained there, entranced as the man vented his frustrations, both feeling like lost souls. However, as the tirade continued, Lingcheng sensed a shift. The complaints morphed into discussions of domestic ethics, and he wondered why the man was divulging details about his extramarital affairs. With fervor, the man recounted how, after achieving success in his career, his once attractive wife had become unbearable, yet he had now found a young and beautiful mistress who understood him so well. "Does your wife know?" "How could she possibly know? Wasn't it merely to accompany her on a shopping spree, to soothe her?" He chuckled. "Shall I impart some wisdom?" The man raised an eyebrow, indicating his amusement. "I'm not particularly eager to learn," Lingcheng remarked, casting a peculiar glance at him. Chapter 36. Farewell, little lowly. You are still quite young. The man replied with a knowing smile. "Do you see those two exquisite beauties over there?" He pointed excitedly at the statuesque figures emerging from the lingerie store. "Having even one of such beauties would bring immense happiness, wouldn't it?" he continued. Lingcheng nodded, feeling a sense of understanding. "However, by learning from my experiences, you might find yourself in a position to embrace both," he added, his gaze drifting back to the alluring silhouettes as he lost himself in thought. "My friend, you truly are impressive. But don't worry about those two. Focus on the two behind you, and show me what you can do," Lingcheng remarked, wearing a mischievous expression. The man, albeit momentarily perplexed by Lingcheng's cryptic words, was soon bombarded by a flurry of shopping bags that landed atop his head. While he boasted of the pleasures of having a lover, a young woman with a stern expression had already appeared behind him, followed closely by a portly lady who listened intently to his exaggerated tales of grandeur. This was the source of Lingcheng's strange expression. The situation was undeniably tragic. The man found himself caught in a collision between his lover and his wife, both of whom were now aware of his boastful claims. "Please, allow me to explain," he pleaded. Stop! The man shielded his head, desperate to clarify, but was met with a more vigorous assault. Hair-pulling, face-grabbing, and a barrage of slaps. Lingcheng looked on in morbid fascination. What on earth are they doing? The two women who had just exited the lingerie store asked, bewildered by the spectacle before them. Shopping is complete, Maiju replied with a smile, showing little interest in anything beyond Lingcheng. Lingcheng reached out to take the shopping bags from their hands. Although Vizzy felt slightly embarrassed, she did not refuse. With her hands free, Maiju instinctively wrapped her arm around Lingcheng, asking, "Shall we go?" Lingcheng gazed at the chaos engulfing the man, who was now being relentlessly targeted, casting him a bemused look. "Is this my fault?" he mused playfully, pulling Vizzy closer as he raised an eyebrow at the man. "I'll take my leave now." Witnessing Lingcheng depart with two women in tow, the man could only stare in disbelief, completely oblivious to yet another slap landing on his face. Vizzy, feeling rigid in Lingcheng's embrace as they exited the mall, found her mind blank. What has Lingcheng done to me? What should I do? She thought, feeling distressed. Ultimately, she chose to bury her head in the sand. In contrast, Lingcheng was beaming with pride, reveling in the dramatic turn of events reminiscent of a novelesque plot twist. Overly dramatic, yet undeniably satisfying. This peculiar experience allowed him to unravel a minor inner conflict. He had always felt hesitant regarding Vizzy, but now he realized that if he didn't make a move, with someone else? Absolutely not. What does it mean to be a man? It means to conquer and to protect. Seems like you're in a good mood, boss, Maiju observed, tilting her head in curiosity. How could one not be in high spirits, embracing two lovely ladies? Lingcheng replied with a broad grin. Afterward, he sensed Vizzy becoming a tad restless in his grasp and tightened his hold. Suddenly, she softened against him. "You think you can challenge me?" Lingcheng thought triumphantly. He felt a sense of inflated superiority, not having consumed any alcohol, yet he was enveloped by the delusion that the world belonged to him. Lingcheng led two women toward a secluded area. Do not misunderstand, he merely intended to stow away the items in his possession into his backpack. However, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a captivating scene. In the narrow alley stood two groups of individuals, and coincidentally, one of them included the little girl he had encountered previously. He observed as she and her companions handed over their money to a group of thuggish individuals adorned with tattoos. The flower-selling children in the square were indeed organized, a fact that Lingcheng had anticipated, thus he had no desire to meddle in their affairs. As the saying goes, the wind does not cease even when the trees long for tranquility. The thugs, upon catching sight of the two striking beauties, were momentarily entranced, while Lingcheng found himself entirely overlooked. After exchanging glances, a white man with a horse-like face approached the alley's entrance and barked, "Gang business, get lost." The atmosphere grew awkward, and the flower sellers scattered in a frenzy. The man lay on the ground, howling in agony, while Vizzy radiated an aura of lethal intent. Her adversaries brandishing firearms, prepared for confrontation. Lingcheng sighed, feeling a twinge of regret for bringing these women along. They were nothing short of troublemakers, always on the brink of conflict. "It's a misunderstanding," Lingcheng hastily interjected. However, the response to his plea was a barrage of gunfire. A flicker of fierce determination ignited in Lingcheng's eyes, only to be met with the sudden lightness of his left hand. Maiju had released her hold on him, and with her hands clasped together, she unleashed a colossal energy blade. "Do you believe we are merely passing through?" Lingcheng remarked, surveying the scene of the dismembered gang members strewn across the ground. Yet, none of the remaining thugs dared to utter a word, their stoicism earning Lingcheng a newfound respect for their resilience. "What prompted such a sudden attack?" Lingcheng inquired of Vizzy. "He commanded us to leave," she replied with utmost seriousness. "And that was it," Lingcheng pressed. "My hands itched," Vizzy admitted, her cheeks flushing. "Let us avoid such actions in the future," Lingcheng admonished sternly. "Oh," Vizzy murmured, shuffling her feet against the ground. "What do you intend to do?" The burly leader of the opposing group, listening to the exchange between Lingcheng and Vizzy, felt a sense of despair creeping in. "As I mentioned, it was a misunderstanding. We shall take our leave now," Lingcheng declared before turning away, leaving the gang members in a state of bewilderment. "How did you discover this?" It was, of course, a mere sweep of mental acuity. But would he divulge that? Lingcheng shot a sidelong glance at the little girl who had trotted up to him. "Speak up, are you mute? I must inform you that the gang you confronted today is quite formidable," she huffed. "And what is your aim?" Lingcheng replied, weary of her monologue. "I merely wish to offer you a friendly warning," she stated, her expression stern yet her eyes betraying a hint of evasion. "Ah, well, thank you. We shall take our leave now." Lingcheng chuckled at her juvenile theatrics. As he turned to depart with the two women, he silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. Just as he reached 5, the little girl called out urgently, "Wait." Hearing her shout, Lingcheng hastened his pace. "Hey, why are you rushing off?" "I said wait." The girl panted, positioning herself once more in front of him and the others. "Now can we speak? What is it that you want?" Lingcheng grinned. "You have dealt with those gangsters. If they discover that I know you, what if I become implicated?" The young girl exclaimed. "Is it a case of extortion?" The term flashed through Lingcheng's mind. What connection do these two have? "Speak plainly. If you keep meandering, I have no time for you." Lingcheng replied impatiently. "I'll stay at your place for a few days to avoid the storm," the girl declared, sounding rather streetwise. "Do you even know who we are? You dare to stay at my place?" Lingcheng remarked with a peculiar grin while stroking his chin. It seemed that his expression genuinely frightened the girl, causing her to step back uncertainly, which saddened Lingcheng. Did he truly resemble a dubious figure? What is there to fear? "I've slept in parks before," the girl declared hesitantly. "With such audacity, how could you fear the non-existent ramifications from gangsters?" Lingcheng pointed out, resolute that he could not allow dubious individuals to reside in his martial arts dojo, even if they were adorable little girls. Observing Lingcheng's unyielding demeanor, the girl reluctantly explained her circumstances. "It's my stage name," she began. "I secretly ran away from the orphanage because I disliked life there. When I was wandering the streets, I was coerced into working for them. Though the outside world is perilous, it feels at least more comfortable than the orphanage." "Get to the point," Lingcheng urged. "The crux of the matter is that my Chinese friend, who, like me, sold flowers for them, was older and one day was sold off." Lianen exclaimed passionately. "They also engage in human trafficking?" Lingcheng's brow furrowed at this revelation. Before his transmigration, he despised traffickers above all. "Recently, I've noticed that I've developed," Lianen said with a hint of embarrassment, gesturing modestly at her chest. Lingcheng regarded Lianen with a peculiar expression, thinking she was overanalyzing the situation. It was clearly a mere flat expanse. Lianen, noticing his scrutinizing gaze, crossed her arms defensively. "What are you staring at, you pervert?" "A pervert?" Lingcheng felt as if he had been struck by a ton of bricks. Was his image truly so tarnished? "Will you help me? It's just for a few days. Don't be so stingy. I can work for you and pay rent," Lianen pleaded pitifully. "Is this about money? Have you considered that seeking refuge at my home might drag me into trouble?" Lingcheng replied sternly. "Aren't you all quite formidable?" Lianen whispered. "Huh. Just because I'm formidable doesn't mean I should meddle in others' affairs," Lingcheng thought, still feeling a twinge of distaste for this moral coercion. "If I were as formidable as you claim, my best friend would not have been sold," Lianen murmured, expressing her disillusionment with adult hypocrisy. Lingcheng shuddered at her words. Was this how children perceived adults? Their innocent words carried a bitter irony. He reflected on the keyboard warriors from his previous life, whose righteous proclamations merely amounted to tapping on keys. Previously, he too had been one of them, always unable to refrain from commenting on injustices he witnessed. Yet when it came to action, he knew he lacked the ability to effect change. But now he had that capability. "I'm sorry to have troubled you," Lianen said, turning to leave. "Just for a few days, right?" Lingcheng suddenly interjected. "Hello, my name is Maizhua." Maizhu extended a gentle hand towards Lianen, who hesitantly reached out, and at the moment their fingers brushed, Maizhu distinctly sensed a slight tremor from the other. What a pitiable child, yet upon meeting her employer, she had become the luckiest person in the world, Maizhu mused. She couldn't help but glance up at the yawning Lingcheng, whose benevolent actions she did not entirely endorse. After all, doing good often invited trouble. However, who could blame Lingcheng for being her most cherished boss? Should he choose to do good, she would don the guise of an angel. Should he stray into malevolence, she would transform into a demon, even if it meant standing against the world. I, Lianen, shall undoubtedly find happiness. Lianen had never disclosed her best friend's name. In truth, her dearest companion was none other than Lianen herself, a person imbued with warmth, and thus she resolved to live life fully, carrying her name with her. Found on the road. "Would you like to take her as your bride?" Lingcheng jested. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng's face instantly flushed crimson, while Lianen regarded Lingcheng with disdain, thinking to herself, "One must bow under the eaves, so I shall endure. Entrusted to me? Could it be that master has truly found a bride for himself? How adorable," Zhou Zheng thought, gazing at Lianen with an air of unworthiness. "Hey, foolish boy, didn't your master tell you to prepare a room for me?" Lianen remarked, observing Zhou Zheng's dazed expression with dissatisfaction. This room is regularly cleaned. Are you satisfied? If not, I can switch with you." Zhou Zheng led Lianen to the innermost room on the second floor. Lianen scrutinized the room with a critical eye. "It's acceptable. You may leave now. If you need anything, feel free to find me. Good night," Zhou Zheng said hastily, departing, feeling utterly inadequate, unable to meet Lianin's gaze. Once Zhou Zheng left, Lianin's expression shifted. She leapt onto the bed and rolled about, exclaiming, "What a large and soft bed." Her face lit up with delight. Though the room was exceedingly simple, it was the finest accommodation she had ever experienced. Accustomed to hardship, she found contentment with ease. "By the way, I forgot to mention that the blankets and pillows are in the wardrobe," Zhou Zheng said at the door before dashing away. Lianin abruptly halted her rolling, and after a lengthy pause, she bashfully bumped her head against the mattress, lamenting, "I was seen. How embarrassing." Chapter 38. The Appearance of Luko. The following day, Lingcheng formally introduced Lianin to Will and Peter, explaining her circumstances. Zhou Zheng and Will, both spirited young men, were incensed upon hearing of Lianin's plight, while Peter, surprisingly, bowed his head in contemplation. "Master, I believe I have encountered this gang you mentioned." "It should be the demon gang," Peter asserted, lifting his gaze. At the mention of the demon gang, Lianin shuddered involuntarily. Lingcheng, however, was perplexed. The name did not ring a bell, but he could discern from Little Spider's expression that they were not a benign group. "Speak up," Lingcheng inquired, eager for Little Spider's insights into the matter. "I'm not well acquainted, just had a few dealings," Little Spider admitted bashfully. "Then why do you look so serious?" Lingcheng retorted, bemused. "Though I haven't investigated thoroughly. Their influence is formidable. They're one of the largest gangs in New York," Little Spider explained. "Who cares? Let us just eradicate them. They'll all be unfortunate to cross paths with me," Lingcheng replied nonchalantly. Though he expressed such sentiments, Lingcheng resolved to conduct a thorough investigation in the coming days, for he would not engage in battle unprepared. However, Wei Er and Zhou Zheng remained oblivious to his intentions, admiring their master with wide-eyed awe. The Little Spider was equally filled with anticipation, while Lianin grew anxious. "Uncle, I am merely hiding out for a few days. Are you mad enough to provoke them?" Although she had only recently met them, the warmth exuded by the group made her reluctant to see Lingcheng march towards certain death. "Human traffickers deserve to die," Lingcheng declared fiercely. "You said it yourself. We cannot stand idly by. Now that I am ready to take action, why do you object?" "I simply wish to prevent you from courting death," Lianin retorted, rolling her eyes. She began to question the sanity of this uncle. After all, they were dealing with a notorious gang. What gave him such courage? "Rest assured, Anin, do you not know my master?" Zhou Zheng replied with a grin. "Isn't your master merely the proprietor of a martial arts studio, a coach, or perhaps a businessman?" Lianin inquired, puzzled. "My master is a kung fu hero," Wei Er boasted with pride. "A kung fu hero." Lianin gazed at Lingcheng in disbelief. She was well aware of the superheroes from the New York battles. Yet this unreliable uncle, apart from his white hair, seemed far removed from her expectations of a kung fu hero. With a delicate complexion and a slender face adorned with an annoying smirk, Lianin scrutinized Lingcheng, pondering whether he would be offended if he knew she described his harmless smile as a smirk. "It is not kung fu hero, it is wuxia," Lingcheng corrected Wei. "Only after you say kung fu hero does Anin understand," Wei Er replied, wearing a smug expression. "Anin, do you know who Peter is?" Lianin glanced at the awkward Peter and, after a moment's consideration, tentatively suggested, "The Hulk?" Lingcheng erupted in laughter. "He's Spider-Man." Despite finding the introduction of heroes somewhat juvenile, Lingcheng felt compelled to clarify. "Spider-Man," Lianin exclaimed. "Is he that famous?" Lingcheng, surprised by her reaction, inquired. "Of course. The bane of criminals, Spider-Man." Lianin gazed intently at Peter, causing him to blush. "I am still the chief disciple of my master," Zhou Zheng murmured, feeling a twinge of jealousy as he noticed Lianin's unwavering attention on Peter. Soon, Lingcheng commenced his plans. Idly waiting was not his style. The SHIELD possessed the most reliable intelligence, and he contacted Hill to arrange a meeting at a hotel. 2 hours later, Lingcheng emerged from the hotel, a satisfied smile gracing his face, having obtained vital information about the demon gang. He recalled Hill's reminder to keep a low profile as he prepared to leave. "I shall find an opportunity to eliminate their leader," he resolved inwardly. Lingcheng's expression shifted as he arrived at the alleyway, only to find it devoid of the figure he had anticipated. Eyeing the empty space warily, he utilized his teleportation ability to depart, uncertain if the individual would follow him to the martial arts studio. Upon arriving in a room on the second floor of the studio, Lingcheng materialized, his complexion slightly pale. The frequent use of teleportation had drained his mental energy significantly. He sat cross-legged on the bed, attempting to meditate, yet he could not enter a tranquil state, for the figure he had just seen lingered in his mind. "Looker," The distinctive mustache and eye patch were all too familiar to Lingcheng. Moreover, coupled with the sensitivity bestowed by the blood of the great serpent within, this was undoubtedly the reason for the opponent's heightened alertness and swift escape. Indeed, the notion of random recruitment proved to be as he had surmised. They had come knocking at his door. However, this could be seen as a fortuitous turn of events. Otherwise, who could fathom the chaos that might ensue should such a formidable figure be allowed to act unfettered? Lingcheng had yet to fully grasp Luker's true capabilities. Nevertheless, he felt no trepidation in confronting an opponent possessing the combined prowess of 5 martial artists. In the shadows, should Luker choose to remain passive or depart, Lingcheng found himself at a loss for effective strategies to provoke him into action. He pondered deeply, and after a considerable duration, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts as a document materialized in his hands. Upon meticulous examination, a plan began to take shape in his mind. Another extraordinary human, endowed with superhuman strength and exceptional physical attributes, possessed a troubling ability to invoke negative emotions in adversaries through black and white energy beams. This was indeed a formidable talent. Lingcheng had a vague recollection of this villain. If he were to engage Mr. Negative, Luker would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to retaliate. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lingcheng's eyes. This plan was fraught with peril, yet there seemed to be no superior alternatives. He was not entirely unprepared, for with himself, Maze Wowai, and the adept little spider, victory was not beyond reach. With this resolve, Lingcheng opened the game, initiating a standard recruitment along with 240 diamonds. He had saved nearly a month's worth of diamonds, hoping that luck would not be excessively cruel. I would trade a decade of my singlehood for an SSR. Lingcheng internally roared as he clicked on the recruitment. Chapter 39, Gainies. Lingcheng's eyes darted across the game screen, fixated as the recruitment paused, revealing the congratulatory message proclaiming the acquisition of the fighter Gainies, leaving him momentarily stunned. On one hand, he had not anticipated pulling an SSR, while on the other, the decade of singlehood was merely a hyperbole. Was the situation truly auspicious or merely a fleeting whim? After a protracted silence, Lingcheng regained his composure, redirecting his gaze to the game interface, only to be overwhelmed with excitement once more. Gainies, the martial artist, wielded the power of the Great Serpent. As the leader of the 8 Great Serpents and the foremost among the 4 kings, Gainies devoted his life to unsealing and resurrecting the Great Serpent, possessing a heart of unwavering loyalty. As a priest, he was courteous and refined, yet should anyone obstruct his ambitions, they would pay a grievous price. Could it be that he emerged knowing of my intentions against Luker? Lingcheng shook his head, dismissing the thought, glancing at the remaining 120 diamonds. He resolved to refrain from further draws for the time being. Having already acquired an SSR today, the chances of obtaining anything worthwhile again were slim. As a seasoned and superstitious player of card games, Lingcheng, having been shadowed by the specter of bad luck, mused to himself, today is indeed a fortunate day. Humming an unknown tune, he swayed gently, feeling drowsy yet emboldened in his resolve to vanquish Luker. Boss, weren't you supposed to be out? Maizhua entered the room, observing the dazed Lingcheng with curiosity. Not at all, Lingcheng replied, slightly puzzled. Then I can rest easy, he exclaimed, exhaling a breath of relief. Still somewhat haunted by the vow he had made. I have something splendid to show you, Lingcheng proclaimed mysteriously, like a child revealing a prized possession. What kind of treasure? Maizhu also displayed an eager demeanor in response. With a look that suggested she was ready for the spectacle, Lingcheng, with a mere thought, summoned Gonitz into the master hall. The surging energy nearly elicited a groan from him. If the power of the 8 gods resembled that of an infant, Gonitz's strength was akin to that of an adult. Lingcheng gauged that the total energy of Gonitz remarkably equaled his own existing energy. Not to mention, he had accumulated the prowess of 5 fighters. It appeared that the SSR Lukel was underestimated by Lingcheng. Without Gonitz, the battle could have been arduous. Maizhu observed Lingcheng close his eyes and fall into a state of unresponsiveness, leaving her in a state of perplexity. Soon, her keen perception detected a shift in the airflow within the room, and to her astonishment, a breeze began to swirl in the enclosed space. How familiar this sensation is. Maizhu mused. A soft exclamation involuntarily escaped her lips as a gust of wind seemed to lift her, drawing her into Lingcheng's embrace. Impressive, I senti it? Lingcheng opened his eyes with a sense of pride. It's Gonitz's ability, Maizhu affirmed. Ah, you figured out? Lingcheng replied, slightly embarrassed. You're truly remarkable, boss. The power of the serpent is indeed a formidable ability, Maiju remarked with a smile. Lingcheng could relate to her sentiment, feeling an acute sensitivity to the currents around him. He had merely scratched the surface of this newfound power. Hey, can you be a little more considerate? There are children present, Lianen called out from the doorway, her expression one of disbelief. Are you blaming me for your peeking? Lingcheng retorted awkwardly. Maiju has been up there too long. The food is nearly burnt. Lianan exclaimed in frustration. Why do you call me old man and refer to Maiju as sister? Lingcheng pondered in confusion. I forgot about the food on the stove. Maiju exclaimed, jumping from Lingcheng's arms. By the time the trio reached the kitchen, they were greeted by the pungent aroma of something charred. Why are you so slow? I can hardly bear it. Maiju hurriedly took over, her movements frantic. This is how you save a day? Lingcheng gazed incredulously at the disheveled Vess as she emerged from the kitchen. What else should I do? Just flipping a few things, right? Vess replied, looking quite flustered. Flipping a few things? Lingcheng responded helplessly. The food, Vess exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Where's the food? Lingcheng asked, bewildered. In the pot. You really are a fool, Vess stated emphatically. All right, you win. Lingcheng conceded, feeling as though Vess's self-assured demeanor was indeed justified. At the dining table, once everyone had eaten their fill, Lingcheng finally spoke up. I have conducted a thorough investigation. Tonight we shall act to eliminate the leader of the demon gang. This time, Maiju, Vess, and the little spider will accompany me. What about me, master? Zhou Zhenwei interjected eagerly. The adversary is not an ordinary gang, and there are unknown enemies lurking. Your skills are inadequate. You mustn't complicate matters, Lingcheng stated firmly. Understood. The two replied, their expressions downcast. You will remain at the dojo to protect Anan. That is equally important, Lingcheng added, offering some comfort. As night descended, Lingcheng led the trio towards their destination, the stronghold of the demon gang. This operation will not be simple. Exercise caution, he advised on the way. Understood. In this instance, it was Viz who reacted the fastest. Upon learning of the impending murder, she could not maintain her composure. Her complexion flushed, her tongue occasionally darting to moisten her lips, embodying a visage of excitement. The greatest concern lay with you. With a countenance brimming with exhilaration. Was killing truly such a source of joy? Observing this, the deranged Lingcheng expressed his exasperation. The little spider, upon entering the vehicle, instinctively seized the passenger seat, wishing to distance himself from the volatile Viz, especially after having been inexplicably pursued last time. If Viz were to become overly exhilarated and inadvertently target him, he would have no recourse for justification. Maiju sat beside Viz, appearing unfazed. She was all too familiar with Viz's demeanor. This was already a display of restraint. Instances of dismemberment and bloodshed had become commonplace. How nostalgic this feeling was. It had been a long time since she had fought alongside Viz. A subtle smile graced Maiju's lips, though her eyes occasionally flickered with a cold glint. She was no pushover either. On the outskirts of New York, a vast estate was delineated, resembling more of a fortress than a mere manor. The castle was ablaze with light, and within, members of the demon gang stood guard every 5 paces, yet wore expressions of ease, for who would dare confront the wrath of the demon gang? Unbeknownst to them, for uninvited guests had arrived unannounced. Chapter 40. A direct infiltration. Remember, do not hold back. To slay one villain equates to saving hundreds, if not thousands, of innocents. Each moment you hesitate, that very instant, a bullet from that individual may find its way to my head. Do you understand? From the shadows, outside the wall, Lingcheng spoke solemnly to the little spider. He was untroubled by Maiju and Viz, fearing only that they might become overly fervent. The little spider, however, remained too benevolent. So for the safety of all, Lingcheng felt compelled to reiterate his point. The little spider gazed up at his master, who had never appeared so serious, and nodded earnestly. Should his reluctance to act lead to his master's injury, he would never forgive himself. Lingcheng surveyed the fortress before him, and with a thought, summoned a powerful wind that rose from beneath their feet. The wind intensified, transforming into a hurricane that lifted the 4 of them into the sky. Having resolved to engage in battle, there was no need for stealth. It was a matter of action. The vegetation along the path was uprooted and tossed about, debris and gravel hurtling toward the castle ahead. The immense commotion left the members of the demon gang dumbfounded. An enemy attack? But where was the enemy? Yet the tempest before them could not possibly be of natural origin. Wow, we're flying, the little spider exclaimed in awe. However, the next moment, he let out a sharp scream as Lingcheng unceremoniously dropped him. Free to act, Lingcheng remarked with a smile. Clearly, he and the others had no intention of coordinating. Forcing a collective effort would be counterproductive. It was far better for each to act independently. Maiju and Vis promptly identified a target and leaped down. It had been far too long since they had engaged in unrestrained combat, and neither was one to remain docile. The three figures descending from above immediately captured the attention of the observation post. "Enemy attack!" shouted the gunman at the observation post into the communicator. However, they had only a moment to shout, for a surge of purple flames had already descended, transforming into a sea of fire. Lingcheng stood above the hurricane, his hands enveloped in violet flames as he unleashed a barrage downward, causing a cacophony of screams and wails to echo throughout the castle. Undeterred, he continued his onslaught. For the adversaries below were far from innocent, and the main antagonist had yet to reveal himself. A grand spectacle was in order. As the little spider descended, a single strand of silk shot forth, landing on the rooftop. Mesmerized by Lingcheng's divine assault, the spider was momentarily transfixed, overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity of the attack. Suddenly, sensing danger, the little spider vanished, leaving behind a series of densely clustered bullet holes. There was no time for reverie. The little spider thought to itself. At that moment, a tremendous crash resounded as a shadow hurtled toward the little spider. Swiftly, it dodged, witnessing a man, now unrecognizable, embedded in the wall. Following that, several human bombs came hurtling through the air. Peering cautiously, the little spider observed Vice, who appeared as ferocious as a hungry wolf, treating humans like mere playthings. A shiver ran down its spine. Perhaps it was wiser to change direction. A rapid succession of gunfire erupted. The shooters, however, were filled with terror as they beheld the shadowy figure weaving through their hail of bullets. Cries of agony echoed, while Maiju, with an expression of cold indifference, shook the blood from his hands and continued his slaughter within the castle, leaving a trail of dismembered limbs in his wake. Lingcheng, suspended in the tempest, continued his massacre while employing his psychic prowess to survey the surroundings. If he could locate Lukoer in advance, it would be most fortuitous. The sharp crack of gunfire snapped him back to reality, and instinctively, he evaded several inaccurately aimed bullets. There were snipers, and not just one. Fortunately, the hurricane distorted their trajectories. Lingcheng's expression hardened. The snipers had to be eliminated. Yet, in the next instant, he dissipated the hurricane and descended, compelled by the incoming barrage of grenades. Is this a military base? Why not bring a few tanks while you're at it? Lingcheng thought, utterly bemused. Indeed, the capitalist empire's wealth was evident, with heavy weaponry readily accessible. Utilizing his psychic shield to deflect several rounds, Lingcheng gracefully landed, immediately resuming his course toward the position of the snipers he recalled. Even the most skilled can falter, and he had no desire to meet an untimely end by a stray bullet, especially with the little spider and others in proximity. "Retreat! Retreat!" a leader shouted, firing while withdrawing deeper into the castle. "Report the situation." A cold voice emanated from the communicator. "For enemies confirmed. They are overwhelmingly powerful, and we cannot withstand them. Our losses are catastrophic." The leader lamented into the device. At that moment, a hidden passage deep within the castle suddenly swung open, revealing a coldly resolute man clad in a suit, flanked by a cadre of heavily armed subordinates. It was none other than Mr. Paper, the leader of the demon gang, one of Lingcheng's targets. Mr. Paper's countenance was dark enough to drip water. He was oblivious to when he had provoked such a formidable foe. However, daring to wreak havoc in his stronghold would come at a price. Clenching his fists, the palpable strength within him rendered him fearless. "It's you, Spider-Man!" A furious roar erupted. As Mr. Paper hastened forward, he collided with the advancing little spider. There was no mistaking Spider-Man's iconic attire. However, he had not anticipated that this seemingly trivial adversary would audaciously invade his lair. The two parties were momentarily taken aback. The small spider awkwardly raised a hand and uttered a greeting, only to be immediately pursued by the burly man across from him, wielding a Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The relentless sound of gunfire rang out, shattering everything in its path. It was not until several sharp metallic clangs echoed, accompanied by a wisp of smoke, that the bullets were exhausted. Before them lay a scene of utter devastation. "Go take a look," Mr. Paper instructed the men behind him. The group of burly men cautiously advanced, yet returned with nothing to report, shaking their heads in disappointment. At that moment, a figure descended from the ceiling, landing on one of the men's shoulders, grasping his head and swiftly twisting it. The man was dispatched in an instant, but his gun went off wildly, causing the others to scatter in panic, while the small spider seized the opportunity to vanish once more. witnessing his loyal confidant, who had been by his side for many years, have his neck snapped before his very eyes ignited a furious blaze within Mr. Paper. Deal with the others. He roared at the trembling fools beside him, then pursued the direction in which the small spider had fled. After eliminating several snipers, Lingcheng observed the nearby gunfire gradually subside. From his vantage point, he surveyed a ground littered with corpses. Hundreds of fragments of souls drifted toward him, and he sensed that the Hachiko Yagami was on the verge of a transformation. Long time no see, Maizuru, a coarse voice echoed, causing Maizuru, who was busily wiping blood from his hands after dispatching an enemy, to freeze momentarily. Boss, the illustrious 8 masters are willing to bow down to someone else? This is the new world, Maizuru retorted, incredulous. You seem to be losing your edge, Maizuru. Lucara responded with a slight pause, followed by a cold smirk. Yet, he held a tinge of apprehension regarding the boss Maizuru mentioned. He never underestimated anyone. After all, Maizuru had been lurking by his side for so long without being subdued. Yet now he was referring to that white-haired youth as a superior. I'm not like you, Maizuru asserted, adopting a posture that signaled his readiness for battle. You remain as unapproachable as ever. We are old friends, are we not? Since my arrival in this world, I have been collecting information on powerful individuals and stumbled upon your boss. I initially thought it was the infamous Kyo Kusanagi, only to find it was an unfamiliar young lad. At least I was not left disappointed, as I found you. Lucara regarded Maizuru's battle-ready stance with indifference. While Maizuru was formidable, Lucara was even more so. He possessed absolute confidence in his power and simply sought someone to confide in. Ah, is that you, Lucara? A teasing voice chimed. Vise approached Maizuru with a feline grace, her face smeared with the blood of her adversaries, not because she could not evade them, but rather because she chose not to. The blood complemented her crimson hair splendidly. Brushing aside the strands that had fallen across her forehead, Vise raised her hands in front of her, her captivating gaze locked intently on Lucara. Vise, you Orphan the 8 masters have arrived? Lucara inquired, his expression grave. Initially, he believed he was the only one who had crossed over, but with the appearance of Maizuru and now Vise, along with the tempestuous winds wielded by that white-haired youth, it was undoubtedly the work of Goni. Despite his confidence, he felt it prudent to retreat if the opposition was indeed the 8 masters. It is only Vise and myself. As Maizuru discerned a hint of hesitation from Lucara, he suddenly interjected, declaring that the boss must eliminate Lucara and not allow him to escape. Upon hearing that it was only Maizuru and Wei Si present, Lucara secretly exhaled in relief. However, he pondered why Maizuru had made such a statement. A chill ran through his heart. He was curious to see what tricks they might have up their sleeves, believing that even if the 8 heroes united and paid a price, he could still extricate himself. It seemed they were intent on preventing his departure. Lucara probed, since the opportunity is rare, shouldn't you aim to eliminate me? Maizuru replied, his expression devoid of emotion. What a fine jest you make, just the 2 of you. Lucara scoffed. Now that we have arrived in this new world, why resort to violence? You were once my secretaries. If we joined forces, this world could be ours. He laughed, his enormous ambition evident. If Maizuru and Wei Si were willing to collaborate, it would indeed be a significant advantage. Who gave you such audacity? Is it Liang Jingru? Lingcheng arrived, just in time to hear Lucara's brazen words, suppressing a laugh. This is the Marvel Universe. Brother, you're too reckless. You wouldn't even know how you'd perish. Boss, Maizuru exclaimed in delight upon seeing Lingcheng's arrival. Although Wei Si remained silent, her demeanor had noticeably relaxed. She was well aware of Lucara's strength, and while she did not fear death, that did not mean she sought it. Lingcheng smiled slightly at the 2 before stepping before Luccara. This marked his first encounter with a living SSR. What on earth was random recruitment? Clearly, Luccara was oblivious to the existence of the game. Wasn't he that just adding trouble for himself? Lingcheng's resentment towards the game grew immensely. Who exactly are you? Luccara inquired, his expression growing serious as he gazed at the white-haired youth before him. Having previously witnessed the purple flames and wind control he possessed, and sensing that this young man seemed to recognize him, he had an instinctive feeling that this youth was aware of the reason behind his traversal. Who am I? I am your father, Lingcheng retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Luccara was momentarily taken aback by the audacity of such a statement. How could this individual lack the dignity befitting a strong man? Anger surged within him as he exclaimed, You seek death. Indeed, I seek death. Why don't you strike me then? Or shall I demonstrate my prowess against you, unfilial son? Lingcheng responded impatiently, perceiving Luccara as a troublesome nuisance, the kind that was laborious and thankless. Sharp-tongued, You shall soon become one of my prized possessions, Lucarer growled, barely able to suppress his murderous intent. Forget about subjugation. He simply wished to turn Lingcheng into a statue. Will it be a one-on-one duel or a group challenge? Lingcheng inquired suddenly. A one-on-one or a group challenge? Lucarer pondered seriously, astonished that his opponent would be foolish enough to propose a duel. Without Mai Zhu and Wei Si as allies, what bolstered his confidence? If he could swiftly eliminate this young man, he might still subdue Mai Zhu and Wei Si. What a fortunate turn of events. A one-on-one means you fight our group. A group challenge means we all take you on, he clarified. As he spoke, several enormous wind blades materialized out of thin air, slicing towards Lucarer. Mai Zhu and Wei Si seized the opportunity to strike first, for the early bird catches the worm. Lucarer's train of thought was abruptly interrupted, and he felt a wave of embarrassment for having seriously contemplated the situation. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the wind blades, furious and humiliated, declaring, "You will soon understand the chasm that separates us, and you shall bow before me." Before he could finish his words, Moxu's colossal energy blade had already soared before him. Lucarer could only continue to evade, narrowly dodging Lingcheng's 8 wine cups and Weiss's brutal kick. His eyes blazed with fury as he spread his hands, gathering a terrifying force. Lingcheng and the others halted their assault. In an instant, a red energy sphere with a diameter of 2 meters formed before Lucarer. Lingcheng was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Lucarer's gravity magic bullet, but was this 2-meter size truly not akin to a tailed beast bomb? Lucarer's gaze flickered between Lingcheng, Weiss, and Ma Zhu, ultimately locking onto Lingcheng with unwavering determination. In a flash, the massive gravity magic bullet hurtled towards Lingcheng. Lingcheng's expression tightened. He felt an unseen force seemingly binding his movements. So this was the essence of the gravity magic bullet. The gravity magic bullet struck the ground where Lingcheng stood, and in an instant, a deafening explosion erupted, sending forth a small mushroom cloud. Ma Zhu and Weiss shielded their eyes from the dust, their hearts trembling with concern for their leader. Yet, just before the gravity magic bullet made contact, Lingcheng activated his mental teleportation, appearing 50 meters away. Even so, he could still feel the shock wave sending tingles across his scalp. The SSR was terrifying indeed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a shadow materialized before him. Instinctively, he activated his mental shield, only to see a pair of blood-red, energy-covered hands pressing against it. In the next moment, the shield shattered, and that hand pressed forward relentlessly against Lingcheng's arms, propelling him like a shooting star through several walls until he vanished. Lucarer emerged with a cruel smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. That boy would not escape unscathed. "I want you dead," a high-pitched female voice rang out. Moxu's eyes turned crimson with rage, completely losing control. Chapter 42. Did Lingcheng lose? Lingcheng being sent flying, his fate uncertain, drove Ma Zhu to a complete frenzy. At that moment, she resembled an enraged female leopard, her golden hair billowing wildly in the energy's wake. With a fierce charge, Ma Zhu dashed towards Lucarer, her speed creating multiple afterimages. Lucarer watched in astonishment at the enraged Ma Zhu. Was this truly the cold woman he once knew? She was risking everything for a man. Ma Zhu swung her energy blade wildly at Lucarer, who could only dodge frantically, his brows knitted in concentration. Though he was battered, the overwhelming disparity in strength meant he only sustained minor injuries. However, Lucarer soon sensed something amiss. One of Moxu's afterimages transformed into a solid form, and 2 Moxus simultaneously struck at him. In that moment, the once ruthless beauty who moved with alarming speed finally revealed her true ferocity. Lucarer, caught off guard, found himself ensnared by both Moxu's forms, sustaining multiple wounds. With a flash of red in his right eye, he began to gather energy for the gravity magic bullet, but was swiftly interrupted by Moxu's relentless assault. In that moment, Lucarer truly felt a sense of crisis. At this moment, Mai Zhu's frequency of movement had evidently begun to diminish, a fact not lost on Lucarer, whose eyes glinted with a ferocious light. With a surge of power, Lucarer propelled his body forward, akin to a steel coil, unleashing a thunderous crash as he charged directly at Mai Zhu. The impact sent Mai Zhu soaring like a fallen leaf, blood cascading from him as if it were free of cost. Weiss, with several agile leaps, rushed to catch the severely injured Mai Zhu. "Mai Zhu!" Weiss exclaimed anxiously, examining his injuries. Lucarer's wrathful strike had twisted Mai Zhu's hands and likely fractured several of his ribs. "Avenge the boss," murmured Mai Zhu, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion pale as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Weiss's gaze, filled with malice, fixed upon Lucarer in the distance. Despite his tattered garments and bloodied form, Lucarer bore only superficial wounds. My apologies for being too forceful. I have ruined such fine materials, Lucarer cruelly remarked, licking his lips. From a moment you decided to strike. You should have prepared for death. I shall gladly accept the power of the great serpent that resides within you. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lucarer's eyes. The injury had unleashed his ferocity, and he believed that only by vanquishing his foes could he quell the anger within. Weiss roared, charging at Lucarer. As she approached, a look of disdain crossed Lucarer's face. A fool's errand. Clenching his fist, an overwhelming force surged forth. He intended to obliterate this audacious woman with a single blow. Yulech. A figure erupted from the ruins, shattering everything in its path. Colliding with Lucarer's fist, this was Lingcheng, who had just risen from the debris, having witnessed Maiju's grievous injuries. In that moment, his heart clenched painfully, and a torrent of uncontrollable killing intent erupted from the depths of his being, revealing the savage side of the great serpent's blood. Lingcheng, in his fury, did not afford Lucarer a moment's respite. Raising his right hand, a towering pillar of purple-black flames shot skyward, transforming into numerous fiery columns that obliterated everything ahead. Lucarer narrowly dodged, but his left hand was grazed by the flames, igniting it instantly. A searing pain surged through him as he hastily gathered energy to extinguish the violet blaze that engulfed his hand. Die! A hoarse voice echoed above him. As the ground erupted violently, Lingcheng crouched where Lucarer had once stood, swiftly tracking his movements and roaring in pursuit once more. In this moment, Lingcheng epitomized the adage that the best defense is a good offense, embracing a fierce and unrestrained approach. Either they would mutually inflict harm, or he would retreat in fear. Lucarer, shamefully opting for the latter, found himself unable to retaliate, barely managing to defend himself. Once in a position of dominance, Lucarer was now relentlessly pursued, as Lingcheng's razor-like claws sliced through the air with alarming speed. The pace was overwhelming. Lucarer struggled to keep up, the swirling purple flames singeing his hair. Lucarer, now drenched in cold sweat, summoned all his strength to withstand Lingcheng's relentless onslaught. For he understood that a single hit would yield consequences far beyond his capacity to endure. He is truly feeling suffocated right now. Whether it is Maijua or Lingcheng, both appear to be recklessly fighting for their lives. He has been perpetually on the run. Is this still the same self that once crushed everything with sheer strength? I must retaliate. Luca's heart roared. Is this truly a fight to the death? Lingcheng's stance, one of mutual destruction, sent a tremor through Luca's heart, igniting a fierce determination within him. His energy surged dramatically. Even at the cost of severe injury, he was resolved to eliminate Lingcheng, confident in his gravity magic bullet. Defeat was not an option for him. Yet, did Lingcheng not harbor similar thoughts? In the blink of an eye, a mushroom cloud erupted where Lingcheng and Luca stood, and a tremendous roar echoed around them. Please, let there be no casualties. Weiss, cradling the unconscious Maijua, stared blankly at the sight of the explosion, lost in thought. Even the ferocious Weiss was relegated to a mere spectator in such a high-stakes battle. Meanwhile, the fiercely engaged Little Spider and Mr. Paper were momentarily distracted. What could be happening with my master? Surely, he is thrashing the enemies. Little Spider felt an inexplicable confidence in Lingcheng. What manner of monster has invaded my territory? What could possibly contend with him to this extent? It would be prudent to retreat. This is far too dangerous. Mr. Paper, unable to subdue Little Spider for an extended time and hearing the earth-shattering commotion from their lair, suddenly felt a desire to withdraw. Seeing Mr. Paper subtly retreat, Little Spider's eyes brightened, and he intensified his assault. Take advantage of his weakness, a lesson he had learned most frequently from Lingcheng. At that moment, he executed it flawlessly. Emerging from the colossal crater created by the explosion, a figure burst forth from the billowing smoke. Weiss gazed in disbelief at Luca, bloodied and battered. Could it be that the boss has actually lost? Chapter 43. The Fall of Luca. Lingcheng, however, had not been defeated. He had been crushed into the ground by the immense gravity unleashed by the magic bullet. Comparatively, Lingcheng fared far better than Luca, suffering merely dislocated shoulders. As Luca sprang from the pit, his face flushed, a jet of blood erupted from his mouth, evaporating into mist mid-air. In that moment, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. The duel between masters was a matter of seconds, and his momentary hesitation had cost him dearly. Lingcheng's purple flames had inflicted severe damage upon him. Noticing the movement in the crater and seeing Weiss charging toward him, Luca wasted no time in fleeing toward the castle's exit. Today I have met my match. Once I recover, I shall settle the score with each of you. Though Luca fled in haste, he could not resist issuing a fierce threat. It had been years since he had endured such humiliation. Don't think you can escape. Vice shouted angrily, intent on pursuing. Do not chase him. Lingcheng, dirt-streaked and weary, emerged from the pit. I can handle this, Vice insisted, her eyes welling with determination as she looked at Lingcheng, whose hands were drenched in blood. I will do this myself, Lingcheng insisted. Luca, where do you think you can run? Lingcheng roared, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifted. The air began to whirl violently as countless gusts of wind surged upward. The power of the great serpent, wind and fire unleashed, transformed the surroundings into a tempestuous domain. As Looker fled in a state of utter disarray, his expression abruptly shifted as he leapt into the air. A violent turbulence erupted from the ground, conjuring a ferocious whirlwind that tore apart everything in its vicinity. Gazing up at Lingcheng, who hovered ominously in the sky, Looker was gripped by a dreadful premonition. Escape was imperative. At that moment, he scurried away like a hunted beast, ever vigilant against Lingcheng's potential ambush. However, he soon noticed charred, cotton-like clouds darkening the sky as wind and fire intertwined, raining down like a barrage of bullets. You have gone too far, Looker roared, emerging from the fiery deluge, his body scorched and blackened. This boy had been shadowing him from above, rendering any hope of escape futile. Enraged and terrified, Looker resembled a wounded beast, fixating furiously on Lingcheng in the sky. It must be said that Looker was a formidable character, even now contemplating a desperate last stand. Lingcheng, sensing Looker's gaze, smirked coldly. Alas, I am a more ruthless one. I am a werewolf. Come at me. Lingcheng taunted, elevating himself as he looked down at Looker, who had once fought as a mere infantryman, now transformed into something greater with the power of the great serpent. With his newfound abilities, Lingcheng had become an aerial combatant, standing invincible. Looker, his eyes ablaze with fury, surged forward but soon halted, surveying his surroundings. 8 colossal tornadoes swirled before him, the howling winds creating a cacophony akin to monstrous waves crashing ashore. The sheer force of nature was terrifying. This was the luxurious feast Lingcheng had prepared for Looker, grilled Looker, seasoned by the tempest. Incredibly, Lingcheng still had the presence of mind to muse on such matters. As the 8 tornadoes formed a menacing wall of wind, drawing near with alarming speed, Looker felt his footing falter. In a surprising turn, he charged directly toward the tornadoes. Lingcheng's eyes narrowed. Looker was no fool. Surely he had a hidden advantage. As Looker approached the swirling vortex, a radiant crimson light emanated from his right hand, all his energy converging at that moment. Like a mayfly shaking a tree, he struck fiercely at the wall of wind before him. A towering blood-red barrier materialized, and in an instant, the tornadoes were scattered, uprooting the earth beneath. I survived. His ultimate move, the Gate of Heaven, had not disappointed him. Looker gasped, overwhelmed with relief at having narrowly escaped death. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten who his true adversary was. Congratulations. But those who evade great peril often face a final blow. Care to reconsider? Lingcheng's voice echoed behind Looker. His body jolted, his previously pale face now ashen with dread. The moment he had feared had arrived. You have lost, and quite miserably, Lingcheng declared, grasping Looker by the throat and lifting him into the air with the smile of a victor. There is no need to humiliate me. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Looker managed a bitter smile, never imagining that a once mighty figure would find himself in such a dire predicament. If only I had another chance. I would. The sound of a blade piercing flesh interrupted his thoughts, as his consciousness was severed by Lingcheng's grasp. Consider your wish fulfilled. Lingcheng, with a cruel smile, crushed Luca's heart. The antagonist perished through excessive words, and Lingcheng wished to avoid any misstep. He preferred to act decisively and efficiently. Luca's eyes bore into Lingcheng's with a mixture of resentment, but soon the last vestiges of life faded away. Lingcheng gazed silently at the cold body of Luca, reflecting on the fact that Luca was a cherished fighter in his game, now slain by his own hands. It was impossible to feel no sorrow. What is destined to be will inevitably come to pass, while what is not meant to be should not be forced. Lingcheng shook his head and departed, his thoughts consumed by Maiju's injuries. Unbeknownst to Lingcheng, after his departure, Luca's corpse mysteriously vanished. Lingcheng looked tenderly at Maiju, whose eyes seemed to hold only him, always the first to notice his presence. I've dealt with that fellow. I've avenged you, he said gently, brushing his fingers across Maiju's face, raising an eyebrow with a smile. The boss is the strongest, Maiju replied, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she smiled. Indeed, you must take good care of your injuries. No matter how skilled I am, I cannot cook. Without you, I would surely starve, he added, wiping the remnants of blood from the corner of Maiju's mouth. Upon hearing Lingcheng's words, Wise couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking him a stereotypical man. Was Maiju's role merely to cook? Was this truly the extent of his comforting words? Maiju, however, nodded with a face full of happiness. Witnessing the seemingly natural bond between the two, Wise felt as though she had consumed a ton of dog food. It was quite bitter. By the way, I wonder how Peter is faring. Lingcheng suddenly recalled that he had inadvertently forgotten someone from their team. Chapter 44, The Explosive Claw Spider. At this moment, the situation for the little spider was rather dire. Initially, he had the upper hand, but after the recent commotion at the castle, Mr. Paper seemed to have become ruthless. A beam of black and white light shot forth, and though the little spider attempted to evade it, he was still grazed, instantly feeling a surge of agitation within. He understood that this was likely the light Lingcheng had mentioned, which could awaken one's inner negativity. However, mere caution was futile. Even a brush with Mr. Paper would have repercussions, leaving the little spider in a state of relentless pursuit and attack. Mr. Paper, sensing the danger from the castle's earlier noise, had no intention of lingering. He was terrified and simply wished to escape. Yet, the little spider, in a terrifyingly stubborn manner, clung to him despite his lack of power to retaliate. Consumed by a singular thought, he could not disappoint his master on their first mission together. Thus, the standoff ensued. The little spider sweated profusely, breathing heavily as he struggled to suppress his inner turmoil, while Mr. Paper's expression grew increasingly grim. The commotion from the castle had ceased, and an ominous premonition settled in. Why are you so persistent? You are no match for me, Mr. Paper said with a wry smile. You shall not escape. The little spider gritted his teeth in response. By holding you back, my master will surely deal with you. The little spider shook his head, his senses becoming clouded. Otherwise, he would never have uttered such provocative words. Hearing this, Mr. Paper's expression hardened, and he unleashed a punch towards the little spider. Caught off guard, the little spider could only emit a muffled grunt as he was sent flying. Mr. Paper, having scored a decisive blow, intended to pursue, but suddenly felt a chilling presence and resolutely turned away. He sensed that he had become the target of something ominous. This was no place to linger. At that moment, the little spider let out a primal roar as it crawled from the ground. Its eyes were filled with a bloodlust that suggested it had lost all semblance of sanity. Faced with the maniacal creature once more blocking his path, Mr. Paper felt a pang of regret, akin to lifting a stone only to have it fall upon his own foot. In the past, he could have exploited such irrationality to his advantage, luring the opponent into a trap or striking when they were vulnerable. However, now he merely cast a glance into the shadows, shaking his head with a bitter smile. The little spider, consumed by a desire for destruction, charged at Mr. Paper with a ferocity that had only intensified. Its claws, swift and lethal, aimed for his vital points. Mr. Paper's martial prowess was commendable amidst the fierce onslaught. He managed to counterattack, landing blows that only seemed to incite the spider's fury further. How formidable was the spider's mutation? Even the little spider itself was unaware of its terrifying capabilities, and in its frenzy, its potential had surged forth. Its attacks grew increasingly rapid and brutal, its movements becoming ever more erratic. In an astonishing turn of events, the little spider's claws breached Mr. Paper's defenses, brutally embedding themselves in his chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. One misstep led to utter ruin. Soon, Mr. Paper's clothing hung from him like tattered rags, his body marred by wounds of varying severity, a truly pitiful sight. I concede, spare my life, he pleaded, forced to lower his head in submission. Yet, would surrender make a difference? The bloodthirsty little spider cared not for his capitulation and continued its relentless assault. Before long, the beleaguered Mr. Paper succumbed to his injuries, dying with a heart full of resentment. Watching from the shadows, Lingcheng felt a pang of sympathy. It was an undeniably tragic scene. The little spider, transformed into a frenzy of claws, was entirely a product of Mr. Paper's own making. With no escape route and no return, the once mighty gang leader was reduced to a mere collection of dismembered limbs. Suddenly, the little spider lifted its head, its eyes glinting with a ferocity directed towards Lingcheng. Has it grown angry? Lingcheng mused, contemplating the use of a rationality-restoring technique to help the little spider regain its senses. However, before he could act, the little spider collapsed before him, kneeling in utter exhaustion. Observing the creature's pitiful state, Lingcheng's gaze softened. The child was utterly spent, sustained only by sheer willpower. He lifted the little spider onto his back and retrieved his phone from his backpack, dialing a number. Who was he calling? Naturally, it was the recovery team, the S. Let us depart, he said, waving to meet up with Vismay. The group left the battlefield, treading upon the faint light of dawn. What had transpired here? A young S.H.I.L.D. agent, removing his sunglasses, stared in disbelief at the raised buildings, murmuring to himself. Only he understood the unsettling truth. The world was becoming increasingly perilous. Beside him, a middle-aged agent sighed. Establish a security perimeter and contain the information. He spoke into his communicator, casting another wary glance at the remnants of destruction before him. In the private hospital's VIP ward, Lingcheng skillfully peeled an apple and cheerfully handed it to Maiju, who lay in bed. After much contemplation, Lingcheng decided to bring Maiju and Little Spider to the hospital. Although Maiju had clearly stated that there was nothing serious, Lingcheng, adhering to the adage of seizing every opportunity, took them to the hospital, where everyone recognized him, and the expenses were waived. Is it delicious? Lingcheng inquired. Yes, it's delightful, Maiju replied with a blissful expression. Here, this one is for you, Lingcheng said as he peeled another apple, presenting it to the astonished Weiss. But I'm not injured, Weiss protested, yet her hand, betraying her, accepted the apple and took a bite. Is it good? Lingcheng asked again. Not bad, Weiss replied, wrinkling her nose. Just one bite for me. Please, Lingcheng chuckled. Just one bite? Weiss gazed at him in confusion, wondering why he wanted to eat her apple when there were so many more. Nevertheless, with a disdainful expression, she handed the apple back to Lingcheng. Lingcheng took a large bite. Hey, this is really sweet. You owe me for that apple, Weiss exclaimed, glaring at the half-eaten fruit. The two began to playfully tussle. Maiju watched Lingcheng, who resembled a child, with a smile of happiness. I seem to have arrived at an awkward moment, Tony said awkwardly at the door. What a coincidence. What ailment do you have? Lingcheng paused his playful banter with Weiss and looked at the suddenly appearing Tony with curiosity. I'm not ill. I came specifically to find you, Tony explained, a hint of exasperation in his voice. You came to see me? Lingcheng's eyes lit up with excitement. This kid must be bringing money. Chapter 45, Lingcheng schemes. To seek my company? Lingcheng feigned a grandiose demeanor. While he preferred to be straightforward, he understood the nuances of social interaction and did not want to give Tony the impression of being a fool, even though he was, in fact, a bit of a fool. Didn't we agree last time that you would teach me the 8 Extremes fist? Tony said, somewhat embarrassed. After their last meeting, he had been preoccupied with resolving issues concerning Pepper until recently, when he finally found the time to remember their unfinished deal. Intrigued by the mysterious Chinese martial art, he had rushed over upon hearing that Lingcheng was in his hospital. Is that feasible? That would be splendid. Rest assured, I won't disclose any of this information. Tony promised, his eyes brightening. The 8 Extremes fist is characterized by its forceful and explosive energy, striking with the suddenness and intensity of a thunderclap. The movements resemble a drawn bow, storing energy before releasing it through the body. The technique requires an unexpected and overwhelming force, radiating from the center of the body in all directions, akin to a bomb exploding in the air. Its techniques include cross-force, sinking force, and silk reeling force. In the spacious room, Lingcheng elaborated on his understanding of the 8 Extremes fist while performing the routine at a leisurely pace. Lingcheng's instruction was indeed heartfelt. After all, it was a matter of $100 million. The service is commensurate with the price paid. Even Lingcheng had to concede to Tony's formidable influence. Tony listened intently as Lingcheng spoke in a manner that was both obscure and profound. His eyes gleamed with increasing brightness. He had amassed a plethora of combat techniques, yet they paled in comparison to the 8 Extremes sacred fist. Lingcheng had opened a new realm for him, and he would willingly part with $1 billion or even $100 billion for such knowledge. If Lingcheng were aware of Tony's current thoughts, one could only imagine his expression. Soon, the demonstration concluded, and Lingcheng exhaled deeply, signaling the end of the session. It was evident from Tony's demeanor that he was exceedingly pleased. I have imparted all that I can teach. The rest is contingent upon your personal diligence. Be prepared to endure hardship if you wish to pursue martial arts, Lingcheng remarked with a smile. Rest assured, I will not tarnish the reputation of the 8 Extremes sacred fist. I will transfer the funds to you immediately, Tony assured him, a hint of excitement in his voice. Lingcheng nodded, feeling a surge of exhilaration. He had only encountered such wealth in his past life during ancestral rites. Are those two in the hospital your peers? Tony inquired suddenly. Well, one could consider them as such. We hail from the same origins, Lingcheng replied with a smile. It seems that you have a formidable backing. Tony reflected, realizing that if those two women were a reflection of Lingcheng's organization, then the strength of that organization was indeed formidable. It was fortunate that Lingcheng was a friend rather than a foe. Indeed, a very powerful faction known as the Fist Emperor, Lingcheng admitted, acknowledging the source of all he had achieved. The Fist Emperor, one imposing name, Tony mused, committing the title to memory, recognizing it as a force to be reckoned with. Seeing Tony lost in thought, Lingcheng refrained from elaborating further. It was no mere boast. One day, the Fist Emperor would re-emerge in this world, and the initial funding was already in hand. As he glanced at his phone, which had just received a notification of a substantial deposit, a smile crept upon his face. In his previous life, such a notification would signify an influx of 800 million in his account, enabling him to stride forth without regard for familial ties. Lingcheng felt a twinge of regret at the thought of having to part with this newfound wealth, yet he had no choice. The gear of the little spider had deteriorated significantly, and he was determined to provide the young hero with high-tech equipment that matched Spider-Man's stature, regardless of his reluctance. No need for reimbursement. We are friends, and I have no interest in money, Tony stated boldly. All right, I appreciate it, Lingcheng readily agreed. Knowing that Tony was sincere in his generosity, he was akin to a high-end American version of Jack Ma, wealthy and willful. There's one more matter, Lingcheng said abruptly. Tony raised an eyebrow in inquiry. What is your opinion of S.H.I.L.D.? Lingcheng asked, adopting an unusually serious tone. They are, after all, agents of the government. I have never truly trusted them, just as they have always been wary of us, Tony pondered. You perceive things quite clearly. However, it is my understanding that many within S.H.I.L.D. are actually agents of Hydra. It would not be an exaggeration to call them Hydra's shield. Lingcheng candidly shared with Tony. Hydra? That infamous organization? Are you suggesting that S.H.I.E.L.D., the sworn enemy of Hydra, has been under Hydra's control all along? Tony's face reflected disbelief. He held great trust in Lingcheng, yet the revelation was astonishing. The truth is undeniable. According to the information received from my organization, this is unequivocally accurate. Lingcheng shrugged, attempting to shift the blame onto a non-existent organization. How absurd. The Avengers, established to protect the Earth, will never become mere instruments for power struggles. Tony exclaimed with indignation. I felt it necessary to reveal the truth to you. Lingcheng replied with resignation. He merely fulfilled his duty. With enemies who threaten to annihilate the Earth at any moment, the Avengers must stand united. And it is wise to eliminate potential risks early on. What do you mean by that? Tony inquired, fixing his gaze on Lingcheng. Then let us establish our own path. We cannot compromise Earth's safety, yet we must also ensure no one hinders our progress, correct? To be frank, I do not regard Hydra as a formidable threat. They are merely a group of cowardly schemers. Yet one must be cautious. It is not the thieves themselves that are worrisome, but rather their incessant desires, Lingcheng suggested. Of course, I merely wanted to remind you as a friend. You know how I dislike complications, Lingcheng chuckled. Observing Lingcheng's carefree demeanor, Tony felt a mix of exasperation and intrigue. He noticed that Lingcheng radiated an air of fearlessness. Was it the formidable forces behind him that bolstered his confidence? Was Lingcheng truly fearless? Not at all. He was simply resigned to the situation. Moreover, with the presence of the King of Fighters, he indeed possessed a certain fortitude. Chapter 46. A dual acquisition of wealth and talent. Tony bid farewell and hurried away. Lingcheng understood, for such significant matters require contemplation and validation. After all, this was merely one perspective. Tony was no fool. Gazing at the empty room, Lingcheng's thoughts shifted as he opened the King of Fighters. Following yesterday's battle, it was likely that the Yada no Kagami had leveled up. Previously, he had been preoccupied with Mai's injuries and had not had the chance to check. Indeed, it could be upgraded. Lingcheng clicked on the artifact, his expression brightening at the sight of the fully experienced level 5 Yada no Kagami. Without hesitation, he initiated the upgrade, feeling his inner purple flame grow increasingly vibrant. As long as the Yada no Kagami could still evolve, there would come a day when the purple flame's ability to incinerate all would become truly legendary. Moreover, Lingcheng sensed that the artifact held even greater potential yet to be uncovered. Just as he intended to close the game window, he was drawn to the red dot on the Master Team icon. A red dot indicated that there was a fighter yet to be deployed, but where would he find an extra fighter? Upon examining the fighters, Lingcheng was left astounded. A tall figure clad in a black bodysuit stood within the fighter's frame. His right hand coalescing with blood-red energy, a cruel smile adorning his face. Loki, the notorious drug lord, an arms dealer operating in the black market, possessed a genius-level combat instinct and relished challenging formidable opponents worldwide, absorbing their fighting essence for his own use and transforming the defeated into statues for his collection. Loki was known for his ferocity and unyielding nature, as well as being the puppet master behind the KOF tournament. No one understood Loki's ferocity better than Lingcheng. He had expended immense effort to confront him. To his astonishment, the very Loki he had slain was now considered successfully recruited. Upon opening the recruitment tab, he discovered that the random recruitment was once again on cooldown. It turned out that in order to recruit a summoned fighter, one must first eliminate them. Lingcheng finally came to a realization. This matter indeed held immense potential. He felt an overwhelming urge to unleash the great serpent. What did the chaos of the world have to do with him? No matter how formidable a person may be, there would always be someone to put them in their place. Reflecting on the fighters he currently possessed, R-rank Mitsu, SR-rank Terry, and Athena, the unpredictably explosive Yagami Iori, and the SSR-rank Rugal Bernstein, he realized, almost unconsciously, he had amassed the full strength of 7 fighters. As Lingcheng confidently swaggered into the hospital room, both Mitsu and Weiss exchanged puzzled glances, wondering how he could be so jubilant after just a few hours out with Tony. "Boss, are you showing off?" Weiss remarked with a sidelong glance. "Can't you tell? I am indeed flaunting," Lingcheng replied with a grin. "What has brought you such joy?" Mitsu inquired with a laugh. "Gained both wealth and talent. I'm on cloud 9, Lingcheng declared, reclining on the hospital bed. However, he soon noticed the strange expressions on Mitsu and Weiss's faces. "Did I misjudge you?" Weiss said with a look of distaste. "Boss, was my performance not sufficient?" Mitsu added, looking dejected. "What's wrong?" Lingcheng asked, feeling aggrieved. After pondering their words for a moment, his face turned pale. "Are you two out of your minds? I meant that I've recruited another fighter," he protested. "Indeed, there is no denying that when women indulge in their whims, men have no part to play. They all seem to be potential liches. Did we misunderstand?" Mitsu asked awkwardly. "Boss, you do prefer women, correct?" Weiss hesitated. "Of course. What do you think I like, Mitsu? Don't you know me?" Lingcheng retorted, feeling wounded. It was quite hurtful. After sharing a bed and studying each other for so long, how can Mitsu still think otherwise? No, that is not what I meant," Mitsu quickly clarified, sensing Lingcheng's genuine anger. "What I meant is, even if the boss were that way, I could accept it." Mitsu was nearly in tears from desperation. After hearing Mitsu's words and seeing Lingcheng's forlorn expression, Weiss remarked, "Mitsu, you truly have a way with words. Indeed, joy often precedes sorrow." Lingcheng sighed deeply, observing Mitsu's slightly pale face turn crimson. "It's all right. You need to take care of yourself." "Boss, I was wrong," Mitsu lamented. "I already said it's fine. I discovered that after defeating Rugal, I acquired his powers, hence my statement about gaining both wealth and talent," Lingcheng explained, casting a sharp glare at Weiss as he mentioned the word talent. Weiss turned her head away in defiance, muttering, "Humph, you're biased." Noticing her agitation, Lingcheng teased, "Is your brain injured too? Do you need to check up?" "Go to hell." Weiss shot back, infuriated as she lunged at Lingcheng. "Ah, I seem to have interrupted," a bashful little spider said at the doorway. He had come straight here upon waking up, but it felt like he had arrived at the wrong moment. His master was indeed impressive. He had always thought that only Mitsu had his favor, but it was evident that he was enjoying the company of both Mitsu and Weiss, right in front of her. If only he could possess half of his master's prowess. Then he could pursue Liz. Little Spider realized he had been learning in the wrong direction all along, and he resolved to learn the art of romance from his master in the future. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, Weiss abruptly sprang from Lingcheng's embrace, turning her head to conceal her flushed face with her hair. Lingcheng, too, found himself in an awkward predicament. The position he had shared with Weiss was indeed somewhat inappropriate, and his hand had, without question, rested upon her posterior. "It's a misunderstanding. We were merely sparring," Lingcheng clarified to Little Spider. "I understand. Sparring," Little Spider replied with an expression of comprehension. "I had a custom set of gear made by Tony Stark intended as a gift for you, but in retrospect, it seems unnecessary and a waste of money." Lingcheng attempted to shift the topic. "Tony Stark? Is it that Tony Stark?" Little Spider exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement, as he was indeed an ardent admirer of Iron Man Chapter 47, Acquiring Equipment. Lingcheng pondered whether Little Spider had missed the crux of the matter. The emphasis should have been on the substantial expense involved. Is that notorious playboy Tony Stark now even captivating young boys? He mused, feeling a twinge of envy. Tony Stark is indeed a man, Lingcheng reminded him. Of course, I know he's a man. Did the master just meet Mr. Stark? Does he know about me? Little Spider inquired eagerly. Lingcheng hesitated, not wishing to engage in conversation. What a pity. Why did I have to be unconscious? I have so many questions for him. Master, will Mr. Stark come again? If he does, could you inform me in advance? How should I introduce myself upon our first meeting? Little Spider lamented, his incessant chatter betraying his talkative nature. Could you please be quiet? Lingcheng gritted his teeth. Did I say something wrong? Little Spider looked at him innocently. Ha ha, he is jealous. Weiss interjected without mercy, exposing Lingcheng's discomfort, realizing the laughter directed at him. Little Spider quickly attempted to flatter. Master, I'm merely intrigued by his various ideas and achievements. My deepest respect is reserved for you, Master. Your martial prowess is exceptional, and your charm with the ladies is unparalleled. Would you mind teaching me? So, you mean to say that the boss is just a brute? Weiss chimed in once more. That is not my meaning at all, Little Spider replied, a pained expression crossing his face as he pleaded, Please, grant me mercy. Who said I was merely a brute? I possess many research findings. Lingcheng retorted, clearly exasperated. Little Spider and Weiss exchanged surprised glances, their curiosity piqued. Even the boss conducts scientific research? I discovered that when a person sticks out their tongue, they cannot breathe rapidly. Lingcheng stated with utmost seriousness. Little Spider looked troubled, questioning whether that could truly be classified as research. He then extended his own tongue and attempted to breathe quickly, proving the assertion incorrect. Master, it seems that is not the case, he stated diplomatically. I haven't finished. My research also reveals that if someone conducts an immediate experiment, onlookers will perceive you as resembling a dog. Lingcheng continued coldly. Am I not making a valid point? Lingcheng grinned. You think you can outsmart me? I am a product of the 21st century, having encountered more schemes than you have grains of salt. You are a rascal and a heartbreaker. Weiss exclaimed, exasperated. Have I broken your heart? Lingcheng shot her a glare. Visa's expression faltered, leaving her speechless. Still pining for a playboy? Why not mention Tony, the notorious womanizer, who could host a party with the number of women he has? And as for idols, do not emulate him, understand? Lingcheng admonished the young spider. Understand. The little spider replied obediently, his face contorted in distress, having thought he had left the battlefield behind. Meanwhile, aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft, a heated debate was unfolding. I do not wish to question your orders, Director. Agent May expressed her concerns upon hearing that Coulson intended to lead a strike team to the front lines. That is reassuring, Coulson interjected. However, the battles I have encountered have surpassed my expectations. The two-person rescue team you mentioned is precisely the kind of operation I am striving to avoid, Agent May remarked. Her expression serious. Field agents and operational specialists cannot be compared, trust me. You last time, Agent May insisted on dissuading Coulson from his reckless plan, yet he interrupted her once more. Hall is one of ours, and he is in trouble. We require 2 individuals for the mission, Ward being one of them, which leaves only me. Upon hearing Coulson's words, May's face revealed her inner conflict. She was acutely aware that she was more suited for this mission than Coulson. Yet she had her own reasons, and it was clear that Coulson was being obstinate. Perhaps we could seek Lingcheng's assistance, May suggested. He has no time for us now. I just received word that he has accomplished something significant, and we cannot rely on others for everything, can we? Coulson shrugged. Rest assured, I have engaged in numerous battles while accompanying the Avengers. With that, Coulson turned and walked away. Then you shall perish, Agent May murmured, watching Coulson's retreating figure. In the cockpit, Agent May sat restlessly, unable to find calm. The imminent mission was far too perilous, and she feared for Coulson's safety. After a moment's hesitation, she opened a communication line and dialed a number. At that moment, Lingcheng was keeping vigil in a hospital room, amusing Mai Zhuo when his phone rang. Signaling Mai Zhuo to wait, Lingcheng frowned as he answered the call. Few knew his personal number, and in America, there were no unsolicited calls akin to inquiries about zero-interest loans at subway shops, indicating that trouble was afoot. This is Lingcheng, he replied impatiently. Hello, I am May. We have met before. Agent May discerned Lingcheng's irritation. As expected, S.H.I.L.D. was once again seeking his assistance. Lingcheng had just exposed S.H.I.L.D.'s murky dealings to Tony, contemplating his own independence, especially since he now possessed a fortune of $100 million and had no need to work for S.H.I.L.D. Despite holding a favorable impression of Fury and Coulson. Is like this. May quickly outline the situation. Send me the address and time. Lingcheng instructed before hanging up. The convoy escorting a red priority protection subject was ambushed on Highway 76 near Sterling. The subject, Canadian physicist Dr. Franklin Hall, had been abducted. At the scene, a device utilizing rare elements to alter gravitational fields was discovered, with investigations revealing the suspect to be Ian Quinn, the CEO of Quinn International. Lingcheng's swift agreement stemmed from the so-called device that controls gravitational fields. Having acquired the knowledge from Luca, Lingcheng naturally mastered the use of gravity-based projectiles, though the conditions for their application were quite limited, relegating them to mere missile-like functionality. However, upon hearing of a device capable of altering gravitational fields, how could Lingcheng possibly let such an opportunity slip away? He had not finished watching the agents of S.H.I.L.D. Otherwise, he would have sought it out himself. Knowing about the device, he intended to claim it from the scientist. "What is wrong, boss?" Maiju inquired, observing Lingcheng lost in contemplation. "Nothing, just need to step out tomorrow," Lingcheng replied, glancing up from his phone with a smile. Chapter 48. The inept ally. The azure sky was adorned with wispy, pristine clouds, and the dream of soaring freely like a bird had long been a cherished aspiration of humanity. On the rooftop of a building, Lingcheng propelled himself off the edge, momentarily suspending in the air, teetering yet maintaining his balance. This was a rudimentary application gleaned from the gravity-based projectiles, a technique to lighten one's weight by slightly altering the gravitational force acting upon him. With a powerful strike, he could amplify gravity during an attack, inflicting greater damage. Alas, Luca's exploration of this ability had reached its limitations. Lingcheng had initially presumed Luca to be astute, only to find him rather reckless. Such a capability bore immense potential. At the very least, flight was achievable, and he certainly wouldn't succumb to aerial bombardment. After all, he had just mastered the art of levitation, and there was evidently more potential to be unearthed. However, Lingcheng had misjudged Luca. He possessed the blood and power of the great serpent, while Luca, if he were to know, he would surely curse. "Damn it. I possess but a mere fraction of the serpent's blood. All of this relies on my own efforts. Flight? Nonsense." Of course, Lingcheng was unaware that he was currently reveling in midair. While he could not yet fly solely using gravity, the addition of airflow changed the game. He would occasionally leap skyward or glide laterally for dozens of meters. After numerous attempts, he finally began to accumulate some experience. Lingcheng surveyed his surroundings and, with a thought, set his course toward the Republic of Malta. On board an Airbus, a small child nibbled on a cream-filled pastry, gazing curiously at the clouds outside. "That one looks like a pony, and that one resembles a rabbit." Clearly pleased with his discoveries, the child's eyes squinted with delight, mouth still munching away. "That one looks like Superman." The child's eyes lit up, pressing his face against the window. Why is Superman lying down? He wondered, observing the clouds parallel to the airplane. The Superman in question was none other than Lingcheng, who initially adopted a classic Superman pose with arms outstretched. Soon, however, he felt that he had been influenced by cinematic portrayals. With his mental prowess, why not simply lie back and fly? Thus, Lingcheng's flight posture evolved into a reclined position with one leg crossed over the other, occasionally shaking it for good measure. From the outset, Lingcheng had sensed the airplane and the little one within it. Noticing the child's unwavering gaze upon him, he turned and offered a friendly smile. The little one, startled, instinctively recoiled, blinking incessantly, completely oblivious to the bread slipping from his grasp. "This is not a cloud. It is Superman. Tom, how could you drop the bread? We mustn't waste food, you know." A nearby young mother hastily picked up the bread from the little one's leg, brushing off the crumbs with a gentle touch. "Mommy, Superman," the little one exclaimed, pointing out the window with a sweet, innocent voice. Mommy knows there is Superman," the mother replied, glancing at the undeniably clear sky with a smile. "Wah, Superman is gone." Only then did the little one realize that there was no trace of Lingcheng outside, pouting and beginning to cry. At that moment, Lingcheng was perched atop an airplane, observing the distraught little one and the young mother, who was trying her best to console him while apologizing to the nearby passengers. A mischievous child is still a mischievous child, no matter how adorable, Lingcheng thought ungratefully, entirely forgetting that he was the root cause of the situation. "I am Lingcheng," he said, pulling out his phone while still riding the airplane. "Have they already begun their operation? Will you come?" Agent May's voice inquired from the other end. "Why are you so concerned about Coulson? Is there something more between you two?" Lingcheng replied, dumbfounded. "Just a partner," May quickly clarified. "All right, I'm currently on the plane and will arrive shortly. So don't worry, Lingcheng said before ending the call. Flying in the sky lifted his spirits considerably. Otherwise, he would have been disinclined to answer the phone at all. Agent may remain concerned about Lingcheng's attendance. But would he ever be late for an opportunity that promised profit? Absolutely not. In the Republic of Malta, Sky successfully infiltrated the gathering, while Coulson and Ward found themselves in a precarious situation after being discovered by soldiers outside Ian Quinn's territory. One must commend Sky's cleverness by feigning betrayal of S.H.I.L.D. She managed to lower Ian Quinn's guard, successfully placing an infiltration device to reboot the perimeter's protective shield. Coulson and Ward managed to breach the facility. Lingcheng, observing the impressive high-tech shield from the air, couldn't help but express his awe. Unfortunately, it was not designed to withstand aerial assaults. In this scenario, he felt as if he were in a realm devoid of obstacles. However, he patiently awaited developments from above, as he was unfamiliar with the so-called doctor and had no intention of leading the charge. Not long after, while suspended in mid-air, Lingcheng suddenly staggered. Something was interfering with his force field. It seemed about time, so he decisively dived from the sky, landing lightly on the ground. Lingcheng? Ward exclaimed in surprise as he saved Sky and noticed Lingcheng descending from above. Hello. Long time no see. Lingcheng greeted the two with a smile, his mental energy spreading like a tide, eager to ascertain what was occurring. What are you doing here? Ward asked cautiously. Your agent may request my assistance, fearing you and Coulson might struggle. However, it seems you're managing quite well, Lingcheng responded, and without further ado, he focused his thoughts and instantly appeared in Coulson's laboratory. As soon as Lingcheng materialized, he felt an odd sensation coursing through his body. The room's atmosphere had become distorted. Fortunately, Lingcheng had some understanding of gravity and quickly adapted, curiously surveying the colossal generator, the source of the turmoil. Who are you? Dr. Hall, resembling a quintessential bookworm, brandished a firearm and posed a question. Lingcheng, glancing disdainfully at the diminutive pistol in the bookworm's grasp, sneered and swiftly seized the weapon, contorting it into a crumpled heap of metal before the incredulous gaze of its owner. Explain yourself, Coulson, Lingcheng called out to Coulson, who was rising from the ground while shielding his head. What are you doing here, Lingcheng? Coulson inquired, perplexed. However, as he tilted his head to listen, comprehension dawned upon him. Evidently, Agent May had already elucidated the situation. Dr. Hall, you must assist us in halting this device, Coulson implored, fixing his gaze on the helpless Dr. Hall. He's Dr. Hall? I had assumed he was merely another researcher. Lingcheng muttered in disbelief. It cannot be stopped now. I am acting to protect the world. Such power must never fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, Dr. Hall asserted resolutely. Lingcheng began to grasp the nature of the charade. This fellow was a notorious one-track mind, a more infuriating ally than any villain. Chapter 49. What is the catalyst? My team remains here. They have come to save you, and I will not allow them to come to harm, Coulson declared, taking a swift step to sever the power supply. Yet the generator continued to operate autonomously. It is futile. The transformation has commenced, and soon this place will cease to exist. No one understands Ian better than I do. This is the only course of action I can take, Doctor Hall proclaimed with a demeanor of noble sacrifice. Fitz, I have cut the power. How can we bring this device to a halt? Coulson shouted into his communicator, as the chaotic force field intensified on the verge of eruption. Doctor, what is the catalyst? Tell me, we still have a chance. Coulson fixed his gaze on Dr. Hall, hoping for assistance, but was met only with Hall's stubborn headshake. Silence enveloped Coulson as he beheld the increasingly violent gravitational fluctuations, a look of turmoil etched upon his face. What is Lingcheng doing? He wondered. Lingcheng had scrutinized the generator for quite some time. With his meager knowledge, he could discern little. What he did perceive was that the rampaging generator held little utility, having transformed into a bomb instead, and that Dr. Hall was utterly oblivious. Had he come here for naught? With such thoughts clouding his mind, Lingcheng felt his spirits dampen further, especially upon overhearing the exchange between Coulson and Hall. A vein throbbing on his forehead. What is the catalyst? Lingcheng approached Dr. Hall, his voice low and grave. I will not divulge that information, Dr. Hall replied, a hint of trepidation evident in his demeanor, yet he remained resolute. Lingcheng, expressionless, nodded at Hall's words. Hall, believing Lingcheng to have accepted the reality, exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, with a resounding slap, Lingcheng sent Hall crashing to the ground. Nearby debris scattered, and as Hall struggled to rise, he stumbled and fell once more, the force of Lingcheng's strike evident. In truth, Lingcheng had restrained himself. Otherwise, a single blow could have shattered Hall's skull. What is the catalyst? Lingcheng reiterated. The identical query resonated differently in Dr. Hall's ears at that moment. I will not reveal it, Hall mumbled, blood spilling from his mouth as he knelt on the ground, having lost several teeth from Lingcheng's strike. Lingcheng delivered a sharp slap that sent Hall rolling several times across the ground. This time, Hall did not even attempt to struggle, lying there, half alive from the beating. Coulson, witnessing the pitiful state of Dr. Hall, felt a pang of sympathy. After all, he was a colleague from SHLD. However, reflecting on Hall's obstinate and mad actions, that sympathy quickly transformed into a sense of satisfaction. Grabbing Hall by the collar once more, Lingcheng uttered 3 words infused with lethal intent. Speak or die. His principle was simple. There would be no second chances. Fail to seize the opportunity, and one would meet their end. I honestly do not know. I was never prepared for this. Hall sputtered, blood frothing from his mouth in despair. Casting aside the near-dead Hall, Lingcheng furrowed his brow, recognizing that Hall was speaking the truth, yet was not what he had anticipated. Wasn't the typical narrative one where the mad scientist, in a moment of clarity, reveals the truth just as the protagonist brushes past the brink of death to resolve the crisis? Yet, now Hall claimed ignorance? What is the catalyst? Lingcheng inquired, turning to Coulson, believing that if Hall was unaware, Coulson must possess some insight. Hall, sprawled on the ground, instinctively trembled at the familiar term, while Coulson was equally taken aback by Lingcheng's question. Could it be that even he would not be spared? During their time in New York, Coulson had perceived Lingcheng as a sunny young man. Subsequent interactions had painted him as someone enamored with wealth, but now, upon hearing the query about the catalyst, Coulson truly grasped that Lingcheng was fundamentally a fierce individual, just not directed at him. I also do not know. Coulson instinctively raised his hand in response. Suddenly, the laboratory windows rattled as Ward and Skye knocked at the door, unable to enter. Lingcheng approached and forcefully tore the door down. What is the situation? Ward urgently asked, his gaze unable to resist stealing a glance at the crumpled figure of Dr. Hall in the corner. Having arrived just in time to witness the unfolding events. You all need to evacuate. I will handle this machine, Coulson declared abruptly, having resolved to sacrifice himself. Others still had a chance to survive. Leave it to me. You all go first, Lingcheng insisted. Are you sure? Coulson questioned, concern etched on his face. I have no certainty. Do you? Hurry and leave. Don't obstruct me. I sense this thing is nearing a critical point. Lingcheng retorted, waving his hand dismissively. Then I entrust this to you. I will request a reward. Remember to collect it, Coulson said as he led Ward and Skye to evacuate. Damn it. I still have 100 million in my account. Do you think I would covet such a trifling sum? Who do you think you're looking down on? Lingcheng shouted towards the door, hoping Coulson could hear him. Turning back, he hoisted the trembling Dr. Hall from the corner, unable to suppress a smirk. Why do you scientists insist on being so reckless? You strive to discover these things while simultaneously yearning for destruction? You profess noble intentions to annihilate this device. Yet a few slaps from me leave you quaking in fear. Afraid of pain, are you? Lingcheng harbored no fondness for the scientific aberrations of the Marvel Universe. If extraterrestrial invasions were akin to natural disasters, then these mad scientists, with their frenzied notions, were undoubtedly man-made calamities. How splendid it would be if such geniuses were to use their talents for the benefit of the populace rather than veering towards perilous pursuits. With a swift motion, Lingcheng shattered the glass beneath him and lunged toward the generator, leaving behind the suspended figure of Dr. Hall. A startled cry escaped Dr. Hall's lips, naturally, as he hung midair. As Lingcheng plummeted toward the bizarrely fluctuating gravitational device, a shiver ran down his spine. However, he remained undeterred. Just before impact, he clapped his hands, causing the generator to vanish into thin air, leaving the laboratory in tranquil silence. The convenience of a gaming backpack was indeed remarkable. Otherwise, how could Lingcheng possess such a noble sense of duty to remain behind for the sake of sacrifice? This generator, at the very least, could serve as an explosive. And with Dr. Hall dangling above, Lingcheng felt he stood to gain significantly. As Coulson and his companions fled the confines of the villa, a tremendous shockwave propelled them into the air. Once the dust settled, the three, covered in dirt, stared in disbelief at the vast crater where the villa once stood, their minds consumed by a singular thought. What had become of Lingcheng? High in the sky, Lingcheng, clutching his prize, Dr. Hall, gazed with satisfaction at his handiwork, readying a gravity-based magical projectile. The effect was exquisite. Chapter 50. The Emergence of the King of Fighters. What significance did Dr. Hall's years of research hold? Why did such grotesque anomalies exist in the world? Was this truly humanity? Was this science? A sense of despair washed over Dr. Hall as he pondered these questions. Is he dead? Lingcheng chuckled. This was his first acquisition of a high-tech talent, albeit a somewhat foolish one, yet undeniably competent. Otherwise, SHLD would not have provided such stringent protection. Lingcheng found himself regretting his heavy-handed approach. If Dr. Hall perished en route, it would be a wasted endeavor. Hey, are you alive? An abrupt cry echoed as Dr. Hall plummeted rapidly, the fierce wind rushing into his mouth, stifling his voice. Lingcheng, arms crossed, watched Dr. Hall's limbs flail wildly as he descended, chuckling. Ah, it seems you're not dead yet. Being in my grasp may be worse than death. Would you prefer to free fall? Dr. Hall sputtered incoherently, saliva and tears flying, unable to articulate a single coherent thought. Yet, Lingcheng remained unfazed, continuing the rapid descent. Murder to silence him. This primal thought surged within Dr. Hall, but why would Lingcheng take him along? It indicated he still held some value. He wouldn't let him die. As they neared the ground, Dr. Hall felt a sudden jolt as Lingcheng propelled him back into the sky. Consider this an experience. If you disobey the next time, it will be the full treatment. Do you understand? Lingcheng threatened. I understand, Dr. Hall acquiesced, realizing that with all his knowledge now in Lingcheng's possession, freedom was an impossibility, and he could only resign himself to reality. Hello. Lingcheng, feeling a vibration, retrieved his phone. You're alive. Coulson's voice resonated. How can you speak like that? Do you wish for my demise? Lingcheng retorted, baffled. Not at all. I was merely astonished. I had an inkling you would emerge unscathed. If the generator hadn't been destroyed, the entire island would have vanished, Coulson clarified. Why are you reasoning with me? To speak plainly, Lingcheng said impatiently, though internally he was astonished that the old man was clever enough to evade him. I wanted to inquire about Dr. Hall. Coulson stated frankly, recalling that they had been unable to evacuate the severely injured Hall due to time constraints. However, with Lingcheng having averted the explosion, it was likely that Dr. Hall was still alive. Why should I care? He has probably been blown to smithereens, Lingcheng replied nonchalantly. Observing Lingcheng's brazen falsehood, Dr. Hall nearly voiced his protest, yet he refrained. Is he dead? Coulson confirmed. Isn't it better if he is? That old coot has lost his marbles. What purpose does he serve? You're not trying to pin this on me for my money, are you? Lingcheng accused maliciously. Once the funds come through, I'll give you what you're owed. I merely wanted to clarify the situation, Coulson sighed, only to hear a beeping sound from the other end. Was Hall truly dead? Lingcheng's words seemed dubious, yet Coulson shook his head, reasoning that Lingcheng likely had no interest in such matters and chose to trust him. On the rooftop of Stark's private hospital, Lingcheng gracefully descended with Dr. Hall, seeking out a physician to attend to him, explicitly stating the need for strict surveillance. The doctor assured him arrangements would be made. Only then did Lingcheng feel at ease to depart, as he trusted the staff were all loyal to Tony. Navigating with familiarity, Lingcheng made his way to May's ward. Tony, what are you doing here? Lingcheng asked upon entering and finding Tony dealing with a bothersome little spider. Lingcheng smiled wryly at the incessant chatter of the young hero. Enough pestering Tony, he said. All right, replied the little spider reluctantly. Tony shot Lingcheng an appreciative glance, to which Lingcheng responded with a casual gesture. There will be plenty of time to talk later. Lingcheng chuckled, causing the little spider's eyes to light up with joy once more. Are you a devil? Tony remarked, realizing he had misjudged Lingcheng. About what you mentioned last time, I've given it considerable thought. Tony gestured for Lingcheng to speak privately. Let us just say May and Wisp are my little peppers. Lingcheng laughed. I only have one little pepper, and you have two? Besides, can they even compare to my little pepper? Tony retorted, his face a picture of disbelief as he organized his thoughts. I've made my decision. The Avengers will separate from SHLD and become an independent organization, with headquarters established in Stark Tower. What do you think? Tony summarized. You have the funds. It's your call. Lingcheng shrugged, indicating his indifference. Then regarding personnel, Tony continued. You handle that. Lingcheng interjected. And what will you do? Tony asked, exasperated, realizing Lingcheng was exceptionally lazy. I'm just an ordinary person. What do I know about management? Of course, I'll be at home with my wife. Lingcheng replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at May, who smiled in agreement. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Tony sighed, pleased to avoid the chatter of the little spider. By the way, let us arrange for my little pepper to bond with May. I might need your assistance with something soon, Lingcheng said with a grin. May I ask what it is? Tony inquired curiously. You'll find out in due time. Lingcheng replied with a smile, before taking his leave. Tony gazed at the eager expression of the little spider and promptly bid farewell. Observing the little spider chase after Tony, Lingcheng could not help but chuckle to himself. After all, having a little fanboy could indeed be a burden. What's wrong? Are you getting impatient? Soon, it will be your turn to be busy, Lingcheng said mysteriously. Halfway through his words, he hesitated. Stop dawdling, Weiss interjected impatiently. Tossing her hair, Lingcheng cleared his throat and began a silent staring contest with Weiss. All right, boss, just speak up, Maiju interjected to alleviate the tension. Starting tomorrow, I shall establish our own faction. The King of Fighters project officially commences, Lingcheng proclaimed, gazing ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of excitement in his voice. Feeling somewhat awkward in this pose within the confines of the hospital room, he discreetly glanced at Maiju and Weiss, only to find their eyes shining with enthusiasm, lost in a reverie. King of Fighters, Weiss and Maiju murmured in unison. Chapter 51, A Trip to View the Island. Do you think we should purchase a skyscraper or an island? Lingcheng inquired, recognizing that each option had its merits. Nevertheless, he found himself leaning toward the latter. The notion of buying an island to build his own kingdom was undeniably appealing. An island? The two women exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with unreserved enthusiasm. On that day, Lingcheng soared over the sea, maintaining a low flight as he circled an uninhabited island, declaring, "Let us buy it." He had ventured straight into the Atlantic to scout for islands. This one seems a bit small, Lingcheng mused, marking a cross over the island's icon on his map before adjusting his direction toward the next target. This was already the 23rd island he had surveyed, and yet none had met his expectations. He was as discerning as a meticulous homebuyer. This would be Lingcheng's first island, his future sanctuary. Even someone as averse to trouble as he was approached the decision with utmost caution. Ultimately, however, it was money that posed the greatest challenge. If it were Tony, he would have already purchased without a second thought. But Lingcheng was financially constrained. After Maiju and Weiss conducted a thorough analysis, he realized that $100 million was, in fact, not a vast sum. Owning an island required funds, as did its development and the recruitment of personnel. It truly was only when one took charge that they understood the true cost of living. Even the few experimental devices that Hall had casually mentioned made Lingcheng break into a cold sweat. Was scientific research really so easy to undertake? It all seemed to be a money-burning affair. At that moment, while soaring through the sky, Lingcheng halted, his gaze drawn to the rapidly gathering dark clouds in the distance, his expression turning grim. He had indeed forgotten to check the weather. Just a moment ago, it had been sunny, and now he found himself caught in a storm. Should he leave? Lingcheng hesitated, but ultimately decided to remain stationary. He had never witnessed a tempest before. Boldness often accompanies skill, and as someone who embraced the winds, he was eager to experience the wonders of nature today. Soon, the sky darkened ominously, with fierce winds gathering the clouds as if the heavens had spilled ink, thunder rumbling in the distance. Lightning streaked across the sky, causing Lingcheng to instinctively shrink his neck. He harbored an innate fear of thunder. In no time, raindrops the size of soybeans began to pelt down, striking against Lingcheng's spiritual shield with a cacophonous sound. The tranquil surface of the sea was disrupted as monstrous waves began to thrash violently beneath the onslaught of a fierce gale. Lingcheng, with focused determination, controlled the turbulent currents surrounding him while maintaining a protective shield against the torrential rain, suspended alone in the air. This indeed was an opportune location to cultivate the power of the serpent of wind, he mused, feeling a profound deepening of his understanding of the wind in just a brief moment. Love, he thought, is akin to the vast blue sky and white clouds that can suddenly be engulfed by a tempest. At this moment, Lingcheng felt remarkably at ease, even humming a tune. However, perhaps the heavens could no longer tolerate his arrogance. With a resounding crash, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm descended from the heavens and struck him. His mental shield struggled momentarily before shattering, and with a sharp intake of breath, he felt arcs of electricity coursing through his body, rendering half of it numb. Lingcheng swayed precariously in mid-air, drenched by the relentless rain and battered by the howling winds. Wiping his face in shock, he sensed the world's deep-seated malevolence towards him. Indeed, he realized, those who flaunt their bravado often attract misfortune. Estimating the gravity of his situation, Lingcheng decided to retreat hastily, acutely aware of his own limitations. His life was at stake. Regaining his mental shield, he swiftly chose a direction, eager to escape the storm's fury. Before long, another lightning bolt streaked down, and, as he narrowly avoided it, Cold sweat trickled down his brow while he grimaced at the stormy sky, crackling with electricity. He chastised himself for his overconfidence. Had he left sooner, he could have been comfortably at home with his beloved. Lingcheng flew towards the location where the previous bolt had struck, contemplating a brief respite, having heard that lightning seldom strikes the same place twice. With another deafening crash, a lightning bolt as thick as a giant's arm descended, and before he could react, he was struck again. The violent current coursed through him, causing uncontrollable tremors, and his hair stood on end. What kind of celestial being was challenging him with such tribulations? That singular thought flashed through his mind before his entire body succumbed to paralysis, plummeting from the sky. The torrential rain continued unabated, and the fierce winds whipped up towering waves that crashed against the jagged cliffs. A vast, dark island loomed ominously on the sea surface, occasionally illuminated by the fleeting light of lightning, revealing its true form. Suddenly, a shadowy hand emerged from the monstrous waves, grasping at the protruding rocks of the cliff, followed by Lingcheng, who surfaced, having miraculously survived. Damn it, that was a close call, he coughed violently, still shaken, struck by lightning and paralyzed. He had fallen into the sea, disoriented by the monstrous waves, and having poor swimming skills, he had consumed an unknown quantity of seawater. Had it not been for his extraordinary constitution, he might have been the first ill-fated traveler to meet his end. After surveying his surroundings, Lingcheng leaped forward, swiftly scaling the cliff like a monkey. It was evident that this was an island, and he resolved to take refuge here, for today had proven to be exceedingly ill-fated, and he dared not continue his journey. A massive boulder lay in his path, but as he leaped atop it, he discovered a natural stone platform, which led to a cavern. Lingcheng's expression brightened with joy as he hurried forward without hesitation. The cave was shrouded in darkness. Yet this did not hinder Lingcheng's vision. With his constitution, he possessed the ability to see in the night. As he surveyed his surroundings, he quickly realized that this was not a deserted island, for the cave was evidently artificially excavated, adorned with cryptic symbols on the walls. Their abstract nature leaving Lingcheng utterly baffled. He retrieved his defunct phone from his pocket and discarded it, then took out a new phone and SIM card from his backpack, intending to inform Maijua of his safety. However, upon powering it on, he was greeted with the message of no signal. Accompanied by the howling winds, Lingcheng gradually succumbed to slumber. The next day, the sky was clear and bright, a gentle breeze brushing past, a stark contrast to the tempestuous night prior. Lingcheng, drowsily opening his eyes, stretched languidly, a series of popping sounds echoing around him. Today, he resolved to embark on a thorough exploration. Observing the cryptic symbols on the rock walls, Lingcheng murmured to himself. His gaze soon fell upon a stone door, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, there were signs of human presence. Approaching the door, he gently pushed it, but it did not budge. Applying more force yielded the same result. Lingcheng, exerting all his strength, felt his face flush as he pressed down, creating a deep indentation in the ground. Yet the door remained steadfast. What kind of door is this? Lingcheng exclaimed, his current strength capable of lifting a heavy truck, frustrated by his lack of progress. He closed his eyes for a moment and vanished from his spot, reappearing behind the door. With his ability to use mental teleportation, few obstacles could withstand him. However, he soon realized that this time, the toll on his mental energy was particularly substantial, as if something within the door was sapping his strength. This door is peculiar. It shall be mine, Lingcheng thought assertively. Turning to face the interior of the cave, he pondered what marvels lay beyond such a formidable door. He felt a sudden thrill akin to opening a treasure chest. The passage was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any remarkable features except for its slightly larger dimensions. Lingcheng persevered through the winding corridors, navigating the vastness of the structure. After more than an hour, transitioning from cautious vigilance to a frantic sprint, he realized there were no treasures to be found. All that surrounded him were stones, and he had yet to discover an exit. His mental energy spread through the passage, but failed to penetrate the rock. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open as he spotted a way out. A massive boulder blocked the entrance, but a faint light seeped through the crevices. Having learned from his previous trials, Lingcheng opted not to push, but instead used his teleportation technique to appear behind the boulder. Amidst a chorus of strange calls, Lingcheng wore an odd expression. Beneath him were thousands of white ape-like creatures, howling toward the sky, a formidable sight. As he questioned whether he had traversed to another realm, a tall figure emerged from the crowd, shouting at Lingcheng, "Abaisida, G-Chi 11. Lingcheng stood there, bewildered. for it was evident that this group of white apes possessed a social structure and even a language, yet he understood nothing. Abysse de Jicuyons. The white apes shouted once more. Lingcheng, utterly perplexed, thought to himself, what a situation. Am I to fear a bunch of monkeys? Lingcheng contemplated leaping directly down to the feet of the white ape leader. The white apes seemed startled and retreated a few steps in unison. Lingcheng himself was taken aback. He had not realized until now that these white apes stood over 3 meters tall, with bared fangs that made them appear far from docile. Do you speak English? Lingcheng attempted to reason with them, knowing that if these colossal beasts decided to attack, his only option would be to make a hasty retreat. The creatures remained silent, gazing intently at him. Can you speak Chinese? Thunder Monkey? Yamide? Sarahakio? Sawadee Ka? He rummaged through the languages he knew, but the apes remained unresponsive. Communication had evidently failed. At that moment, the leader stirred, taking several steps forward before turning to address the gathering of white apes with an animated display of vocalizations. Although Lingcheng could not discern the meaning, it was apparent that the leader was delivering some form of speech. Watching the leader's fervent gesticulations, Lingcheng felt it prudent to withdraw. With a swift leap into the sky, he elicited a chorus of gasps from the white apes below. Lingcheng smiled faintly, finding these creatures rather amiable despite the language barrier. He pondered what this island might hold. If it proved favorable, perhaps they could become neighbors. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he was once again startled. Behind him loomed a colossal stone statue of an ape, complete with enormous tusks, seemingly alive and glaring at him with an imposing presence. The curious fact was that he was at an altitude of several hundred meters. The Lesan giant Buddha was only over 70 meters tall. This gargantuan ape statue, standing like a pillar of heaven, exuded an ancient aura. In that moment, Lingcheng realized from whence he had emerged. He had just teleported from the statue's very eyes. What kind of place was he in? Lingcheng ascended further, yearning to see the full expanse of the island. Upon reaching a certain height, he discovered that this island spanned at least tens of thousands of square kilometers, enveloped in a thick, white mist that obscured the surrounding sea. This was truly a virgin land, untouched and undiscovered by humanity. The peculiar white ape and its monumental stone likeness served as undeniable proof of this fact. In that instant, Lingcheng resolved to make this island his stronghold. Locking eyes with the leader, Lingcheng managed a wry smile as he extended his hand. In the face of the leader's peculiar gaze, he grasped its hand and shook it vigorously, thinking to himself that a handshake was a universal gesture. The white ape leader bellowed, seemingly enraged, and suddenly yanked Lingcheng upwards. What an ambush! Lingcheng thought, indignant. In midair, he exerted his strength, pulling the white ape upward into the sky. The leader screeched in surprise, struggling fiercely in Lingcheng's grasp. Lingcheng's forehead pulsed with veins, yet he did not relent. The strength of this white ape was indeed formidable, leaving him somewhat in awe. Observing the kneeling white apes, Lingcheng raised his hands, striking a pose of strength. Although it was somewhat humiliating, the effect was unmistakable. One by one, the white apes bowed their heads to the ground, a clear sign of submission. Lingcheng let out a sigh of relief. Had they chosen to attack, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, he would have been outmatched. Fortunately, they did not seem inclined to do so. A trembling, white-haired hand reached out once more before Lingcheng, whose eyes widened in surprise. Is there no end to this? He thought. The white ape leader timidly gestured with his hand, and Lingcheng soon realized that he had misinterpreted the situation. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Lingcheng solemnly placed his hand over that of the white ape leader. The leader then rose and emitted a series of deep calls to the troop, which responded in unison with a cacophony of sounds. Lingcheng stood atop the platform, a polite yet awkward smile gracing his lips, as he inadvertently found himself akin to a towering figure among the apes, nay, their leader. Chapter 53. The White Ape's Lair. After a brief commotion, the white apes began to disperse, and the leader signaled for Lingcheng to follow, leading the way ahead. Lingcheng trailed closely behind, his curiosity piqued by the identity of the white apes. After all, the towering stone statue and its peculiar attributes hinted at the extraordinary nature of this race. This area seemed to be their sacred site, while their true dwelling likely lay elsewhere. Lingcheng followed the white ape as it leaped through the primordial forest, using the strength of ancient trees to navigate. If not for Lingcheng's agility, he would have found it nearly impossible to traverse, as the ground was devoid of paths and overrun with low shrubs and thorns. Moreover, venturing into the humid, tropical wilderness was no trivial endeavor. The specific climate concealed various strange and perilous predators. Within mere minutes, Lingcheng had encountered multiple assaults from snakes and venomous insects, compelling him to maintain a mental shield at all times. Meanwhile, the white ape, as the sovereign of this realm, moved effortlessly, occasionally glancing back at Lingcheng with an amused expression, as if to say it had long established its dominion here, with predators well aware of its formidable presence. Initially, Lingcheng felt a sense of competition and was determined to keep pace with the white ape leader. However, upon witnessing the leader boldly plunge into the visible miasma ahead, he hesitated, his expression shifting. What was this miasma? It was the result of bacteria and microorganisms thriving on decaying flora and fauna, wafting with the swamp gas. The thought of countless bacteria sent a shiver down Lingcheng's spine, leading him to trust his instincts. Lingcheng ascended into the sky, where the harshness of the environment became starkly apparent. This was hardly a place for humans. Indeed, it was meant for apes. Fixing his gaze on the intermittently visible figure of the white ape leader, Lingcheng resumed his pursuit. The leader, observing Lingcheng soaring alongside, seemed to scratch its head in discontent at what it perceived as Lingcheng's unfair advantage. Yet there was also a glimmer of envy in its eyes. I am not endowed with such gifts. I must resort to trickery to survive. Lingcheng shrugged, indifferent to whether the leader understood him. In a fit of playful defiance, the white ape leader quickened its pace, weaving through the forest. Lingcheng, with a resigned smile, matched its speed and soon caught up again. The chase continued for nearly half an hour until the white ape leader leaped from the underbrush, panting heavily. Lingcheng, arms crossed, stood nearby, silently amused. The leader of the white apes gazed at Lingcheng with the demeanor of a jilted lover, letting out a heavy snort before proudly gesturing downward. Following the direction of its finger, Lingcheng looked down to behold a vast, unnaturally formed valley where a colossal metallic beast lay quietly ensconced. Its surface was adorned with mottled moss and creeping vines, yet these could not obscure its true nature. Despite its peculiar shape, it was undeniably a spacecraft. Countless white apes moved nimbly among its contours, their demeanor suggesting they regarded this place as their nest. Observing the shifting expressions on Lingcheng's face, the ape leader erupted into a human-like, raucous laughter, as if to mock the provincial newcomer who was awestruck by their grand abode. Are you truly extraterrestrial beings? Or did you merely stumble upon this spaceship and encounter some fortuitous adventure? Lingcheng blurted out, momentarily forgetting the language barrier, overwhelmed by astonishment. What does spacecraft signify? Cutting-edge technology, formidable combat capabilities, and astounding value. Yet here it was, repurposed as a nest, an utter squandering of resources. The leader of the white apes remained oblivious to Lingcheng's astonishment, reveling instead in the success of its display before this celestial being. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Lingcheng followed the ape leader into their lair. The apes, with their large eyes shining and chests puffed out, appeared to be conducting a parade. It must be said, this ferocious group possessed a certain endearing charm when they took on a serious demeanor. In an open space, the ape leader reluctantly patted a stone chair draped in animal hides, indicating for Lingcheng to take a seat. Lingcheng shook his head, signaling that it was unnecessary, and conjured a chair for himself, seating himself comfortably. Once the food was apportioned, he picked up a piece of snake meat and began to devour it. Yet his brow remained furrowed as he surveyed the dish before him, which to him was teeming with parasites. The ape leader, with blood dribbling from its mouth, savored its meal and gestured for Lingcheng to join in the feast. Lingcheng, bemused, thought, you possess a spacecraft and yet live such a primitive existence? With no other recourse, Lingcheng summoned purple flames to envelop the snake meat, deciding to prepare a barbecue right there. The apes gasped in awe, their eyes filled with reverence as they beheld the flames in his hands. However, as it was his first attempt at barbecuing with the purple flames, Lingcheng miscalculated, and the snake meat quickly turned to char. Upon tearing the burnt skin away, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing the seated apes to inhale deeply, their mouths watering as their appetites for the raw meat waned. Lingcheng couldn't help but chuckle at the comical expressions of the white apes. In the midst of the leader's astonished gaze, he tossed the cooked snake meat over, and the ape leader took a hearty bite, its eyes gleaming with satisfaction, even shedding tears of joy, as if to exclaim, "Oh my, this is exquisite! What is this delightful fare? I have never tasted anything so delectable in my life. One more bite, please." As one of the white apes, its eyes darting, offered its piece of snake meat to Lingcheng, he smiled and continued his grilling. Thus, Lingcheng transformed into the proprietor of a barbecue stand, watching as the white apes relished in the grilled meat, each face illuminated with happiness. Lingcheng too wore a contented smile, thinking, eat up, enjoy, and then we can discuss selling the house to settle the bill. Chapter 54. A tall tree attracts the wind. In the valley, the white apes raised their hands and clamored excitedly as they gazed at Lingcheng hovering in midair. In recent days, Lingcheng's barbecue had completely captivated them, and they felt a profound reluctance at the thought of his departure. Lingcheng, too, found it hard to part with this ravenous group. Yet, this was merely a facade. Remaining here any longer would turn him into a savage. Were it not for the desire to establish a good rapport, he would have no inclination to linger. As he observed the diminishing island below, Lingcheng committed its features to memory. After all, there was a spaceship hidden here, and should he leave, it might elude his grasp, leaving him in despair. However, as he ascended several dozen meters again, he noticed that the island had vanished entirely. Tentatively descending once more, the island reappeared before him. No wonder such a sizable isle had gone unnoticed. It was shrouded by a peculiar barrier. Was it akin to Wakanda? Lingcheng pondered. Nevertheless, just because others could not find it did not mean he could not. Lingcheng, undeterred by the inconvenience, circled the island several times, seeking various landmarks until he finally pinpointed his location. Once all preparations were complete, he set his course for New York, knowing that his next visit would unveil the island's mysteries. Although he anticipated considerable rewards this time, many areas on the island remained ripe for exploration to Lingcheng. It was indeed a veritable goldmine. During his flight, he marveled at a sleek, all-black aircraft in the distance, adorned with a prominent S.H.A.L.D. insignia. What a stroke of coincidence to encounter it in the sky. Coulson, we have an old friend outside the cabin, Agent May remarked, glancing at the screen and addressing the intercom. Old friend? Who? Coulson inquired, puzzled. Lingcheng, May replied succinctly. Let him in, Coulson smiled. At that moment, Lingcheng, flying parallel to the aircraft, feigned nonchalance but observed as the side of the plane suddenly opened with a whoosh. With a wry smile, he flew inside just as the hatch closed behind him. Coulson approached Lingcheng, grinning. What a serendipitous encounter. Why are you flaunting your Chinese? Lingcheng replied, somewhat exasperated by Coulson's display of linguistic prowess. Just a smattering, Coulson chuckled. Welcome to Helicarrier 1. This is your first visit, isn't it? Any peculiar happenings? Lingcheng, intrigued by the daily operations of S.H.I.E.L.D., knew that the Marvel Universe was hardly a tranquil realm. Who could say what threats to humanity lurked in the shadows, known only to those who had been discovered, while others remained hidden, such as the spaceship he had unearthed. It's somewhat embarrassing. A clandestine organization had coerced a missing S.H.E.L.D. agent for 3 years, and we just rescued them. Coulson hesitated before revealing. With the number of times S.H.I.L.D. has encountered such organizations, hasn't there ever been a moment to seize the opportunity and eradicate them entirely? Lingcheng remarked, bemused. In his view, S.H.I.E.L.D. had always seemed like a self-righteous entity, wielding the resources of the entire nation, yet achieving little more than mopping up after the fact, apprehending only minor operatives, while their stronghold was regarded as a mere annex by Hydra. I'm not privy to those details. Come, allow me to show you around. Coulson suddenly regretted his earlier remarks and hastily shifted the topic. He discerned the teasing tone in Lingcheng's voice, but inwardly he was filled with disdain. The S.H.I.L.D. could be described as a gathering of exceptional talent, each agent an elite capable of tenfold effort. Yet no matter how formidable, they remained mere mortals. What nonsense was it to eradicate threats at a moment's notice? Each agent had expended immeasurable resources. Who would willingly risk their lives? If only he could command the Avengers. He would ensure that each one of them was unearthed and eliminated. This is our S.H.I.E.L.D.'s latest aircraft, equipped with 6 turbojet engines and capable of vertical takeoff and landing. Within, it houses an array of weaponry embodying our agency's pinnacle of technology, alongside high-end laboratories. Of course, my favorite feature is this bar, Coulson remarked, pouring a drink for Lingcheng while placing a coaster beneath it. Coulson's introduction was soon interrupted by the arrival of a few individuals on the plane. Simmons and Fitz were surrounding Lingcheng, with Simmons exhibiting an infatuated expression. Lingcheng looked at the bespectacled woman and couldn't help but smile wryly. She was undeniably a beauty and an academic prodigy. He held a favorable impression of her, but her exuberance was a bit overwhelming. However, a glint of insight flashed in his eyes. Wasn't he in need of talented individuals? Perhaps he could find a way to recruit these two. Casting a glance at Coulson beside him, Lingcheng reluctantly set aside this plan. Now is not the time to act. The group welcomed Lingcheng's unexpected arrival with enthusiasm, unaware that he was secretly hoping for S.H.I.L.D. to disband soon, so he could poach talent. The aircraft swiftly soared over New York, and without hesitation, Lingcheng waved farewell to the others and leapt from the open hatch. "It seems you have something to say to me?" Ward noted, alluding to Lingcheng's mysterious nature. Each encounter revealed a remarkable surge in his capabilities. Now he could even fly freely. Iron Man could only achieve such feats with his armor. Indeed, he must possess secrets unknown to us. But what does it matter? At least we are on the same side, Coulson replied with a smile. I just think that if his secrets could be shared, we wouldn't have lost so many colleagues. If it were you, would you share your secrets with others? Coulson inquired meaningfully. Ward's expression shifted, and he sighed softly, falling into silence. Chapter 55. The Graceful Red Figure. At that moment, Lingcheng was gracefully slicing through the air, skillfully entering through his window. In the next instant, Mai Jiao flung aside her computer and leaped up, clinging to Lingcheng like a koala. "Boss," she exclaimed, dragging out her words. "Whoa, calm down. I've only been gone a few days." Lingcheng chuckled as he embraced Mai Jiao, feeling as if he were holding a large child. Her playful tone made him burst into laughter. "I missed you." Mai Jiao pouted. "I missed you too. You have no idea how these past few days have been." Lingcheng animatedly recounted his recent experiences, his excitement akin to a child flaunting a new toy. "Oomph, and you say that about me," Mai Jiao thought to herself. Yet she refrained from exposing him, instead listening with a cheerful smile. "We require a cadre of highly skilled individuals capable of comprehensively assimilating a spacecraft," declared Lingcheng with finality. "This is no simple feat. In recent days, I have interviewed numerous candidates alongside Weiss. Yet they either possess managerial skills or are merely entry-level personnel. Not a single high-caliber researcher has graced our presence. Naturally, such esteemed researchers are typically treasured like precious gems. Hidden away. Why not simply seize them?" Lingcheng remarked, his tone laden with significance. Just because one is inherently good does not preclude them from engaging in nefarious deeds, especially when matters concerning the spacecraft are of paramount importance. Even if the recruited personnel possess the requisite abilities, can he truly place his trust in them? It would be far more expedient to take direct action, much like Hall. By the way, has that old man Hall been behaving himself these past few days? Well, he shows no intention of escaping, but Maiju hesitated. Maiju led Lingcheng to the room where Dr. Hall was being housed, only to be greeted by a cacophony of chaos emanating from within. "Are you a husky?" Lingcheng bellowed as he flung open the door, revealing a room that appeared to have been ravaged by a hyperactive canine. Dr. Hall, akin to one possessed by a manic frenzy, paused momentarily at the sound of Lingcheng's voice, instinctively retracting his neck, but soon his eyes brimmed with indignation. "Oh, feeling irate, are we?" Lingcheng retorted, swiftly seizing Dr. Hall with a smirk. It dawned on him why Maiju had hesitated. How could a prisoner speak with such audacity? If he treated Lingcheng with such insolence, one could only imagine how he treated Maiju. The fiercely protective Lingcheng almost succumbed to the urge to deliver a sharp slap to the old man's face. "What do you intend to do? If you wish to kill me, then do so. Why do you continue to occupy my space when you cannot fulfill your promises?" "You scoundrel," Dr. Hall retorted, his neck craned defiantly. "What nonsense? Occupy? Scoundrel?" Lingcheng was taken aback. "Not at all. In recent days, Zhou Zheng has been bringing him meals, and the little spider frequently engages him in conversation. Otherwise, the situation might have been far worse," Maiju explained, exuding a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing Maiju's words, Lingcheng unceremoniously tossed Dr. Hall onto the bed. "Let me be clear, old man. You are free to leave whenever you wish. However, I recently stumbled upon a spacecraft," Lingcheng remarked with a dismissive smirk. "Who do you look down upon? You claim to love research, and here I am with a spacecraft." Lingcheng thought to himself, feeling a surge of pride. "A spacecraft? Where? Take me to it at once." Dr. Hall's eyes gleamed with excitement, akin to a dog spotting a bone. "I cannot afford to keep you. You should leave." Lingcheng waved his hand dismissively. "Wait, I am among the foremost in the field of physics. You will find no one more suitable than I. Quickly, take me to the spacecraft." Dr. Hall insisted, refusing to relent. "Will you behave?" Lingcheng inquired. "Indeed, as long as there is a spacecraft and I am permitted to conduct research," Dr. Hall affirmed eagerly. "Then stay put and be obedient," Lingcheng said with a cold smile. "You are toying with me," Dr. Hall exclaimed in anger. Either wait until I am prepared, and then I shall take you, or leave, Lingcheng declared with a sense of resolution. Perhaps I should wait, Dr. Hall conceded, lacking the fortitude to depart. What did a spacecraft symbolize? It represented boundless knowledge. By the way, you have taught numerous students. Please compile a list of the more formidable ones for me, Lingcheng instructed. Moreover, it would be best to select those who are unencumbered or willing to forsake everything for the sake of research, Lingcheng added. For science, they will undoubtedly agree with enthusiasm. Even if they hesitate, Hall glanced at Lingcheng. Yes, they will consent. After Mai Zhuo's departure, Lingcheng's thoughts stirred, and he opened the game. Since he was preparing to recruit, saving diamonds seemed futile. Gazing at the 240 diamonds displayed on the page, Lingcheng internally exclaimed, "Oh, Supreme Old Lord," and swiftly clicked on Advanced Recruitment. Congratulations, you have obtained an SR summoning card. A surge of joy filled Lingcheng's heart. Although he did not recruit a fighter, the summoning card was indeed useful. It appeared that it was time to summon Yagami Iori, adding another formidable ally to his roster. Let's go, Lingcheng whispered, clicking on Advanced Recruitment once more. His eyes fixated on the recruitment page. He fervently wished, "Give me Orochi. Bring it on." A melodious Japanese voice rang out, and a stunning crimson figure materialized on the screen. Chapter 56, Meshiranui. Congratulations, you have obtained the SR fighter, my Shiranui. Bold letters leaped out on the page. Yet Lingcheng remained entranced, unable to extricate himself from the grandeur of the moment. I have finally recruited her. Meshiranui, a practitioner of the Shiranui style of martial arts and ninjutsu, aged 18, standing at 166 centimeters and weighing 50 kilograms, is a Sagittarius with a passion for culinary arts. As the heir of the Shiranui school, she enjoys feigning weakness before delivering a decisive blow. In life, she possesses a lively personality and conservative views, aspiring to be a virtuous partner capable of managing both the parlor and the kitchen. However, Lingcheng's mood soured upon reading a particular line in her description. It made him feel a wave of distaste. What is Andy supposed to be? He thought, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Among the multitude of king of fighters' heroes, Andy was perhaps his least favorite. His appearance was frankly unappealing. Kyo Kusanagi, Iori Yagami, and Terry Bogard were undeniably more handsome. Furthermore, Andy's moves were simply atrocious. All right, Lingcheng admitted he was jealous because he had captured the affection of the goddess Mai. Irritated, he clicked on a standard draw, contemplating wrapping up, and then intended to summon his beloved Mai Shiranui using the summoning card. What? Wasn't I supposed to summon Yagami Iori? He thought. Nonsense. Who would care about Yagami Iori with Mai Shiranui in the mix? Lingcheng shamelessly mused. Congratulations, you have obtained the R-level fighter Andy. Andy, a practitioner of Bone Method Explosive Fist, age 23, standing at 172 centimeters and weighing 67 kilograms. At that moment, Lingcheng's expression could only be described as if he had swallowed a fly. His random clicks on the standard recruitment had indeed yielded a fighter. It was truly a case of fearing something and having it come to pass. Ban him. Ban him. Even if I were to be slain, I would never employ Andy. Lingcheng roared inwardly. Lingcheng's countenance darkened. The outcome soon revealed itself. Without hesitation, he dragged both Mai Shiranui and Andy into the master group. Clenching his fists, he felt the explosive power surging within, yet he found it rather unsatisfactory. Never mind, summon first. The early bird catches the worm. Even if Mai's affections lie with Andy, I will still nurture her. After all, there is no way Lingcheng would ever summon Andy, not in this lifetime. Andy felt embarrassed, your wife. I shall take care of. Lingcheng shamelessly thought. If Andy were conscious, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "You scoundrel, come at me." With a click, the SR-level summoning card activated, and a fiery crimson figure appeared, bouncing on the bed with a few soft moans. In the next moment, Lingcheng felt a warmth in his nose, instinctively sniffing. It was not that he lacked ambition. Even with ample preparation, he could not have anticipated the descending posture of Shiranui Mai. For at that moment, she was landing on her stomach, facing away from him, and the scant fabric she wore was in disarray, presenting a breathtaking view before him. Upon closer inspection, there were even a few mischievous, indescribable details. Lingcheng felt as though his eyes could no longer accommodate anything else. In his previous life, he had been curious about the backside of Shiranui Mai, and now he beheld it before him. Yamit, Shiranui Mai turned to gaze at Lingcheng. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she buried her head beneath the pillow like a startled ostrich. However, the areas that ought to be concealed were instead more exposed. Much to her dismay, clearing his throat, Lingcheng coughed a few times, realizing he should not be too excessive with such an innocent girl. Patience is key. Yet, Shiranui Mai pressed the pillow tighter against her head, feeling utterly humiliated and unworthy of facing anyone. Covering your face seems rather futile, Lingcheng gently reminded her, observing the sight of her head buried, legs tightly closed, and her bottom raised even higher. However, she remained unresponsive, leading him to suspect she might have suffocated herself. With a pointed gesture, a gentle breeze swept through the room, seemingly awakening Shiranui Mai to the coolness of her lower half. Startled, she sat up cross-legged, the pillow now resting on her lap, yet she still did not reveal her face. The exposed skin of her neck had turned a rosy hue. It appeared that Shiranui Mai was quite shy, yet she donned such revealing attire. Lingcheng understood that this outfit was primarily intended to bewilder adversaries. But for such a modest girl, it felt almost cruel. All right, lift your head. Let's introduce ourselves. I am Lingcheng, he said with a smile. Mai, Shiranui Mai. She murmured, revealing half of her face. Shiranui is the surname. Mai is the given name. But Mai sounds rather pleasant, she added softly, gradually raising her head to meet Lingcheng's gaze, albeit with a hint of shyness, still haunted by the memory of his hungry stare. This boss is a lecher, she thought, yet he seemed to be a good person. Lingcheng, feeling a bit lost for words, could only manage an awkward smile, his gaze intentionally avoiding her upper body. Well then, I look forward to our future interactions. Shiranui Mai, invigorated, bounced on the bed and smiled. Yes, I look forward to it, Lingcheng replied awkwardly, unable to bear the beautiful yet overwhelming image before him. Boss, you seem rather shy. Shiranui Mai inquired with her sparkling eyes, seemingly oblivious to who was truly the shy one. Am I shy? He exclaimed, leaping to his feet as if insulted. I am an experienced individual. How could I be shy? Lingcheng felt as though he had been reduced to something less than human. As Lingcheng gazed into the wide eyes of Shiranui Mai, he found himself at a loss, uncertain of what he had said to provoke such a reaction. Her large, expressive eyes darted about, while Lingcheng's unabashed gaze began to roam over her figure. He felt it was time to reclaim his dignity. It was impossible to feign ignorance. After all, how did he come to know of the King of Fighters? It was indeed because of Shiranui Mai, and here she was, seated before him. He resolved to seize the moment. Otherwise, he would be betraying himself. Lingcheng thought fervently as his hand, like in Liu Shan's claw, moved steadily towards that enchanting realm under the intense scrutiny of Shiranui Mai's round, astonished gaze. Yamit, Shiranui me murmure softly. Yamit one tea suffice. Lingcheng retorted with fierce determination. Just as he was about to take action, his hands halted mere centimeters from that exquisite sight. It felt too slight, too inappropriate to proceed. Of course, he was referring to age. I might as well abandon my beastly intentions, Lingcheng lamented internally. Just as he prepared to relent, and Shiranui Mai exhaled a sigh of relief, a voice pierced the tension. You have the lust but lack the courage. Why not proceed? Why scoff disdainfully from the doorway? Such grandeur, such softness, such allure. Chapter 57, A Play of Three Women. Lingcheng, acting shamelessly, squeezed slightly, a thought flashing through his mind. So vast, a single hand cannot encompass it. Indeed, girls are the most delightful creatures in the world. Little Lingcheng felt a slight firmness, a gesture of respect. Stop pretending to be a big shot. Who doesn't he know who? Weiss observed the earlier scene with a sense of discontent and sarcasm. Old hag, executioner. Do you want to fight? Bring it on. Shiranui Mai, previously shy, shot back defiantly. She recognized Weiss, but wondered why she had become even more insufferable. Come at me. Do you think your attire can deceive me? You only know how to allure filthy men. Weiss shot a glance at Lingcheng, the implication clear. Shut your mouth, old woman. Shiranui me exclaimed. Her face flushed with anger. She turned to Lingcheng, insisting, I am not what she claims. Old hag. Weiss's forehead pulsed with veins. She was well aware that Shiranui Mai was summoned by Lingcheng. Initially, she had merely disapproved of Shiranui Mai's attempts to seduce him. But now she couldn't resist teaching this impudent girl a lesson. Weiss yelled as she lunged at Shiranui Mai. Boss, get out of the way. Shiranui Mai pushed Lingcheng aside and charged at Weiss. As the two women engaged in a fierce battle within the room, Lingcheng was left dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Were these two women sworn enemies? Why had the delightful Shiranui Mai turned so tempestuous? Lingcheng realized he truly did not understand women. Goodness, watching girls fight is quite a spectacle, he mused. Live-action king of fighters, a battle of beasts? Well done. Lingcheng noted appreciatively as Weiss tore half of Shiranui Mai's clothing. Hey, Mai, don't grab Weiss's face. You'll ruin everything. Wow. It seems Weiss holds quite a grudge against Shiranui Mai, targeting her with each blow. But would TA bruise just make it bigger? Meanwhile, Lingcheng, transformed into an onlooker, found himself oddly entertained, contemplating the unfolding drama. You shameless creature. As the fiery spirit of Shiranui Mai ignited within her, her face flushed with rage. She let out a piercing scream as flames erupted from her hand. However, they were deftly evaded by Weiss, hurtling directly towards the cabinet. Is this truly how it is? Let me show you the true meaning of consequences. A glint of malice flickered in Weiss's eyes as she unleashed the power of the great serpent. With a thunderous crash, a gaping hole appeared in the wall. Oh no, they've gone too far, Lingcheng thought, sensing the impending disaster and preparing to intervene. Have you all had your fill of chaos? Maiju's stoic figure emerged at the doorway. Her heart bled at the sight of the room, now in disarray, for she alone understood the sentimental value it held. Shiranui Mai and Weiss, poised to continue their clash, halted in their tracks, a sense of dread washing over them. It's over. Maiju is definitely furious. Weiss gulpit nervously, recognizing the expression on Maiju's face, one she only witnessed before a grim event. How unfortunate that there are now two of them. Shiranui Mai bit her lip, her gaze flitting between the others. Fortunately, Maiju had stepped in to halt the chaos. What a relief. Maiju truly is the most dependable. Lingcheng breathed a sigh of relief. Are you truly enjoying the destruction of this room? Maiju shouted at Lingcheng. His smile froze, bewildered. What the? Why am I suddenly under fire? And how dare Maiju raise her voice at me? Lingcheng's temper flared, and he immediately retaliated. I apologize, I was wrong. Maiju's gaze was fixed on Lingcheng's rapidly rising chest, aware that it was not his fault, yet her anger stemmed from his failure to protect their cherished sanctuary, thus igniting her first true fury. Of course, the oblivious Lingcheng only realized that Maiju was upset, which he interpreted as his fault. The meal is ready. Everyone come down to eat, Maiju announced softly. Sure thing. Lingcheng exhaled in relief. Oh, both Weiss and Shiranui Mai chimed in unison, exchanging glances before simultaneously looking away. Maiju's commanding presence was too formidable, compelling the two women to cease their hostilities. At the dining table, Lingcheng introduced Shiranui Mai to the others, while the little disciples kept their heads down, devouring their food without daring to look up. 1. Out of respect for propriety, and 2. Due to the decidedly tense atmosphere. Young Lianin, however, could not help but stare intently at Shiranui Mai, captivated by her striking beauty. In her mind, Maiju was the pinnacle of admiration, Weiss was impressive, but now an extraordinary newcomer had arrived, and what's more, she was only 18. Lianin felt a pang of despair. She could no longer allow herself to be so lost in envy. Was society truly this difficult to navigate? Being a woman was so challenging. She longed to become a boy. Her inner turmoil echoed in her heart. Eat slowly, Lingcheng cautioned, observing Lianin with her cheeks stuffed like a little hamster. Lianin shot him a glance, unfazed, and stubbornly shoved another piece of braised pork in her mouth. What do you men know? Do you understand the pressures women face? She thought to herself. Maiju, try this. It's good for your complexion, Lingcheng offered, placing food on her plate. Do you think I'm old? Maiju replied coldly. That is not what I meant, Lingcheng quickly clarified. So I'm ugly then? Maiju retorted, delivering a sharp jab. Lingcheng's desperate gaze swept the room, only to find that not a single soul dared to intervene. It dawned on him that Maiju's authority in the dojo had reached an astonishing level where even he felt compelled to acquiesce. I have no desire to revisit past grievances, but since you are here, I am the elder and you the younger. Do you understand? Suddenly, Maiju turned to Shiranui Mai. I understand, I replied, feeling compelled to concede in the face of Maiju's imposing presence. Weiss cast a smug glance at the kitten-like Shiranui Mai, as if to say, why have you stopped dancing? Mai gritted her teeth in silence. Sister Maiju, your braised pork is truly delectable. I also enjoy cooking and can prepare many Japanese dishes, Shiranui Mai exclaimed with a smile. Japanese cuisine? Can you make seafood sashimi? Sashimi is my specialty, along with sushi. I can also manage a bit of Chinese cuisine, though not as well as you, sister. Shiranui me flattered. I have learned everything on my own, which has been quite a struggle. Many things simply cannot be learned online. If you are skilled at cooking, I will need to seek your guidance. Maiju expressed her interest. Of course. I also adore cooking. It seems we have a lot in common, I replied, stealing a glance at the sullen Weiss, her smile growing sweeter. Chapter 58. Stan as Lingcheng buried himself in his meal. He silently mused on the nature of women, how one moment they can be icy and the next, sisters in arms. Once the meal concluded, Maiju eagerly took Shiranui Mai to the kitchen to exchange culinary tips. Lingcheng observed Vice leaning against the kitchen door, her expression dark, and couldn't help but chuckle at the thought that Vice's culinary skills might not allow her to interject. "Beautiful lady, would you care to accompany me for a moment?" Lingcheng said with a smile as he passed by Vice. "I won't go," Vice replied coldly. "Why not?" Lingcheng inquired. "Not going means just that. Is it unacceptable to be in a bad mood?" Vice retorted with irritation. "Very well then, you can stay here and study diligently." Lingcheng nodded and walked away. 3, 2, 1. Hearing footsteps behind him, a faint smile crept onto Lingcheng's lips. Though he had verbally declined, his body was honest. After getting to know Vice better, he found her quite endearing. However, he realized that most would likely have been severely injured before ever understanding her. "What are you doing?" Vice muttered behind him, feeling increasingly disheartened about her own lack of initiative. Why was she following him? Surely, it was her aversion to cooking. "Of course, it's a date," Lingcheng replied with a grin, knowing he couldn't reveal that he was going to buy clothing for Shiranui Mai. He wasn't ready to meet an untimely end. "You're ridiculous," Vice scolded, though her mood had improved considerably. Lingcheng had an innate fondness for observing others, finding joy even in idleness, while Vice silently trailed behind him. If anyone were to notice, they would see the curious distance of just a meter separating them. This peculiar harmony was soon shattered by commotion. Lingcheng wondered if he had unwittingly granted someone a buff. Why did incidents seem to follow him wherever he went? In his previous life, he had always found it absurd how trouble seemed to follow Conan. Had he not been present, perhaps none would have perished. Had it not been for the consistent fatalities of Japanese individuals in each episode, Lingcheng would have never bothered to watch. Is she going into labor unexpectedly? Out shopping with such a large belly? Look at how capricious women can be. Lingcheng half-joked as he turned to Vice, only to find her already sprinting towards the pregnant woman. What's she doing? Is this something we can interfere with? Lingcheng helplessly watched as Weiss squeezed into the crowd, compelled to follow. Upon joining the throng of onlookers, he discovered a white pregnant woman, contorted in agony, cradling her belly as she sat on the ground. The surrounding crowd buzzed with idle chatter, yet none dared to extend a helping hand. To his dismay, many young individuals were preoccupied with capturing the moment on their phones. It seemed that the curiosity of the spectators knew no bounds. "Everyone step back," Weiss shouted at the gathering crowd as she approached the distressed pregnant woman. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Seeing Weiss's expression grow increasingly fierce, Lingcheng interjected, declaring that she was a doctor and urging everyone to disperse, allowing for air circulation. Was Weiss truly a physician? Certainly not. She was adept at causing mayhem. But delivering babies was a different matter. Nevertheless, Lingcheng chose to trust her. Upon hearing his explanation, the crowd retreated a few steps, some even left, while others continued filming, seemingly more concerned with garnering views online than the well-being of the expectant mother. One young man was so engrossed in filming that his phone nearly brushed against Lingcheng's face. "Stay calm," he reassured himself. "They are merely ignorant children." With a sudden surge of irritation, Lingcheng seized the young man by the neck and hurled him several meters away. The onlookers stared in shock, promptly retracting their phones and falling silent. The ancient adage of killing the chicken to scare the monkey rang true, and Lingcheng felt a sense of satisfaction in the outcome. As for the fate of the young man, he hardly cared. "Boss, the tent," Vice exclaimed suddenly, knowing full well that Lingcheng possessed one. "All right," he replied, swiftly producing an unfolded tent that enveloped both Weiss and the pregnant woman. The crowd gasped once more, with some eager to retrieve their phones, but they retreated under Lingcheng's piercing gaze. "Hey, brother, are you a magician?" a curious black man inquired. Lingcheng turned to face him, causing the man to take several steps back in fright. "Yes, I'm a magician," Lingcheng jested. "Not bad, huh?" he replied dismissively. No, I can usually decipher other tricks, but you conjured that 10 out of thin air. You should enter a magic competition. You'd surely win first place." The black man continued, oblivious to the situation. "Shall I perform another trick?" Lingcheng asked with a smile. "Can you? That would be amazing." The man beamed, as if to say, "Look, you all are benefiting from my presence." "Surprise," Lingcheng declared, producing a high-explosive grenade before the man. Impressive," the black man stammered, his smile faltering. "There is something even more astonishing," Lingcheng said as he removed the safety pin from the grenade. The man's face paled instantly, and he turned to flee. The onlookers scattered in all directions, leaving behind an eerie silence. With the chaos subsided, the street transformed into an odd scene. A wide berth encircled Lingcheng, who stood impassively, while the crowd pointed and whispered, none daring to approach. Even the ambulance was hindered from advancing, as pedestrians craned their necks to catch a glimpse, resulting in an unusual void amidst the bustling street. After a considerable time, the sound of a baby's cry pierced the air, eliciting a smile from Lingcheng's face. VES, smeared in blood, emerged from the tent, expressing her gratitude to Lingcheng. "I haven't done anything," he replied dismissively. "Let's hurry and get you to the hospital." Lingcheng waved his hand. "Come on. You're in good spirits. You must thank him." VES managed a faint smile, cradling the newborn life in her hands. Lingcheng, slightly flustered, observed the fragile yet vibrant being, with bright, curious eyes that scanned the surroundings. Like a little angel, albeit a wrinkled and rather unattractive one, Lingcheng carefully returned the child to his mother, smiling. "He's quite adorable." "You are our savior," the white woman implored. "Could you name him?" VES looked at Lingcheng, urging him to respond. "What is his surname?" he asked, feeling somewhat pressured. "His father is Chinese. His surname is Li," the woman replied, her face radiating happiness. "Then let us name him Stanley," Lingcheng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "Ah, the name of the father of Marvel. What a lucky little one," he mused. "Stanley," the woman joyfully cooed, gently tapping the child's small nose. The little one seemed to be quite pleased with the name, suddenly breaking into a wide grin. Chapter 59. Lingcheng bullying others. This is called finding joy in oneself. Isn't it? Lingcheng felt a bit embarrassed at being caught in the act of shadow stepping. Yet he would never admit to a tinge of childishness. "By the way, why did you suddenly help that pregnant woman today? You don't seem to have any experience in deliveries." He shifted the topic. VES paused at his words, turning to leave. "Having killed many, one learns much," she murmured. "I want to be a good person, like my Zhu." She suddenly turned to fix her gaze on Lingcheng, as if seeking affirmation from him. "To me, you have always been one," Lingcheng replied with a smile. "You don't understand," VES pouted. Did Lingcheng not understand? Of course, he did. VES envied Maiju's swift transformation from a bloodthirsty butcher to an ordinary woman who cherished life. Yet, to Lingcheng, VES had always embodied goodness. What defines good and evil? Those aligned with oneself are good. Those opposed are bad. Though VES exhibited violent tendencies and her killings were gruesome, Lingcheng was willing to stand by her side. "I've thought of a way to prove you're not a bad person," Lingcheng called out to VES's retreating figure. "First, close your eyes." He spoke enigmatically. VES patiently complied, her eyelids fluttering as she anticipated the method. "Now, repeat after me. I am a good person. I dislike violence. I shall be gentle." Lingcheng intoned, as if hypnotizing her. "What use is this?" VES felt a twinge of annoyance, but held her tongue. "I am a good person. I dislike violence. I shall be gentle." Just as she articulated the words, she felt a soft pressure covering her lips. Visa's eyes widened in surprise, her hands flailing in confusion. Had Lingcheng just kissed her? Madness. What was his tongue doing? At that moment, she felt like a puppet under his control. No. Lingcheng's tongue explored her mouth with abandon, prompting VES to instinctively bite down, but only to miss. "Ha ha! You couldn't catch me." Lingcheng licked his lips and flashed a mischievous smile at Wei Si. At that moment, Wei Si, with her head tilted back and a hint of confusion on her face, seemed quite endearing, wondering why she had not bitten him. "You better die." Wei Si charged at Lingcheng, consumed by an impulse to silence him permanently. "I told you, no violence. Be gentle." Lingcheng shouted as he dashed towards the martial arts hall. "I will definitely kill you." His loud cry made Wei Si feel even more embarrassed. And after glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she sighed in relief and pursued him. Inside the martial arts hall, Lingcheng, who was being chased for his misdeeds, dodged and realized that a commotion was also unfolding in the hall, where Lianen was chasing 3 young disciples. The little spiders, Zhou Zheng and Weil, were frantically trying to evade her. Lianen, bubbling with excitement, swung her tiny fists, launching a flurry of punches that vaguely resembled the shadow of a martial art style, surprisingly having learned a few tricks in secret. Lingcheng stroked his chin. Pondering the scene, Lianen felt exhilarated. Her clandestine practice had rendered her capable of overpowering the boys, who clearly dared not retaliate. "Indeed, I, Lianen, am a genius," she thought to herself, and suddenly conceived a bold idea upon spotting Lingcheng in the corner. "Let us fight." Lianen charged towards Lingcheng, eager to demonstrate the might of her punches. Lingcheng, momentarily confused by her sudden abandonment of the 3 young disciples, braced himself. "Bring it on," Lianen exclaimed, arriving before him and throwing a punch. "Missed. Let's try again," she thought, puzzled when she found herself unable to move. Looking up, She saw Lingcheng disdainfully holding a finger to her forehead. "Are you challenging me?" she exclaimed, feeling insulted. Her tiny fists whirled like a whirlwind but could not reach him. "You think your little punches can scare me? How adorable," Lingcheng remarked sarcastically. "Let me go," Li Anin protested, attempting to escape in every direction, only to find Lingcheng's finger consistently blocking her path, igniting her anger. "I can let you go, but you must remain still," he replied, a sense of familiarity creeping into their exchange. "I want to stay still. Impossible. Lianan raturta da fianli." "Staying motionless makes you a coward," Lingcheng blurted out. "Are you insulting me?" Li Anin stepped back, her eyes welling with tears. "I didn't insult you. You are the one moving now," Lingcheng awkwardly countered. Li Anin, however, began to cry. "What is happening?" Maijua, along with Shiranui Mai, approached the commotion. "Lingcheng hit me. He is a 25-year-old man hitting a little girl. That is inappropriate." Li Anin began her complaint. "Trying to play the victim, huh? I haven't even settled the score for your secret training," Lingcheng retorted, exasperated. Li Anin glanced at Maijua, who wore an expression of amusement, and realized her strategy had backfired. Maijua thought to himself, "Who even needs to ask? I'm not interested in your pathetic martial arts. I can't stay in this house any longer. You all bully me. I'm running away," Li Anin declared, wiping her tears, getting up from the ground, and brushing herself off, her eyes scanning the crowd as if expecting them to plead for her to stay. "Go ahead, then," Lingcheng chuckled. "If you want to leave, then leave." Li Anin turned and walked towards the door, her steps surprisingly small, causing the onlookers to twitch at the corners of their mouths. "Why aren't they trying to retain me? They're actually laughing. Li Anin cannot endure such humiliation." She quickened her pace slightly. Since others do not value her, she must at least assert herself. Does a little girl not deserve dignity? "Lingcheng, come out and face your doom." At that moment, Wei Si suddenly appeared, shouting fiercely as she charged at Lingcheng. Good heavens, is the situation this dire? The smile on Lingcheng's face froze. Chapter 60, Stirring Trouble. "Stop. I was wrong. I was wrong," Lingcheng called out as he halted after fleeing for a while. Clearly, it was no use. UAC pointed at Lingcheng, speechless, as she raised her fist and delivered several blows to his chest. "Murdering my husband," Lingcheng exclaimed, but the force of Wei Si's punches felt more like caresses. He suddenly felt incredibly stable. Watching Lingcheng's smug expression, Wei Si secretly cursed her own lack of resolve, gritting her teeth as she concentrated the energy of the great serpent in her hands. "Oh no, this is getting serious," Lingcheng thought, startled, as he activated his mind transmission technique. In Wei Si's bedroom on the second floor of the martial arts hall, Lingcheng and Wei Si appeared on the bed out of thin air. "What are you doing?" Wei Si exclaimed, flustered. "What am I doing? If you keep acting up, I'll have to take drastic measures," Lingcheng replied fiercely. Hearing his words, Wei Si's pupils dilated, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Yet she dare not cause any further trouble. "What do you want?" Wei Si inquired cautiously. "What do I want? You're already mine. I could do whatever I please," Lingcheng asserted domineeringly. It seemed quite reasonable, and Wei Si found herself unable to refute him. Did she have feelings for Lingcheng? She herself was confused. But the mutual attraction of the great serpent's power combined with the fact that Lingcheng was her only support in this world left her with little choice. An hour later, Maijua arrived at the door with Shiranui Mai. "Am I early or late?" Maijua asked, observing Lingcheng and Wei Si sitting cross-legged on the bed, puzzled. "You're so indecent," Lingcheng said, opening his eyes helplessly. Colorful thoughts without the courage. Maijua rolled her eyes at him. "Hee." Shiranui Mai stifled a giggle, but quickly stopped upon noticing the murderous glare Wei Si was casting her way. "You destroyed my home, and I generously bought you clothes. Yet now you laugh at me?" Lingcheng glared at Shiranui Mai. "Clothes?" Shiranui Mai's eyes lit up, completely disregarding Lingcheng's unnecessary remarks. Lingcheng flipped his hand, and several shopping bags appeared on the bed. "All for me," Shiranui Mai cheered, bouncing onto the bed, her chest jiggling with excitement. "All for you. You must cherish them," Wei Si remarked, watching the unfolding drama with interest. It seemed Shiranui Mai sensed something ominous as she began to open the shopping bags one by one, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction at the rustling sound. Whatever, just opening the shopping bags made her feel blissful. This Shiranui Mai held up a set of old-fashioned pajamas, momentarily speechless. "Oh well, it's just sleepwear." This she lifted a set of oversized, vintage bras, her jaw dropping in astonishment. "Well, as long as it's comfortable to wear underneath, it's fine." In a moment of discontent, Shiranui Mai lifted her outdated athletic attire, her face marred by a sense of melancholy. It was merely a tracksuit, long sleeves, casual pants, and unflattering stockings. Were the beautiful dresses, the alluring tank tops? She scrutinized every piece of clothing with a frown. Well, are you satisfied? These were carefully selected by me and Weiss. Lingcheng ventured cautiously. Despite the allure of her current outfit, Shiranui felt it fell short in some respects. Thus, Lingcheng had opted for more conservative choices, while Weiss, ever critical, was determined to thwart Mai's attempts at elegance, having orchestrated the drab floral patterns herself. Boss, I want a pretty dress, Shiranui pouted, for she was merely 18 and naturally favored skirts. We could buy dresses next time. Do these colors not suffice? Weiss interjected, claiming that such hues were the trend of the year. Lingcheng, eager to shift the blame, added it's Weiss's fault. Upon hearing Lingcheng's words, Shiranui finally grasped the reason behind her attire and shot a piercing glare at Weiss, her teeth clenched. Sister Weiss is of a certain age. These patterns suit her perfectly. Let her wear them, she retorted. I cannot wear clothes meant for a little shorty like you. Weiss shot back with her sharp tongue. As tensions brewed between the two women, Lingcheng hurried to soothe Shiranui, suggesting they could purchase a dress next time and that she could choose whatever she liked. Boss, do you think what I'm wearing is too revealing? Shiranui asked, her voice tinged with grievance. A little, Lingcheng admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, he explained that this outfit was part of the Shiranui style, intended to better deceive enemies. I wouldn't normally dress so provocatively. I'm not a bad woman, she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, shooting a fierce glance at Weiss as she mentioned bad women. I understand all that, but you are mine now. Henceforth, you shall not wear this attire. I do not require you to entice others, only to captivate me. I shall handle the fighting, while you remain stunning, Lingcheng declared, waving his hand dismissively. Upon hearing his words, Shiranui felt a warmth spread through her heart. For so long, she had been compelled to don this revealing garb, an imposition she deeply resented. Now, with Lingcheng's authoritative decree that she need not wear it any longer, she found herself unexpectedly elated. She gathered the clothes from the bed, signaling her acceptance, and shot a fierce glare at the chuckling Weiss, indicating their feud was far from over. Weiss, unwilling to back down, retaliated, and the two women resumed their silent standoff. Just then, the shrill ring of a cell phone pierced the air. Lingcheng furrowed his brow as he answered, knowing full well who it was. Now, emboldened, he felt little concern for Shield and what they had to offer. What is it? He replied curtly. Is it not true that whenever I call, it must be for a matter of importance? Must we not catch up as well? Carlson chuckled. You came here to reminisce? Lingcheng was incredulous. Not exactly. There's indeed a matter that might pique your interest. Carlson replied mysteriously. Teasing me, are you? Lingcheng thought with a smirk, feeling secure in his resources, both technological and financial. Why should Carlson sway him? Hong Kong? Are you implying that you Americans have set up a laboratory in our China? Lingcheng inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Certainly, they could not penetrate mainland China. It was the safest country in the world, after all. Only Hong Kong remained vulnerable. The line went dead with a series of beeps. Carlson shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that Lingcheng had abruptly ended the call. What happened? Maiju inquired, observing Lingcheng lost in thought. That old fox, Carlson, is trying to take advantage of me for nothing. If I agree, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Lingcheng chuckled, recounting the conversation to the three women. Although he had never visited Hong Kong in his previous life, the name resonated deeply with him. The Hong Kong dramas and Cantonese songs have been a constant companion throughout his childhood. Does that centipede organization have researchers as well? Maiju hinted. Lingcheng exchanged glances with Maiju, who raised an eyebrow, and the unspoken understanding lingered in the air. Then let's go. It makes no sense to extinguish fires in America while neglecting our own home. If they wish to stir trouble in Hong Kong, they must first seek my consent. Lingcheng stated with a smile. Chapter 61. The sibling surprise attack. A day later, Lingcheng found himself once again standing outside the Shield Dream Team's airborne aircraft. Good to see you again. Carlson extended his hand. Must you always rely on the Dream Team? Can't you think for yourselves? Despite his words, Lingcheng still reached out his hand. Of course, I would prefer to handle matters independently, but when weighed against the potential sacrifices of my team, I would rather suffer the embarrassment of asking for your assistance. Carlson fixed his gaze on Lingcheng. Something feels off about that. Am I not capable of sacrifice? Lingcheng replied, bewildered. Would you? Carlson chuckled. Actually, I wouldn't. Shield merely cleans up messes. How dangerous can it be? A Hydra faction managed to disband them, and Hydra is merely one of Captain America's foes. A child's play, Really? Lingcheng pondered. If you are so troubled by these matters, why not simply join our dream team? You are well aware of our mission. It is quite meaningful. Wouldn't you agree? Coulson seized the opportunity to recruit. Could you kindly release my hand? Lingcheng replied with a stern expression. Coulson grasped Lingcheng's hand tightly, sincerity etched on his face. Though he jested, Lingcheng had always aspired to incorporate the entire dream team. He had no shortage of forceful personnel at home. Any one of the three women could easily overpower Ward. However, the presence of a physicist, a biologist, a super hacker, and Coulson, the unorthodox leader, made him quite envious. Upon entering the conference room, Lingcheng immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Sky was seated next to a man Lingcheng did not recognize, while Agent May and Ward were intentionally or unintentionally keeping watch, and the expressions on their faces indicated that something troubling had transpired. Myers-Layden, a member of the Tide organization, Sky's boyfriend, and the notorious hacker responsible for this information leak, Coulson introduced. I merely made public the information you concealed. Citizens have the right to know, Myers retorted. Yet, you were compensated for it, Sky mocked. Myers held his forehead, ceasing to argue. Regardless of who bore the blame, the issue had arisen and required resolution. So, can we proceed? Lingcheng clapped his hands, expressing his disinterest in these trivial matters. Of course, Coulson replied with a smile. On the streets of Hong Kong, Lingcheng relished the moment, savoring a Xiao Mai in one hand and an egg waffle in the other, his face radiating pure bliss. Although Maizhu often prepares Chinese cuisine, it is the snacks that evoke the deepest nostalgia for the essence of Chinese gastronomy. Lingcheng mused that this journey was indeed worthwhile. Soon, at the base of an ecological research institute, Lingcheng was to meet with Coulson. This was Agent Guan from the Chinese division of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson introduced, gesturing towards a middle-aged man beside him. A mud monkey, Lingcheng jested. Ha! It is truly an honor to meet you in person. Agent Guan replied with a hearty laugh. No need for such formality. Lingcheng responded with a forced smile. For some reason, Lingcheng felt a lack of interest. Perhaps due to Agent Guan's standard square face combined with his identity as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, which made him seem less approachable than unfamiliar compatriots on the street. The operation turned out to be easier than anticipated. Agent May took the lead and swiftly dealt with the researchers they encountered, leaving Lingcheng with no opportunity to intervene as the group successfully reached the laboratory. In the surveillance room of the building, the leader of the Centipede organization, Reina, observed the monitors with a cold gaze, particularly fixating on Lingcheng, who was looking up at the screen. The static on the screen was of little concern to Reina. Evacuate, doctor, and do not forget the gift prepared for our meeting. She instructed the female doctor in a white coat beside her. This could escalate the situation. The doctor exclaimed in astonishment. Do you think they will cease their actions otherwise? Reina replied with a chilling smile. In a certain room of the building, several large metallic boxes automatically opened, releasing a wave of frigid air as a few frostbitten Caucasians opened their eyes. What have they done to him? Lingcheng observed the pale-faced Chun-Howren before him, feeling a pang of compassion, for he was his fellow countryman, yet treated as a mere test subject. Has the leader been found? Lingcheng turned to Coulson. A surge of murderous intent coursing through him. Lingcheng's reaction was swifter than Coulson's. As a menacing aura approached, he spun around, his hand striking out with precision as if his back possessed eyes, seizing the wrist of the assailant. The figure was hurled away, crashing into the laboratory instruments, scattering them in disarray. We came to rescue you, yet you attack me. Lingcheng regarded the rising Chun-Howren with reproach. He had felt sympathy for his plight and sought vengeance, but the sense of betrayal from a compatriot left Lingcheng profoundly unsettled. You came to save me? You are here to harm me. You suppress me and force me to seal my abilities within. Now that I have liberated myself, Reina is a deceiver. Yet she spoke one truth. Why can you, Lingcheng, become a universally recognized superhero, while I cannot? I possess talent. Why should I remain a minor character? I want the world to know the name of fiery hero. Chun-Howren's face was wild with fervor as two blazing flames shot towards Lingcheng. Unmoved, Lingcheng stood firm, the flames dispersing a meter before him. Chun-Howren regarded Lingcheng with apprehension. Indeed, I was right to strike first, though regrettably it failed. Chun, please calm down. Coulson urged. Mr. Chun, I understand your sentiments, but violence will not resolve the issues. Agent May interjected in Cantonese. How can violence not solve problems? Look at him. We are clearly of the same ilk. You, from S.H.I.L.D., remain unscathed and accomplished, while I am subjected to your oversight. I believe I possess inherent worth. I refuse to remain a mere pawn, Chun-Howren declared, pointing accusingly at Lingcheng, his face a mask of indignation. Coulson and May exchanged glances. Chun Haoran was beyond reason and seemed ready to resort to violence. "You speak truly," Lingcheng finally interjected, having remained silent until now. Chapter 62, Uselessness. Indeed, S-H-I-E-L-D tend to meddle excessively. Their authority is overwhelming. If you exhibit sufficient strength, S-H-I-E-L-D will ally with you, and you need not bow to their whims. Yet, who can blame you for being weak? Lingcheng remarked with a dismissive sneer. Understanding this is commendable. Now let us tally our accounts. You ambushed me earlier, which has incited my ire. Given my strength and your frailty, I trust you have no objections to my retribution. Lingcheng revealed his predatory nature. Chun Haoran's pupils dilated in shock. Lingcheng's seemingly rational yet unreasonable words sent a chill down his spine. What is true tyranny? This is true tyranny. Chun Haoran felt a surge of excitement, envisioning a future for himself. However, soon Lingcheng would teach him another word: fear. A thunderous roar erupted from the ground as Lingcheng vanished from sight. Panic flickered in Chun Haoran's eyes as searing flames erupted around him. Where's he? Chun Haoran frantically searched for Lingcheng's silhouette, but found nothing. As the flames licked at his skin, he could only grit his teeth and endure, sensing that pausing would invite a lethal blow. With clenched teeth, Chun Haoran dashed towards the exit, fully aware that continuing in this manner was futile. "I will avenge today's grievances," he vowed fiercely, recalling the S-H-I-E-L-D's relentless surveillance, Reina's treachery, and now Lingcheng's pursuit. It seemed the universe conspired against him. In the throes of desperation, Chun Haoran felt a sudden surge of adrenaline. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, narrowly evading an attack. The fierce flames surged past him, scorching his ear to a crisp as a hand engulfed in purple-black fire grazed his side. With a violent impact against the wall beside the door, he broke through, creating a gaping hole that led to the outside world. Chun Haoran howled softly as he fled down the corridor. He now grasped the true essence of power. Realizing the chasm between himself and Lingcheng, his heart sank. Survival became his singular thought. Lingcheng, unhurriedly pursuing Chun Haoran, caught the eye of Coulson and May, who exchanged glances, sensing that their task had reached its conclusion and chose not to follow. "Is this truly achievable through training?" May murmured, gazing out from the hole. Coulson shrugged, staring into the night in contemplative silence. Meanwhile, in his frantic escape, Chun Haoran encountered Reina, who was retreating. Enemies meeting often leads to enmity. Had she not extracted his fire-resistant platelets, he would not be in such dire straits. "Reina!" Chun Haoran lunged at her like a vengeful spirit, only to be intercepted by 3 towering figures blocking his path. Reina, her expression one of indifference, led the doctor into the elevator. In her eyes, Chun Haoran was merely a jester who had outlived his usefulness. The thought of the blazing hero evoked a cold smile within her, yet that grin quickly faded as her countenance stiffened. Suddenly, a hand reached in from outside the partially closed elevator, and after a moment's hesitation, it seized the doctor by the collar and yanked her out. The elevator doors slammed shut, and Reina, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped death, struggled to swallow. Even with her usual confidence, she was nearly paralyzed with fear. Sensing the dampness between her legs, her chest heaved violently as memories of their brief eye contact surged forth. She cursed the damned martial artist. Meanwhile, the doctor, dragged from the elevator, felt as if she had plummeted from paradise to hell. Before her stood Lingcheng, holding her in one hand while extending the other to shield himself from flames, an expression of satisfaction upon his face. A rush of warmth involuntarily coursed down her legs. She had indeed lost control. "Continue your fight. Do not mind me," Lingcheng urged, observing the 4 adversaries, including Chun Haoran, glaring at him with murderous intent. Yet, the result was that they remained united in their assault against him. In a flash, Lingcheng transformed into a blur, sending one enhanced individual flying with a powerful strike, bisecting them effortlessly. He then crushed another enhanced opponent, embedding them into the wall. Only their lower limbs dangled helplessly. With a swift turn, he reduced the last enhanced adversary to ashes with a fiery attack, turning to face Chun Haoran, who found himself alone amidst the chaos that had just unfolded. Cold sweat covered Chun Haoran's brow as he struggled, flames igniting around him as he charged towards the wall. As Lingcheng observed Chun Haoran fleeing desperately down the street, he raised both hands, conjuring a gravity-infused projectile that arced through the sky, landing squarely atop his opponent's head. A thunderous explosion erupted, and Lingcheng turned, dusting off his hands while the doctor looked on in horror as he lifted her and activated a teleportation spell, vanishing from the building. Unbeknownst to him, Lingcheng had grown significantly stronger. Enemies that once required arduous battles now fell to him with a mere flick of his wrist. The power of SSR proving formidable. In a secluded corner of the Ecological Research Institute, Lingcheng appeared, holding the doctor who had wet her pants. Meanwhile, several researchers clad in white lab coats sat bound, their expressions a mixture of despair. This was the handiwork of the 3 women who had infiltrated the facility. "Boss, you're here. I managed to capture 2 individuals," exclaimed Shiranui Mai, clad in a black tracksuit, her face beaming with pride. "Only 2? What is there to brag about?" Vis retorted, rolling her eyes. "You only managed 1. Mind you," Shiranui Mai taunted. Vis, her cheeks flushing, countered, "If I hadn't dealt with 2 unruly ones. Would they be so compliant now? Regardless, I've won. The boss promised me a skirt," Shiranui Mai declared, her head held high. "Impressive, impressive. You can buy any skirt you desire," Lingcheng replied with a smile. "You're the best, boss." Shiranui me shime d'apidi. Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose in confusion, asking, "Why does it smell like urine?" "Well, the one I captured seems to hold a significant position, but they're rather useless," Lingcheng remarked, pointing at the doctor kneeling on the ground. The 2 women exchanged glances, noting the wet stain on the doctor's attire. "Useless?" In an unexpected harmony, Ji Huowu and Wei Si spoke in unison. Chapter 63, Harvest. "Could your focus be any more normal?" lamented Lingcheng. "When women exhibit normalcy, men often seek to tarnish them. However, once a woman succumbs to depravity, men find themselves irrelevant." "Boss, your words hold ambiguity," Ji Huowu feigned grievance. "To possess such poor psychological resilience while playing the villain is quite shameful." Wei Si began her acerbic commentary. The doctor, kneeling on the ground, wished for death as Wei Si redirected the topic toward herself, yet she dared not retort, having clearly heard that this harbinger of doom had already eliminated 2. "Why don't you teach her the art of being a truly wicked woman?" Ji Huowu provocatively suggested, her mind still fixated on vengeance. Observing the veins throbbing on Wei Si's forehead, Lingcheng hastily interjected, "Wei Si, why don't you fetch the car and get everyone on board? I certainly do not wish to star in a police drama in Hong Kong, should someone report us." "Humph." Wei Si shot a glance at Ji Huowu, silently deciding not to engage with the diminutive figure before turning to leave. After placing an iron bracelet on Meyer's wrist, Coulson signaled that he could depart. "You want me to walk on my own?" "Please, this is China." Myers lamented helplessly, but no one paid him any heed as he trudged off the plane, aimlessly choosing a direction to wander. What a ridiculous place this is, not even a taxi in sight. Myers grumbled, his frustration mounting as he glanced at the iron circle on his wrist. Suddenly, a beam of light approached, illuminating the path before him. "Hey, there's someone here, buddy. Give me a ride," Myers exclaimed, joyfully giving a thumbs up. "Need a lift?" A window rolled down, revealing a stunning blonde with striking blue eyes. "Of course. I can't believe my luck to encounter a fellow compatriot in China," Myers marveled as he climbed into the passenger seat. Indeed, his fortune seemed to shift for the better after leaving Shield. A beautiful woman. Myers resolved to charm her, hoping for a fleeting romantic encounter. As he observed Myers, who was ostentatiously flaunting his qualities like a peacock, Maiju couldn't help but smile subtly. "I've amused him. It seems this venture is nearly guaranteed success." Myers, catching sight of Maiju's smile, felt an overwhelming sense of delight. When Lingcheng witnessed Maiju cheerfully pulling the incredulous Myers from the vehicle, he nodded in satisfaction. This time, they had truly reaped a bountiful harvest. "You are agent? Weren't you supposed to let me go?" Myers exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "What does it have to do with Shield? Never mind. Why should I bother explaining?" Lingcheng waved his hand, signaling Maiju. As Myers continued to struggle, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, leading him to lose consciousness and collapse. Lingcheng swiftly removed the iron circle from Myers' wrist, melting it down and discarding it onto the van. Meanwhile, Coulson, upon learning that the iron circle had been destroyed, furrowed his brow in concern. Maiju took the driver's seat, heading toward the prearranged destination. 5 researchers, a female doctor, and a burly Caucasian man were unceremoniously crammed into the last row, while Shiranui Mai and Weiss occupied the front row. Do not inquire why the van possessed such ample space. The domestic marvel, Wuling Hongguang, exudes confidence. The following day, Lingcheng strolled leisurely through the streets of Hong Kong, accompanied by 3 enchanting women. Mai clung to his arm, radiating happiness, while Shiranui Mai darted about like a child, brimming with curiosity for all things Chinese. Vice, on the other hand, regarded Shiranui Mai with a hint of disdain, though her mood appeared to be quite pleasant. The quartet of 1 man and 3 women, all strikingly attractive, naturally drew countless glances, attracting the attention of passers-by. However, the formidable aura of the 3 ladies deterred even the most self-assured young men from approaching. Little did they know that the supposed life winner they admired was actually a kidnapper who had just abducted 6 individuals. As they walked, women cast envious glances at the trio of uniquely charming ladies, occasionally stealing a glance at Lingcheng. Meanwhile, young men covertly scrutinized the 3 women while carefully assessing Lingcheng. One passerby, an older gentleman, gave Lingcheng a knowing look, urging him to take care of his health. Of course, this was merely Lingcheng's one-sided wishful thinking. Damn it, those arrogant, rich, second-generation kids. They squander the best opportunities. These girls keep saying they settle down with a nice guy when they tire of their playboy phase. Why must honest men always be the ones left holding the bag? I wish I could ask the goddess when she'll be bored. I can hardly wait, thought the chubby fellow. Stealing another glance at Shiranui Mai, he mused, so kawaii, with a youthful visage. I could adore her for a decade. Yet, the treatment they received was not entirely abysmal. With ample supplies of bottled water and bread, what more could one desire? Lingcheng thought shamelessly. Do you even have any human rights? This is torture, Miles shouted, his face contorted with rage. 3 days. Can you please let me change my pants? I'm begging you. I feel like I'm losing my mind. The female doctor wailed. After 3 days without a proper wash, she sensed the disdainful glances from her fellow captives. Let me take a shower. After that, you can make me do anything you want. Please, she pleaded. Anything you want? Lingcheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue, surprised by her willingness to submit so easily. Was it simply because the girl valued cleanliness? A serendipitous twist of fate. The doctor noticed the gleam in Lingcheng's eyes and instinctively recoiled, gritting her teeth. Anything. Lingcheng, holding his breath due to the overwhelming odor, untied the doctor's bindings. The stench was truly heart-wrenching. The liberated doctor scrambled into the bathroom, and Lingcheng exchanged a knowing glance with Mai, who followed her inside. I want something to eat. I can also help you out, one researcher ventured cautiously. All right, Lingcheng replied with a smile. I can too. Several other researchers chimed in, eager to express their willingness. Anything goes. Lingcheng's grin nearly bloomed into laughter. These researchers truly lacked backbone, but that suited him just fine. What good was backbone when they were trapped on an island? Lingcheng had no fear of them. Chapter 64, Journey to the Unknown Island. How about me? Just as Lingcheng reveled in his good fortune, a weak voice suddenly broke the silence. Miles cast a grim look at the several inmates who, under Weiss's watchful gaze, devoured their meals with glee. Saliva began to pool as his stomach audibly protested. What are you complaining about? For the sake of freedom, for the transparency of information. For justice, just endure it, Lingcheng scoffed. Go ahead, kill me. Otherwise, I will expose all your misdeeds, and then you shall be finished. The kung fu hero, is merely a villain. I will uncover all your stains and plaster your disgrace across major websites in America, even posting your information on the largest gay website. It seems he truly despises me to the core. The thought was rather frightening. Perhaps it would be better to end him. If he were to succeed, his reputation would be the least of my concerns. But that gay website notion is simply terrifying. Lingcheng's face twisted with conflict, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. The more Miles spoke, the more animated he became, his face flushing with excitement. It was as if these events were already unfolding in his grasp. Just as he glanced at Lingcheng with a hint of smugness, he suddenly felt an eerie chill. How many has he killed? Is this what they call a murderous aura? He intends to kill me. He is absolutely planning my demise. Miles's complexion drained of color. Forget it, I want to be angry. He is indeed a talent. Killing one less is still one less. While I cannot extend my courtesy at the very least, I shall spare his life. Lingcheng, in a frenzy of self-promotion, turned to leave. No, please don't kill me, I was wrong. Miles gazed at Lingcheng's retreating figure and then at Weiss's cold stare, his resolve crumbling in an instant. What did you do wrong? Lingcheng felt a jolt of surprise internally, though his expression remained impassive. I should not have considered myself superior. I should not have preached about information transparency while using my computer skills for wrongdoing. I erased my own information but sold and disseminated others' data. I am guilty. Miles's desire to survive was palpable. How about this? Miles spoke cautiously. I was merely drawn to your hacking skills. I truly did not realize where your faults lay. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you were a champion of ideals. It seems you are fully aware of your own actions. Lingcheng chuckled. Miles felt his carefully crafted persona shatter, realizing he had betrayed himself. Very well, let's go eat. Lingcheng unshackled Miles. Upon gaining his freedom, Miles eagerly joined the fray for food, shoving ham sausages into his mouth, convinced they were the best in the world. Are they delicious? Lingcheng observed the ravenous scene with slight embarrassment. Absolutely divine, Miles replied without lifting his gaze, bits of chewed remnants spewing forth. Lingcheng stepped back in disdain and asked Weiss, when will the transport plane arrive? The address has been sent. It will arrive shortly. Did Tony ask why we needed a transport plane? He gave me a subordinate's number and told me to request anything I needed. Well, that sounds very Iron Man. Lingcheng laughed. Weiss, too, allowed a small smile to escape, clearly pleased with Tony's straightforward approach. Boss, I must inform you, we are out of funds, Weiss remarked. Out of money? What are you joking about? Did I not provide you with $100 million? Lingcheng responded, bewildered. The transport aircraft cost $80 million, and that was after a substantial discount. We recruited some personnel and acquired equipment, and that's all gone, Weiss stated matter-of-factly. Such a spendthrift. This is my hard-earned money. Lingcheng lamented, feeling utterly disheartened. $100 million. Was it truly an insignificant amount? Mind your language. I acted upon your instructions, Weiss retorted, her expression darkening. My apologies. I am simply in anguish, Lingcheng offered, internally reassuring himself that he had a significant gold mine ready to be exploited soon. At that moment, Shuni entered the room, her eyes widening in horror as she beheld the scattered snack bags. My chips, my cookies, my snacks. Her high-pitched wail startled the captives, who had been enjoying their feast, causing them to look up in confusion. Fear not, we can replenish the snacks later. Your treats have indeed served a great purpose this time, Lingcheng consoled, despite having just lost a fortune. Who else could feel his pain? Very well, Shiranui replied, her face a portrait of sorrow, for those snacks had been meticulously selected by her, and the boss had promised to safeguard them. Realizing that the commotion had subsided, the captives resumed their voracious consumption, the room once again filled with the sounds of hurried chewing. Witnessing the destruction of her beloved snacks, Shiranui felt a pang of heartache. In a swift motion, she seized a bag of chips before Myers could and shot him a fierce glare. With no choice, Myers redirected his attention and snatched a pack of seaweed instead, only to receive another scowl from Shiranui. Could you not choose someone else to rob? Myers thought, feeling utterly defeated. Why is it always me who gets hurt? As he watched Shiranui hoard the snacks like a chipmunk, Lingcheng nearly burst into laughter. Meh, I have plenty of snacks here. There's no need for you to compete with them. Okay, she replied, but still clutched the snacks as she walked away. Place them down. Do not share with anyone else, Shiranui instructed, placing the snacks in front of Lingcheng with utmost seriousness. I assure you, it won't happen again. Lingcheng comforted her. How can there be a next time? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with playful indignation. My youthful heart. Lingcheng thought as he observed the adorable expression on Shiranui face, feeling his spirits lift considerably. Once everything was in order, a tremendous roar resonated above the room. The hatch opened, and Lingcheng, along with the three women, leapt into the transport aircraft, clutching the 7 captives. Whether anyone witnessed them was of no consequence. Lingcheng had chosen a relatively secluded villa area, for in China's dense population, anonymity was a luxury. The engine thundered as the dark aircraft soared into the sky, heading towards a mysterious island somewhere in the Atlantic. Lingcheng scrutinized the interior of the aircraft. Although he felt a twinge of regret, he was undeniably pleased. Setting aside the high-tech features, the space was at least comparable to that of the Wind No. 1. Is the pilot reliable? Lingcheng suddenly inquired, as this journey led to his own haven, prompting his concern. Absolutely reliable. He even volunteered for the task. You'll see for yourself, Maiju laughed. Lingcheng entered the cockpit and gazed at the familiar bald head in the pilot's seat with incredulity. How could it be you? He exclaimed. Chapter 65, Feeding the White Ape. Why are you so surprised to see me? We agreed that I would be in charge of the spaceship. You haven't forgotten me, have you? Dr. Hall questioned Lingcheng. You can pilot a plane? Lingcheng awkwardly shifted the topic, realizing he had indeed forgotten to bring Dr. Hall along. I can build planes. What's so strange about piloting this semi-automatic contraption? Dr. Hall replied with an expression of disdain for Lingcheng's ignorance. Finally, finding a moment to look down on Lingcheng, Dr. Hall felt an overwhelming sense of joy, as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. He turned away proudly, nodding his head rhythmically, unable to fathom why he felt so exuberant, but genuinely delighted nonetheless. This old man, could he be a masochist? Lingcheng shivered at the thought and hastily exited the cockpit. Inside the cabin, Several captives sat upright, uncertain of where Lingcheng would take them. However, considering their predicament, surviving was already a stroke of good fortune. Freedom? That was a mere fantasy. After all, wasn't any research better than no research at all? A few researchers managed to come to terms with their situation. Miles, however, was different. Wild by nature, he had bent his will for the sake of survival. Yet he secretly harbored countless plans. Just let me get my hands on a computer, and I won't make it easy for you, Miles thought, gritting his teeth. Standing atop a platform, Lingcheng smiled slightly, clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention, and began to speak. I know you're all reluctant captives, but I want to say that you are all capable individuals. Do you truly wish to hide away and perform petty tricks under the Centipede organization? Follow me, and I can offer you so much more. The island we are heading to is teeming with powerful creatures, providing you with all the conditions you need to excel. Not to mention, I am an extraordinary human, far superior to the inferior specimens you have been studying. I could even consider drawing your blood from time to time. Lingcheng's words detonated like a bomb among the researchers, causing a stir, including the doctors. Having already employed threats, he now turned to incentives, a smile playing on his lips. By the way, if you perform exceptionally well, it would not be impossible to bring your families over, Lingcheng added. As long as you can ensure our safety and fulfill the previous conditions, I guarantee I will do my utmost to work for you. The doctor responded earnestly. Naturally, Lingcheng replied with a smile. I need a computer. Miles raised his hand. You shall have one, Lingcheng assured him, thinking to himself that if Miles could stir up waves on the mysterious island, he would consider it a loss. Under Lingcheng's guidance, Dr. Hall gazed at the enormous island that seemed to materialize on the screen, his face filled with disbelief. It's truly astonishing, Dr. Hall exclaimed. Isn't it here now? I entrust the research to you, Lingcheng said, sharing in the excitement. This was his domain. The thunderous roar of the transport aircraft naturally captured the attention of the white apes, who regarded this unexpected visitor with a wary demeanor. In their perception, such an iron shell was not meant to be mobile. Lingcheng felt a sense of embarrassment. What should have been a fruitful meeting had turned into a fiasco. Marred by this cowardice, even the feeble researchers merely appeared pale, displaying no signs of fear. What is there to be afraid of? We are all on the same side. Lingcheng chuckled. Brother, you truly are audacious, he remarked, rising from the ground, his face smeared with dirt, having unexpectedly fallen victim to a hidden scheme. The leader of the white apes, noticing Lingcheng's ascent, turned its head and extended its massive fist, to which Lingcheng reluctantly responded by tapping it lightly. Transforming into a chef, Lingcheng hoisted a leg of beast weighing several hundred pounds, sprinkling various colorful powders over the roasted meat. A group of fearsome white apes, with their mouths agape and tongues lolling, surrounded him, creating a scene that left everyone astounded. This was an unprecedented variant, possessing immense size and explosive power, an exceptional specimen for research, the doctor murmured, his face flushed with excitement as he watched several white apes struggle to carry their colossal prey to an open area. I can no longer contain the flood of ideas racing through my mind. It has been ages since I felt such exhilaration. I feel rejuvenated, he exclaimed, his enthusiasm mirrored by a fellow middle-aged researcher. What on earth? Is it truly appropriate to discuss such matters amidst a throng of beasts? Miles, who had been specially cautioned by Lingcheng, found himself sandwiched between two white apes, resembling a timid chick, too frightened to move even when drenched in their saliva. Boss, look at this tongue, roared the audacious and fearless Shiranui Mai, as she stood before a small white ape, tugging at its long, drooling tongue, seemingly reveling in the moment. Please spare this child. Lingcheng felt compelled to speak up for the small white ape, which, held down by its mother, appeared unwillingly subjected to Shiranui Mai's playful antics. From the outset, Lingcheng had personally taken charge, eventually introducing an array of pre-prepared seasonings for the white apes to indulge in their own culinary creations. The aroma of the seasonings utterly captivated these voracious eaters, who gazed at Lingcheng as if he were a deity. Observing the scene of merriment between hosts and guests, Lingcheng let out a quiet sigh of relief and exchanged a knowing glance with the three women who had been attentively watching him, their faces breaking into unrestrained smiles. Chapter 66. The Spaceship Awakens. After a night's rest aboard the aircraft, the following morning, even before dawn, Dr. Hall was outside Lingcheng's room. Rousing him from slumber, Lingcheng emerged, his head clouded with annoyance, to find Dr. Hall pacing impatiently. Is it really worth such an early rise? Lingcheng remarked, incredulous. Goodness, have I been too kind to this old man lately? He must be getting too full of himself. I need to put him in his place. Lingcheng pondered silently. If you wish to perish, you need only say so. Maiju emerged from her room, her expression fierce as she addressed Dr. Hall with cold disdain. Having previously enjoyed leisurely mornings and intimate moments with Lingcheng, the intrusion caused by this elderly man ignited a long-buried urge for violence within her. Dr. Hall couldn't help but shiver. After becoming acquainted, he understood who was to be feared and who was not. While Lingcheng would threaten to kill you when they were unfamiliar, he could occasionally joke once they became friends. However, Maiju was different. Excluding Lingcheng, Maiju greeted everyone with a smile, yet a keen observer would notice a hint of indifference lurking in her gaze. It was not that she was good-natured. Rather, they were simply unworthy of her anger. Yet now, it seemed that Maiju was indeed angered by him. Eager to resolve the situation, Lingcheng noticed Dr. Hall's pleading eyes and quickly interjected, "I'll take care of it." Dr. Hall felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly made his exit. "I absolutely detest him. I could just kill him." Maiju sulked, clinging to Lingcheng's arm. "Cough," after being startled like that. "I dare say that old fellow will think twice about being cheeky from now on." Lingcheng chuckled. "Am I that frightening, boss? Mais yeux replied, feigning innocence." "Well, I rather like it," Lingcheng responded earnestly. With her eyes narrowed into a slit, Maiju planted a quick kiss on Lingcheng's cheek, and he realized he had successfully navigated the situation. One could only wonder why Maiju was so compliant with him. He, in fact, felt a twinge of fear towards her. Perhaps this was the clever woman's way of retreating to advance. The group, still bleary-eyed, was roused by Dr. Hall's call, their expressions decidedly unfriendly. "Do you not realize how crucial sleep is for a girl?" Ji Huowu exclaimed, her cheeks resembling dumplings. "I'll surely suffer a whole day of poor complexion due to insufficient rest." "Agreed," Weiss, rarely aligning with Ji Huowu, added. Indeed, the doctor, although a tech-savvy woman, was first and foremost a woman herself, lending her voice in support. "Resolution," Maiju scoffed. If Lingcheng were privy to Dr. Hall's thoughts, he would surely find it amusing that he was overthinking matters. Offending a girl was never a grave concern. One merely needed to remember which foot to step with first upon entering the laboratory the following day. The dawn's soft light cast shadows upon the colossal spaceship, and as the group approached this metallic behemoth, excitement was palpable. The white apes, already in motion, curiously observed Lingcheng and his companions. Having never contemplated what purpose Lingcheng might have for this iron shell that had existed long before their birth. To them, the iron shell was merely a climbing frame, sturdy and inedible. "In a moment, I will escort you in one by one. Please refrain from wandering aimlessly and do not panic." "Understood?" Lingcheng stated sternly, emphasizing the importance of maintaining vigilance given the uncertainty of what lay within. The group unanimously nodded in agreement, and Lingcheng, as planned, vanished with Maiju and Weiss. This was undoubtedly the best method to enter the ship without causing damage. As the flashlight illuminated the metallic floor, the atmosphere turned somewhat eerie. Lingcheng, having released Maiju and Weiss, vanished once more, confident in their abilities. After several cycles, he returned with the last two researchers inside the ship. Their gazes towards Lingcheng shifted, now imbued with a sense of reverence. They understood the burdens he bore. Lingcheng vowed he had never anticipated the staggering toll of transporting others. The immense consumption of mental energy left Lingcheng's mind somewhat sluggish. Though he feigned nonchalance on the surface, Maiju, ever considerate, approached and wrapped an arm around Lingcheng, effectively guiding him along. With a glance, Maiju signaled Wei Si and Shiranui Mai to lead the way while he stayed close to Lingcheng, awaiting his recovery. Fortunately, the path ahead revealed little danger aside from a few colossal skeletons, indicating that the spacecraft had long been devoid of energy, its defensive mechanisms rendered inoperative. The doctor gazed at the bones with shining eyes, yet instinctively recoiled, aware that she dared not approach without her full armament. The group advanced swiftly under Dr. Hall's guidance, soon arriving at the core of the spacecraft. Dr. Hall, trembling, donned gloves and began to fumble with the interface, marveling at the relic of an unknown technological civilization that he would personally activate. The others watched with bated breath, the only sound in the air being the rustling of their breaths. "Can you do it?" Wei Si inquired, her magnetic voice piercing the silence. The sudden interruption startled the intensely focused Dr. Hall, causing him to flinch. "No need to rush. Just a moment," he replied with a wry smile. He could feel the pressure mounting, knowing that if he did not hasten, consequences would soon follow. "All right, no more urging. Let him figure it out first. Worst case, you can give him a good thrashing for half an hour once we're outside." Lingcheng murmured, his spirits slightly lifted. "1 hour," Shiranui Mai declared, falling silent thereafter. Dr. Hall exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, finally able to concentrate without distractions. Despite his vast knowledge, he found himself somewhat at a loss with the alien technology before him, requiring his utmost effort. The notion of a half-hour beating was promptly dismissed from his mind. Otherwise, he might realize that he was working for Lingcheng and, by extension, for Lingcheng's woman, an arrangement that felt rather unjust. All right, Dr. Hall's voice rang out with excitement, immediately revitalizing the previously listless group. Chapter 67, The Spectators. Blinding lights cascaded down in succession, compelling everyone to shield their eyes. Lingcheng was the first to adapt, gradually lowering his hand, only to be left in a state of awe, as Maijua, Wei Si, and Shiranui Mai each took in their surroundings. They fell into a stupor, momentarily at a loss for words. "This is nothing short of a miracle," Dr. Hall exclaimed, his voice transforming with excitement as he beheld the control room projecting a myriad of jumping data. "Of course it works. The system indicates the spacecraft's damage rate is merely 2%. This is a treasure. Lingcheng, you've struck gold." With a click, he brought up a three-dimensional schematic of the spacecraft that sprang to life. Whether one struck gold or not was of little consequence. Lingcheng's primary concern was a breakthrough in technology for the sake of Earth's peace. "It's all for the greater good," he declared with righteous fervor, though the corners of his mouth betrayed an inner delight. His attempts at bravado earned him a chorus of eye rolls from the group, leaving Lingcheng to offer an awkward smile as he surveyed the interior. The entirety of the chamber was constructed from an unknown metal, its cold surface exuding a sleek, dark sheen that imparted a sense of strength. After all, what man does not appreciate such sensations in his vehicles and mechs? Setting aside other matters, I shall bestow upon Lingcheng a score of 99, withholding a single point merely to stave off arrogance. While Lingcheng may exhibit a semblance of restraint, the doctors and their companions display an exuberance that borders on the extravagant. They are akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, marveling at the vessel's amenities, exclaiming "God!" and "amazing!" intermittently, occasionally startled by an unexpectedly activated mechanism. They quickly resume their exploration, their delight reminiscent of a bumbling fool weighing 200 pounds. How has the atmosphere shifted to resemble an adult amusement park? Lingcheng, observing the naivety of his companions, could only shake his head in resignation. Are they not concerned about inadvertently triggering some mechanism through their reckless handling? Truly, it is reckless behavior. Let me test the strength of this metal," Lingcheng declared, his face flushing crimson. "Ha ha ha, it's remarkably sturdy, with not a single mark to be found. Quite impressive," he noted, awkwardly feeling the spot he had struck with his other hand. "Your destructive tendencies are far too pronounced. Remember, this is your spaceship," Dr. Hall remarked, exuding a sense of exasperation. "I know. Why are you all still watching me? Go about your business," Lingcheng urged, his impatience flaring as he noticed the lingering gazes. Once their scrutiny shifted away, he let out a sigh of relief, his hands, concealed behind him, trembling slightly. "I have confirmed its integrity. It's as hard as a rock. Had I not realized my error and moderated my strength, I might have been the first to fracture my own bones," Lingcheng mused. "Do you believe you can fully comprehend this spaceship?" he inquired, approaching Dr. Hall. "Do you think this is merely a set of Lego blocks?" Dr. Hall replied, casting a look of incredulity at Lingcheng. "If I don't understand, can't you explain it? Should I fetch Maiju to inquire?" Lingcheng responded with a cold, penetrating gaze. Look," Dr. Hall gestured towards the screen. "We are currently situated in the main control room of the spaceship, which is right here. Do you grasp the implications?" he asked, pointing to a small square on the map. "Does it mean we are rather fortunate?" Lingcheng questioned, perplexed, having scrutinized the screen for quite some time without discernible insight. "This signifies that the colossal entity we previously beheld is merely the tip of the iceberg of the spaceship, indicating a magnitude beyond your imagination. And to think one could effortlessly control the spaceship is nothing short of folly," Dr. Hall expounded passionately. "Cut to the chase. If you need time, just say so. There's no need for such elaborate rhetoric," Lingcheng retorted. "Is being cultured so impressive? Thor merely taps and thumps on his ship and takes off, doesn't he? Who do you look down upon?" Dr. Hall and Lingcheng exchanged fierce glares, the former feeling he had exhausted all discourse with such an obstinate and self-assured individual. He resolved never to yield to this boorishness. "I require time to master certain functions. Once accomplished, your information will be recorded, and you shall become the master of this spaceship," Dr. Hall contemplated inwardly. "Very well, I shall leave this to you. Isn't it better to communicate effectively?" Lingcheng replied, satisfied. "Boss, How do you wish to organize our tasks? My expertise lies in biotechnology, and I am eager to commence my work, the doctor inquired, hastening to Lingcheng's side. If you wish to research, then research. I have not prohibited you from doing so, Lingcheng responded, perplexed. Well, you must ensure that those individuals cooperate. Otherwise, I would not dare to act recklessly. The doctor explained. Research is permissible, but let us not overstep our bounds, as this is their territory, Lingcheng cautioned. He genuinely feared that these scientific zealots might engage in some outrageous conduct. After all, this was the domain of the white apes, and should they become irate, they would find themselves in dire straits. Perhaps conducting a few examinations and drawing some blood occasionally would pose no significant threat, the doctor remarked, her excitement seemingly ignited by some thought. However, as she enthusiastically outlined her plans, she suddenly collided with a wall, losing her balance and tumbling to the ground. Instinctively clutching her forehead, she looked up, only to be met with the fearsome visage of a large face looming over her. The doctor emitted a shrill cry, scrambling backward in terror. This reaction bewildered the creature, which stood there, hands over its ears, blinking innocently with its large eyes, exuding an oddly endearing yet grotesque charm. Lingcheng and the three women were equally startled, though it was the doctor who had frightened them. Their expressions reflected a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Hey. Just a moment ago, you were discussing research, and now you're so frightened? How did it get in here? That was terrifying, the doctor exclaimed, still recovering her composure as she patted her chest. And no, she stammered, her face flushing in embarrassment at the recollection of a previous humiliating incident. Observing the white ape leader, who was scratching its head in confusion, Lingcheng found himself momentarily lost in thought. Upon closer inspection, the design of the spacecraft seemed remarkably suitable for the white ape's physique. The dimensions of the corridor appeared tailored specifically for them. However, it seemed that the white apes struggled even to open the doors. Lingcheng dismissed the thought, realizing he could not comprehend it. Nevertheless, he surmised there would likely be discoveries within the spacecraft, depending largely on the capabilities of that old man. Hall. Chapter 68, Virus Invasion. Perfect timing. Allow me to inquire if they would be willing to cooperate for the research, Lingcheng said, his eyes lighting up as he smiled at the doctor. In response to the doctor's bewildered gaze, Lingcheng waved to the white ape leader, beginning to gesticulate animatedly, while the white ape reciprocated with its own exaggerated movements. The three women stifled their laughter, finding the scene utterly comical, even though they could not grasp the context. However, aspirations often remain just that. An hour had scarcely passed when the doctor softly called out, "Boss, have you risen yet?" Lingcheng emerged with a stoic expression. "You had better provide me with a flawless explanation," he stated. "Following preliminary examinations, we have conceived a new idea regarding the life-enhancing serum, and we are highly confident in our potential success. However, without the necessary equipment, we cannot commence our work," the doctor lamented. "Now that I am awake, would you kindly have the courtesy to make a trip for me? Here is the address of a laboratory organized by the Centipede organization. Everything is readily available," she added, handing over a note with an ingratiating smile. "What does getting up entail? It should be a natural awakening, followed by a yawn and a pleasant descent from the bed, rather than merely lying there while someone calls your soul. Even if the body has risen, the spirit remains in slumber. This is not waking up. This is a resurrection." Lingcheng thought, feeling utterly disenchanted. In a certain laboratory in Australia, Lingcheng appeared out of thin air, skillfully disabling the surveillance and incapacitating several researchers before embarking on the task of relocating the entire facility. Uncertain of what was valuable and what was not, he decided to pack everything and take it all away. 10 minutes later, Lingcheng soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a completely bare laboratory. What transpired? Lingcheng sensed trouble. The seemingly fragile Lianen was far from weak. Both Zhou Zheng and Will had fallen ill, lamented Lianen with a pale face. This sight tugged at Lingcheng's heart, realizing the immense pressure she must have endured in recent days. Zhou Zheng and Will were placed in a hospital room, their faces swollen and pallid. A kindly black woman sat beside Will, holding his hand and offering soft words of comfort. Upon seeing Lingcheng and Lianen enter, Zhou Zheng and Will mustered their strength to sit up against their pillows. The woman, Will's mother, stood and nodded in greeting to Lingcheng, a face he faintly recognized. "How are you both?" Lingcheng inquired with concern. "Master, we are fine, just a bit weak. The doctor assured us we are not ill." Zhou Zheng replied with a forced smile. "In a few days, we will be bouncing back," Will assured. "Not ill, yet looking like this? Ainen has made you some soup. Drink it while it's hot." I guarantee you will be all right, Lingcheng teased with a smile. Afterward, Lingcheng gestured to Will's mother to step outside for a conversation. What is their current condition? Lingcheng asked directly. I'm unsure of what has transpired. Will had always been in excellent health, even stronger after training with you. Yet, he suddenly fell ill, and the doctors cannot determine the cause, Will's mother expressed. Has anything peculiar occurred nearby, recently? Lingcheng pondered. Nodding thoughtfully, Lingcheng smiled at Will's mother, saying, You may return inside now. I will investigate. Do not worry, I have a lead. Meanwhile, aboard the Wind One, a palpable silence enveloped the atmosphere as everyone stood before the laboratory glass, anxiously watching the pale-faced Simmons conducting animal experiments, his condition mirroring that of Zhou Zheng and Will. Hey, Carlson felt a vibration and pulled out his phone. This is Lingcheng. I have something to inquire. My 2 disciples seem to have contracted an infection and are now hospitalized. I heard reports of black-clad individuals in the vicinity. Is there something amiss? Lingcheng stated plainly. Do you recall the Chitauri? A few firefighters secretly stashed away a helmet, which harbors an unknown alien virus. It appears the contagion has spread, and we are expediting vaccine research, Carlson replied somberly. Send me the address. I will head over immediately, Lingcheng urged, furrowing his brow. Although you are extraordinary, your presence may only complicate matters, Carlson cautioned, emphasizing that this situation involved Lingcheng's 2 disciples. Lingcheng. Yes, Lingcheng, Fitz suddenly exclaimed, excitement surging through him. Everyone turned to Fitz, confusion etched across their faces, while Simmons in the laboratory ceased his movements. The virus on the helmet is carried by Chitauri warriors, and you were present during the Battle of New York. If you had been infected yet remain unharmed, it is highly likely that you possess antibodies against this virus. Fitz explained rapidly. Lingcheng, did you hear that? I will send you the address shortly. You must come immediately. Time is of the essence, urged Carlson, his tone laced with urgency. Wait for me. I shall be there swiftly, replied Lingcheng before abruptly hanging up and leaping out of the window, eliciting gasps from startled passers-by. With the swiftness of the wind, Lingcheng soared through the air, directly appearing within the cabin upon sensing the presence of Wind One. Do I truly possess antibodies? Lingcheng questioned, biting his finger to draw a drop of blood for Fitz, his unease palpable. Uncertain, but the probability is quite high. You are our only hope now. It must be possible, Fitz replied, his expression resolute. With that, he strode into the laboratory, leaving Simmons visibly troubled. Although unafraid of infection, Lingcheng stood before the glass, waiting. This was their solitary hope. Will and Zhou Zheng must not come to harm, he thought with unwavering determination. The freshly developed vaccine was injected into the lab mice, and amidst eager gazes, a flash of electricity surged through. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned somber, and the faces of the gathered individuals turned ashen. Chapter 69, Crisis Averted. The outcome was indeed difficult to accept. A profound silence enveloped the cabin as no one dared to speak. So, does this signify failure? Lingcheng's voice emerged, heavy with uncertainty. He could not discern success from failure, yet the expressions around him spoke volumes. No, it cannot be this way. There must be an error on my part. Perhaps my parameters were incorrect. Let me reassess, and we shall try again. Fitz muttered, seemingly seeking solace in his own words. Fitz, that's enough. It has been more than sufficient, Simmons intervened firmly. I am acquainted with the procedures. May I have a moment alone with Fitz? Simmons implored, attempting a brave smile towards Carlson. There is still a chance, Carlson softly reassured, though even he struggled to convince himself of that. Reluctantly, he nodded in acquiescence. Let them have some space, he instructed as he led the others away. Though anxious, Lingcheng chose to respect Simmons' decision. Isn't the aftermath of a New York battle primarily managed by your S.H.I.E.L.D. agency? Surely, there must be some discoveries? Lingcheng pursued Carlson. The research facility has yet to uncover such situations. Our mission was solely to escort the original helmet, Carlson replied, shaking his head. If given the choice, I would prefer to confront a formidable adversary rather than remain utterly powerless, Agent Ward lamented, striking the wall in frustration. In that case, I shall take my leave, Lingcheng declared resolutely, deciding to take Zhou Zheng and Will to the spacecraft to see if the doctor had any solutions. If there are any findings, I will inform you at once, Carlson assured. Meanwhile, within the laboratory, Fitz anxiously manipulated the controls, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Simmons must not be harmed. They had always been together, and the mere thought of Simmons leaving him caused his heart to ache. Simmons gazed tenderly at Fitz, as if wishing to etch his image permanently in her memory. Soon, Her expression transformed into one of determination. She understood that if she were to perish within the aircraft, the immense electrical surge would lead to its disintegration midair. Though her companions were willing to shoulder the risk for her sake, she felt deeply moved. Yet, as A.S.H.I.L.D. agent, one must possess the readiness to sacrifice. Fitz may not comprehend this, but she must. The fire extinguisher was held aloft by Simmons, who had never before contemplated that her inaugural act of violence would be directed towards a companion. Just as the extinguisher was poised to crash down, an awkward interruption occurred. Lingcheng appeared at the laboratory door, seemingly having unwittingly disrupted someone else's plans. "What are you doing, Simmons? Are you intending to strike me with that hefty object?" Fizz exclaimed, turning to gawk at the extinguisher, now perilously close. With a clang, the extinguisher plummeted, and Simmons found her hands suspended in midair, unsure where to place them. "It's not what you think. Allow me to explain," Simmons stammered in a flurry of panic. What was there to explain? If Lingcheng hadn't shown up, that extinguisher would have surely left quite a dent on my head, Fizz retorted, his expression a tumult of confusion. No. I did not mean to strike you. I merely wanted you to be quiet for a moment," Simmons insisted breathlessly. "Do you find me bothersome? If you have grievances, feel free to voice them. If you prefer Lingcheng or Ward's company, I can leave," Fizz replied, his face a portrait of sorrow. "Enough," Lingcheng bellowed, his frustration palpable. He could not fathom the thought processes of this peculiar pair. Did the priorities of intelligent individuals truly diverge so drastically from those of ordinary folk? His words rendered Fizz and Simmons instantly crimson with embarrassment. How could he voice such thoughts? Fizz mused. What if Simmons does not harbor feelings for me? How mortifying. Oh dear, I feel as though I might perish. Why must you speak so bluntly? Just let me die. Simmons raged internally. The lab mouse exhibited electrical responses, and its loss of vital signs is, by all accounts, a failed experiment, Fizz explained succinctly, feeling the weight of Lingcheng's gaze upon him. Yet, why do you appear so despondent when that mouse is evidently still alive? Lingcheng remarked, having observed that the creature had not perished, prompting him to inquire before departing. Still alive? Fizz exclaimed, racing to the glass enclosure housing the mouse. A minute later, he gazed up at Simmons in disbelief. We succeeded, he declared, as the two embraced in joyous exuberance, bouncing and cheering like children. In their celebration, they were abruptly reminded of reality as a shadowy figure loomed over them, a grim expression marring the countenance of a formidable presence. Might I request that you attend to more pressing matters? Lingcheng intoned. Fizz and Simmons exchanged glances, compelled to acquiesce to the authoritative figure. All you need to do is use this device to clamp the patient, correct? Lingcheng reiterated, eyeing the apparatus in his hand. The dosage within should suffice for 10 individuals, or rather, it can be utilized 9 more times. Of course, should you require additional quantities, I can provide more. Fizz chattered gleefully. That is sufficient, Lingcheng replied, waving his hand dismissively towards the sky. Do come again. Simmons called after him, waving farewell. In flight, Lingcheng's lips curled into a faint smile. Although the two individuals had truly tested his nerves, the ultimate outcome was favorable. His two cherished disciples were saved. His numerous acts of assistance were not in vain. Yesterday's good deeds bore fruit today, and the wonders of life never ceased to amaze. Upon returning to the hospital, Lingcheng administered an antibody injection to Zhou Zhengwei, and, still uneasy, he also injected Li Enin and Wei Er's mother before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Zhou Zheng and Li Enin exchanged glances at Wei Er and then, in unison, shook their heads. Someone must look after the martial arts school. Master, you may rest easy. We will take care of it, Zhou Zheng declared resolutely. Understood, came the harmonious response from the three. Even fledgling eagles must eventually take flight. They cannot remain sheltered beneath their wings for a lifetime. Lingcheng gazed at his three playful disciples, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Chapter 70, News of the Hammer God. What has Lingcheng been up to? Each day, he ventures into the mountains and explores the islands with his 3 female companions. Indeed, only this quartet dares to claim such adventures in the primordial jungle. Surrounded by venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, Lingcheng's transformation over the past fortnight has been remarkable. With a resounding boom, the ground erupted as he maintained a fist-clenching posture, having just felled a colossal wild boar that charged at him, now lying defeated and thrashing on the ground. Tonight's feast is assured, Lingcheng grinned. Rising to his feet, he noticed that his once fair skin had darkened to a bronze hue after days of exposure to wind and sun. His clearly defined muscles, taut and sinewy like steel, complemented his piercing gaze, resembling a fierce beast surveying its domain. He felt the undeniable change within himself. Even without acquiring a new fighter, he had indeed grown stronger. Moreover, his hair remained intact, a detail that pleased Lingcheng immensely. Stowing the colossal wild boar in his backpack, Lingcheng leapt through the trees towards their temporary encampment. By a gushing, leaping mountain stream, a patch of flat land had been cleared, adorned with several tall umbrellas and reclining chairs that appeared strikingly out of place. Here were the 3 young women who had accompanied Lingcheng on this vacation, completely oblivious to their surroundings, comfortably snacking on seeds and fishing. Hee, I'll call my 4th one. Sister Weiss, you can't keep up. Jihuowu boasted with glee. The little girl truly brimmed with energy. Weiss settled into the most comfortable position, choosing to ignore Jihuowu. Dance, take a break. Don't torment the fish any further. We can't possibly eat them all, Maiju quipped, casting a casual glance at his fishing line drifting with the current. In a swift motion, his right hand, resting behind his head, severed the head of a venomous snake that had darted toward them. How about some snake soup for dinner? Maiju suggested with satisfaction. Wow, there's so many delicious things here. If we stay any longer, I'll get fat. Jihuowu pouted. Maiju and Weiss exchanged exasperated glances at Jihuowu's exuberant figure. What's going on? Lingcheng inquired with a smile. The ship's defense system has been preliminarily mastered. Do you remember the barrier outside the island? That was merely a basic function while the ship was dormant. As long as you desire, not a single bird can enter the entire island now, Dr. Hall declared proudly. And then? Then what? Isn't that enough? Dr. Hall retorted incredulously. That is sufficient indeed. Please, carry on with your work, Lingcheng conceded, retreating. As he turned to exit the cabin, he fortuitously encountered a doctor who resembled a village girl. Boss, just in time. We're running a bit short on supplies. Could you please make another trip? The doctor's eyes brightened as she fished out a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket and shoved it into Lingcheng's hand. The paper bore several addresses, and Lingcheng cast a peculiar glance at the doctor. Are you intent on completely annihilating the Centipede organization? Moreover, I am your boss, not your caretaker. Hurry up. Our experiment is on the verge of a groundbreaking breakthrough, and we urgently need it. I haven't slept well in days, so I'll take my leave now. Without granting Lingcheng a chance to respond, the doctor promptly turned on her heel and departed. Who is working for whom here? Is everyone this enthusiastic? Am I perhaps too indolent? Lingcheng began to question his existence. Oh, this world truly harbors every kind of lunatic, Miles remarked, grabbing a cookie and taking a bite. Haha, what are you up to? Lingcheng suddenly interjected, feeling a twinge of excitement at finally catching someone off guard. Bus. You're here. I'm collecting information, just as you instructed, Miles replied with a servile grin. There was no escaping his predicament after Lingcheng had taken him for a flight. Even if Lingcheng let him go, he wouldn't survive until the next day. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Is this truly how you gather information? Eating cookies while watching the news? Lingcheng squinted. All right then. Hearing about the remarkable feat of having compromised a satellite, Lingcheng could only relent. Keep it up, and you'll enjoy a life of luxury following me, he said, patting Miles on the shoulder as he prepared to leave. The god of hammers is up to something again. Lingcheng found himself momentarily lost in thought. Miles, observing Lingcheng's fixation on the screen displaying the middle-aged man's flabby physique, was suddenly struck by an unsettling thought. He couldn't help but tense up. Surely, his taste couldn't be that extreme? Chapter 71. Thor, the God of Thunder. This was no mere skirmish for S.H.I.E. Ed. The legendary convergence of the 9 realms and the assault of the Dark Elves had nearly obliterated Asgard's celestial palace. In truth, the fate of the palace had little bearing on Lingcheng. The real issue was that the leader of the Dark Elf insisted on using the ether to annihilate Earth. Why is it that you all seem to target Earth whenever you clash? Loki did it, and now this Dark Elf is doing the same. Does Earth have no dignity? Lingcheng silently ground his teeth. Miles, jolted from his reverie by the hand resting on his shoulder, leapt from his chair in alarm, exclaiming, "No, don't touch me." What's wrong with you? Lingcheng replied coldly, his mood already soured and his expression grim. What should I do? Miles asked, gazing at Lingcheng's face, which appeared demonic to him, before surveying his surroundings. With indignation, he raised his head and exclaimed, "Be gentler," with a resounding slap that echoed like a large drum. Lingcheng sent Miles tumbling sideways. Are you satisfied now? Lingcheng remarked, speechless. Was there truly someone with a masochistic inclination? Why insist on receiving slaps when one could speak amicably? Observing Lingcheng's utter lack of compassion, Miles began to realize that perhaps he had been overthinking things. Please keep a vigilant eye on the movements of Dr. Eric and monitor any unusual occurrences in London. Ensure you are equipped with a communicator to report any developments promptly. Do you understand? After Lingcheng finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving Myers bewildered, covering his face in confusion. With 240 diamonds remaining, he could still attempt 2 high-level recruitments, but he had initially intended to save for a tenfold draw to heighten the excitement. Now, he had no choice but to use them prematurely. Upon clicking for a high-level recruitment, Lingcheng did not recite any incantations, and upon learning of his fortunate acquisition, he felt as if he narrowly escaped death. Congratulations on obtaining the SSR fighter, Charme. Charme, a master of the serpent's power of thunder, stands at 173 centimeters and weighs 66 kilograms. As one of the 4 heavenly kings, she possesses the ability to manipulate lightning. A fashion designer with a flawless figure, her beauty rivals that of any female fighter, and her laughter is light and charming, exuding an innocent and unpretentious demeanor. She is also a member of the Celestial Band. Lingcheng was so thrilled that he rubbed his hands together, reminding himself to remain low-key and composed, yet he could not suppress the elation bubbling within him. The absence of a certain malevolent force controlling the fate of the King of Fighters felt extraordinarily real. The mere act of drawing an SSR was exhilarating. The serpent's power of thunder seemed to signal the emergence of the God of Hammers, intent on seizing the title of Thunder God. As for Charme being a stunning beauty, Lingcheng did not dwell on it. What merit was there in fawning over a mere figment of imagination? Such superficiality was beneath him. At the very least, he would summon her before indulging in such infatuation. Casting a brief glance at the elegant silhouette on the screen, Lingcheng resolutely clicked on the high-level recruitment once more. Congratulations on obtaining a character star upgrade card. This marked Lingcheng's second acquisition of such a card. While he did not secure a fighter this time, he was nonetheless quite satisfied, for the upgrade card signified the potential to unleash a powerful skill. Unlike the last time, when he had no choice, he could now select from 3 SSRs, Loki, Gonitz, and Charme. Without hesitation, Lingcheng opted for Loki and clicked to initiate the upgrade, unleashing the powerful skill. Gate to Heaven. Simple yet forceful techniques often prove to be the most effective. Delighted, he included Charme in his master team, and to his astonishment, Lingcheng had amassed a considerable collection of fighters. R-rank My Shiranui, Vise, and Andy. SR-rank Terry, Iori Yagami, Athena, and Koff's My Shiranui, and SSR-rank Gonitz, Loki, and Charme. The combined strength of these 9 fighters instilled immense confidence in Lingcheng. London, the capital of England, was a first for Lingcheng. Circling above the city, he searched intently for a location etched in his memory. If he recalled correctly, it was here that the first void passage had opened, where the girlfriend of the God of Hammers had been possessed due to her reckless entry into the realm of the ether, resulting in a series of unfortunate events. Lingcheng's objective was straightforward. Ideally, he could prevent a certain overly curious woman from causing any trouble, extinguishing the calamity at its source. As for the ether itself, Lingcheng held no desire for it. Despite its impressive origins and formidable power, it would interfere with the host's ability to absorb energy, rendering it less desirable than venom. Although venom was also a symbiote, it possessed a certain charm, unlike the ether, which proved to be an unproductive companion. After searching for most of the day, despite Lingcheng's high efficiency, he found himself overwhelmed by the vastness of London. As Lingcheng found himself at an impasse, a fleet of police cars, their sirens blaring, captured his attention. He decided to follow them, silently undertaking the task of tailing them. Upon arriving at a factory area, he spotted a man and a woman anxiously waiting in an open space. It was unmistakably them, intern Jane and her fellow intern Ian. Lingcheng's eyes lit up as he stealthily slipped into the factory grounds, hoping to catch up with them. Unbeknownst to Lingcheng, while he was traversing the void in search of answers, a young woman had awakened from her stupor. It was Jane, Thor's girlfriend. What are you doing? You actually called the police? This was supposed to be our exclusive experimental site, and now the police have arrived. Isaaki Iravi will be here any moment, Jane lamented, her face a mask of despair as she complained to Daisy. What choice did I have? You've been missing for several hours. I had to report it, Daisy replied nonchalantly. Several hours? Jane pondered, a flicker of realization crossing her face. Just then, torrential rain began to pour from the sky. Yet curiously, not a single drop fell upon them, as if a barrier had been erected. With wonder, Jane reached out to touch the rain, and in that instant, her gaze froze upon the sight of Thor, the god of thunder, who had descended in a frantic search for Jane. Compelled by an instinctive urge, she rushed towards Thor, who also approached her eagerly. The most disheartened of all were Daisy, now drenched and feeling like a drowned rat due to Jane's absence, and Lingcheng, who had been searching fruitlessly and now stood with crossed arms, watching the fateful reunion unfold between Jane and Thor. "Jane," Thor spoke gently as he stood before her. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Jane, who had moments ago been filled with warmth and joy, delivered a sharp smack to Thor. "Well done," Lingcheng thought to himself, feeling a sense of satisfaction. After all, Thor had a remarkably thick skin, and Lingcheng couldn't help but entertain a mischievous thought. American romance could indeed be terrifying. In romantic films, a woman often begins with a slap, and sometimes there are even consecutive slaps. The men, too, seem to relish the act, though it typically occurs in action films with moral lessons. Chapter 72. The Bridge Keeper in the Eyes of the Pollutants. Caught in the tender exchange between the two, Lingcheng felt it inappropriate to intrude and thus continued to observe the unfolding drama from a distance. "What's going on? Are you joking with me?" Daisy exclaimed, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, her frustration palpable. Just as she sought refuge from the rain, it ceased altogether. Daisy, you look somewhat familiar," she said, shaking off the water as she approached Lingcheng. "I'm Lingcheng," he replied with a smile, conjuring a ball of violet flame, causing the temperature around them to rise rapidly. Given the cool weather and the fact that she was a girl, Lingcheng didn't mind offering a small gesture of warmth. "Kung fuiro," Daisy exclaimed, a look of realization dawning on her face as she moved closer to bask in the warmth of the flames. "Lingcheng? What are you doing here?" Thor, sensing Lingcheng's presence the moment the violet flame appeared, walked over with Jane by his side. "I observed the celestial signs. The violet aura dispersing to the west, the bull and the dog clashing in the sky, the purple star glimmering red, the Koajo star entering the central palace. With a few calculations, it was evident that the god of thunder would descend today." Lingcheng rambled on, but his audience appeared utterly bewildered. "Speak in English," Thor replied, exasperated. "I sensed that your presence on Earth might not herald anything beneficial, so I came to see if I could offer any assistance, lest the world face its demise while my family slumbers peacefully." Lingcheng remarked with a roll of his eyes. "I am Thor, not a harbinger of calamity," Thor stated bluntly. "Indeed, your appearances seldom bring good tidings," said Daius with a sharp retort. "True, for his brother Loki is a true disaster," Lingcheng concurred. Thor observed the fervent discussion between Lingcheng and Daius, only to realize that most of their dialogue was directed at disparaging him, and his pride began to wane. "I am Thor, the son of Odin. You cannot linger here. You must depart at once." Just as Thor was about to unleash his fury, a commanding shout from the police interrupted him. "I will handle this," Jane said, pressing down on Thor as she stepped forward to negotiate with the officers. "Take her away." The police, unconcerned with her credentials, advanced to evict her. Just as two officers approached to seize Jane, a surge of intense crimson energy erupted from her, propelling the officers backward while she collapsed onto the ground. "Jane!" Thor roared like an enraged lion, his protective instincts surging as he felled several officers, cradling Jane with an expression of deep concern. "You should reconsider. Su Jinjian is not someone you can confront lightly," Lingcheng remarked, placing a hand on the damp ground while smiling at the officers preparing to shoot. In an instant, electric tendrils leaped across the ground, causing one officer after another to collapse in a crumpled heap. Lingcheng did not wish to avoid explaining, but these foreign officers appeared terrified, quick to resort to gunfire without any semblance of reason. "Wait, take me with you," Lingcheng urged as he saw Thor assume a combative stance. "Asgard is not particularly welcoming to Earthlings," Thor replied, looking troubled. "Come now, we welcome you on Earth, yet when I wish to visit Asgard, I am met with resistance. Moreover, are you cradling an alien in your arms?" Lingcheng mused, finding Thor's double standards rather distasteful. "I'll make it clear, take me along, and I can be of assistance. If you leave me behind, you may come to regret it," he added with a slight pout. "Were it not for the desire to resolve the dark elves' issues beyond Earth and perhaps save your mother, I wouldn't even consider going to Asgard." Lingcheng thought to himself. "Then let us go together. You are my friend," Thor declared, recognizing that Lingcheng was averse to complications, and his earnestness was no jest. "This is more like it," Lingcheng said disdainfully, glancing at Thor's hand resting on his shoulder. A magnificent, multicolored beam of light ascended skyward, and Lingcheng marveled at the transporting light akin to a magical portal, acknowledging that while he believed Asgard's aesthetic sense was reminiscent of the Stone Age, its power was undeniable. It exuded an aura of grandeur and spectacle. Jane, nestled in Thor's arms, gazed at the kaleidoscopic column, her heart swelling with joy, feeling as though she were riding in a wealthy heir's rocket. Lingcheng observed this with a mixture of admiration and disdain, reflecting on the brother who had been relegated to a mere backup, maintaining his gentlemanly composure while Thor, despite his rough exterior, had the wealth of an alien lineage. The thought was unsettling, and he quickly shook his head to dispel such musings. As Lingcheng and his companions stepped off the Rainbow Bridge and entered the Celestial Palace, they were greeted by the imposing figure of a giant clad in golden armor, standing atop a high platform. Without a doubt, Lingcheng recognized him, the Watcher of Asgard. "This is my friend, Lingcheng," Thor casually remarked before striding off with Jane, exhibiting a blatant disregard for anyone else's feelings. "I am the Guardian of the Bridge, and I extend a warm welcome to you, dear visitor," the giant spoke kindly. However, Lingcheng regarded the ebony-skinned figure before him with a peculiar expression. The denizens of Asgard certainly bore a striking resemblance to Americans. Initially, he believed such portrayals were mere cinematic fabrications, yet here stood a genuine Asgardian, speaking English no less. Who, he wondered, was the architect of this world? The craftsmanship appeared rather lackluster. The Guardian, feeling the weight of Lingcheng's scrutinizing gaze, shifted uncomfortably, awkwardly inquiring, "Is there something amiss? You can witness all that transpires across the Nine Realms?" Lingcheng inquired with curiosity. "Wherever my gaze falls, I can see," the Guardian replied with pride. "Is that why Thor entrusted you with Jane's care?" Lingcheng continued. "Indeed, Jane is a remarkable girl, but alas, the lifespan of humans is but a fleeting 100 years. The Guardian remarked with a benevolent expression. "Remarkable, you say? How do you know?" Lingcheng mused, his mind racing with possibilities. "Heaven knows if you old codger, have been peeking at Jane while she bathes. Thor truly is wise," he thought to himself. Suddenly, a troubling realization struck him. Thor was singular, yet he was accompanied by 3 companions. In that moment, Lingcheng entertained the thought of dispatching the towering figure before him, regardless of the consequences with Asgard. It was entirely his fault for possessing such dubious skills. "Can you see me?" Lingcheng suddenly queried. The Guardian appeared troubled, pondering for a moment before responding. "I cannot see through you. You seem to be shrouded in a veil of mist. What about my girlfriends?" Lingcheng pressed. "Girlfriends? It seems you lead quite a carefree life." The Guardian replied, somewhat embarrassed. "Then what boast do you have?" Lingcheng retorted with an eye roll. "This earthling is truly a handful." The Guardian thought to himself. Unbeknownst to the Guardian, a certain jealous individual was on the verge of taking lethal action against him. Chapter 73. Asgard is not so good. Inside the Grand Hall, an oppressive silence reigned. Lingcheng, feeling rather listless, wandered about aimlessly. He remained silent, and the Guardian's initial enthusiasm had waned, creating an atmosphere thick with unease. "Shall I take a stroll outside?" Lingcheng suggested, gesturing toward the exit. The Guardian nodded in acquiescence. By customary rules, it was typically forbidden for an outsider to roam freely. Yet, given that Lingcheng was a friend of the Thunder God, and that the Guardian had never encountered such a challenging individual in his extensive experience, he was almost eager for Lingcheng to depart. However, the Guardian's astonished expression brought Lingcheng a sense of satisfaction. Who did he look down upon? Earthlings were formidable in their own right. As he soared through the air, acclimatizing to the shifting environment, Lingcheng finally steadied himself. Yet the next moment, as he observed several artillery emplacements pivoting their barrels toward him, his expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. Did Asgard truly possess such weaponry? Hadn't that rascal Thor been able to fly freely? If Thor were to discern Lingcheng's thoughts, he might exclaim, "I'm the son of Odin, Prince of Asgard. Fellow kin, do not fire." Lingcheng murmured. He hoped the cold artillery would exhibit a flicker of conscience, but that was merely wishful thinking. Just as several high-velocity laser beams were about to strike, Lingcheng teleported 100 meters away. Yet, before he could catch his breath, alarms blared atop the city walls, and a few uniquely designed flying butterflies surged toward him with lethal intent. In a frantic bid for survival, countless laser beams rained down upon Lingcheng. He maneuvered like a storm-battered seabird, appearing to be in grave peril. Yet with remarkable agility, he evaded each beam, earning the admiration of the Asgardian soldiers below. Though he feigned calmness, internally, he was in a state of utter panic. Some beams, however, were simply unavoidable, and he had to use his mental energy shield to deflect them, watching his reserves plummet as if they were in free fall. Was the Bridge Guardian intent on his demise? If this continued, he would surely perish here. Lingcheng thought grimly. In mid-air, his figure abruptly vanished, and a multitude of attacks surged through the space he had just occupied. When he reappeared on the ground, he couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. The next moment, a profound sense of danger surged within him, and his mental energy shield instinctively activated. The tremendous force of the impact sent him crashing into a wall, subsequently burying him under the rubble. A contingent of his guardian guards, clad in uniform golden armor and armed to the teeth, swiftly arrived, surrounding the area where Lingcheng was entombed, bracing for action. What was Lingcheng's condition? He found himself lying in a pit, well aware of the chaos outside. But emerging would lead to combat, and after that, apologies. Thus, he chose to remain hidden and await Thor's rescue. "Cease. He is my friend," thundered Thor, the god of thunder, as he descended from the heavens, hammer in hand, his voice resonating through the air. As debris scattered, Lingcheng, covered in dust, crawled out of the pit, preemptively claiming that the artillery had struck first. "My apologies, it was my oversight. Come with me. My father wishes to see you," Thor said, his expression tinged with regret. He had not anticipated that the bridge guardian had not arranged for someone to guide Lingcheng, nor that Lingcheng would materialize directly in Asgard. "What is the situation?" Lingcheng inquired, trailing behind Thor. "It is quite complicated. I will explain in detail later," Thor replied, his expression grave. It appeared they had already discovered the existence of the ether. Lingcheng, cognizant of the reason, refrained from elaborating further. The pressing matter was that he was to meet the All-Father, Odin. "Father," Thor said solemnly, reaching out to grasp Lingcheng, who seemed momentarily lost in thought. "You are the good friend Thor has made on Earth," Odin inquired from his throne, his presence exuding regal authority. "I am Lingcheng," he replied softly, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Odin's imposing demeanor. "I have heard that you provided Thor with considerable assistance during his time on Earth. Yet Asgard does not welcome Earthlings," Odin stated, his expression indifferent. "Do not welcome Earthlings? Is it because wolves do not associate with lambs? Even a wolf that is kind to sheep. Do you truly consider yourselves gods?" Lingcheng felt a surge of indignation. Gazing directly at Odin, Lingcheng felt an overwhelming aura wash over him. He must not show any signs of fear. No matter how powerful he may be, he is still merely a man, an extraterrestrial at that. "After all, I am a traveler from another world." Lingcheng's heart roared defiantly. However, his eyes could not help but flinch. He was still too young. Even with sheer determination, he remained utterly insignificant before Odin, who had lived for millennia and ruled over the 9 realms. "You're quite impressive." Upon observing Lingcheng's demeanor, Odin's lips curled into a slight smile. Although he bore no prejudice against humanity and even felt a degree of fondness towards them, the disparity in their existential planes rendered any comparison futile. To Odin, Lingcheng was merely an amusing young lad, and this smile was a gesture of approval from a mentor to a friend of his son. Yet, Odin would not stoop to bickering with a child. Could a child ever relent? Absolutely not. Lingcheng discreetly scrutinized Odin, commencing his inner critique of the old man. This ancient fellow had once been a golden-haired lion king, just as much of a simpleton in his youth, likely having snatched his wife as well. It was probably just a case of love blossoming over time. Moreover, he bore no resemblance to Thor whatsoever. Surely, Thor was a remnant of Su Jinjian's time-traveling escapades. Of course, Lingcheng only dared to voice such thoughts in his mind. Fortunately, no matter how powerful Odin might be, he would remain oblivious to Lingcheng's internal musings. Or else he would undoubtedly use his divine spear to skewer Lingcheng, with an enraged Thor turning him into a pulp, resulting in a father-son duo beating him down. The mere thought sent a shiver down Lingcheng's spine. That image was far too vivid for his comfort. "You must be Lingcheng. What a handsome young man you are." A gracious and gentle woman entered the hall, smiling tenderly at Lingcheng. "Hello," Lingcheng replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Having deduced the identity of the newcomer, realizing his earlier thoughts had inadvertently included her. Chapter 74. The God of Thunder and the Hand Grenade. Lingcheng began a rather unremarkable conversation with Thor's family, which transformed into a delightful exchange upon the arrival of Thor's mother. It proved that even the mightiest of men are devoted to their wives. Ultimately, Lingcheng wisely excused himself, allowing the family some space. As he strolled along the grand avenues of Asgard, the locals curiously observed the outsider, while Lingcheng unabashedly scrutinized them in return. Despite the aggressive glances from the Asgardians, he felt no trepidation. He even contemplated recording the moment. "Wow, Majora, look at all these extraterrestrials on the streets." At that moment, within the confines of Asgard's prison, beneath Loki's watchful eye, a dark elf spy transformed into a human-shaped weapon and liberated all the inmates, igniting a riot. Turn left upon exiting, Loki advised the dark elf, a sickly smile gracing his lips. The guardian of the bridge stood silently within the temple, his gaze seemingly fixed on the horizon. The arrival of this peculiar figure. Lingcheng stirred within him a curiosity about Earth. After all, he had always regarded observing human life as a form of entertainment. Otherwise, standing by the rainbow bridge day after day with no amusement would surely lead to boredom. After watching for some time, the guardian of the bridge found the spectacle rather dull. Was this how humans lived? Busy and aimless like soulless husks, devoid of faith? To understand, the lifespan of an earthling barely spans a century. This guardian, who boasts a life of several millennia, dares to chastise humanity for not cherishing time. What about the girlfriends of Lingcheng? A sudden thought crossed the mind of the bridge guardian. In his imagination, Lingcheng, this earthling, could soar through the skies, which implied that his girlfriends were likely extraordinary as well. However, upon shifting his gaze, he was met with a haze. The bridge guardian's expression turned regretful. If Lingcheng would have learned that this old codger had indeed taken such action, only to yield nothing, it would be a dilemma of whether to laugh or cry. Suddenly, sensing an anomaly, the bridge guardian's complexion changed as he unsheathed his long sword and dashed towards the hall's exit. His eyes scanning the void as if in pursuit of something. Ascending to a height, he thrust forward, piercing through a vessel shaped like a scythe. Yet, his expression remained grim as he beheld a colossal, menacing cosmic fortress materialize in the distance. Countless scythe-shaped ships erupted from the fortress. The bridge guardian made a swift decision and rushed back into the hall. This had escalated into a war, and he must activate the protective shield of the celestial palace. Observing the ships circling and attacking him, the bridge guardian felt a surge of urgency. Time was of the essence. At that moment, several bolts of lightning shot forth from afar, resembling outstretched claws that immobilized the ships before him. At the other end of the electric serpents stood Lingcheng, who had intended to await here and had arrived just in time. "I will hold them off. You do as you wish," Lingcheng declared with a smile. The bridge guardian cast a deep glance at Lingcheng before resolutely turning back towards the sanctuary. "Your adversary is me. Behold the might of the great serpent," Lingcheng challenged, eyeing the ships that aimed to pursue him. With a fierce flick, he transformed the electric serpent in his hand into a lightning spear that shot forth. One ship, unable to evade in time, was pierced and lost power, plummeting, while another deftly veered to continue its pursuit of the bridge guardian. Even the bravado of a boastful tale must be realized. Lingcheng bellowed as he chased after the straggler, all the while lasers cascaded above him. The purplish-black currents surged through Lingcheng, amplifying his speed as the electricity stimulated the vitality of his cells, allowing him to exceed his limits. With the distance now sufficient for teleportation, he vanished only to reappear atop the vessel. With his left hand crackling with electric energy, he brought it down forcefully. The ship's top was shattered, and an endless cascade of electric serpents spread across it, resulting in a violent explosion. Lingcheng leapt from the smoke, nonchalantly as if merely setting off a firecracker. Of course, if he had refrained from uttering that melodramatic battle cry, it would have been even more flawless. Standing resolutely before several enemy aircraft, Lingcheng exuded an aura of invincibility. However, in the next moment, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he darted in another direction to escape. The thunderous sound of explosions was hot on his heels. He dashed into a building, activating his teleportation spell to elude the pursuing butterfly-like ships, once again racing towards the direction the bridge guardian had departed. If he could successfully activate the protective shield of the celestial palace, it would be impenetrable, and with a stroke of luck, he might even capture the dark elves in a dreamlike snare, thus resolving the matter entirely. Such was Lingcheng's ambition. However, thoughts are merely thoughts. When Lingcheng encountered a squad of descending dark elf warriors and intended to resolve the matter swiftly, he realized he had seemingly overlooked something crucial. 5-hand grenades were hurled from the hands of the dark elf warriors, and as Lingcheng sprinted, an involuntary chill ran down his spine. He was all too familiar with the nature of these devices. One might say he had watched an entire screening of Thor, The Dark World, nearly mistaking it for a release event for these grenades. With a sudden halt, Lingcheng darted to the side as the grenades detonated, creating a phenomenon akin to a black hole, where everything within a 3-meter radius was instantly distorted and consumed, vanishing into oblivion. The radius was significantly larger than that depicted in the films. Had Lingcheng not chosen to evade, he would have been reduced to mere fragments. A fleeting expression of relief had barely graced Lingcheng's face when the dark elf warriors had produced 5 more grenades, pulling the pins and sending them hurtling toward him in a sweeping barrage. Lingcheng's mind raced with expletives. As he unleashed electric serpent from his hands, He successfully intercepted 3 of the grenades, but the remaining 2 detonated not far from him, allowing him to feel the very fabric of space being tugged. He was prepared to teleport for a swift resolution. Just as he sensed the stability of the space around him, 5 more grenades rained down. Now was the moment. Another 5 grenades crashed down. Lingcheng's frustration was beyond words. Were these grenades mass-produced? Even wealth should not permit such recklessness. Panic surged through him, for in battle, one fears not the precision of strikes, but rather the unpredictability of them. He was uncertain who had thrown inaccurately, but a stray shot nearly struck him. Had it not been for Lingcheng's quick reflexes, he would have been caught in the explosion after hastily retrieving a large iron ball from his backpack to shield himself. At last, it seemed the enemy's supply of grenades had been exhausted as they raised their energy weapons and commenced a volley. Truth be told, the combat discipline of the Dark Elves was remarkably high. Their squad acted in unison, maintaining composure and control. Yet they faced Lingcheng, suddenly appearing amidst the Dark Elf squad. Before they could react, Lingcheng unleashed an electric surge that pierced through several of them. As Lingcheng rummaged through the fallen bodies, hoping to find another grenade, the protective shield began to waver, ultimately dissipating. Loki, it was you who caused this calamity, he lamented inwardly. Chapter 75. Confrontation with the humanoid weapon. Given the circumstances, Lingcheng could only consider the worst possible outcome. However, upon reflection, he recognized that Asgard's foundation would not be easily shaken by such a minor incursion. It was a pity he could not extinguish the Dark Elves before they could blossom into a greater threat. The battlefield allowed no time for Lingcheng to ponder further. As several enemy aircraft glided overhead, targeting him amongst the pile of corpses, descending rapidly. Midway through their descent, however, they appeared to encounter some trouble, wobbling in the air. Suddenly, wind blades materialized, encircling the enemy aircraft and violently slicing them into a flurry of debris. As Lingcheng conjured violet flames in his hands, prepared to unleash a torrent of fire upon another enemy aircraft, a man wielding a mighty hammer descended from the skies, smashing the aircraft into a flattened disc upon the ground, triggering a violent explosion. Upon Thor's emergence from prison, he was met with the sight of marauding fanatics wreaking havoc in Asgard, inciting a tempest of fury within him. Quickly, go save your mother, Lingcheng urged as he noticed Thor's arrival, his eyes lighting up with urgency. What has happened to my mother? Thor inquired, his gaze wide and frantic. What do you think these fiends have come here for? You must go, Lingcheng replied, resigned. Recognizing the validity of Lingcheng's words, Thor nodded and, with Mjolnir in hand, ascended skyward, propelled by the force of thunder. Lingcheng followed suit, viewing the god of thunder as his guiding light. Upon reaching the threshold of Thor's mother's chamber, Lingcheng witnessed a scene reminiscent of a classic moment from the second Thor film, leaving him utterly astonished. Thor's mother, the queen of Asgard, appeared to be a gentle and virtuous middle-aged woman. Yet beneath that facade, she was a formidable warrior. The great leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, was being soundly defeated by a woman, utterly powerless to retaliate. The nearby humanoid weapons of the Dark Elves seemed unable to bear the sight any longer and charged towards Thor's mother like a bulldozer. Watch out, Thor shouted, arriving just in time to deliver a mighty blow to the back of the humanoid weapon, producing a resounding clash of metal. The creature staggered, though that was the extent of its effect. Thor himself was left in shock. His hammer had always proven invincible. Doubt began to creep into the mind of the god of thunder. While Thor was momentarily stunned, the enemy was not idle. A fist, seemingly forged from adamantine, struck Thor's abdomen, bending him into an arc. Following that, a heavy blow sent him crashing to the ground, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spider across the earth. The once mighty Thor was now laid low. The humanoid weapon loomed ominously, its elephantine legs poised to deliver a fatal strike to the beleaguered Thor. No, Thor's mother, having assessed the battlefield, abandoned her opponent to come to his aid, though her distant rescue was futile. Just handle that grotesque creature, I've got this, Lingcheng declared. Materializing behind the humanoid weapon, gripping several electric serpents as thick as a child's arm, ensnaring its limbs tightly. Thor's mother's distraction, however, provided Malekith an opportunity to regroup and retaliate fiercely. The sounds of clashing gauntlets and swords filled the air. Roaring, the humanoid weapon began to struggle violently, sensing its imminent demise. Naturally, anyone witnessing an adversary wielding a hammer with murderous intent would not remain indifferent. Hurry up, Lingcheng shouted, his hands enveloped in electric serpents, his face reddening with frustration. How much power does this creature possess? despite Lingcheng unleashing his full electric potential, akin to Pikachu in Overdrive. The humanoid weapon continued to thrash about like a mad bull, ensnared in ropes. Despite his expertise in various binding techniques, reliable and uniquely crafted, he found himself unable to restrain it. Lingcheng silently lamented, as the mighty hammer of Thor was about to collide with the chin of the humanoid weapon. The latter strained against several electrical serpents in a desperate attempt to evade. Suddenly, an explosive surge of energy erupted from Lingcheng, activating his aura and enveloping the adversary in a multitude of electric serpents. In the next moment, the hammer struck the humanoid's chin with a thunderous crash, sending it soaring into the heavens and crashing through the palace's dome, disappearing from sight. "Could you perhaps be a tad quicker next time?" Thor remarked, panting slightly. Though the ordeal was somewhat perilous, the outcome was indeed favorable, was it not? He added, stroking the hammer in his hand with a grin. "Hiv, hiv, hiv." Lingcheng responded, each chuckle deliberate and measured. "Could you two young men lend a hand?" A woman, entangled with the enemy, could no longer restrain herself. Lingcheng and Thor directed their attention towards the lone warrior, Malekith, who was struggling against overwhelming odds. They both smirked, relishing the prospect of a brawl. Malekith's expression hardened as he retreated a few steps, seeking an escape route. He realized he had underestimated the situation. The woman before him was a formidable warrior, and he had not anticipated that the humanoid weapon he had placed such high hopes on would be so easily dispatched by two unexpected interlopers, leaving him cornered. "Do you dare invade Asgard? Prepare to face the consequences of your actions," Thor declared with righteous indignation. "Will you pay the price for destroying my homeland, Asgardian?" A grim voice emerged from behind Malekith's mask. "That is a consequence of your own making, as you attempted to annihilate the 9 realms," Thor retorted, momentarily taken aback by the concept of exterminating the entire Dark Elf clan, which was not in line with his usual demeanor. "What nonsense is this? Let us finish this," Lingcheng interjected, noting that Malekith was merely stalling for time. Thor paused, contemplating Lingcheng's words, and they indeed seemed to hold merit. He raised his hammer, ready to subdue Malekith. "This time I was careless. Next we meet, I will ensure the complete destruction of your Asgard. Prepare for the arrival of death," Malekith proclaimed cruelly, tossing a grenade before leaping into the air. A rift opened, revealing a cloaked spacecraft that had been lurking outside. The grenade detonated within the palace, creating a tremendous suction that sent debris flying. Thor raised his hand to shield himself from the aftermath, watching as Malekith vanished from view. In his moment of frustration, the corner of his eye caught a fleeting glimpse of something extraordinary. Chapter 76, The Gate of Paradise. Naturally, it was Lingcheng who pursued Malekith. At the moment the grenade was thrown, his instinct was to retreat. However, calculating the grenade's trajectory and noticing the striking 100 energy points in his peripheral vision, he gritted his teeth and surged forward. With his aura fully unleashed, he felt the air parting for him as he propelled himself out of the palace. The sudden explosion of power ignited an irresistible urge within him. His right hand, imbued with a purplish-black energy tinged with crimson, coalesced furiously as he locked his mental focus on the void ahead, delivering a forceful palm strike forward. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from Lingcheng's hands, resembling a colossal gate soaring into the heavens. The spacecraft, enveloped in this energy, disintegrated in an instant. Most terrifyingly, it seemed that even sound could not escape unscathed. Everything was rendered silent and obliterated. Lingcheng stood suspended in the air, his eyes reflecting this cataclysmic strike, incredulously gazing at his left hand. He had witnessed the might of the super kill, the gate of heaven, but to wield it himself, endowed with the power of the 10 greatest fighters, and to unleash such formidable force was beyond his expectations. The purpose of the Master Hall was undeniably evident at this moment. Have we succeeded? Thor asked, still in disbelief as Lingcheng gracefully descended. "Turn to ashes," Lingcheng replied with a smile. The leader of the ancient Dark Elves, Malekith, had perished just like that. He probably never imagined he would meet his end at the hands of a mere earthling. Thor clicked his tongue in astonishment. "What is this? Looking down upon earthlings?" Lingcheng retorted, somewhat displeased. "Can we not have a civil conversation?" "No, that is not what I meant," Thor explained, playfully punching Lingcheng. "However, I must now question whether you truly are from Earth." Lingcheng rolled his eyes. He had initially intended to educate Thor on the concept of playing the victim, but upon witnessing Jin rush into Thor's embrace, the two sharing tender moments, he took a few steps back to avoid being overwhelmed by their affection. Upon Odin's arrival and hearing the events unfold, he felt a chill at the thought of his wife nearly coming to harm. Throughout the long years, she had been his constant companion, an inseparable part of his existence. Fortunately, the dreadful incident had been averted. Lingcheng, thank you. I apologize for my previous arrogance and prejudice. From now on, you shall be a lifelong friend of Asgard. Odin sincerely expressed his gratitude. This left Lingcheng feeling somewhat bashful, yet he secretly reveled in the newfound favor of Asgard. However, he soon realized that he might feel somewhat superfluous. Who would have thought that you, such a stubborn old man, would utter such words? Thor's mother, with an enigmatic glimmer in her eyes, complained to Odin. Though I may appear obstinate on the outside, I occasionally wish to express my innermost thoughts, Odin replied gently, gazing tenderly at his wife. Goodness, this elderly couple's affection is truly overwhelming. Lingcheng thought to himself, desperately wanting to leave, yet feeling it would be impolite. He instead forced himself to gaze out the window, avoiding eye contact. That evening, after attending a memorial for the fallen soldiers, Thor hosted a small gathering with Jian and Lingcheng. Thor's friends demonstrated their exuberance, and after consuming dozens of cups, Lingcheng finally found an opportunity to escape. Why are you hiding away here all alone? Thor inquired, noticing Lingcheng lost in thought. I would prefer to hear your praises for Asgardian wine. Come on, they're all looking for you, this new friend of theirs. Tonight, you can only lie back and enjoy, Thor jovially insisted. Lingcheng, however, ignored him, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, murmuring, they say without wine, there are no friends, yet every time I drink, I end up incapacitating a bunch of friends. Life is truly perplexing. How lonely it is to be invincible. Thor's face twitched slightly before he abandoned Lingcheng and walked away. The following day, when Lingcheng finally rose from his slumber, the sun had already ascended high in the sky. Habitually, he reached out to the empty space beside him, sighed, and opened his eyes. It was not a sense of regret at the absence of romantic escapades, but rather an unsettling feeling of solitude. He had grown accustomed to waking up next to Maijua every day, and suddenly sleeping alone felt quite disconcerting. Before Lingcheng had the chance to bid farewell to Thor, the latter sought him out first. The reason was straightforward. Although Malekith had perished, remnants of the dark elves still lingered, and the ether within the realm persisted. Thus, Thor proposed a plan to lure out the enemy. Shouldn't you consult your father about this? Lingcheng remarked, somewhat resigned, not expecting matters to circle back to this juncture. He disapproves of my involvement, Thor replied with fervor. Yet, I cannot bear to witness Jane perish at the hands of the ether within her, nor can I idly await a second assault on Asgard. Very well. What do you intend to do? Lingcheng inquired knowingly. I plan to take Jane away myself. The dark elves will not relent, and then we shall ensnare them all. Thor declared. And how do you propose to leave? Lingcheng pressed further. Using the dark elf spacecraft. Loki is aware of another temporal passage. Loki? On what grounds would he assist you? Lingcheng questioned with skepticism. Your mother is not dead. Why would he be inclined to help? He mused internally. By virtue of this, Thor proclaimed, raising his hammer onto the table, exuding an air of inexplicable confidence. You have prevailed. Lingcheng rolled his eyes, suddenly at a loss for words. Will you help me? Aside from you, I cannot think of anyone else who might assist me. All I need is for you to intercept the pursuing soldiers. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, Thor said, his expression filled with anticipation. I haven't disclosed this matter to them. Although they trust me, it does not grant me the liberty to act recklessly, Thor admitted, slightly embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Lingcheng wore a bewildered expression. What on earth? Am I the only one? Chapter 77. This is so Loki. Noticing the perplexed look on Lingcheng's face, Thor felt a tinge of embarrassment. They're all subjects of Asgard. If they were to assist me, it would be tantamount to treason. Thor paused, staring intently at Lingcheng, the implication unmistakable. True, I am not an Asgardian, but are you certain that my assistance in stopping them would not lead to greater misfortune? Lingcheng made one last effort. You just saved my mother. Asgardians would not turn against their benefactor. At worst, they would expel you, Thor added. Lingcheng's expression shifted as he weighed the pros and cons in his heart. He found himself at a crossroads between winning Thor's favor and maintaining Odin's goodwill. If Lingcheng were to refuse, while Thor may not voice any discontent, there would inevitably be some underlying tension. Conversely, if he agreed, well, Odin would be absent, so what did it matter? To be frank, it was rather exhilarating. Lingcheng made his decision. Remember, you owe me a favor, he said with a smirk. Of course, we are friends, Thor replied with a grin. In Asgard's prison, Loki languidly flipped through a book, finding the dark elves' thunderous threats rather underwhelming, failing to satisfy his morbidly playful instincts, which left him quite disgruntled. This is your first visit to me. Have you come to mock me? Loki inquired, his expression placid as he regarded Thor emerging from the shadows. I lack the time to mock you. I have lost all hope in you, Thor remarked coldly. Then what brings you here? Loki's lips curled into a sly smile, perceiving Thor's visit as an amusing occurrence. Ignoring Loki, Thor addressed the shadows. You might as well show yourself. I believe it is best if I remain hidden. Lingcheng replied with a wry smile as he stepped out from the corner. It's you. Loki could no longer maintain his composure, gritting his teeth in fury. Noticing the fierce and brooding glare from Loki, Lingcheng mused to himself, as expected. Loki's petty nature suggested that, apart from Thor, he likely felt the world owed him an immense debt, especially when it came to Lingcheng, who remained etched in his memory. I'm not particularly eloquent and often offend others, though it is not my intention. If I have embarrassed you in the past, then here and now, I invite you to strike me. Lingcheng taunted. I will remember you, and I shall personally see to your demise. Loki hissed, glaring at Lingcheng like a venomous serpent. You must restrain yourself. Otherwise, I may have to end your life with a single blow. And I wouldn't know how to explain that to Thor. Lingcheng scoffed dismissively. Upon hearing Thor's words, Loki reined in his fury, adopting an expression of keen interest, his eyes swirling with thoughts of cunning schemes. You know the way to escape Asgard, and I require your assistance, Thor stated plainly and directly. If you can eliminate him, I shall assist you, Loki said, gesturing coldly at Lingcheng. You know that is impossible, Thor retorted angrily. Loki, unfazed, shrugged dismissively as if to usher Thor away. Is this what you refer to as relying on it? Lingcheng scowled at the hammer in Thor's grasp. With a thunderous crash, Thor shattered the energy barrier outside Loki's cell, charging in like a furious lion, seizing Loki by the collar. Perhaps accustomed to such treatment, Loki merely hung there, indifferent, much to Thor's exasperation, who clamped his teeth in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. You ought to raise that hammer and teach him a lesson, Lingcheng observed, slightly repulsed by the brothers' tumultuous relationship. All I require is for you to lead the way. Stop your incessant whining. Do you not desire freedom? Or do you intend to seek vengeance against me while imprisoned, merely with your glowering gaze? Lingcheng provoked. Provocation? How intriguing. Very well, I shall agree to guide you. Loki suddenly replied with a grin, his mood shifting as swiftly as turning a page in a book. There resides a young lady within your masculine form, doesn't she? Lingcheng couldn't help but quip. A flicker of murderous intent flashed across Loki's face before he quickly masked it. Having decided to act, he was committed to the role. Yet this fleeting change did not escape Lingcheng's keen observation. I am well aware of actors who have played their parts far better than you. With skills like yours, you would barely score 2 points on Dubon. Lingcheng chuckled inwardly. Could you possibly release me now? Loki smiled, gesturing at Thor's grip. I hope you do not disappoint me again. Thor loosened his grasp, exasperated by Loki's lack of ambition. You are likely to be disappointed, as I have consistently let you down, Loki replied nonchalantly, smoothing the wrinkles of his collar. The journey proceeded smoothly, with Loki maintaining a calm demeanor, occasionally shifting roles to amuse Thor. Hey soldier, brace yourself. For the sake of justice, we can fight all day. Loki mimicked Captain America's tone, dripping with sarcasm. Transform into a woman. That suits you, Lingcheng retorted. Speaking of which, since we're gearing up for battle, hand me my weapons, at the very least. Return my dagger. Loki suddenly addressed Thor. Furrowing his brow, Thor pondered for a moment before tossing a dagger to Loki. They would need his transformation skills to rescue Jane. Otherwise, it would be safer to restrain him with handcuffs. Drawing the dagger, Loki smirked sideways at Lingcheng. Lingcheng remained unfazed. He had grown significantly stronger since the days in New York. If Loki sought to provoke him, Lingcheng wouldn't hesitate to break a few of his limbs. Thus, the three of them commenced their plans, each harboring their own thoughts. The first step involved Loki disguising himself as a soldier, incapacitating 2 guards before leading Jane to join Thor. Observing Thor and Jane in each other's embrace ignited a pang of jealousy in Loki. If Thor was faring well, Loki felt irked. If Thor struggled, he worried. This convoluted emotion, which he fancied he could comprehend, he never dared to confront. The tender scene was abruptly shattered by the blaring alarm. Thor grasped Jane's hand, swiftly making their way toward the ship of the Dark Elves, with Loki closely following and Lingcheng trailing behind. As the ship loomed closer, Asgardian soldiers also arrived. Thor nodded at Lingcheng, signaling him to continue. Lingcheng will hold off the pursuers. The 3 of us will proceed, Thor explained. Sounds good, Loki replied, though their pace began to slow as he abruptly turned and strode toward Lingcheng. Chapter 78. A smaller opponent precedes the elder. Confronted by his guardian pursuers, Lingcheng snatched a spear from a nearby soldier, using its reverse side to send the foe staggering. In the next moment, a flurry of blades and clubs descended upon him, all of which he deftly parried. Loki! Thor's furious voice echoed from a distance, and Lingcheng felt a lethal intent lock onto his back. Loki, with a frenzied gleam in his eyes, thrust the dagger toward Lingcheng's vital points. The sensation of the dagger piercing a hard surface resonated in Loki's mind. He eagerly anticipated the sight of Lingcheng's lifeless eyes. How delightful! Loki thought in a deranged manner. You're being rather unprofessional. A disdainful voice rang in Loki's ear, startling him. Why did Lingcheng's voice still sound so robust? Turning to face Loki's astonished gaze, Lingcheng couldn't help but chuckle. Was this lad genuinely so confident? Did he think piercing through the mental shield warranted such pride? Damn it! Loki cursed inwardly, finally glancing at the dagger in his hand, which he had felt strike true, yet it was merely suspended in mid-air. A glint of ferocity flashed in Loki's eyes as he attempted to withdraw the dagger for another thrust, only to find it seemingly rooted in place. There's an old Chinese proverb that states, "A soldier should be treated differently after 3 days," Lingcheng remarked, shaking his head as if educating a child. In the next moment, Lingcheng lifted his left foot and delivered a kick to Loki's abdomen. Loki's eyes bulged in shock, the dagger slipping from his grasp, as he was propelled through the air like a train wreck, tumbling several meters before crashing to the ground. How dare he humiliate the future king of Asgard? Loki's heart roared in fury, struggling against his own morbid pride to rise. Show mercy! Thor's anxious voice echoed behind Loki. A glint of cold steel flashed before Loki's strained gaze as he beheld the dagger hurtling towards him, his pupils constricted in sheer terror of death, instinctively urging him to evade, yet his body lacked the strength for such a maneuver. A sickening sound pierced the air as the blade sliced through flesh, blood cascading onto the floor in crimson splatters. What a pity, Lingcheng lamented. I apologize to you, Loki, Thor said, his expression laden with shame. Take him away. Take him away. No need for this eyesore. You know, one cannot forge a warrior without a little toughness. Lingcheng waved his hand in resignation. Loki, sprawled on the ground, stared at the dagger that had carved a bloody trail across his face before embedding itself in the earth, still engulfed in the terror of death. If the throw had been a tad more precise, or had he attempted to dodge, that dagger could have found its mark in the very crown of his head. Thor cast a complex glance at Loki, hoisting him over his shoulder and departing. He understood that the priority was to leave Asgard. Thank you for your assistance earlier. Lingcheng expressed his gratitude to the soldiers before him, acknowledging their restraint amidst the chaos wrought by Loki's earlier actions. Shall we continue? Lingcheng asked, adjusting his long spear with a smile towards the soldiers. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of clashing metal as Lingcheng, leaning against his spear, effectively held back dozens of Asgardian soldiers. Was it due to Lingcheng's might, or the inadequacy of the Asgardian forces? Neither. It was rather a peculiar understanding between both sides, thanks to Loki's unexpected actions. When the bizarre scythe-shaped vessel took off with reckless abandon, both parties ceased their hostilities in unison. Lingcheng discarded his spear, signaling the end of the skirmish. However, as he witnessed several golden Asgardian ships ascending from the ground, he realized he must act once more. With a powerful leap into the air, a tremendous energy surged from Lingcheng, his gaze fixated on the ships preparing to accelerate. A glint of determination flashing in his eyes. The vessels began to tremble erratically, and in the next moment, several tornadoes materialized out of thin air, ensnaring the ships. More vessels ascended from the ground, only to be instantaneously ensnared by the newly formed gales, as the energy within Lingcheng flowed like a torrent. I've done my best, he thought ruefully, watching a few stragglers slip through the gaps in pursuit of Thor. The skies now swirled with dozens of formidable tornadoes, while ever-increasing numbers of soldiers assembled on the ground. Lingcheng realized the gravity of the situation had escalated significantly. Stealing a furtive glance at the massive cannon atop the city wall, relieved to see it remained inactive. It seemed that maintaining Asgard's goodwill might indeed be a matter of life and death. Enough! A commanding voice boomed from among the soldiers below. Odin emerged, addressing Lingcheng with authority. At the moment he heard the sound, Lingcheng felt a sudden jolt in his mind, as if it had crashed. Having barely held on, he fell from the sky. The roar was terrifying. Lingcheng, covered in dust and dirt, sat on the ground with a stiff expression, staring at the eternal spear that hovered perilously close to his nose, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Please don't tremble, old man. Lingcheng silently lamented. He was escorted by two burly men towards the Rainbow Bridge, and along the way, he did not forget to wave goodbye to the Asgardian soldiers lining the path. To his surprise, a few young ones even waved back at him, only to be reprimanded by the elderly nearby with a loving fist. They were still too young, it seemed. He never anticipated that their next encounter would unfold in such a manner. The bridge guardian chuckled at Lingcheng's disheveled state. "Isn't it, because your prince has been such a troublesome one?" Lingcheng retorted, unable to hold back his frustration. "How could he not inform me? Is my trust so unworthy?" One of the burly men escorting him exclaimed, "Exactly, that was rather hurtful." The other, a dapper young man, wore an expression of discontent. "He simply didn't want you to bear the blame. Otherwise, I would have had to escort you myself, my friend." Lingcheng rolled his eyes dramatically. The group consisted of Thor's close associates, all of whom had shared drinks with Lingcheng before, allowing for a more relaxed atmosphere. "Next time, I'll treat you to a drink," the burly man boasted. "Is there going to be a next time?" Lingcheng inquired, puzzled. "Asgard may not welcome you. But that doesn't mean you can't come on your own," the bridge guardian replied, coughing a few times as if trying to distance himself from his previous words. Chapter 79, A Family with Riches. Within the vibrant tunnel, as Lingcheng was being transported, he repressed his smile. Feeling a surge of anger as he began to untangle the threads of the situation, he realized he had been deceived. Thor and Odin had conspired together against him. Although it was not premeditated, the blame had unanimously fallen upon him. If Odin truly wished to organize Thor, the princess plan would have been doomed to failure. Initially, Lingcheng thought it was merely luck, but Odin's commanding shout made him acutely aware of the latter's formidable power. Odin must have been at the scene all along, merely choosing not to intervene. It was akin to a 3-year-old child, full of bravado, declaring a desire to run away from home, only to find that their short legs had only carried them from the villa's room to the hall. Everything remained well within the adult's control. This also explained why Odin, despite not intending to punish Lingcheng, had issued such a thunderous roar that left Lingcheng in disarray. It seemed that, beyond asserting his dominion like a lion, there were personal motives behind it. If Odin had indeed been observing covertly, he must have witnessed the humiliation Lingcheng inflicted upon Loki. This was the so-called protective instinct. The mountains may not move, but the waters flow eternally. "Just wait. Old man," Lingcheng gritted his teeth. "Forget it. I shall respect the elderly and cherish the young. I am a flower of my homeland." With that, he chose to follow his heart. High above an island shrouded in mist in the Atlantic, Lingcheng was ejected from the teleportation array, plummeting through the fog toward the ground below. It was only when he was less than 10 meters from the earth that he stabilized himself, maintaining a head-down position. Why does my entrance seem so utterly off? In Lingcheng, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. Each time Thor descended, it was with grandiosity, accompanied by dazzling light effects and resonant sounds, not to mention an undeniable background score. Yet, when it came to his own turn, he found himself cast aside. Could it be that the Rainbow Bridge harbored a VIP passage? Was it possible that Odin, overhearing disparaging remarks about him, sought retribution? Such thoughts flitted through Lingcheng's mind. However, he was merely overthinking. The several hundred meters were clearly within the bounds of his spacecraft's barrier. If Odin were to learn that this petty thought had been inscribed in Lingcheng's little notebook, one could only imagine his expression, perhaps an inner calm with a hint of amusement. For in Odin's eyes, Lingcheng was merely a child, not of the same caliber. Yet, who could predict what the future held? Days had passed, and to Lingcheng's astonishment, the island of King of Fighters had transformed entirely. The once playful white apes that flitted through the woods had vanished without a trace. Had it not been for his perception revealing that Maiju and Kusanagi were still leisurely snacking and watching television, Lingcheng might have suspected an invasion. "Could you kindly be quiet? You never stop chattering, and you're growing thinner by the day. Longing is not something that needs to be vocalized. Why not learn from Maiju?" Zeitweis, rolling her eyes at Kusanagi. Upon hearing her mention, Maiju paused, her spoonful of jelly momentarily suspended in indecision. Should she eat it or not? After a moment's contemplation, she resolved not to deny herself, and consumed it, her large eyes narrowing in satisfaction. "Let us change the subject, shall we?" Weiss suggested, a bead of sweat forming on her brow. "All right then," Kusanagi agreed. "You all are being excessive." Lingcheng materialized out of thin air, having witnessed the scene, feeling a pang of sorrow. However, the next moment, the three women exclaimed in delight, "Boss," as jelly, chips, and sunflower seeds were presented to him. Lingcheng found it difficult to remain upset. Seated on the sofa, he indulged in an array of meticulously chosen snacks. with Maiju's arm draped around him and Kusanagi gently kneading his shoulder, while Weiss occasionally passed him treats. This life was indeed tranquil. We're off to mine, Kusanagi interjected eagerly. Mine? Lingcheng inquired with a puzzled expression. Dr. Hall discovered several mining machines in the ship's storage. After some experimentation, it seems he made a breakthrough and recruited the white apes to assist in mining, Maiju elucidated. This old rascal has no shame, not even sparing animals, Weiss added. Is this old man out of his mind? We are still on someone else's territory, and he has already begun to exploit them? Lingcheng was consumed by a sudden surge of indignation. The innocent white apes, whom he regarded as friends, were being treated as laborers by this old fool. Thus Lingcheng, accompanied by the three women, charged towards the newly discovered mining site with fervor. A massive mining cavern had been excavated near the colossal white apes, from which they emerged, carrying deep blue ores the size of an adult's fist. What on earth? Lingcheng stared in disbelief at the comical sight of a white ape, several times taller than a person, solemnly bearing a fist-sized ore. Was this truly what mining entailed? Surely, Dr. Hall hadn't he opened a kindergarten for white apes and turned it into a playhouse? Where's Hall? Lingcheng bellowed. In a swift manner, the darkened doctor. Hall emerged from the mine, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Lingcheng. What discovery? Lingcheng inquired impatiently, his gaze fixed on Hall, conveying a clear message. If not now, there would be no opportunity later. I have been diligently researching the system. As you know, it is quite challenging, Dr. Hall began. With my exceptional technical abilities, I have gained control over most of the spaceship's permissions. In the ship's warehouse, I stumbled upon several mining machines. Hall rambled on. Get to the point, please, Lingcheng interjected bluntly. I found a type of metal, and the analysis indicates that it is unlike any known metal. It possesses a unique molecular structure, and various experimental data suggest that it can absorb light, heat, electricity, and even kinetic energy. To be precise, the ore itself functions as a battery that absorbs energy. This is nothing short of a new energy source, Dr. Hall declared, pausing to build suspense, confident that Lingcheng would be intrigued. Indeed, Lingcheng was captivated, his mind racing with thoughts of wealth. Are you certain it won't turn into a bomb when it absorbs energy? He questioned uncertainly. Not at all. Once this metal absorbs energy, it becomes incredibly stable and hard. It would be nearly impossible for it to explode. In fact, the spaceship is constructed from this metal, Dr. Hall replied with a smile. Hard. The spaceship is made of this metal. These words echoed in Lingcheng's mind, prompting him to exclaim. It's the ultimate material for armor. Chapter 80, A Triumphant Return. It is not vibranium, though it bears a resemblance. The significant difference is its substantial weight. Moreover, it resembles a battery with an astounding energy reserve. Dr. Hall explained earnestly. Isn't that a problem? Lingcheng lamented. Wait, how does that spaceship even fly then? He pressed. That is precisely what I need to investigate further. Once we master the method to extract energy from it, it will not only rival vibranium, but surpass it. Hall's eyes gleamed with excitement. What is the estimated reserve of this, or? Lingcheng asked eagerly. I'm not entirely sure, Hall replied, furrowing his brow. Approximately an island's worth, he added, a somewhat vague conclusion he hesitated to disclose. What? Lingcheng questioned in disbelief. An island. The soil beneath where we stand is entirely composed of it, Hall stated, visibly pleased with Lingcheng's astonishment. We're gonna get rich, Lingcheng murmured. Yes, indeed, you will, boss. Unfortunately, aside from the two machines found on the ships, we currently lack other means to extract it, Dr. Hall lamented. Then why are you still standing here? Get to work, Lingcheng commanded, turning to leave with the three women. As for his friends, the white apes, whether they labored hard or not, well, a stone cannot be too burdened, as it is all for the sake of building a better home. Curse those capitalists. Wasn't you who called me out here? Dr. Hall sighed, standing in place with a bitter smile. Maijua, pinch me. I need to see if I am dreaming, Lingcheng suddenly said. I can't bring myself to do it. Maijua replied, hesitating. I will. As Wei Si's eyes sparkled, she playfully pinched Lingcheng's waist with considerable force. Have you not eaten? Lingcheng, with his current physique, hardly felt it due to Wei Si's deliberate restraint. Ouch, that hurts. He quickly swatted her hand away with a chuckle. Boss, you seem to be in good spirits. Is that mine of yours really that prosperous? Inquiring Fire Dance, bouncing toward Lingcheng with curiosity. What mine? It's money. We won't have to live frugally anymore. We can indulge in chips without a care, Lingcheng replied with delight. What a waste to throw them away. I could eat them all, Fire Dance exclaimed, rolling her eyes at him. But for sure, we have struck it rich. Lingcheng summarized, feeling a bit buoyant as he walked. What does the Black Panther rely on? A fortune at home. Though his development lags far behind Wakanda, isn't it just a matter of time? What a thrill. It feels as if I've reached the pinnacle of life. That evening, in high spirits, Lingcheng not only rekindled old flames with my joie, but also, under the guise of a health check, lured inquiring Fire Dance into his room. With her face flushed, she pulled Wei Si along, citing the latter's figure as a reason for her embarrassment. Thus, the three women silently accepted Ling Cheng's accomplishment of an intimate night together. The night was filled with fervor. While the moon shyly hid behind the clouds, the others stayed aboard the spaceship, and with only the four of them in the cabin, there was a certain abandon. Little did Ling Cheng know, the sounds of laughter and mirth from the three women stirred the nearby white apes, leading to a symphony of rustling and the sounds of bodies colliding, inadvertently aiding in the propagation of their kind. The next day, the disheveled room was strewn with undergarments, and the small bed was crowded with four people. Lingcheng nestled within the embrace of three alluring figures. After much effort, he extricated himself, only to find three pairs of bright eyes fixated on him. Initially, he thought little of it, but reflecting now, it felt rather awkward, and he rubbed his nose sheepishly. "Did you sleep well last night?" he asked, feeling embarrassed. "The bed is too small," Maijua replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. "I felt constrained. Why si remarked dire epsilon ellipsilon. Not to mention, my chest was squished, making it hard to breathe." Inquiring Fire Dance added with dissatisfaction. Should I buy a larger bed today?" Lingcheng inquired for their opinions. "How big? How many do you intend to accommodate?" Mezhu teased. "No need. I still find sleeping alone more comfortable." Wei Si pouted. "It would be better to buy some snacks. The boss might want to conduct health checks daily." Inquiring Fire Dance feigned innocence. "Women as hearts are as deep as the ocean," Lingcheng mused, feeling he had unraveled the mysteries of the three, yet remained perplexed by them. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades must continue to strive. Just then, the sound of a ringing phone broke the awkwardness. "Hello." Lingcheng answered the phone handed to him by Maijua. "Master, it's me, Peter," came the disheartened voice of Little Spider on the other end. "What's wrong?" Lingcheng asked with concern. "Master, I've just experienced a heartbreak." Little Spider lamented. "What? When did you even start dating?" Lingcheng felt a twinge of inadequacy regarding his concern for Little Spider. Has he ever experienced love? A deep breath resonated from the other end of the phone. "Today, I saw my goddess on a date with someone else," Little Spider explained. "But perhaps my goddess doesn't even know who I am," he lamented. "Wouldn't you know if you approached her? How can you ascertain that she hasn't noticed you if you never pursued her?" Lingcheng countered. "Can you even recall the times when you embodied Spider-Man? Really? Is that possible for me?" Little Spider pondered, finding a flicker of reason in Lingcheng's words. "Believe in yourself. You can do it," Lingcheng encouraged with a smile. "But I lack the courage," Little Spider replied, his spirits sinking once more. Lingcheng was exasperated, and even the three girls eavesdropping nearby found amusement in Little Spider's plight. In truth, Lingcheng shared a similar frustration. He lacked experience with women, having been a self-proclaimed straightforward man in both his past and present lives. Yet, he understood that pursuing a girl, particularly one you truly love, necessitated confidence, did it not? "I must ask, do you think you're unattractive?" Lingcheng inquired, gathering his thoughts. "I don't believe I'm ugly. Sometimes I even ask the electric fan if I look ugly, and it shakes its head all night," Little Spider replied earnestly. "Don't heed its opinion. It merely blows air," Lingcheng retorted. The moment the words left his lips, he awkwardly realized they diverged from his original intent. Chapter 81. The Awakening of the Battle Soul Set. Lingcheng mused. "If only you had half the audacity in courting women as you do in sharing your woes with me, you wouldn't need to call and share your troubles." "Fine. If I'm ugly, does that mean I have no chance? Perhaps I should give up," Little Spider despaired. "Don't. I haven't finished my point. Why the rush? I have a topic regarding girls that may prove beneficial for you," Lingcheng said mysteriously. "Master, please don't keep me in suspense," Little Spider urged, excited at the prospect of a topic, despite his existence being somewhat unscientific. However, he held a belief in science. According to scientific research, girls instinctively gravitate towards men who have engaged in activities that bring them joy, Lingcheng explained with a smile. "Is that to say, Master, that if I quietly stand by her side, protecting and caring for her, I could succeed?" Little Spider asked, greatly encouraged. Yet, silence enveloped Little Spider's end of the line. He felt as though his master had been sent from the heavens to punish him. "What I mean to convey is, if you believe you have no chance, what do you have to lose? Even if your confession fails, you still conversed with your goddess, allowing her to know you exist. Wouldn't you agree?" Lingcheng spoke earnestly. "By the way, remember that affection is one thing, but dignity is another. A sycophant has nothing, Lingcheng concluded before hanging up the phone. Who would have thought the boss is a love expert? Shiranui laughed uncontrollably on the bed. He sure puts on a convincing act. Wise couldn't help but smirk. I believe the boss truly cares for people. Maiju raised her hand in support. Enough. If it weren't for fate binding us together, I'd still be with Fifth Sister. I do possess a modicum of self-awareness, Lingcheng admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. After savoring the delightful breakfast prepared by Maiju and Shiranui Mai, Lingcheng ambled through the mining area with the regal air of a lion surveying its territory. To his bewilderment, the white apes he passed were grinning at him with wide, toothy smiles, leaving Lingcheng somewhat confounded. The deep blue ores had formed a small hill in the clearing, appearing rather dull since even light seemed to have been absorbed by them. Lingcheng, akin to a wealthy landowner, fondled the stones with satisfaction, smacking his lips at the thought that before him lay not mere rocks, but potential riches. As he grasped a chunk of, or it felt as if he were holding a mountain in his hands, and even with his mental preparation, he was taken aback by its weight. Surely, this could serve as a formidable weapon against many foes. With that thought, he stowed the ore into his backpack for future use. In the instant the ore vanished into his game inventory, Lingcheng noticed a red flickering in the corner of his vision. Another pleasant surprise. He promptly seated himself atop the small hill and accessed the game. Within the familiar interface, the equipment section shimmered with a soft glow, overcome with emotion. He felt tears welling up. Who could understand the pain of entering battle-clad in casual attire? At last, he could acquire some gear. The items materialized before him. The Battle Soul Awakening Battle Garb, Battle Soul Awakening Boots, Battle Soul Awakening Necklace, Battle Soul Awakening Claws, Battle Soul Awakening Pants, and Battle Soul Awakening Belt. The complete set of 6 pieces lay before Lingcheng, a truly splendid sight. It was worth noting that the Battle Soul Awakening set was the most potent gear available in the current version of the game he played. Gazing at the ethereal images of the equipment on the screen and the materials listed below, along with the dim manufacturing option, Lingcheng contemplated before becoming a laborer of sorts, swiftly loading ores into his backpack until it was nearly full. Believing he had gathered enough, he opened the game once more, staring blankly at the still dim manufacturing option. Alas, Lingcheng believed he had enough for 6 pieces of equipment, only to discover that it was still insufficient. Gritting his teeth, he collected all the ores from the clearing and snatched a few more from the recently emerged white apes. Finally, he exhaled in relief as the manufacturing option lit up on the screen, at least managing to assemble one complete item. It was, after all, a considerable sum of wealth. He clicked to manufacture, and with a swift motion, a light, stylish top appeared in his backpack. Though he understood that thin signified excellence, the pain in his heart was undeniable. Lingcheng examined the physical manifestation of the Battle Soul Awakening top. The dark golden fabric exuded an inherent majesty, feeling akin to the finest silk. Embroidered upon it were 2 vividly lifelike 5-clawed golden dragons, one on the front and one on the back, which seemed to glide gracefully under the sunlight. At first glance, Lingcheng was enamored with this garment. For who among the descendants of Yin and Huang could resist the allure of a 5-clawed dragon? After stowing the Battle Soul Awakening top in his backpack, Lingcheng refrained from donning it immediately, as it clashed too greatly with his current attire. His sole focus was now on assembling the complete set. Thus he resolved to roll up his sleeves and take action, as Lingcheng charged into the mine with determination in his eyes. The surrounding white apes stared at him in bemusement. However, soon a sagacious young man erupted with a cacophony of cries, prompting the white apes to swarm into the mine like a pot boiling over. To simplify, the essence of the young man's intent was that Lingcheng sought to seize the labor and devour the spoils. Within the expansive underground chamber newly excavated in the mine, 2 seemingly high-tech machines unleashed a torrent of firepower, extracting or while dozens of anxious white apes encircled them. The already limited yield became even more strained under the enthusiastic mobilization of the white ape youth. Where was Lingcheng, who had rushed into the cavern earlier? He had found a vacant spot devoid of apes, pressed his hand against the rock wall, and commenced his own extraction. Difficulties in mining? Non-existent. With a gaming backpack at his disposal, Lingcheng was resolutely focused on his role as a miner, achieving remarkable efficiency. Thus, he persevered in the mine for an entire day and night, until the following morning when the 3 women arrived in search of him, prompting him to cease his labors. "Boss, have you been stimulated by something? Why have you come to mine in silence?" asked the astonished Shiranui Mai, gazing at the weary Lingcheng. "Hee, nothing to worry about. I was in seclusion, and I will surprise you all soon, Lingcheng replied with a smile, his hands still in motion. Perhaps mining has dulled his senses. Vis remarked skeptically, glancing at Maiju. Boss, Thor called, saying he needs to speak with you, Maiju stated with a hint of distress. What is it? Lingcheng paused, slightly taken aback, realizing Thor's plans had not unfolded smoothly. Let us step outside, Lingcheng said, flashing a grin at the three women, resembling a foolish giant weighing 200 pounds. Chapter 82. The Contest for the Hammer. Thus, Lingcheng led the way out of the mine, basking in the blinding sunlight, which suddenly evoked a sense of dislocation within him. He felt as though he hadn't experienced such exhilarating all-nighters since stepping into middle age at the age of 20. Beep, 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 a busy signal interrupted the moment, and Maiju chuckled wryly, shaking his head at the washing Lingcheng. It's a landline. No one is answering. Lingcheng, equally bemused, replied, It's a miracle that Thor, with this ancient relic of a phone, even thought to call me. It's no surprise no one picked up. Is the boss in? Miles inquired cautiously, clutching a computer at the doorway. What is it? Lingcheng poked his head out. A major discovery. Greenwich has seen the emergence of a colossal spaceship. Miles exclaimed, his excitement evident as he caught his breath, evidently having rushed to deliver the news. So it has come to pass after all. I wonder what Thor is up to, Lingcheng mused, yet he felt no concern. Indeed, he was eager for something to test his skills upon. Miles nodded fervently, tears of joy brimming in his eyes, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. Happiness, excitement, indignation, yet ultimately thrilled at the prospect of elevating his status. After all, the current hierarchy stood as Lingcheng greater than the three women, greater than Hall, greater than the doctor, greater than the researcher, greater than the white apes, greater than the computer, greater than Miles. Meanwhile, in Greenwich, Thor stood gravely, confronting a humanoid weapon exuding dark energy, while his companions diligently set up the equipment prepared by the eccentric astrophysicist, Dr. Iris. Once again, it is you, Asgardian. The humanoid weapon, unable to suppress the murderous intent within, initiated the attack. Your universe should not exist at all. Both your world and your family shall accompany Malekith to the grave. Bring it on. Thor, gripping his hammer tightly, strode forward with determination. Although he understood the overwhelming power of a humanoid weapon combined with the ether, Thor remained undaunted. With a sudden leap, he hurled his meow hammer like a missile towards the humanoid weapon. As the hammer plunged into the blood-red energy, it landed lightly upon the opponent, producing a sound that resonated like a bell. Our fearless god of thunder swallowed hard in disbelief. Yet, surrender was out of the question, for the glory of Asgard. For Loki's sacrifice. Thor's gaze hardened with resolve as he grasped the air. The hammer flew back into his hand. He was ready to fight again. With a resounding crash, the humanoid weapon appeared where the hammer had been, while the hammer itself soared into the sky in a graceful arc. The sudden force was terrifying. You, Thor, the god of thunder, could only point at the humanoid weapon, rendered speechless. He had never endured such humiliation since his inception, questioning the very code of honor, as it dared to strike at his beloved hammer. Rushing towards the humanoid weapon, he aimed to demonstrate the might of his iron fist. With a left hook and an uppercut, the opponent was left defenseless and fell to the ground. The power of the ether seemed rather trivial. Lying on the ground, Thor felt a stirring within him, extending a hand towards the sky as a streak of light shot forth. The hammer came rushing back to him. With another crash, the hammer was again sent flying by a kick, and Thor gazed at the humanoid weapon in despair. Are you a demon? Narrowly evading a crushing stomp from the humanoid weapon, Thor rolled in the mud, rising to his feet at a distance. His expression laden with caution as he kept his gaze fixed on the foe. One hand reached skyward, awaiting his hammer. An Asgardian cannot prevail without his hammer. The metallic sound of the humanoid weapon echoed ominously, as if it had uncovered a monumental secret. No one would be foolish enough to engage in battle unarmed against a metal behemoth, especially since my hammer has never strayed from my hand for more than 60 seconds. The god of thunder remarked, observing the hammer as it arced through the sky once more. This time, Thor seemed momentarily apprehensive, dashing forward and leaping high to catch the hammer. Experience the true might of Thor, the god of thunder, he declared with a flicker of confidence at the corner of his mouth. In the next instant, a tide of crimson energy surged forth, propelling Thor through the air, before he crashed to the ground after bouncing twice, while the hammer, it fell from his grasp again. As he spoke, a glint ignited in Thor's eyes, and the hammer flew forth once more. The humanoid weapon had not even uttered a word before it was struck directly and sent flying several meters away. Thor hastened to retrieve the hammer, smashing it down with force against the ground, unleashing a violent surge of lightning that struck the humanoid weapon squarely in the chest. Perfect. Thor congratulated himself on the flawless execution of his combo, releasing the pent-up frustration within him, feeling exhilarated. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Jane and Dr. Eric, fleeing from the relentless pursuit of dark elf warriors, occasionally setting down a generator. However, as the enemy numbers swelled, the situation grew increasingly dire. In 7 minutes, the convergence will reach its peak. Dr. Eric shouted to Jane. You should see something, Jin remarked into the communicator, twisting the buttons of the device. And in the next moment, the dark elf soldiers charging towards them eerily vanished. The interaction of gravitational fields from different worlds can create wormholes. Jin explained with a smile in response to the astonished cries of the intern below. In the next instant, both Deus and the intern also vanished in a strange manner, only to reappear elsewhere. Are you all right? Jin exclaimed in concern. No, something is wrong, Deus replied, gazing at herself and her companion as they found themselves amidst the ranks of the dark elves, devoid of hope. Just as Thor, relying on his accumulated experience and the humanoid weapon, engaged in a back-and-forth battle, one could say, relying on his physical resilience against various attacks. The Dark Elf squad brought the two struggling interns behind the humanoid weapon. It seems your companions are no longer in the game. The humanoid weapon sneered. Release them. This is between you and me. Thor shouted in fury. Do you think that's possible? Surrender your hammer, and your friends will live. The humanoid weapon threatened, abandoning its brutish demeanor. No, don't listen to him. Daze cried out, struggling. Hey, interns, we're going to sacrifice ourselves for humanity. Don't be afraid, all right? Daze encouraged the boy beside her. My name is Ian, the boy added helplessly. All right, Ian, are you willing to die with me? Daze asked earnestly. Aye. Ian pondered seriously. In the next moment, Daze pulled forward, unexpectedly pressed her lips against Ian's. Fine, Ian willing, Ian declared, a look of resignation on his face. These two clumsy souls are truly a match made in heaven. Lingcheng, who had just reached the top of the high-rise, mused. Chapter 83. The New Look of Lingcheng. Did you hear that? If you want to kill, then kill. If you have the guts, go ahead. You call yourself a man? Deus retorted defiantly, her neck arched. Asgardian, what are your thoughts? The humanoid weapon disregarded Deus, as if she were an insignificant insect, continuing to gaze with interest at Thor. He realized he was beginning to relish this spectacle. Simply killing Wu Ti provided the thrill of avenging a leader. Although he learned from Loki that the true culprit was not present, collecting some interest was still permissible, especially since this world would soon vanish. If I surrender, you will spare them, correct? Thor subtly glanced at a certain direction for a few seconds before dejectedly tossing his hammer to the ground, his voice low. As he observed Thor's woeful demeanor, the humanoid weapon closed its eyes and gazed skyward, seemingly paying homage to Malekith. Lingcheng, stealthily approaching above the enemy, was startled by the humanoid weapon's actions, fearing he had been discovered, but it was too calm. It didn't seem like he had been found out. Lingcheng thought to himself, and why did he feel as though the ominous metallic helmet concealed an infatuation? Taking advantage of the enemy's laxity, which was precisely what Lingcheng desired, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, two inky black dragons erupted from Lingcheng's form, charging downward towards the Dark Elf squad. The Dark Elf squad could hardly anticipate that at the moment they felt assured of victory, a lurking enemy was above them. The Black Dragon's assault was executed with such swiftness that the expressions of the Dark Elf warriors shifted to shock before they were swept away. Any foe that came into contact with the Black Dragon was instantly reduced to ashes. This abrupt turn of events left everyone present in a state of wide-eyed disbelief, including Lingcheng himself, who was astonished that a technique he had whimsically created to match his five-clawed golden dragon armor could possess such ferocity. The most profound impact was felt by Deus and her companion, who were perilously close to the two black dragons. They witnessed the dark elf who had been grasping them perish without even a scream, frozen in a moment of horror as he turned to dust. The scene was utterly staggering. Deus, gathering her courage, stealthily observed the black dragon swirling beside her, only to realize that this seemingly lifelike creature was not corporeal, but rather composed entirely of black-purple flames, its surface adorned with blade-like scales, amidst which electric serpents danced. It was no wonder the Dark Elves met such a tragic fate. Deus finally comprehended, awakened by the gruesome fate of their kin. The humanoid weapon's gaze swiftly locked onto Lingcheng, who stood suspended in the void. Who are you? The weapon roared, feeling an acute sense of frustration. Why must their esteemed Dark Elves continually be provoked by these inconsequential interlopers? You don't recognize me? Lingcheng responded, equally bewildered. Was he truly so insignificant? Had he been forgotten so soon after their battle in Asgard? Roar. It's you. The humanoid weapon, after shifting angles in sheer exasperation, finally recognized the unforgettable face of Lingcheng. Indeed, it is I, Lingcheng replied, a smile gracing his lips despite the weapon's expression of vengeance. The blood-red energy enveloping the humanoid weapon surged violently towards Lingcheng. With a focused expression, exhaled sharply, conjuring a sphere of lightning to meet the oncoming etheric energy. After a momentary stalemate, the lightning sphere was shattered, yet the remaining blood-red energy continued its relentless assault. Unfazed, Lingcheng raised his arm to shield his face, bracing himself to absorb the blow. The raging blood-red energy collided with Lingcheng, but it failed to achieve its intended effect, not even managing to make him sway. As the energy struck him, the five-clawed golden dragon of his battle soul armor moved, dissipating the tremendous force. Have you not eaten? Lingcheng remarked with satisfaction, patting his battle attire, addressing the humanoid weapon with a teasing tone. The battle soul armor had perfectly inherited the characteristics of the unknown metal, even surpassing the vibranium suit of the Black Panther in certain aspects, as it functioned like an infinite armory within, absorbing damage and converting it into energy reserves. This was precisely why Lingcheng had conjured two vividly lifelike black dragons. In the past, he would have struggled to even create a mere worm. Hey, could you two hurry up? Do you think this is a sightseeing elevator? Lingcheng called down to Daz and Ian, who were still dazed beneath the protective shadow of the black dragons. Were it not for the need to shield them, Lingcheng would not have found himself in such a predicament. Iopuludisa. Daisy was the first to react, pulling the still-dazed Ian towards the adjacent building. In the next moment, Lingcheng's thoughts ignited, and two dragons of fire surged upwards, colliding fiercely with the oncoming tide of ethereal energy, resulting in a stalemate in midair. However, it was evident that Lingcheng's seemingly formidable black dragon was merely a motley crew, struggling against the pure essence of ethereal energy. Thor, are you jesting with me? Come on, Lingcheng shouted, drenched in cold sweat, towards Thor, who stood by, arms crossed. If we can gang up, why fight one-on-one? Thor, reminded by Lingcheng, cleared his throat awkwardly, and with a sudden strike of his hammer, lightning surged towards the back of the humanoid weapon. Impressive, isn't it? Lingcheng smiled at Thor, who had been scrutinizing him. What happened to you these past few days? Thor inquired curiously. I bought a set of designer clothes and summarized my powers, Lingcheng replied, shaking his battle attire with a playful grin. Oh, I see, Thor said, forcing his gaze away from Lingcheng's outfit, only to suddenly ask, where did you get them? The King of Fighters Equipment flagship store, Lingcheng quipped. Well, next time we have a chance, let us go together, Thor nonchalantly suggested. If there was a place selling such flamboyant attire, he wouldn't mind donning a piece himself, especially since the outfit appeared to offer considerable protection. After all, he had been wearing his armor for many years and felt it was time for a change, he mused. Chapter 84, The Intelligent Villain. I had thought your taste was always negative, but it seems you possess quite the discerning eye. However, there is no opportunity left. This is the only piece, and it has chosen its master, Lingcheng chuckled. Huh, I was merely making a comment. I happen to wear enchanted armor that maximizes my divine powers. It, too, has chosen its master, Thor retorted, feeling a twinge of envy. Do you all disregard my presence? The humanoid weapon unleashed another wave of lethal energy. Seeing the impending attack, Lingcheng and Thor swiftly dodged to the sides. Let us deal with him first, Thor said, gathering his strength. Quite bothersome, Lingcheng nodded, his expression serious, as he focused on the humanoid weapon. Though their words were light, both understood that the opponent's ethereal shield and robust armor would make the upcoming battle anything but easy, even if they fought together. As the battle was about to commence, Lingcheng charged towards the humanoid weapon, delivering a whip-like kick that shattered the air with a resounding crack. The humanoid weapon raised its arm to block Lingcheng's full-force strike, causing the ground to tremble and crack like a spider's web. With knee strikes, elbow jabs, and rapid punches, Lingcheng transformed into a series of afterimages, relentlessly assaulting the foe. The black dragon hovering behind him, under Lingcheng's command, surged towards the humanoid weapon, crashing into the ethereal energy shield and creating massive shockwaves. Were it not for the protective enchantments of the soul battle armor, Lingcheng would not have been able to fight so recklessly. The tumultuous energy from the collisions was entirely absorbed by the swirling five-clawed golden dragon, allowing him to disregard defense and focus solely on offense. In the midst of this, Thor found himself unable to intervene. With a beast-like roar, The humanoid weapon unleashed all its energy, radiating sharp spikes in every direction. In a dramatic turn of events, he found himself unexpectedly subdued during battle for the first time. With even his once proud combat techniques, amalgamated from various martial arts masters, rendered nearly ineffective against Lingcheng. Each of his powerful strikes either lost a significant portion of their force or vanished upon impact, akin to rivers dissipating into the sea. More often than not, it was Lingcheng who struck him with thunderous blows. Raising his arms to shield his face, Lingcheng leaped from the battlefield as countless energy spikes struck his form, sending ripples through the air, while additional spikes ravaged the ground beneath, leaving it riddled with craters. Poor Thor, while navigating the chaos, was caught off guard by a barrage of energy spikes. Fortunately, being a tank-like figure, he emerged relatively unscathed despite his disarray. "You will all perish," the humanoid weapon bellowed. Lingcheng couldn't help but chuckle. "Can't you come up with something more original?" "Watch out," Thor shouted in warning. Sensing something amiss, Lingcheng turned to see a colossal beam of light erupting from the dark elven ship that had served as a backdrop. He managed to raise his arms just in time to launch an attack that struck true. The massive beam cleaved the ground, carving out a trench several dozen meters long, and continued with enough force to sweep towards Thor. Where the light passed, devastation ensued, obliterating everything in its path. As Thor fled in haste, he couldn't help but worry for Lingcheng. This was a weapon of cosmic lethality. Gazing at the library before him, Thor realized there was no escape. If the beam reached there, everyone inside would be doomed. "For the glory of Asgard," he declared, halting in his tracks as he fixed his gaze upon the approaching light beam. With a battle cry, he charged forward, leaping high and bringing down Mjolnir with tremendous force. The resultant shockwave shattered the glass of the nearby library, sending the terrified civilians into a frenzy. "What are you still doing here? Everyone evacuate. It's dangerous." Jane, accompanied by Dr. Eric, dashed through the panicked crowd within the library, spotting reckless youths peering out the window, unable to contain her shout. "Damn it. My phone is completely wrecked. I wonder if the photos I took before are still there," lamented a bespectacled man, fiddling with his ruined device. "You're all hopeless." Jane sighed, shaking her head as she moved to the bare window, gazing out at the battlefield. The square had been transformed beyond recognition, resembling the vast canyons of Africa. Such a level of combat was beyond the grasp of ordinary beings. From the dark elven ship, a massive cannon, billowing smoke, adjusted its aim to unleash another devastating beam of destruction, a name coined by Lingcheng due to its sheer ferocity. It had propelled him into the earth, from which he had just now emerged. Yet, as he rose, he was met once again by the relentless beam of destruction. Lingcheng shot forth from the trench, narrowly escaping the pursuing devastation. In a corner, a disheveled Thor glanced at the lively Lingcheng and then at his own hammer, pondering whether it might be better to let the light continue its path for a while longer. Thor charged towards the dark elf spaceship, determined to address the issue at its source. He aimed to shatter that infernal cannon with his mighty hammer. However, as several side ships circled ominously above him, he realized he was trapped. So resorting to underhanded tactics is the way to go. Is it? He mused, recalling how the god of thunder had not exhibited such cleverness in the film. Lingcheng, witnessing the swarm of airships emerging from the dark elf vessel, wore a bitter smile. His foremost concern was to neutralize the destructive beam behind him. In a moment of panic, Lingcheng found himself staring blankly at the library before him, caught in a similarly awkward predicament as Thor. What choice would he make? Exchanging a glance with the astonished Des and Ian on the windowsill, they silently confirmed their resolve. They could not be sacrificed. Gritting his teeth, Lingcheng pivoted, summoning two black dragons that surged from his back to combat the destructive beam with ferocity. A stalemate ensued. The two dragons, akin to colossal hands, withstood the onslaught of energy, slowly inching towards Lingcheng. If two were insufficient, then three would do. Lingcheng roared, activating his explosive aura, manifesting a third black dragon to crash into the destructive beam, followed by a fourth. This was the extent of his power under such extraordinary circumstances. He could summon four dragons only by focusing entirely on defense, while his control was limited to two in a normal setting. Beyond that, his mind could not maintain the mastery over them. Amidst the colossal ship emitting beams of light, and Lingcheng, gritting his teeth while summoning four fiery dragons to withstand the assault, immense energy surged forth, sending shockwaves radiating outward. The survivors within the library beheld this tragic spectacle, their eyes shimmering with tears. First Thor, then Lingcheng, both sacrificing themselves for their safety. In that moment, everyone in the library silently prayed, wishing for justice to prevail over evil. Chapter 85. The King of Fighters marches on. The stark reality was that prayers bore little fruit. Even those who claimed divinity found themselves ensnared by the flying iron shells, unable to aid Lingcheng. As the destructive beam drew ever nearer, Lingcheng braced himself for the inevitable blow, resigned to the whims of fate. Yet, one must never relinquish hope until the very end. Lingcheng gritted his teeth, veins bulging at his neck, making one final stand. He had confidence in the defense of his battle soul armor. However, the tempest of energy whipped his hair into disarray. And a sudden thought struck him. Would he lose his hair like Captain America? With no buff to keep his hair in place, who would he turn to for solace? Contemplating this, Lingcheng abandoned his resistance and prepared to embrace the ravaging force of the destructive beam. Just as Lingcheng braced himself, the destructive beam did not follow its anticipated path. Instead, it was abruptly deflected skyward, unleashing a violent burst into the air. A thunderous crash reverberated, and Lingcheng beheld a colossal entity materializing from the void above the dark elf spaceship. Its symmetrical form exuded an unparalleled sense of advanced technology, rivaling the very size of the dark elf vessel, which was now being forcefully pressed towards the ground, making the originally nail-shaped ship truly deserving of its name. Who is this unexpected hero? Cheng Yaojin. Are they friend or foe? Lingcheng, having narrowly escaped the calamity, was plagued by confusion. Yet, something about this ship seemed hauntingly familiar. As he scrutinized the unexpectedly emerging giant spacecraft, he muttered to himself, "Haha, let's see if I can crush you. Oh, still trying to struggle? Compared to me, your power is nothing. Be subdued." An excited electronic voice echoed from within the massive ship, reverberating around them. This voice. Lingcheng tugged at his hair, lost in deep contemplation. It wasn't until he observed the lower hatch of the giant ship opening, from which several lithe figures sprang forth, effortlessly racing towards the ground from the dark elf vessel, that he realized why it seemed so familiar. This was nothing less than a miniaturized version of the King of Fighter spaceship. He could hardly mistake those figures. Was it not Mai Shiranui and her companions? Yet, the problem was that he had not summoned any aid. His strong sense of masculinity had indeed prevented him from involving the women in battle, which was why, despite the fact that all three were more than capable of handling themselves, Lingcheng had never brought them along on his missions. Mai Shiranui leapt into the air, spinning gracefully, her legs piercing downward like javelins towards the scythe-shaped enemy aircraft below, resulting in a magnificent explosion of fireworks in midair. With a nimble flip, she soared directly towards Lingcheng. Simple and efficient, but that distance seemed a bit far, didn't it? Can Mai Shiranui even fly? Lingcheng pondered as various thoughts flickered through his mind. He then saw her spread her limbs wide in the air, forming a large X. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him, conveying a clear message. Catch me. Lingcheng scrambled to his feet, his gaze locked onto Mai Shiranui's figure, nervously rubbing his hands together. As she approached, he leapt to meet her. In the next moment, Mai Shiranui collided with him, wrapping around him like a koala, while Lingcheng rotated in midair to absorb the impact, landing steadily with her in his arms. "Ha ha, I am the first," Mai Shiranui exclaimed, her chin resting on Lingcheng's shoulder as she laughed heartily. "Please, can we not make it so thrilling? What if we fall?" Lingcheng admonished, giving her a playful slap on the backside. "I was just trying to seize the first place. I knew my boss would catch me. The super landing plan is a success," Mai Shiranui declared, flashing a thumbs up as she descended from Lingcheng. "Next time, please refrain from such antics." Lingcheng replied with a hint of exasperation. "Hee, it's clearly your fault for being clumsy, boss. You could have controlled the gravity around me or blown some wind to let me float down. Who knew you'd insist on catching me? But this was even better," Mai Shiranui said with a blissful expression. Coughing to mask his embarrassment, Lingcheng thought to himself, "Please, if I weren't so concerned, I wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. If it were someone else, would I be watching them turn into a pancake with a smile?" The dance truly reflects an exceptional intelligence, one that I failed to recognize. A fleeting shadow flickered past Mai Zhu and materialized before Lingcheng with a smile. "Cunning, cheating," the tardy Weiss exclaimed, sprinting forth with the grace and power reminiscent of a female leopard. "How did you all arrive here?" Lingcheng inquired, surveying the three women before him, his heart swelling with warmth. "I thought it would be nice to stretch my legs," Mai Zhu replied with a beaming smile. She refrained from disclosing that it was Miles who, from the satellite, had seen Lingcheng being obliterated by the death ray and had hurried over in alarm. It was discovered aboard the King of Fighters' ship, Mai Zhu elucidated. He mentioned that had it not been for the last-minute adjustments made to this craft settings, we would have been met by a squadron of combat aircraft. Is this the sensation of having someone backing you? Lingcheng pondered aloud. How does it feel? Noheim teased. Absolutely exhilarating. Lingcheng chuckled, feeling a surge of confidence. As the group engaged in playful banter, a sudden disturbance in the air heralded Thor's dramatic entrance, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. Upon spotting Lingcheng, his face lit up with joy, only to be followed by a bewildered stare at the three beautiful women surrounding him. While I was being pummeled. No, wait. While I was doing the pummeling. Were you here charming the ladies? Thor exclaimed incredulously. It's not charming. These are my wives. They took it upon themselves to come here. Lingcheng replied awkwardly. Wives. Maiju, Weiss, and Noheim's eyes widened in unison, their hearts swelling with sweetness at being referred to as such for the first time. 3. Thor coughed, watching Lingcheng speak so naturally, and then observing the blissful expressions of the three women. He began to question his own life choices. Why was it so difficult for him and Jane, while this fellow effortlessly managed 3? The comparison left Thor feeling like a failure, a burden too great for a god of his age to bear. Noticing Thor's wounded demeanor, Lingcheng intended to offer some comfort, but was interrupted by a menacing figure clad in ominous armor charging toward him. Lingcheng finally understood why Thor appeared so disheveled. Be careful, Noheim exclaimed, brandishing a folding fan that she deftly directed toward the armored figure. As it swung a fist in response, the moment it made contact with the fan, its pupils dilated, and in the next instant, a brilliant flame erupted from the fan. Everyone present stood agape, while Lingcheng was oblivious to their astonishment. He was simply amazed at how Noheim skillfully extracted a fan from within her clothing. What sort of maneuver was that? Chapter 86. Lingcheng's Humiliation. What are you staring at, boss? Noheim chided, a mix of embarrassment and anger in her voice. I am merely in awe of your technique. Lingcheng replied with a grin. What can I say? There's nowhere else to store a fan, she lamented, gesturing to her casual attire. I meant to say, you're quite clever, Lingcheng quickly clarified. As he and Noheim exchanged playful banter, the armored figure emerged from the smoke and collided with the waiting Weiss and Maiju. With a resounding bang, Weiss charged forward to counter his advance. A cold glint flashed in Maiju's eyes as the energy blade in his grasp swiftly sliced through the humanoid weapon, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. In the next moment, Weiss and Maiju exchanged a glance, their long-standing combat synergy allowing them to grasp one another's intentions. Almost simultaneously, they retreated forcefully, and, in the following second, a violent eruption of etheric energy ensued. I will lend my assistance, came the delicate shout of Hibiki. With a fierce swing of her jade arm, a fan-shaped flame surged towards the humanoid weapon. Under the combined efforts of the three women, the once formidable humanoid weapon found itself at a disadvantage. Are they capable? Thor inquired, rubbing his chest as he approached Lingcheng with a perplexed expression. Who do you look down upon? This iron shell is merely sturdy. Otherwise, the battle would have concluded long ago. I wouldn't necessarily say they are a match for her, Lingcheng retorted, a hint of disdain in his tone. Despite his concerns, he acknowledged that the three women were indeed seasoned fighters, not mere playthings. Although their strength paled in comparison to their adversary, their skills were more than sufficient for self-preservation. Nevertheless, it was true that Lingcheng would struggle against them. The three women united would make it difficult for him to even rise from his bed. Your friends are indeed formidable, Thor remarked seriously, observing the unfolding battle. What do you intend to do about that massive iron shell? Lingcheng frowned as he regarded the nearly physically immune humanoid weapon. I have no idea, Thor replied, equally at a loss. No idea? Then what are we even fighting for? Lingcheng exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Dr. Eric's device can thwart the Dark Elf's plans. The original strategy was merely to delay. Thor elucidated. Dr. Eric, Lingcheng murmured, recalling that in the original narrative, it was indeed his device, akin to the spatial blade, that severed Malekith's corpse. After several teleportations, Lingcheng successfully located Dr. Eric, gathered with the others. Doctor, please hand over the device, Lingcheng said, appearing suddenly. What is the situation? Jean asked urgently. That iron shell is immovable. We should close the spatial portal for now, Lingcheng replied, his brow furrowed. Time is of the essence. It is imperative that we stall him, Dr. Eric cautioned, handing over several levers to Lingcheng. It should not be a problem. Lingcheng waved his hand dismissively before vanishing from sight. The battlefield's dynamics shifted once more. Thor and the humanoid weapon disappeared simultaneously, while the three women rapidly dealt with the enemy aircraft soaring in the sky. Were they? Lingcheng smashed an enemy aircraft and called down to Maiju below. Thor and that iron shell vanished mid-fight. Maiju replied angrily, still eager for battle when Thor interrupted. If Thor had known Maiju's sentiments, he would surely have worn an expression of innocence, for it was the humanoid weapon that had gone berserk, and he had merely intervened. The Dark Elf ship had been subdued, and the remaining forces were more than sufficient for the three women. The pressing concern now was to locate Thor. With this thought, Lingcheng bitterly surveyed the battlefield, where spatial points continuously emerged, pondering where Thor and the humanoid weapon had ventured. I found them. Lingcheng's heart leaped with joy, only to be met with a nauseating stench as a gaping maw descended upon him, consuming him whole. Swallowing the creature of Lingcheng, there was no semblance of joy, only the sound of grinding teeth. The monster's expression was one of sheer panic as it felt its mouth being pried open by an immense force. It could not allow the morsel that had just entered its mouth to escape, so it fiercely clamped its jaws shut once more. Lingcheng was on the verge of exploding with rage, after finally tracking down Thor's whereabouts. He was unexpectedly consumed by an insatiable glutton whose foul breath suggested years without a proper cleaning. It was likely that half of what had entered its maw had perished from the stench alone. As the creature successfully subdued Lingcheng, a glimmer of smugness appeared upon its monstrous visage. However, the next moment, dark flames erupted from the crevices of its mouth. The excruciating pain compelled it to expel Lingcheng forcefully. Covered in saliva, Lingcheng, suspended in midair, observed two menacing black dragons looming behind him, filled with murderous intent as they gazed at the creature below. At that moment, the monster felt the unnerving sensation of being preyed upon. Once fearless, it now regretted its earlier bravado, realizing it had provoked an entity far beyond its capabilities. Damn it, Lingcheng barely managed to exclaim before being teleported away. I was terrified. The monster, with its awkwardly endearing demeanor, tilted its head, seemingly puzzled by the sudden disappearance of its foe. Chapter 87, The Final Showdown. In the blink of an eye, the humanoid weapon failed to react before being entirely engulfed by a black dragon that had doubled in size as a towering crimson gate materialized, enveloping the surroundings. A cacophony of thunderous roars emanated from within the gate, indicating that the humanoid weapon had sustained injury under such a relentless assault, letting out muffled groans of pain. Yet, this was merely the beginning. This is the technique you employed in Asgard, isn't it? Thor recognized the striking crimson gate that had left an indelible mark on his memory. After a prolonged silence, the groans of the humanoid weapon ceased, and the towering crimson gate began to dissipate slowly. Is it over? Thor murmured, gazing at the swirling clouds of dust before him. Not yet, Lingcheng replied solemnly. In his perception, the humanoid weapon still lived, and its aura seemed even more formidable. As if to validate Lingcheng's assertion, a shadow emerged slowly from the haze. The humanoid weapon appeared somewhat tragic, its grotesque helmet seemingly ground down to half, revealing a bloodied visage with teeth exposed. The seamless armor was marred with cracks, from which droplets of blood oozed. Yet the malevolent, ethereal energy that coursed through it suggested that it was far from defeated. In Lingcheng's eyes, it was merely a superficial wound, a troublesome adversary. You shall witness the most dignified demise of our dark elves, the humanoid weapon rasped, its voice akin to metal scraping against glass. If this hasn't reduced you to dust, your leader perished under this very technique. Lingcheng taunted boldly, making his intentions clear. Was he attempting to intimidate him? Childish. Come at me if you dare. The humanoid weapon seemed to fully grasp the implications of Lingcheng's words, its eyes flashing red as it charged forward like a relentless steamroller. Lingcheng, having long since prepared for this moment, was ready to unleash the fury that had been building within him. Have you fled? Thor murmured in disbelief. Quickly, pursue. That old wretch intends to unleash his ultimate strike. Lingcheng hurriedly exclaimed, perplexed by the audacity of his actions. Wasn't it simply a ploy to buy time? Yet, the humanoid weapon astonishingly maintained its composure, preparing to execute a cataclysmic attack without hesitation. This left Dr. Hall operating the ship that was pressing against the Dark Elf's vessel. In adire predicament, alarms blared incessantly within the ship, and despite its protective measures, he was jolted by the immense tremors, nearly losing his balance. I can't hold on any longer, Dr. Hall cried out, hastily manipulating the controls. The ship's engines roared to life, ascending slowly, yet the colossal energy field held it captive in midair. I still wish to live, Dr. Hall lamented from the cockpit, gazing at the chaotic screens in despair. Not a single one shall escape. The humanoid weapon observed the misfortune befalling its adversary's ship, a cruel smile gracing its lips as the etheric energy surged more violently. The space within a radius of several hundred meters was suffused with etheric energy, resembling an impenetrable barrier. Arrived at the destination, requesting attack orders, several fighter jets glided alongside the barrier, the military finally arriving, albeit belatedly. Order confirmed. Commence assault. The pilots swiftly activated the launch buttons, sending a volley of missiles trailing plumes of smoke toward the barrier. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated explosions failed to materialize. The missiles vanished into the sanguine energy as if rendered utterly powerless. The pilots aboard the jets wore expressions of disbelief, only to witness their aircraft being struck by the energy surging off the barrier, plummeting to the ground like wingless flies, igniting in a shower of sparks. Humanity's arsenal, from its deployment to its swift annihilation, had unfolded within mere seconds, resulting in total obliteration. One fortunate pilot managed to eject and dangled from his parachute, helplessly watching himself drift toward the barrier, struggling with all his might. Though the nature of the entity before him remained a mystery, he was certain that crossing its threshold would spell certain doom. Just as Lingcheng arrived, he spotted the pilot, who was screaming as he neared the barrier. With a swift motion, he conjured a gust of wind, propelling the pilot far away, where he clung to a large tree, relieved to have narrowly escaped death. While Lingcheng found the military's presence to be more of a hindrance, he acknowledged their desperate efforts and felt unqualified to criticize. Let us proceed. Whether the world perishes or not remains uncertain, but a nuclear strike will soon descend, he remarked with a wry smile to Thor. Thor nodded in agreement, well aware of the nature of those who govern this realm. After distributing several devices crafted by Dr. Eric to Thor, Lingcheng boldly leaped into the barrier, only to be met with a sharp pang that made him gasp in pain. It felt as though his face were being incessantly scraped by a blade, causing a flicker of fear to arise within him. What if he were to be disfigured? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Thor, resolute and undeterred, pressed forward through the turbulent energies. The fearless demeanor inspired Lingcheng to think that perhaps having thick skin was indeed a virtue. As he watched Thor vanish into the dense crimson energy, Lingcheng steeled himself and recklessly pursued, proving that while pain was palpable, it did not overshadow his determination. He now simply wishes to utter, "Oh, this damned, unplaceable charm of mine." As the fiery-eyed Thor charged towards the center of the barrier, he could vaguely discern the indistinct figures of Thor and the humanoid weapon. "Be Asgardians. There is no time left. You and your kin, along with this wretched world, are about to face the dark reckoning." The humanoid weapon regarded Thor's arrival with indifference. The die had been cast, and with its ethereal shield, any attempt to thwart it was nothing short of folly. "I shall not let you succeed," Thor bellowed as he hurled the metal rod with great force. "Give up. You cannot possibly break through." The humanoid weapon began, only to be struck dumb by the sight of its severed arm. "How is this possible? My body?" Thor, witnessing the effectiveness of his device, felt a surge of joy and immediately launched a second and third device towards the humanoid weapon. Too late. "The victor will ultimately be me," the humanoid weapon cackled madly. Although it had lost 2 sections of its arm and shoulder, it remained unconcerned for in mere moments. Its plan would come to fruition. Chapter 88. The storm subsides. The dismembered humanoid weapon continued to laugh maniacally, while Thor, too, smiled in relief. Not far from the humanoid weapon, Lingcheng wore a knowing smile. Everyone present, be they a person, a deity, or an elf, was laughing. There was always a fool among them. In the next instant, the laughter of the humanoid weapon was abruptly silenced. A sudden tightening sensation was followed by a wave of excruciating pain, causing it to emit a horrifying scream akin to a duck caught by the neck. The ethereal barrier, on the verge of formation, suddenly spiraled out of control. Lingcheng, wielding his metal rod in a manner reminiscent of the Leaf Village's secret technique, couldn't help but marvel at the effect. Was it truly this potent with merely its form? Indeed, it was a signature move of that slippery chicken. Seizing the moment, Thor's Mjolnir spun at high velocity, crashing down upon the humanoid weapon, reminiscent of Lingcheng's style, an attack from above, akin to a chicken chasing its egg. Thor's decisive blow was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back, shattering the humanoid weapon into fragments as the ethereal energy surged into the sky. Lingcheng stood quietly, as if witnessing a grand performance, until he noticed an incredibly ethereal soul soaring towards him, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Truly, under the 8-span jewel, all beings are equal. Even the formidable humanoid weapon possessed a soul no larger than a mere trifle. Within the out-of-control barrier, a tremendous storm seemed to brew, and Dr. Hall, trapped within, seized the opportunity to regain control of the ship and break free from the barrier. Was this cunning old fox truly just a bookworm? Why was he so exceptionally useful? Lingcheng watched as Dr. Hall escaped, even controlling the ship to extend 2 mechanical arms to extract the control room of the Dark Elf-S vessel, silently applauding his subordinate for embodying his thrifty style. Let us depart. This place is about to explode. Thor, clutching his chest, led the way out, clearly burdened by the intensity of the battle. As Lingcheng stepped forward, he suddenly leapt like a startled rabbit, landing with a face drenched in cold sweat. What is the matter? Thor turned, puzzled by the commotion. It's nothing. I suddenly remembered something. Lingcheng replied casually, yet his mind raced with thoughts about the mysterious flash of red light that had just danced across his battle soul suit. Outside the barrier stood 2 groups of people, one consisting of Dr. Jin Irk and his companions, while the other featured Mai Zhuowei and Shiranui Mai. Someone's coming out, Shiranui Mai exclaimed, her keen eyesight catching sight of the approaching figure. Everyone turned their gaze towards the barrier, a wave of tension washing over them. Thor stepped forward with an air of righteousness, followed by Lingcheng, who was lost in thought, whistling a catchy tune that echoed in the air. Thor nearly succumbed to the melody, and any time traveler listening closely would find themselves singing along to the lyrics of Chrysanthemum's Remains. Your smile has faded. As Jian sprinted towards Thor, arms outstretched, their eyes locked in a moment of unspoken affection, the cloak suddenly whipped around, shrouding Thor's head in an instant, leading to an embarrassing mishap. The handsome lass only 3 seconds rule, striking again. Lu, boss. Look, Shiranui me looked, hanging onto Lingcheng like a koala as she pointed at Thor. Jian cast a shy glance their way and hurried to help Thor disentangle himself from the cloak. Observing Thor's flushed face, Jian smiled and, with a leap akin to Shiranui Mai, clung to Thor, planting a wet kiss on him. I want one too, Shiranui Mai mimicked, and Lingcheng, with a resigned sigh, kissed each of the 3 women in turn. Daisy observed Lingcheng's triple act with disdain before turning to Thor and Jian, who seemed lost in a kiss that could last an eternity, and she playfully elbowed Ian, who was staring blankly in Lingcheng's direction. What are you daydreaming about? Daisy chided. Isn't it safe to say that a man at this stage should have no regrets? Ian murmured. Poor Ian. Both men thought simultaneously, although they spoke softly. Their words resonated clearly to the super hearing of Lingcheng and Thor, who shared an understanding smile, recognizing a kindred spirit. With the storm having passed, the group gathered aboard Lingcheng's spaceship, engaging in amiable conversation. What shall we do next? Would you like to visit my island? Lingcheng invited Thor. All right then. I'll look forward to your hospitality next time, Thor replied with a smile. You all should be on your way. Shield will likely arrive soon. Thor noted, glancing at the distant police cars. Have you given any thought to the Avengers matter? Lingcheng suddenly inquired, recalling his earlier conversation with Thor about his and Tony's ideas. Make your own decision. We are friends, and I trust you more than Shield. Thor stated earnestly. I'm merely relaying a message. The landlord is Tony. Lingcheng shrugged with a grin. You've certainly expanded my horizons this time. Lingcheng gave Dr. Hall a thumbs up. Does that mean I get a raise? Dr. Hall chuckled. A raise? I'm a bit confused, Lingcheng replied quizzically. Well, a complete organization must have a thorough system of rewards and punishments. Otherwise, it would be like a pile of loose sand, Dr. Hall analyzed seriously. Speak plainly. Lingcheng interrupted. Well, I wish to earn some metal to forge a small spacecraft of my own, Dr. Hall said, somewhat sheepishly. It will be quite small and won't require much, or, look at how hard I am working for you. Is this request truly unreasonable? If you refuse, I shall resign. Dr. Hall hastily added, Are you negotiating with me? Lingcheng chuckled. Haven't I already achieved merit? Dr. Hall replied weakly. All right, let us each make a concession. Lingcheng nodded. What sort of concession do you propose? Dr. Hall eagerly inquired. I shall not raise your salary, and you shall not resign. Lingcheng declared with utmost seriousness. You want to increase my salary, and I want to resign? Dr. Hall murmured, contemplating Lingcheng's proposition. Oh, Donotist. You ought to be a generous employer, Dr. Hall lamented, tapping his head in despair. I assure you, not a single cent will be added to your wages. This is a matter of principle, Lingcheng asserted solemnly. However, employee benefits, such as providing a spacecraft, could be considered, he added with a smile. You are undoubtedly the best boss in the world, Dr. Hall exclaimed joyfully, like a child who has just received a toy. Too kind, Lingcheng replied. reveling in his own vanity. Look, the agents from SHIELD have arrived swiftly. Shall we greet them before we depart? Dr. Hall pointed to the ship's screen. Greet them? With a banner, perhaps? For goodness sake, let's take off. Lingcheng shot Dr. Hall a glare. At that moment, a dark spot appeared in the pristine sky. It was the He-Phone 1, which had rushed over upon receiving the information. Inside the cockpit, Coulson gazed in astonishment at the spacecraft suspended in mid-air. From this distance, it appeared colossal, and he could only imagine the scene upon closer inspection. So, have we confirmed this is friendly? Coulson queried, uncertain. Compared to the destroyed vessel, I feel this intact one poses the greater issue. Let us not approach for now, Coulson stated gravely. No sooner had Coulson spoken than the ship bizarrely vanished from his sight. The next moment, the He-Phone 1 juddered violently before stabilizing. It was turbulence. Something massive just passed by us, Agent May explained. Meanwhile, within the spacecraft, Lingcheng looked on in exasperation at Dr. Hall's reckless maneuvering. They executed a dizzying loop around the He-Phone 1 before swiftly heading towards Quan Huang Island. What is the purpose of this maneuver? Lingcheng asked coldly. Do you not trust my piloting skills? Dr. Hall retorted unhelpfully. Boss, hold on tight. I'm about to show you a trick. Dr. Hall exclaimed excitedly. Stop right there. Lingcheng began, but before he could finish, he felt the entire spacecraft begin to spin like a top. Unprepared, Lingcheng nearly got flung from his seat. In a zero-gravity somersault, his hand came crashing down heavily on Dr. Hall's head, who was lost in his own revelry. Dr. Hall, startled as if doused with cold water, nodded stiffly, once assured that Dr. Hall would refrain from any further reckless antics. Lingcheng turned to the three women, who had wisely secured themselves with whatever they could find, indicating that the journey had not been tranquil. Who would have thought this old man was a speed demon? Lingcheng, in a moment of whimsical impulse, had bound a seemingly ordinary PhD, unbeknownst to him that this unremarkable scholar would transform into a figure of wonder. In his youth, he must have been a protagonist in his own right. On the King of Fighters Island, Lingcheng reclined in a lounge chair, his gaze fixated on the equipment section of the game interface. At that moment, beneath the War Soul set, a reinforcement option had appeared, and upon clicking it, he was met with the glaring presence of the ether energy that had previously caused him considerable distress. Within the confines of the barrier, Lingcheng had observed a streak of crimson energy merging with the War Soul set, startling him momentarily, as he feared that striking a serpent might lead to its retaliation. Now, clarity dawned upon him. The ether energy had been assimilated by the game as a material for enhancement. The War Soul set possessed a growth nature, and this revelation filled Lingcheng with exhilaration. After finally assembling the last piece of the set, he was ready to experiment with the ether energy's true purpose. Clicking to enhance, the ether energy vanished, and the 6 pieces of the War Soul set shimmered with brilliance. Moments later, the radiance faded, and Lingcheng, glancing left and right, found himself perplexed, as there appeared to be no discernible difference. The situation felt somewhat awkward. Isn't this a game? Can it be quantified somehow? Lingcheng silently mused. Clicking on the equipment, the familiar surge of power enveloped him. Lingcheng leapt from the transport vehicle, suspended in midair. He took a moment to count the 9 embroidered 5-clawed golden dragons adorning the War Soul set. 1 on the front and back of the jacket. 1 on each side of the trousers, 1 on each claw, 1 on the belt, 1 on the chain, and 1 on the shoes. They appeared to writhe, as if alive upon him. Dressed in this regal robe of dragons, Lingcheng exuded a striking aura of sovereignty, surveying the surroundings with an air of dominance. Though his words, inviting others to come and strike me, somewhat undermined that majesty. Strike you? Mes yeux curieux, perplexed, as she wondered how anyone could make such a request. Are you certain? Weisli tautet, her fingers cracking ominously. You said it yourself. Ignis, the fiery dancer, declared, taking several paces back before leaping high and delivering a playful punch to Lingcheng's chest. Unmoved by the blow, Lingcheng remained still, while Ignis was abruptly flung back. Retreating several paces, her expression one of disbelief. You hit me? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she rubbed her fist, feeling aggrieved. It was the outfit that struck you. Don't cry, little one, Lingcheng consoled, patting her head gently as he landed. Suddenly, a powerful hook punch, propelled by a gust of wind, struck Lingcheng's abdomen, leaving him astonished as he regarded the sneak attack from Ignis, his heart aching. The next moment, he felt a heavy blow to his back as a long leg delivered a fierce strike. Stumbling forward, he turned to see Weiss maintaining a split pose, one leg resting on his shoulder. Well, this is, Lingcheng began, but before he could finish, Maijua appeared before him, delivering a palm strike to his chest, the immense force propelling him backward once more. Observing the 3 women, their expressions gleeful as they rubbed their hands together in anticipation. Lingcheng could only smile ruefully. It seemed that with greater power came greater responsibility. Yet, was this not precisely what he desired? The enhanced defensive capabilities of the set were indeed formidable, and the vibrant 9 dragons were far more than mere decoration. Continue, Lingcheng urged with eager anticipation. The 3 women were acutely aware that, judging by Lingcheng's reaction, the intensity of their assault posed no real harm. Consequently, they ceased holding back, and Lingcheng found himself battered like a punching bag. Despite his refusal to retaliate, his armored attire resembled that of a hedgehog, and as their enthusiasm waned, the trio paused, nursing their sore wrists in dissatisfaction. Lingcheng, however, made an intriguing observation. Of the 9 golden dragons, 5 had eyes that glowed a fierce crimson. Seized by a sudden thought, he involuntarily exclaimed, "Don't stop. Come ravage me." Chapter 90. The Family Discipline. The 3 women regarded Lingcheng's demeaning request with perplexed expressions, their demeanor shifting to one of awkwardness as they scrutinized him. "I don't want to continue. My hands hurt," Noheim murmured. "Imagine me as a scoundrel, playing with your emotions and then discarding you mercilessly," Lingcheng guided, feeling the moment was ripe for a climactic turn. A chilling breeze swept through, altering the ambience to one of stark tension. He suddenly felt a pang of regret, realizing the potency of his words exceeded his expectations. Can you envision it? 3 beautiful women, their eyes aflame with indignation, glaring at him. Lingcheng, in that instant, felt a flicker of trepidation. Yet, it was too late to retreat. On the open ground, Lingcheng frantically evaded the relentless pursuit of the 3 women. Wasn't this what he'd asked for? Why was he fleeing? The problem was that he had no choice. The women had turned deadly serious. "Don't slap me," Lingcheng cried out, narrowly dodging Weiss's furious punch that shattered the ground with a resounding crash, sending debris flying. "How dare you abandon me?" A fierce voice rang out as Noheim descended from above, her fiery legs striking towards Lingcheng with deadly precision. "Please, you're taking this too far," Lingcheng lamented as he deftly redirected her attack aside. Before he could catch his breath, a sharp pain seared his face. A claw mark had appeared, as he had unwittingly fallen prey to Maiju's ambush. After Noheim's strike missed, her hand swiftly coiled around Lingcheng's back like a serpent, ensnaring him tightly. Weiss charged forward, her legs anchored, and delivered a powerful punch that sent Lingcheng soaring into the air. The immense force propelled him off the ground, and before he could land, Noheim released her grip, leveraging the ground for a backward kick that sent him skyward once more. Following this was a colossal energy blade and a flaming folding fan. With a thunderous explosion, Lingcheng plummeted from the sky, enveloped in smoke, looking utterly despondent. "Did you think this was the end?" Weiss sneered, seizing Lingcheng's descending foot and leaping high into the air to slam him down to the ground. "Is that heartless scoundrel dead yet?" Noheim inquired, her expression fierce. Noheim, you're really into this," Maiju remarked anxiously, observing the deep pit into which Lingcheng was falling. "Oh, right, it seems like it was all a ruse," Noheim realized belatedly, her large eyes filled with regret. "I don't care. He was the one who told us to hit him," Weiss replied, casting a guilty glance skyward. What predicament was Lingcheng facing at that moment? Nature was in a state of euphoric bliss as the long-awaited thrashing finally succeeded in igniting the 9 dragons on the Battle Soul ensemble. Their eyes now aglow with a fierce crimson. Lingcheng immediately sensed the transformation of the ensemble. With a mere thought, the 9 5-clawed golden dragons seemed to materialize. Soaring from the ensemble, their 9 fiery-eyed heads casting a shadow over a portion of the sky. "This is truly astonishing," Lingcheng exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he beheld the majestic dragons coiling above him. The 3 women stood in stunned silence, captivated by this extraordinary spectacle. "Isn't impressive?" Lingcheng boasted. Indeed, the 3 women murmured almost unconsciously. "Flattery won't help you now. That was quite enjoyable, wasn't it? Prepare for the family discipline." Lingcheng's expression shifted in an instant. The 3 women exchanged a brief, knowing glance before darting off in different directions. But their attempts to escape were thwarted as they were swiftly lifted into the air by dragon claws. "Boss, you're being unfair," they protested futilely. "This is entirely your doing," Lingcheng chuckled. "The energy for this trick was all contributed by you. Accept your punishment gracefully," he declared with a devilish grin. The 3 women trembled like frightened lambs. Hours later, Lingcheng reclined contentedly in a lounge chair, his legs crossed atop the bed, occasionally shaking them in delight as he sipped on a freshly brewed goji berry tea, embodying the essence of a health-conscious middle-aged individual. The exhausted trio curled up under the covers, leaving only their heads exposed, seething with frustration at Lingcheng's smug demeanor. Thanks to the family discipline, he had developed several embarrassing poses, and the stacking of bodies was particularly infuriating. Lingcheng, however, was oblivious to their silent grievances. His thoughts were consumed with the upcoming arrangements. Should Shiranui might be below, with Major in the middle and Weiss on top, or vice versa? The logistics of seating were indeed a vexing conundrum. Achoo! Lingcheng sneezed, rubbing his nose. Why did I suddenly sneeze? Is someone secretly cursing me? He mused aloud. 3 pristine arms extended from the bed, indicating their presence. Lingcheng set down his cup and engaged in a playful tussle. Meanwhile, at the University of Greenwich in the UK, the Dream Team diligently worked to clean up the mess left by Lingcheng and Thor. Why must we engage in such simple tasks that even a monkey could manage? Fitz complained. Because you're just a white-haired American, Ward replied with a shrug. All right. For my idol, Fitz murmured. You may be accustomed to this, but for others, it is indeed news. The Asgardians are extraterrestrials from another planet. Having visited Earth thousands of years ago, Skye excitedly pursued Coulson, her curiosity ablaze. Possibly even earlier, Coulson corrected her. But people mistakenly believe they are gods. Skye sought confirmation. Thus, Norse mythology was born, Coulson explained, tirelessly collecting debris. Oh, so, are the other gods also aliens? And what about Lingcheng? Is he an alien too? Skye pressed. Do you see Lingcheng as an extraterrestrial? Coulson countered, lifting his gaze. Well, he certainly resembles one. Coulson self-deprecated. If only that extraterrestrial spacecraft were to fall into our hands. How I long to step aboard and explore it, Skye lamented. In my recollection, encounters with alien entities have never boded well for humanity, Coulson interjected. I wouldn't mind if Thor landed in my lap, Skye gushed. If you wish to glean more information, I suggest you seek out Lingcheng. He was here during the incident, fighting alongside the dream figure you so admire. We could use the intel, Coulson remarked, rising to face Skye. Oh, I'd rather not deal with him. My allure diminishes immensely in his presence, Skye complained. What I mean to convey is that Lingcheng is the most approachable among all the Avengers, May pointed out. Well, to be honest, I'm not particularly excited about aliens either, Skye murmured after a moment's reflection. Chapter 91. The Rations of the Battle Spirit Suit. On the long table in the transport aircraft S lounge lay an array of minerals collected by Yuan at Lingcheng's behest. Since the Battle Spirit Suit could be enhanced, he was determined to maximize its potential. Is it that finicky? Lingcheng sighed as he stowed the last batch of minerals into his backpack. Out of nearly 100 types, most could not even fit into the game's materials pouch. The few that did were absorbed in such minuscule quantities that it felt akin to a discerning child reluctantly accepting a spoonful of food only when it was forcefully presented. Having a mind doesn't guarantee sustenance. Thankfully, it's just a battle suit, so I won T-star, but why do I feel so discontented? Such a promising specimen has been reduced to mediocrity, Lingcheng muttered. Boss, an elderly man with a short, graying beard peeked in with a smile. What a flattering visit. Why are you here instead of diligently studying the spacecraft? Lingcheng shot an exasperated glance at Hall. I heard you needed the recent batch of blue gold delivered. I happened to be free and thought I'd bring it along. Dr. Hall grinned unabashedly. It's Spirit Stone, Lingcheng corrected him, deeming it necessary to assign a name to the unknown metal. As the discoverer of this mysterious mineral, he democratically dubbed it Spirit Stone. Yes, Spirit Stone, I misspoke. Dr. Hall laughed, though internally he grumbled. Why couldn't it be Hall or Spirit Stone, after all, is just Ling Stone. If Lingcheng knew that his thoughtful naming, which considered the energy-storing properties of the unknown mineral, combined with his identity as the mine owner, had led Hall to concoct such a peculiar interpretation, he would bask in a moment of self-admiration, unaware of how he inadvertently exuded an air of authority that his subordinates began to speculate upon. Speak plainly, Lingcheng. Noticing Dr. Hall's forced smile, felt a headache coming on. Then I shall be straightforward. Besides what I brought today, I've kept a little for myself. This was your promise. Dr. Hall rubbed his hands together. Understood. Now be quick about it. Lingcheng waved his hand impatiently. Then I shall take my leave. Dr. Hall, undeterred, hurried away. The old fellow behaves like a child, yet his presence is a comfort. After all, he is now my right-hand man. It is the very absence of desire that makes me wary. Lingcheng pondered as he observed Dr. Hall's retreating figure. Logically, after spending such considerable time together, Lingcheng had developed a semblance of camaraderie with the initial captives. However, vigilance against betrayal is paramount. Aside from Weiss and Shiranui Mai, Lingcheng found it impossible to extend unconditional trust to the others. This is also why, despite the desolation on King of Fighters Island, only a handful of individuals remain. Lost in thought, Lingcheng was jolted back to reality by the sudden ringing of his phone. He had anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D. would inquire about the events surrounding the battle at Greenwich, but he was surprised by their patience in waiting until now. "What is it?" Lingcheng inquired directly. "It's me, Sky," came a hesitant female voice from the other end. "Speak plainly," Lingcheng urged gently, omitting any dismissive remarks to show her some courtesy. Sky, upon hearing Lingcheng's soft tone, rolled her eyes and exchanged a look of exasperation with the eavesdropping group around her. "I heard you save the world again with Thor. How impressive. You're practically my idol," Sky cooed, her tone overly saccharine. The contrived sweetness nearly prompted Lingcheng to toss his phone aside. It was utterly nauseating. "Speak in plain language," he barked. "All right, Coulson sent me to ask what truly transpired in Greenwich. Just tell me what you wish to share. I'll take notes and complete my assignment." "I'm not picky," Sky returned to her usual somber demeanor. "It's too convoluted over the phone. I'll come to discuss it with you in person." With that, Lingcheng abruptly ended the call, glancing at a pile of useless or in the corner. Lost in thought, he hung up. Sky exclaimed, raising her hands in resignation to the onlookers. "My goodness, you're remarkable. Did I hear correctly? Lingcheng wants to come here to elaborate?" Simmons asked incredulously. "I understand Lingcheng's weakness," Fitz chimed in excitedly. "What weakness?" May and Ward exchanged glances, questioning in unison. "He fears being coddled," Fitz asserted confidently. The others regarded Fitz with a mix of exasperation and disbelief, as if to say they found his claim far-fetched. Nonetheless, the mission was deemed a resounding success, and Coulson commended Sky for her performance. "Of course, my involvement was essential," Sky replied with pride. "Coddled?" Sky turned to Fitz for confirmation. "Indeed." Fitz nodded affirmatively. Sky playfully shook her shoulders at Fitz. Simmons, we still have experiments to complete, right?" Fitz said awkwardly, before turning on his heel to escape. "Yes, I should head off too." Simmons hurriedly followed Fitz. Sky cast a flirtatious glance at Ward. Ward shot her a cold look before turning away. Sky, recognizing the effectiveness of her approach, quickly followed, engaging Ward with fervent banter. "Does Lingcheng truly fear being coddled?" May asked Coulson with a bemused expression. "Perhaps, but more likely, he finds it distasteful," Coulson replied with a light chuckle. That afternoon, Lingcheng arrived at the helicarrier, where Coulson and the team were there to greet him. For reasons unknown, the atmosphere this time left Lingcheng with an inexplicable sense of eeriness. It was as though everyone regarded him with a glimmer of barely concealed eagerness. But what did it matter? Unable to comprehend the situation, Lingcheng chose to dismiss it. He directly informed Coulson that he needed to search through the materials they had collected, assuring him that any information regarding the Battle of Greenwich could be shared with them. Clearly, the information Lingcheng possessed was of far greater significance to us, H.I.E.L.D., than the heap of scrap metal. After succinctly describing the matter at hand, Lingcheng secured permission to rummage through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary storage facility. Ignoring the peculiar expressions of the dream team peering from the doorway, Lingcheng, accompanied by Ward, began to explore the vast storage room. Chapter 92. No room for error in the storage room. After a cursory examination of the content of the room, Lingcheng turned to face Agent Ward, who was closely trailing behind him, remaining silent. "I must be present as per regulations," Agent Ward stated, his gaze making Lingcheng feel a bit uneasy. "Regulations dictate that no one is allowed to pick and choose here." "So what is the result?" Lingcheng countered. "Please don't make it difficult for me. I lack the authority. My orders are to accompany you at all times," Agent Ward insisted. "Oh, so it's just a matter of distrust? Is there really a need for that? Do you believe I would commit any wrongdoing?" Lingcheng inquired. "My opinion on the matter is of no consequence. Rules are rules," Agent Ward maintained, exhibiting an impenetrable demeanor. "From my perspective, this is not S.H.I.E.L.D.'s property at all. If we were to discuss ownership, I would certainly rank ahead of you, as I am the one who damaged it," Lingcheng decided to reason. With that, he casually struck a nearby piece of wreckage, creating a gaping hole. Agent Ward was startled by Lingcheng's sudden action, instinctively reaching for the specialized firearm at his waist, his expression turning wary as he watched Lingcheng. "What? Are you planning strike?" Lingcheng declared, adopting the role of the wrong party. "You." Agent Ward was left speechless by Lingcheng's audacity. How could he possibly contend with him? Was Lingcheng truly in a mood for reasoning? The atmosphere grew tense, and Agent Ward could only cast a pleading glance toward his companions at the doorway. The others were equally taken aback by Lingcheng's earlier antics, and it was evident from their expressions that Ward's interactions with Lingcheng had been quite unpleasant. Thus, when Ward sought their assistance, the group erupted into a chaotic display. Fitz, hands cradling his face, shook his head and muttered something, and despite the actions being irrelevant, as a seasoned agent, Ward could decipher that Fitz was essentially being coy. Am I devoid of dignity? Ward disregarded Fitz and turned his gaze to Sky. Sky, hands clasped between her legs, began to sway back and forth rapidly. Her meaning unmistakable. She was engaging in a playful lament. These two were indeed unreliable. What a preposterous idea, to have a grown man sulking alongside Lingcheng. Shaking his head, Ward shifted his attention to Simmons. Simmons raised an eyebrow, attempting to strike a pose, but ultimately failing, before shrugging and exclaiming, "Coddling." Lingcheng was naturally aware of the little antics of the group, but dismissed them without concern. Today, he was resolute in feeding the battle soul armor to his heart's content. No one would deter him. However, he found the codes used by S.H.I.E.L.D. quite intriguing, filled with hidden meanings, yet he wondered if they were not concerned about making their teammates laugh. Once their exchange concluded, Ward turned his gaze towards Lingcheng, the thought of acting spoiled surfacing in his mind. Ahem. By the way, Lingcheng, your attire is rather striking, Ward suddenly remarked. Ha! Lingcheng smirked, unfazed, curious to see what Ward was truly up to. It seemed the fabric was indeed quite exquisite. How fitting for you. May I touch it to assess the texture? Ward's expression stiffened as he leaned closer to Lingcheng. So he still wishes to take action. Lingcheng mused, observing Ward's movements. Ward's skills were commendable among ordinary individuals, but engaging with him, Lingcheng could only dismiss him as mediocre. Ward approached Lingcheng, his body rigid as if undergoing some form of torture. He glanced towards the door, noticing the expressions of their companions, all radiating confidence. Gritting his teeth, Ward lunged forward, clutching Lingcheng's arm with an intensity that belied his demeanor. Please, cooperate a little, will you? I know you are the most understanding, Ward exclaimed with an exaggerated flair. Goodness. Lingcheng could not help but curse in disgust, his arm, held by Ward, becoming inexplicably tense. It worked. Ward's eyes lit up, and he began shaking Lingcheng's arm with more vigor, rationalizing that such sacrifices were trivial for the sake of completing the task. You, Lingcheng, overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions, could not articulate his feelings. 1 second, 2 seconds, unable to contain himself any longer, he forcefully broke free from Ward's grip, seizing his shoulder and flinging him away with considerable force. In the astonished gazes of their companions at the doorway, Ward became airborne, soaring towards the entrance. Mid-flight, he witnessed his so-called allies scatter like frightened birds, and then he abruptly collided with the floor in a rather intimate manner. Anyone who dares to step further in, beware. Lingcheng's cold voice resonated from within the room, sending shivers down the spines of those outside. Exchanging glances, several staunch supporters of the acting spoiled tactic dragged the indignant Ward away. Inside, Lingcheng quickly rubbed his arms, trying to dispel the goosebumps that had erupted across his skin. It was simply revolting. He had never imagined that Ward, who usually appeared so serious, was actually gay. Lingcheng pondered if he had ever been taken advantage of by Ward, and upon confirming he had not, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He understood why Banner had erupted when he was provoked. A straight man confronted by a gay individual was bound to react explosively. Darn it. Let's grab what we need and leave. I can't stand being here any longer, Lingcheng muttered to himself, hastily searching the room, collecting the metallic remnants scattered across the floor into his backpack and discarding the useless items carelessly aside. A cacophony of clattering sounds filled the room. Enough said. Sky cast a worried glance at Coulson, cautiously observing the despondent expression on Ward's face. I'll go take a look, Coulson stated, although he was uncertain of the circumstances. His concern for the storage room lingered. Don't go. Sky, Simmons, and Fitz exclaimed in unison. Even the distracted Ward shot a glance at Coulson. Why? Coulson inquired, perplexed. Because, Sky, disregarding Ward's feelings, began to passionately recount the events that had transpired. So, Lingcheng has taken action against you and threatened to kill you if you dare to proceed, Coulson remarked solemnly. After all, we were in the wrong. Thankfully, I didn't do anything foolish. Sky lamented. I'm sorry, that is not what I meant, Sky quickly clarified to Ward, recalling something. The storage room cannot be compromised. Moreover, it is absolutely unacceptable to lay hands on agents, Coulson declared emphatically. However, Ward looked up at Coulson, touched, and thought to himself, only you understand me. But I happen to have a matter to attend to. I'll take my leave, Coulson offered Ward a reassuring smile and departed as if nothing had happened. leaving everyone else in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 93, New Rations. Regardless of the situation outside, Lingcheng found solace in the tranquility of the moment. After experimenting with all possible materials, he settled down on the ground to feed his beloved battle spirit suit. Oh, come on, just a little bit. How can it grow without food? Is this excessive? Don't you see there's still a large chunk left in the bag? You're only having a bite? Don't you know wasting food is wrong? Many people are desperate to buy a piece of this metal, and here you are, being picky while it's offered to you freely. Look at this. It resembles chocolate. It must be delicious. Have another bite. Try this one too. It looks green and nutritious. Lingcheng rambled like a madman, but the battle spirit suit was indeed finicky. The materials, which were already scarce, would often absorb a bit and then refuse to budge, causing Lingcheng great distress. Who said that with enough effort, one could feed a child? It was impossible. Nevertheless, despite Lingcheng's incessant chatter and heartfelt recommendations, the battle spirit suit remained unresponsive after a mere taste. It was exasperating. Lingcheng leaned against the wall, exuding an air of disappointment. However, he was not inclined to waste the remnants of the battle spirit suit. Anything left behind was certainly exceptional. As Lingcheng exited the storage room, he found that the earlier group had mysteriously vanished, and Agent May stood expressionlessly in the corridor, observing him. For Agent May, maintaining a neutral expression was already a sign of goodwill. Not wearing a scowl indicated a degree of respect, which Lingcheng understood well. To him, a favorable remark from her was indeed a compliment. Hello, Lingcheng greeted with a smile. I heard you were upset. You seem to be in good spirits now, Agent May remarked, allowing a hint of a smile to escape. The matter is resolved. I'll be on my way. Please convey my regards to Coulson. Lingcheng hurriedly stated. Agent May nodded, observing Lingcheng's retreating figure, and suddenly remarked that Coulson was outside handling a special event, suggesting that he could bid farewell to him personally. For you, it may merely be a trivial matter, yet for us, it is something we would protect with our very lives, May whispered, evading Lingcheng's scrutinizing gaze. In truth, you're the one who cares most for this team. Lingcheng smiled at May. However, you ought to trust them, shouldn't you? A mature team is not forged overnight. I admit I am indeed idle, but do you believe I intend to be a lifelong caretaker for them? Lingcheng countered. With a sigh, Agent May fell silent, and Lingcheng turned to leave. Ultimately, it boiled down to his reluctance to work for to be constrained, yet why did he feel even more confined? Observing Lingcheng. Apart from Coulson, the others wore expressions of embarrassment, especially since he had just spoken of murder so nonchalantly. I apologize. I respect your feelings. But you must also respect mine, as I am straightforward. Lingcheng earnestly addressed a visibly frustrated Ward. Ward fumbled, pointing at himself. At a loss for words. Allow me to clarify, Coulson interjected. After listening to Coulson's succinct recounting of the events, Lingcheng found himself bemused. These individuals truly possessed remarkable talents. Am I afraid of others throwing tantrums? I'd rather deliver a punch to a row of whiny brats. Yet, thankfully, Ward was not a GA, which alleviated Lingcheng's discomfort significantly. My apologies. You weren't injured, were you? Lingcheng extended his hand towards Ward. Although you are strong, I am no weakling. It's merely a trivial matter, Ward replied, standing tall as he shook hands with Lingcheng in reconciliation. All right, I must take my leave. Should anything arise that you cannot manage, feel free to reach out to me, Lingcheng suddenly stated. Are you certain you haven't been possessed by an alien? Coulson inquired, astonished. We're at least friends, aren't we? Do not portray me as inhumane, Lingcheng retorted, his expression darkening. You are right. We are friends. Coulson replied with a smile after a brief pause. Lingcheng waved and turned to depart. Simon's Fitz analyzed the collected patterns and ascertain what has been lost as swiftly as possible. I have an uncanny feeling about these patterns. They seem familiar. The rest of you should remain on standby. Coulson instructed the group seriously as he watched Lingcheng leave. Understood. Everyone responded with smiles. What of Asgard? Lingcheng inquired with curiosity. Why do you care? As an unemployed wanderer, I can go wherever I please, he scoffed. There are still no results. Shall we go inside and sit for a while? Coulson proposed. Very well, Lingcheng nodded. It appears to resemble a staff or a stick exquisitely crafted with perfect carvings. However, it seems to have been broken at some point. Fitz analyzed the model before him. Yet, they do not seem to have any intention of hiding. Skye remarked as she opened a video. A violent incident erupted on the streets of Oslo, leaving 20 injured and several lives hanging by a thread. The report indicated that the group of over 10 was led by a man and a woman, whose intentions remain unknown. but their shocking declaration has already resonated through the streets of Oslo. The room resonated with the professional cadence of the female journalist, while the passengers aboard the aircraft gazed solemnly at the tumultuous scenes unfolding on the screen. All, that is, except for Lingcheng. Excellent, it is now mine. With an impassive demeanor, Lingcheng cast a fleeting glance at the model, a silent affirmation echoing within his mind. Chapter 94. The God of Hammers met with the harshest criticism. We are gods, Lingcheng remarked with a chuckle as he observed a few English letters formed by flames on the screen. This world has never lacked for madmen. This is precisely the reason for our organization's existence, Coulson stated, shaking his head. Indeed, the world is replete with lunatics, yet in my eyes, S.H.I.L.D. is no different from these madmen, Lingcheng pointed out, gesturing toward a man and a woman on the screen. You call us mad? Why? Simmons exclaimed dramatically. I did not say you were mad. I was referring to S.H.I.E.L.D. Lingcheng responded with a smile. Aren't we S.H.I.E.L.D.? Sky inquired, looking at Coulson with confusion. Of course, we are S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson replied, maintaining a stoic demeanor, signaling for Lingcheng to continue. Do you not perceive the distinction? One system is frigid, a self-proclaimed meticulous yet fundamentally flawed machine of violence. In essence, it remains a pawn for those with ulterior motives. You have successfully obscured many issues, yet it is merely a case of larger fish consuming smaller ones. A mere shifting of danger, Lingcheng articulated, observing the displeased expressions on the faces of those present. Do not think I am being alarmist. I possess knowledge far surpassing yours, including yours. He pointed at Ward and May. And you, he added, gesturing towards Coulson with a knowing smile. You are familiar with Fury, and I need not elaborate on Hill. Do you truly believe that under their leadership, S.H.I.E.L.D. would stray from the right path? Coulson asked solemnly. Who knows? I am merely voicing my thoughts. Lingcheng shrugged, choosing not to engage further with Coulson. Ultimately, humans are but humans. Even Thor, who claims to be a god, has faced a share of setbacks. It seems these individuals have overthought the situation, Lingcheng remarked, turning his gaze back to the screen with a significant expression. The group returned to their respective tasks in silence, and Coulson's expression darkened considerably. For the faith he had clung to until now was being vilified by Lingcheng, leaving no one with a favorable disposition. Lingcheng did not expect them to believe him. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit, a subtle maneuver to secure future alliances. Jacob Nystrom, 30 years old, with his girlfriend Petra Larsen, a leader of a Norwegian pagan hate organization. Within the laboratory, Ward was engaged in strategic analysis. Thanks to the events in Greenwich and the internet, their organization continues to grow rapidly, Sky added. Norse pagans? Simmons scoffed. They are obsessed with everything related to Norse mythology, particularly the tales of Asgard, Sky elucidated. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to call upon your Thor friend? His strength derives from his hammer, doesn't it? Perhaps this is the nail in the hammer, Sky teased. In the corner, Lingcheng, disguised as an invisible man, could not help but burst into laughter. Apologies. It's just that, Sky, your idea is simply too brilliant. Please, continue. Lingcheng urged them to proceed. I inquired with Director Fury, and, currently, there is no means to contact him, nor do I possess his mobile number. Furthermore, Thor does not utilize a phone, Coulson remarked slowly. If there exists any possibility of reaching Thor, it would likely be through Lingcheng. Do you have any means to do so? Coulson turned to Lingcheng with a smile. Don't look at me. P.S. an extraterrestrial. What can I possibly do? Lingcheng replied helplessly. Coulson, who had just donned a foul expression, now wore a beaming smile. Should I be wary of him plotting against me later? Lingcheng thought to himself. Thus, our current task is to decipher the aforementioned text and locate the remaining 2 fragments of the staff before that group of heretics does, Coulson concluded. Perhaps it summoned them through magic? This is Asgardian. After all, it cannot be comprehended through conventional logic, Sky interjected. Impressive, my brother. Are your family members aware of your obstinacy? Lingcheng silently criticized, relieved that he was prepared this time and managed to suppress a laugh. Now, can you explain why our companion behind us can fly, breathe fire, and teleport? Sky pointed at Lingcheng with a smug expression. Previously, when Lingcheng was absent, her imaginative scenarios were consistently dismissed by the academic elite. Now, a living superhero stood before her. Indeed, magic and witches do exist, Lingcheng replied resolutely to Simmons. However, Sky, your notions are rather fanciful. Are you referring to Asgardian weaponry? You must be speaking of the spirit tools from our Chinese mythology. Let us set aside your flights of fancy and focus on the task at hand, Lingcheng said with resignation. After hearing Lingcheng's words, Sky could only play with her hair to mask her embarrassment. Lingcheng is right. Magic does exist. When we discovered Thor's hammer, we consulted an expert on Norse mythology, Elliot Randolph. I believe he can assist us, Coulson smiled, leading the team to consult the expert. Lingcheng found the proceedings dull and scampered to the lounge to meditate, disinterested in the process. His task was merely to ascertain the details from a dream team and secure the staff once gathered. In the living room, Lingcheng, feeling utterly bored, was drawn into a board game with a few others. Come on, Ling. I know you're Chinese, but could you refrain from using those incomprehensible Chinglish phrases during the word game? Simmons exclaimed in exasperation. Is it my fault? Isn't it quite normal to form sentences? Besides, can't you understand it? Lingcheng protested. Understand? But there are rules to games. You are being unreasonable. You must start over. Simmons felt as if she was a scholar facing a soldier, unable to articulate her point. Huh. Is there any creature more unreasonable than a woman? Do you women comprehend our suffering? Lingcheng said, his eyes glistening with emotion. Simmons was left bewildered by Lingcheng's sudden display. I am, after all, a rogue. Let us disregard the rules. Let us say I concede. I won't play anymore. A sly glint flashed in Lingcheng's eyes as he waved his hand, scattering all the letter tiles from a board. Losing is simply not an option. I shall never lose in this lifetime, Lingcheng thought, his demeanor reflecting a nostalgic sorrow. I apologize. I should not have taken this so seriously. Simmons, witnessing Lingcheng's sorrowful demeanor, quickly offered an apology. However, beside him, Sky stifled laughter, unable to contain his amusement despite the somber atmosphere. How can you still laugh when Lingcheng is so distressed? Simmons complained. Is he really sad? Sky chuckled, slapping his thigh. Turning to see Lingcheng's serene expression, Simmons realized he might have been the target of a prank. Lingcheng, you, Simmons began, only to be interrupted by Lingcheng raising a finger for silence. Chapter 95. Relentlessly pummeling young Ward this time. You want to deceive me. I refuse to believe you, Simmons declared angrily. I swear I'm not lying, Lingcheng replied, exasperated. 3, 2, 1. Lingcheng began a countdown, and Simmons soon spotted Ward entering with an unpleasant scowl, followed closely by Coulson and Fitz, who appeared equally discontent. Coulson remained silent as he escorted an elderly man into the interrogation room. Weren't you supposed to be finding Dr. Elliot Randolph? What's the situation? Sky inquired, leaping off the sofa. Ward shot a cold glance at Sky, remaining mute. Dr. Elliot Randolph is the one we just encountered, Fitz awkwardly explained. How could we be so disrespectful to him? Simmons interjected hastily. Although he assisted us in deciphering the symbols, he secretly retrieved the second segment of the staff without informing us, and Ward inadvertently touched the staff and fainted. Fitz added, casting a sidelong glance at Ward. Where's that object? Lingcheng inquired, his concern piqued. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Ward slammed his fist down, causing the coffee table to groan under the strain and topple over, scattering the pieces of a board game everywhere. What are you doing? Sky exclaimed, astonished at Ward's sudden rage. Don't mind me, Ward shouted menacingly at Sky. Sky, wide-eyed and speechless, was taken aback. He is affected by the staff. His emotions are quite unstable, Fitz cautioned delicately. Shut up, Ward bellowed at Fitz. Are you done? Is this some sort of addiction to shouting? Lingcheng interjected, unable to tolerate the scene any longer. Ward glared at Lingcheng with a feral intensity, his demeanor suggesting he could erupt at any moment. Is having big eyes something impressive? Do you want to hit me? Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Just come at me. If you're going to do it quickly, Lingcheng taunted. Hearing Lingcheng's provocations, Simmons and Sky hastily tugged at his sleeve. Come on. Ward stepped out of the seating area, his fighting spirit palpable as he fixed his gaze on Lingcheng. Don't pull me back. This kid needs a beating. And once he gets it, he'll calm down, Lingcheng joked. The two stood at opposite ends, neither making the first move. Lingcheng was reluctant to strike, wishing not to bully his opponent, while Ward's piercing gaze remained fixed on Lingcheng, searching for vulnerability. A chink in Lingcheng's armor? Did he even possess one? Lingcheng stood casually, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet to Ward, it felt as though he faced an ancient beast, unable to find an opening to attack. Cold sweat trickled down Ward's brow, and his seething anger began to dissipate, the psychological pressure of confronting Lingcheng weighing heavily upon him. Even with Lingcheng's promise to limit the confrontation to mere fists. At this rate, if I don't strike soon, I'll lose my courage, Ward thought, steeling himself and gritting his teeth as he launched a punch toward Lingcheng. A sensation of emptiness washed over Ward, and he inwardly lamented his predicament as he witnessed Lingcheng subtly shift his stance, his foot making a gentle sweep towards Ward's lower body. With his balance lost, Ward tumbled forward, dissipating the momentum of the clash, and hurriedly glanced back at Lingcheng. Why was there no pursuit? Did he look down upon me? The disdainful demeanor of Lingcheng ignited a fierce anger within Ward. However, Lingcheng harbored no such thoughts. They had agreed to a contest, and with his opponent already down, what purpose would there be in pursuing him further? As Ward's gaze met Lingcheng's, the latter couldn't help but smile at the fiery determination igniting in Ward's eyes. It seems I must deliver a serious thrashing, lest I appear disrespectful, Lingcheng mused with a grin. In the next moment, Lingcheng advanced towards Ward with purposeful strides. Ward was the first to strike, unleashing a powerful hook that sliced through the air towards Lingcheng's face, only to be met with a punch from Lingcheng that countered his blow. The impact caused Ward's expression to shift dramatically as he staggered back several paces before colliding with the wall, finally regaining his footing. Is the gap so vast? Ward pondered, his chest heaving with exertion. He was aware of Lingcheng's prowess, but he had not anticipated that even after rigorous training, he would be unable to withstand a single strike from him. A sense of disappointment washed over him. Is the disparity truly this great? Lingcheng reflected, having exerted merely a fraction of his strength. He had believed they would be evenly matched, yet his opponent couldn't endure even one blow. He too felt a tinge of disappointment. Very well, I shall hold back further, Lingcheng thought regretfully. Like a spark igniting a flame, Ward charged at Lingcheng with a burning intensity in his eyes. This time, Lingcheng controlled his strength adeptly, the air crackling with the force of their exchanges. As the sounds of their fierce combat echoed around them, Ward fought with unrelenting ferocity, while Lingcheng, who was concealing his true capabilities, responded with careful precision. Controlling one's strength is a form of cultivation, Lingcheng reassured himself. Such a thrilling battle left the onlookers in a state of anxious suspense. What should we do? This is getting intense. Perhaps I should seek out Coulson? Fitz craned his neck, worrying over the unfolding fight. No, Skye and Simmons exclaimed in unison. What's wrong? Fitz turned, puzzled, only to find the two women not worried, but rather excitedly cheering on the sidelines. Lingcheng is so impressive. How can he be so skilled? Ward's fierce attacks were effortlessly countered, Simmons exclaimed, her hands clasped to her chest, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Strike him. To the left. Yes, that was too light. Has he not eaten? P.S. bringing shame to the Avengers. Skye excitedly gestured, wishing she could join in the fray against Ward. Why do girls favor these brutish types? Intelligence is the true virtue worthy of admiration, Fitz murmured, his face a mask of frustration. I have muscles too. Fitz attempted to flex his arm, only to be met with Simmons' disdainful gaze. Ward, have you not eaten? When you were teaching me, you were so skilled, yet now you fight like a novice. Counterattack. Strike Lingcheng's face. Kiss shouted, his voice full of fervor. Whose side are you on? Simmons questioned, a look of confusion on her face. Fitz and Simmons exchanged glances, shaking their heads with wry smiles. Before long, the battle concluded with Ward bearing the marks of defeat. I told you it would be refreshing. Just let it out, and you'll be fine. No need to thank me. Lingcheng, with a playful smile, supported the exhausted Ward as he muttered incoherently, resembling a swollen pig. What? You? Ward stammered. Huh? What did you say? Lingcheng leaned in to inquire. Why are you? Ward attempted to articulate once more. Are you asking why I am unscathed while you resemble a pig? Lingcheng probed. Ward nodded eagerly, his darkened eyes fixed intently on Lingcheng, filled with a sense of frustration he could not articulate. Let me illustrate an example. If you were to press a gun to my forehead and fire, it would merely leave a red mark. Do you truly believe your fist possesses the power of a firearm? Lingcheng pondered aloud. Upon hearing this, Ward abruptly raised his head, scrutinizing Lingcheng for several seconds before his head drooped, consciousness slipping away. Chapter 96. Confronting various forms of defiance. Is it truly all right to have beaten him to this state? Simmons gazed at Lingcheng, who was dragging the bruised Ward, his expression filled with sympathy. Ha ha, he has been turned into a pig. Skye laughed uncontrollably. Lingcheng, observing Skye's gleeful demeanor, could not help but feel sorrow for Ward. Shaking his head as he explained to Fitz, these are merely superficial injuries. Earlier, his heart raced and blood flowed too quickly. See, he is now quite calm, isn't he? Children often throw tantrums, a good beating usually resolves it. Fitz regarded Lingcheng with skepticism. Do you also possess a streak of defiance? Lingcheng remarked mischievously. Fitz shuddered slightly, laboriously supporting the unconscious Ward towards the laboratory, with Simmons rushing to assist. The two placed Ward on the examination table, preparing to assess his physical data. Make sure he is securely bound. We wouldn't want him waking up and causing a ruckus, Lingcheng cautioned. Does Ward even realize what he has done? This seems unnecessary, Coulson remarked as he entered, surveying the pitiful sight of Ward. I merely wish to offer a suggestion. Lingcheng innocently shrugged. You still speak of bygones with a smile. I hardly believe you. It's evident you hold a grudge against Ward for his previous misdeeds, Coulson mused, feeling a chill in his heart. Did you notice? Coulson looked at Lingcheng in astonishment. It was evident something was amiss. How could one overlook it? Lingcheng responded matter-of-factly. I merely had a hunch. How did you discern it? Coulson queried, astonished by Lingcheng's exceptional perceptiveness. There is but one truth. Such a simple notion required my personal elucidation, Lingcheng declared, adjusting the non-existent glasses perched on his nose with a serious demeanor. The others, intrigued by Lingcheng's intent to unveil a mystery, gathered around with curiosity. The truth is, upon scanning with my mental prowess, I found that the internal organs are positioned differently than those of Earthlings. Does that not indicate extraterrestrial origins? Lingcheng grinned broadly. Puffed. The group scoffed, their expressions dismissive. You used your abilities. Why must you feign mystery? Ridiculous. Sky scoffed. But you can see the internal organs? Then, doesn't that mean I've been laid bare before you? Sky muttered to herself. Fitz exclaimed, clutching her arms in fright. What are you so worried about? If anyone should be concerned, it should be me, Simmons said, her head lowered in embarrassment. I'm not that bored, all right? Lingcheng said with a bitter smile. Excuse me, is it standard procedure to leave the syringe inserted like this? Agent May stepped in, only to find Ward, with his face swollen like a pig's, unconscious on the table. A syringe still protruding from his arm. My apologies, Simmons. Why did you come here without removing the syringe? Fitz hastily shifted the blame. You were right behind me, Simmons retorted, refusing to take the fall. Enough of this nonsense. Lingcheng, come with me, Coulson said, giving Lingcheng a meaningful glance as he walked out. In the interrogation room, Dr. Elliot Randolph sat calmly in a chair, eyes closed in meditation. Coulson entered with a grim expression and said, Are you really not going to cooperate? I have stated that I merely wish to acquire the staff for my initial research, Dr. Randolph replied coolly. Is that so? Because one of my subordinates is currently in dire straits, Coulson said darkly, and in the next instant, he plunged a dining knife towards Randolph's neck. Is this amusing to you? Dr. Randolph asked, his face unperturbed as he regarded the sharp blade halted at his throat. You are the master of the staff, the legendary Asgardian warrior who remained on Earth. Are you not? What makes you say that? I am a native Earthling, Randolph inquired, fixing his gaze on Coulson's eyes. Your demeanor is not that of a typical scientist. You have remained far too composed throughout this ordeal. Moreover, even if you had not intercepted the knife, it merely indicates that your reflexes surpass mine. Frankly, your acting is subpar, Coulson remarked with a grin. Is that so? Perhaps it is your imagination that runs wild, Doctor. Randolph said casually as he effortlessly broke the handcuffs from his wrists. Why not feign compliance? Coulson questioned. If you have already resolved to test someone, then exposure is only a matter of time, Dr. Randolph mused. Care to share your tale? It is nothing more than a story of an alien weary of war who fell in love with an Earthling, inadvertently revealing his identity, which was subsequently recorded. A rather cliched narrative, I must say. Perhaps it is best left untold. Dr. Randolph shook his head. Do you know Thor? I happen to be acquainted with him, Coulson said with a smile. I could introduce you if the opportunity arises, he added with a chuckle. I simply wish to know what you desire from me, Doctor. Randolph's expression shifted. There is no need to search. It is not a fortunate object, and those individuals will not cause much of a stir for long, Dr. Randolph scoffed. You merely need to cooperate. But why should I? Since you are aware of my identity, you should understand that I can leave whenever I please. Is the door not closed? Dr. Randolph said, looking confidently at the entrance. I am entirely doing this for your own good. If you wish to leave, then by all means, Coulson said with a knowing smile. Why not dare? Dr. Randolph, with the haughty superiority of an Asgardian, strode confidently out. I told you it was for your own benefit, Coulson remarked with a grin. Damn, why does Earth have such freaks? Dr. Randolph growled. In the next moment, a shadow darted into the room, seizing Dr. Randolph by the neck and lifting him. Old man, who are you calling a freak? Lingcheng said coldly. I mean, the Earth should not have given rise to beings like you. Dr. Randolph gasped, his complexion a deep purple from the chokehold. I apologize. but I'm a native of this earth. Furthermore, I have encountered more Asgardian city guards than you could ever imagine. So let us be honest, shall we? Lingcheng scoffed. Randolph recognized Lingcheng's identity as well. He realized that in Lingcheng's hands, he could not even stir a ripple, and thus nodded in understanding. Lingcheng released his grip and, observing Randolph, who was gasping for breath on the ground, spoke with deliberate clarity. Don't think that just because you are an extraterrestrial, you can act with impunity on Earth. Dare to make a move, and I will crush you. Do you understand? I understand, Dr. Randolph replied, displaying a sense of propriety. Now, may I trouble you to cooperate? Coulson asked with a smile. Cooperation? Absolutely. Chapter 97, A Massacre. Get to the point. Enough with the first love nonsense. Lingcheng scolded. Am I not speaking to the point? Randolph retorted, looking aggrieved. In a temple in Ireland. I can take you there. Randolph hastened to say as he saw Lingcheng raise his hand again. It is indeed unexpected to be hidden here, Coulson remarked. Naturally. The monks here will keep this secret from me, Randolph boasted. Impossible. It is right here, Randolph exclaimed in disbelief. Are you certain those monks will not betray you? Ward asked, frustration evident in his voice. They wouldn't. I've given them a substantial sum, and besides, they are monks. They wouldn't do such a thing, Doctor. Randolph insisted, his eyes darting nervously towards the impassive Lingcheng. The loss of the weapon was of no concern to him originally. But now that it had fallen into Lingcheng's hands, failing to produce it would spell disaster for him. I will go find them, Randolph exclaimed, pacing anxiously towards the inner temple. Bang! The door to the inner chamber was suddenly kicked open, and a group of fearsome cultists charged out. Their lips were sealed, but when it comes to life, what does it matter? The leader, Jacob Nystrom, boasted, thrusting his broken staff menacingly towards Randolph, who stood at the threshold. Ah! Caught off guard, Randolph was pierced through the left chest, letting out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing, unconscious and possibly lifeless. This stunned even Lingcheng momentarily. Primarily, it was because Randolph was exceedingly weak. Lingcheng had anticipated the opponent's movements, thinking that as an Asgardian warrior, dealing with these rabble would be effortless. Yet he was caught off guard by the swiftness of the kill. Stay back and observe, Lingcheng instructed, calmly stepping forward to confront the oncoming assailants. Jacob, at the forefront, glared at Lingcheng as he approached, his eyes flashing with malice as he swung the staff down towards Lingcheng's head. Be careful. Avoid that weapon. Ward shouted, but it was too late. Lingcheng had already grasped the staff with the calmness of one accepting a gift. How could this be? Jacob exclaimed in astonishment as his assured strike was effortlessly countered. You're a martial arts master. Jacob stared in shock at Lingcheng's face, now so close. Realizing he had been exceedingly reckless, he had presumed Lingcheng to be a mere novice, only to discover he was a lethal predator. As Jacob's pleas for mercy remained unfinished, Lingcheng coldly crushed his heart, discarding Jacob's lifeless body as if it were mere refuse. Lingcheng disdainfully glanced at his blood-soaked arms. He could have dispatched his foe without getting his hands dirty, but the moment he grasped the short staff, an overwhelming surge of anger surged within him. Though the impact was minimal, it was sufficient to alter his method of killing. By employing the adversary's own tactics against them, he at least felt a sense of camaraderie with the old man Randolph. Witnessing their leader being swiftly eliminated by Lingcheng, the once fervent cultists stood frozen in place, akin to wilted eggplants, too intimidated to advance. A ragtag assembly, initially roaring like lions, found themselves utterly defeated on the battlefield, with a score of 0-5. Lingcheng sneered. We have all been deceived by him. Spare us. A flamboyantly adorned white man implored, unable to withstand the pressure, whether it be one or a multitude. The act of killing remains the same, and it costs me little effort. Allow me to liberate you, Lingcheng replied with a grin. His inappropriate smile, coupled with blood-stained hands, shattered the morale of the remaining cultists, prompting them to turn and flee in panic. Do not rush, come one by one, he called as the crowd jostled to escape through a narrow door, inadvertently creating a bottleneck. Lingcheng, with a manic smile, calmly pierced the throats of the defenseless cultists. Cries for mercy, wails of despair, and the sound of blades meeting flesh resonated throughout the solemn temple. Yet the slaughter concluded swiftly. Not a single cultist was spared. Lingcheng methodically dispatched them one by one. How are you? Ward inquired, his gaze fixed on the short staff in Lingcheng's hand, the implication clear. Should Lingcheng lose control, none present would escape. Lingcheng stared expressionlessly at Ward, resembling a beast freed from its cage. I'm fine, just a bit restless. I needed a vent. It feels liberating. The next moment, noticing Ward's anxious demeanor, he chuckled. Thank goodness you are unharmed. Agent May also sighed in relief. You may be fine, but Randolph is on the brink. Coulson interjected, lifting his head and pausing, taken aback by Lingcheng's bloodied appearance. Is he not dead yet? Lingcheng queried in astonishment. Coulson looked at Lingcheng incredulously. He had hoped for a solution, yet Lingcheng appeared indifferent. They had to resort to desperate measures. Lingcheng, you must know the location of his heart, right? Us guardians possess remarkable vitality. As long as the heart functions, there is still a glimmer of hope. Coulson stated with a wry smile. Lingcheng, however, seemed lost in thought, unmoved by the urgency. Die, all of you! Larson shrieked as he charged at Lingcheng. Silence. Lingcheng, deep in contemplation, impatiently hurled the short staff, impaling Larson, casting a cold gaze at the still-breathing Larson. Lingcheng's attention was suddenly drawn to the short staff embedded in his chest. Chapter 98. Lingcheng's Audacity. Alien technology truly is remarkable, Lingcheng mused. He's fading fast. Coulson lamented. What's the rush? It's all under control. Lingcheng nonchalantly replied, swiftly placing the long staff into the trembling hands of the nearly unconscious Dr. Randolph. The exquisite carvings on the staff glimmered with hints of crimson light as the gathered crowd eagerly awaited the pale visage of Dr. Randolph. A minute passed, then 5. Yet Dr. Randolph remained unresponsive. What is happening? Ward inquired, impatience lacing his tone. Well, I fear he may have already departed this world. Lingcheng jested, instinctively raising his hand to touch his head, only to lower it once more upon noticing the bloodstains above. Coulson interjected, his expression peculiar. He must be asleep. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Ward retorted, exasperated. Because I never anticipated he could slumber so soundly with such a gaping wound in his chest. Coulson shrugged, a smile creeping onto his face. At least the mission can be deemed satisfactorily accomplished. Agent May relaxed, casting a grateful glance at Lingcheng. However, those individuals were not deserving of death, Coulson lamented, observing the scene before him, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Ward and May's gazes shifted to Lingcheng. There's no helping it. This weapon possesses an enchanting allure. And I found myself unable to restrain my actions, Lingcheng admitted with a shrug, deftly deflecting blame. He would not concede that his irritation had led him to slay indiscriminately. Very well. Contact headquarters to dispatch personnel for cleanup, Coulson instructed May. I've lost count of how many times this has happened. Nonetheless, I must extend my gratitude for your assistance. Coulson extended his hand towards Lingcheng. No need for formality. It was merely a transaction we agreed upon. Lingcheng raised his hand, stained with blood, in acknowledgement. Transaction? Coulson asked, perplexed. A deal I initiated. This staff now belongs to me. Lingcheng asserted as he grasped the staff firmly. This is against protocol, Coulson frowned. I am quite intrigued by the materials of this staff. Do you not trust me to take possession of it? Lingcheng inquired earnestly. I cannot make that decision. I must seek approval from higher authorities. Coulson remained steadfast. Then do not make that decision. If questioned, simply state that I seized the staff, Lingcheng asserted, his tone leaving little room for debate. Coulson, Ward, and May formed a triangle, confronting Lingcheng with a palpable tension, in the face of institutional constraints. Former allies within S.H.I.L.D. now stood as adversaries. If you intend to act, do so swiftly, out of respect for our past camaraderie. I shall refrain from taking your lives. Lingcheng expressed his impatience. Is this staff truly of such significance to you? Coulson asked gravely. Significant? Lingcheng mused aloud. In truth, it is of little consequence, merely a resource for the Soul Armor's set. Yet, even if it holds little value, I cannot simply relinquish what I require. Enough of this idle talk. Do not expect to delay until reinforcements arrive. That will only compel me to shed blood. Lingcheng frowned. Ward and Agent May clenched their fists nervously, casting questioning glances at Coulson. Even in the face of insurmountable odds, they would adhere strictly to orders to prevent Lingcheng from taking the staff. Coulson, his expression somber, seemed lost in thought. Feeling the weight of the audience's gaze upon him, he shook his head with a wry smile. You ask why I do not take action. Why do you not inquire why you do not leave swiftly? Coulson addressed Lingcheng with a hint of resignation. What? Lingcheng wondered if he had misheard. I said you should just depart. Must you insist on preserving my dignity? Coulson reiterated. The old rogue exhibits a commendable sense of loyalty, does he not? In the hidden corridors of Lingcheng, he understands that persuading an agent to make such concessions is indeed a rarity. Well, I shall take my leave now. As I mentioned, in light of our friendship, do not hesitate to call upon me if needed. Lingcheng strolled past Coulson with a cheerful smile, giving a light pat on his shoulder. Coulson, already on high alert, instinctively recoiled at Lingcheng's sudden movement, yet his hand was firmly placed upon his shoulder. The next moment, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his mind. "Are you all right?" Agent May inquired, observing Lingcheng's leisurely departure and hurrying to Coulson, who was rigid with tension and drenched in cold sweat. "I'm fine. I merely strained my lower back," Coulson replied awkwardly. Agent May exchanged a knowing glance with Ward, both stifling a laugh. "This lad must have done that on purpose," Coulson lamented, glancing at the bloodstain left on his shoulder. "What will you report to the higher-ups?" Ward couldn't contain his curiosity. Lingcheng suddenly attacked and seized the staff. In my attempt to stop him, I injured my back, Coulson contemplated. "Do you think they will accept this explanation?" Ward expressed his concerns. "What else can we do? Charge at Lingcheng and confront him? Do you wish to endure another bout of unavoidable torment?" Coulson retorted. "Yet we cannot allow him to act so brazenly," Ward murmured in frustration. "There's a Chinese proverb that states, water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. Lingcheng is an ordinarily decent person who has assisted us greatly. Yet he possesses a temper that is beyond our control. Let the headquarters grapple with the dilemma," Coulson sighed. "Did Lingcheng truly seize the staff?" Simmons asked incredulously. Ward, with an ice pack pressed against his face, nodded helplessly. "Why would he want the staff? I've never seen him wield a weapon. Is he to transform from a martial artist into a staff wielder?" Skye remarked, her eyes lighting up with amusement. "How can you still laugh? Lingcheng has severed ties with us." Fitz lamented. "Foolishness. What does this have to do with us? Do you think we have a conflict with him?" Skye shrugged nonchalantly. "Are you suggesting?" Fitz mused, suddenly enlightened. "How could Lingcheng behave this way? I have always regarded him as an idol. Did he really take the staff?" Simmons pondered obsessively. "Enough. How many times must I answer this?" Ward shouted, exasperated. "I shall check on Dr. Randolph's condition," Fitz hastily said, pulling Simmons along as he sensed Ward's rising anger. "Is your body all right?" Skye asked with concern. "What would be wrong with me?" "Thanks to your cheers, my face is still swollen," Ward replied, his irritation palpable. "I'll go practice my punches," Skye retreated, pointing towards the activity room. Soon, the once bustling room was left with only Ward and May. "Have you now realized the disparity between ordinary individuals and superhumans?" Agent May remarked, her gaze shifting. "Are you finding joy in this?" Ward replied, feeling aggrieved. "What do you think?" Agent May tenderly applied the ice pack to Ward. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim of an illicit affair. Chapter 99. Recruiting the Strong? Setting aside the scene aboard Wind One, the moment Lingcheng acquired the staff, he promptly stowed it in his backpack, and within a minute, it was absorbed into the sole of War's suit, reduced to mere ash. Very well, not a morsel left. Lingcheng nodded in satisfaction. Yet, why did he feel a sudden emptiness? Was this the empire he had built through relentless efforts? As he gazed at his motionless battle spirit armor, he couldn't help but murmur, "I nurtured you with care. Do not let me down." Lingcheng patted his attire, suddenly feeling an increasing sense of paternal responsibility. Below, Shiranui Mai, cradling a basket of wild mushrooms, instinctively lifted her gaze, her eyes locking onto Lingcheng's figure. Unconsciously loosening her grip on the basket, she sniffled, her nose tinged with emotion, and dashed a few steps forward, leaping towards Lingcheng. Witnessing her familiar outstretched arms seeking an embrace, Lingcheng felt a warmth in his heart. In the next moment, she was enveloped in his arms like a koala clinging to a tree. All right. No need to nuzzle." Lingcheng comforted her, patting her back. The boss left me all alone to have fun. Maiju and Weiss abandoned me too. I feel so pitiful here," Shiranui Mai lamented. "Maiju and Weiss went out as well." Lingcheng inquired, skeptical of her claim of them having fun. "It's just that the doctor keeps whining about insufficient materials and needing new equipment." Sister Maiju was so frustrated that she took people to raid the Centipede organization. Shiranui me comprendre. Poor Centipede organization, Lingcheng thought to himself. "Then why didn't you go with them?" Lingcheng questioned, fully aware of Shiranui Mai's character. "It's just that Sister Maiju wanted to lead, and that troublesome Weiss insisted on tagging along. I wanted to go too, but Sister Maiju said the boss wasn't home, and someone had to stay and keep watch. After all, I am the matriarch of the household," Shiranui Mai replied, her spirits lifting once more. "Indeed, you are the most understanding," Lingcheng remarked with a smile. "Take a break for yourself," Lingcheng silently affirmed. "Boss," Shiranui Mai purred, her voice trailing as she leaped onto Lingcheng, resting her chin against his chest with a delicate tone. Their eyes met, and in an instant Lingcheng understood. A day apart felt like an autumn span. It was rare for Shiranui Mai to be so proactive, a true spark igniting. Young people in broad daylight are indeed impulsive. Dr. Hall mused, recalling many years ago by the banks of the great river when he and his first love, Nicholas, embarked on an adventurous quest to uncover the essence of life. Ha, your timing is impeccable. Lingcheng rolled his eyes as he emerged from the cabin. I hope I didn't interrupt, Dr. Hall replied cautiously, fully aware that at such a moment, Lingcheng might engage in some irrational behavior, given the circumstances. No interruption. However, if you can't provide me with a satisfactory explanation, Lingcheng retorted with a cold smirk. As Dr. Hall arrived, Lingcheng was nearing the conclusion of his endeavor. With their acute hearing, both he and Shiranui might sense someone approaching, but time was of the essence. Lingcheng had intended to take it slow, yet Shiranui might seemed even more exhilarated, akin to a female leopard unwilling to relent. The outcome was a perfect outpouring. Alas, I find myself in a predicament. You have departed with such ease, leaving behind merely a phrase about constructing the island like a fortress. The true issue lies in the scarcity of manpower. How shall we proceed with the construction? These past few days have left me in a state of despair, lamented Dr. Hall, his gaze furtively assessing Lingcheng. Is that so? You are already gray-haired, Lingcheng interjected. And regarding manpower, is it not enough for you to command these numerous white apes? He queried, perplexed. They do not comprehend human language. They can only undertake menial tasks devoid of skill, let alone complex construction. Furthermore, the island is isolated and resources are insufficient. Dr. Hall continued to voice his frustrations. What then do you imply? Lingcheng inquired. I require a substantial number of individuals. To develop, one must have talent, Dr. Hall asserted with conviction. That is out of the question. I am not prepared to allow untrustworthy individuals onto the island. Lingcheng frowned. What shall we do then? Shall we simply delay? I have but one demand. I need people, Dr. Hall exclaimed in exasperation. What is this? Do you seek to incite rebellion? Lingcheng replied coldly. You want me to manage the affairs of the island, yet my time is precious and already occupied with these trivial matters. Now you inform me that I lack both personnel and materials. What am I to do? I must depart. The matters aboard the ship are demanding enough. Seek another to oversee this. Dr. Hall responded impatiently. Please, grant me a bit of time. Am I not anxious as well? I shall find a way to resolve this. Lingcheng conceded, feeling guilty about the unfairness of the situation. After all, here was a captive, a genuine high-tech talent, reduced to the role of a steward. It was rare for the other party to take this matter to heart, yet he found himself imposing limitations. For how long? Dr. Hall, noticing Lingcheng's change of tone, instantly transformed his demeanor into one of optimism. He knew that if Lingcheng were truly angry, he would have to reconsider his own capacity to endure. About half a month. You can trust me. Have I ever deceived you? Lingcheng waved his hand dismissively. Very well. I shall take my leave then. I need to check on the progress of their cultivation efforts. Dr. Hall departed, strutting like a victorious rooster. What can that old man possibly rebel against? He dared to disregard my mistress's authority before, and I have not been lenient with him these past few days, blushed Jiwa Wu, shaking her fist. You do not understand. When hearts are divided, leading a team becomes challenging. Lingcheng sighed. Where might one find a trustworthy number of people? He pondered silently. Chapter 100. Lingcheng's Achilles heel in the subsequent 2 days. Lingcheng was troubled by this dilemma, to the extent that even his second-in-command felt compelled to avoid Dr. Hall out of embarrassment. It was indeed a vexing situation. Oh dear, my head aches. Lingcheng lamented, cradling his bowl at the table, speaking to himself in a daze. Boss, could you please focus on your meal? When the time comes, everything will fall into place. Your current state is causing me to lose my appetite and sleep. Jiwa Wu could no longer tolerate it. Yes, I shall eat, Lingcheng replied awkwardly. Hee, it seems my words carry some weight, Jiwa Wu thought to herself. Satisfied with a nod. Just as Lingcheng intended to immerse himself in his meal, a sudden ringtone pierced the air. The catchy Japanese tune confirmed it was certainly not his phone. In a manner reminiscent of a magician's trick, Shiranui might produce a compact, pink flip phone from her bosom. Lingcheng recognized it as the one they had purchased together during their recent trip to Hong Kong. However, he was bewildered by her ability to extract anything from her chest. At that moment, he felt an intriguing mix of tenderness and mystery surrounding the seemingly adorable Mai. She was indeed an enigma. What is it, Sister Maiju? Mai inquired as she answered the phone. Apart from her sisters and Lingcheng, no one else was privy to her phone number, and Lingcheng stood directly before her. Oh, how clever I am, Mai thought to herself with a hint of vanity. Yet, her joyful expression quickly morphed into one of grave seriousness as something was relayed to her over the phone. Yes, we will be there shortly, she said before hanging up. Didn't Sister Maiju say anything to me? Lingcheng asked, concerned. What happened? He pondered aloud. for it was uncommon for someone of Maiju's caliber to call for reinforcements unless the situation was dire. The dojo, it's gone. A group has bombed it, leaving nothing but ruins, Mai said, her large eyes filled with worry as she gazed at Lingcheng. With a thunderous crash, the food on the table scattered to the floor, and Lingcheng, consumed by a surge of uncontrollable energy, resembled a furious beast. But everyone is safe. Mei exclaimed. Do you know who did this? The shield? Lingcheng's heart sank at the news of everyone's safety, yet he remained somber. Sister Maiju has captured someone. It should be part of the Centipede organization, Mai informed him. Huh. I initially thought we were being a bit harsh, but it seems they are courting disaster themselves. Lingcheng replied, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Alone in this world, the few individuals at the dojo were like family to him. He vowed to eradicate anyone who dared to harm them, no matter the upheaval it might cause. I want to go too, Mai declared, eager to accompany Lingcheng. He hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Hovering above the Clinton District Dojo in New York, Lingcheng held Mai close as they surveyed the devastation below. His eyes ablaze with fury. Ignoring the black-clad figures attempting to secure the area, he descended directly with Mai at his side. A few agents, poised to draw their weapons, recoiled in fear at a single glance from Lingcheng, hesitating to make a move. Where are Maiju and the others? Lingcheng asked, disregarding the agents entirely. They said they'd be right here waiting for us, Mai responded, equally perplexed as she glanced around. The agents, feeling like ghosts in the presence of Lingcheng and Mai, exchanged awkward glances. One could no longer contain himself and brandished his firearm, shouting, Lingcheng, you are the #1 wanted fugitive. How dare you swagger in here? Raise your hands and surrender immediately. Opening his eyes to locate Maiju, Lingcheng, with a resigned expression, calmly replied, are you addressing me? It's you. Surrender now, or don't blame me for firing. The agent threatened, his bravado wavering. I've raised my hand, Lingcheng stated, lifting one hand nonchalantly. Put your hands down. The agents collectively retreated a few steps, shouting in unison. Ah, sir, should I lower them or keep them raised? Lingcheng retorted with a cold smirk. The agents exchanged glances, the leader finally commanding, raise your hands and cover your head. Huh, I have no time for idle chatter with you. Bring forth the one in charge to speak with me. You have 5 minutes. If no one appears, I shall eliminate you all, Lingcheng declared with a menacing aura. Upon hearing such brazen words, the agents did not perceive it as an affront. Rather, Lingcheng's demeanor indicated he had exhausted all patience. But was it truly wise to compromise with villainy? Engaging in conflict seemed utterly hopeless, and the agents displayed a look of inner turmoil. Very well. Lower your weapons and proceed to the perimeter. I shall handle matters here, Coulson said, striding forward with a congenial smile. The agents, relieved to see Coulson, promptly descended the steps, casting him a subtle, grateful glance as they departed. Once again we meet, Coulson remarked with a smile. Indeed, I did not expect you to be in charge here, Lingcheng replied, his demeanor softening upon seeing Coulson. I have been dealing with the Centipede organization for quite some time. As you well know, Coulson said with a wry smile, his back still aching from his previous exertions. Now compelled to engage in field work concerning Lingcheng. Initially, he had been reluctant to become involved, but there was no alternative. And my people? Lingcheng inquired directly. Rest assured, they're safe within that tent over there. Besides, what could we possibly do to them? I now realize that those around you seem rather extraordinary, Coulson replied, shaking his head with a rueful smile. What's extraordinary is merely the goodness in their hearts, Lingcheng said nonchalantly. Upon lifting the tent flap, Lingcheng confirmed that everyone was unharmed, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. In the next moment, the tent erupted into a cacophony, resembling a pot of boiling oil. The children surrounded Lingcheng like a flock of chattering ducks, causing him to break into a cold sweat as he tried to manage the chaos. Although Maiju and Wei missed Lingcheng, they refrained from interrupting, instead smiling as they observed his flustered state. Coulson watched the children with a hint of envy, realizing that even this formidable figure had moments of levity. Truly, the children were fortunate. Lingcheng, let me tell you, those individuals are insufferable. How dare they disturb the sanctity of my territory? It infuriates me. Lianan exclaimed. When did this become your territory? You were merely picked up by me, Lingcheng retorted, rolling his eyes. Well, in your absence, I am the most significant presence here, so it is my territory. Lianan asarta, casting a defiant glance at Zhou Zheng and Will. Fine, if that's the case, why don't you eliminate them? Lingcheng asked, exasperation evident as he glanced at his little apprentice, who was being thoroughly overwhelmed by the small girl. I didn't even see them. Otherwise, I would have scolded them to death. Lianan declared, hands on her hips, fierce as ever. Enough with the bravado. What exactly transpired? Who was aware of the situation? Lingcheng lamented, nearly in tears. Have you come to understand it now? Didn't you claim you didn't see anyone? Lingcheng sneered. I didn't see them. But Peter did. He informed me all about it. Would you like me to relay it to you? Lianan exclaimed rudely. Lingcheng glanced at the quiet little spider and urged, go ahead. Why should I? I answered first. Lianan protested, unwilling to concede. Answering first is irrelevant. Quiet down. Lingcheng said resignedly, his hand pressing gently on Lianan's head. Don't mess up my hairstyle. Lianan protesta indignantly. The little cat, embodying sincerity, squinted its eyes. What hairstyle does Mushroom Head have? Lingcheng remarked with a smirk. Enough of the nonsense. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Noticing Lianan's impending mischief, Lingcheng promptly adopted a serious demeanor. Your ladyship will not hold it against you, murmured Lianan, hastily suggesting an escape. Lingcheng, shaking his head in resignation, signaled to Peter that he could speak. I was still grappling with whether to eat or not when I felt the hairs on my neck stand on end. Initially, I thought it was related to the food, but it wasn't until I heard the sound of a projectile that I realized someone had launched a rocket at us. Fortunately, we were downstairs at the time, which spared us from harm. However, it was evident that our assailants had no intention of relenting, as they continued to reduce the dojo to rubble before ceasing their assault. Peter confessed, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. You did remarkably well. Had you not been present, the consequences would have been dire, Lingcheng praised, his eyes glinting with a fierce determination against their adversaries. Had it not been for the fortunate presence of Little Spider, and had there only been a few junior disciples in the dojo, the outcome could have been catastrophic. And what of those who were captured? Lingcheng inquired of McJua. They're deceased. Their eyes contained miniature explosives. By the time we arrived, the dojo was already ablaze. I instructed Weiss to assist the injured while I pursued, hoping to locate their stronghold. However, the enemy was exceedingly vigilant, leaving one to ambush me while the others fled amidst the chaos. McJua recounted calmly. You have borne much. Lingcheng consoled. If only we had arrived a few minutes earlier, the dojo would have remained unharmed. McJua lamented, his eyes reddening with emotion. Lingcheng understood the significance of the dojo in McJua's heart. But the people are still alive, are they not? We can construct a larger dojo in the future. Will you oversee its design? Lingcheng urged. McJua replied glumly. Do you possess any leads? Lingcheng turned to Coulson, who had been observing the scene. We are still investigating. Their clandestine hideouts are far too numerous. However, it is known that the genes they extracted during their last operation in Hong Kong likely enabled them to neutralize the threats posed by the dire virus, prompting their renewed activities. Furthermore, they have acquired a form of electronic eye technology that allows them to monitor the vision of the implanted individuals and can eliminate them to erase evidence, Coulson analyzed. It seems we are destined to collaborate once more, Coulson remarked, observing Lingcheng's contemplative silence. Collaborate? With a wanted criminal such as myself? Lingcheng retorted. Though it is not ideal, you require our intelligence network, and we need your strength. Collaboration is our only option, Coulson replied with a wry smile. Not interested. I fear you might stab me in the back. I will eradicate the centipede organization by my own means. Just do not hinder my efforts. Lingcheng resolutely declined. Do you yest? I have a traitorous doctor from the centipede organization in my possession, along with a hacker who rivals Sky. Do you truly believe we cannot manage without S-H-I-E-L-D? Lingcheng mused inwardly. This is a time for reason, Coulson urged. You cannot reason with me. Remember to inform S-H-I-E-L-D that when it comes time for me to enact vengeance, it is best to keep their distance. Lingcheng asserted with authority. Coulson shook his head, smiling ruefully. Lingcheng's prejudice against S-H-I-E-L-D was indeed profound. Where are we headed, Lingcheng? Lianan asked anxiously, feeling a sense of dislocation ever since the dojo's destruction. It matters not. I shall consume your provisions until you are destitute. Bota, Lianan. Master, may I bid farewell to my parents? Will inquired. Oh, Will nodded in understanding. You shall accompany me, said Lingcheng with a chuckle. Are you a mere baby? Just mention that I will be staying at my home for a few days. As for Tony, I shall speak to him. Can you not aspire for greater things? You treat this internship as if it were a treasure, Lingcheng chastised. Very well, the young spider conceded, though his heart ached, hoping that Mr. Stark would not be angered, for this was his coveted sanctuary of science. Under Maijua's guidance, the group arrived at an open area. Maijua clicked a few buttons on his device, and, to the disbelief of the young ones, a colossal object gradually took shape in the sky. Heavens, a flying saucer! Lianen exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Huh, never seen one before, have you? I told you, my family has resources, Lingcheng boasted. Wow, master, do you always travel by UFO? Several young apprentices, including Peter, surrounded Lingcheng, showering him with flattery. Lingcheng maintained a calm facade, yet inwardly reveled in the moment. What could be more delightful than showcasing his success to his family? However, observing the three young women with cheerful expressions, Lingcheng felt a twinge of childishness in flaunting in front of the youngsters and hurriedly beckoned everyone aboard the spacecraft. Is there anyone else on the ship? Lingcheng discreetly asked Maizhua, falling a few steps behind. No, it has an automatic pilot system, Maizhua explained. TSK. Alien technology is indeed remarkable, Lingcheng mused, inwardly relieved he had asked discreetly. Otherwise, revealing his ignorance about his own spacecraft would have tarnished his earlier image. The sound of awe filled the air as the young ones boarded the spacecraft, particularly the young spider, who had been reluctant before but now sparkled with excitement. Compared to Stark Industries, this is nothing, he thought, cursing inwardly. Chapter 102. Frightening the children as the spacecraft descended vertically, Lingcheng rubbed his temples. Realizing that showing off came with a price, the noise inside was akin to having thousands of ducks aboard, giving him a headache. If one woman equaled 100 ducks, then a curious child was worth 50, no, 200 ducks. Wow, the apprentices exclaimed as they disembarked from the spacecraft, once again in awe. Lingcheng, hearing the cacophony that had tormented him on the journey, quickened his pace. Lingcheng, why have you brought me to the mountains? You aren't planning to sell children, are you? Lianen questioned, trailing closely behind. Stunned by Lingcheng's retort, Lianen's expression shifted as she pondered if perhaps her worth was indeed negligible. Realization dawned upon her, and she instantly brightened. Oh my, the silly girl, Lingcheng thought in exasperation. Bouncing forward with curiosity, Lianen peppered Lingcheng with questions about their surroundings. Just as Lingcheng reached his limit, Lianen let out a shriek and suddenly sat on the ground, frantically clutching Lingcheng's leg. ISNT, the ground dirty. Has she truly lost her mind? Lingcheng attempted to lift Lianen, but found himself unable to do so, as she clung tightly to his leg, refusing to budge. Lingcheng, exasperated, forcibly tugged at her, mindful not to injure her in the process. Speak up. Are you trying to drag me down with you? He exclaimed, rolling his eyes. Over there, Lianen indicated toward the thicket with wide eyes. Turning his head, Lingcheng spotted a white ape greeting him. He smiled and waved back. The ape's eyes brightened, and it sprinted towards them. Run, Lingcheng, Lianen shouted, suddenly releasing her grip and attempting to flee, but Lingcheng swiftly grabbed her by the collar and hoisted her up. Have you lost your mind? Let me go, she cried, her face pale, her short legs kicking desperately. Nearby, Zhou Zhenwei and Little Spider watched, slightly apprehensive, but calmed down upon seeing Maizhua and Wei enjoying the spectacle. Thus, Lingcheng carried Lianen, who was visibly terrified, while a massive beast crouched before them, its long tongue drooping and dripping saliva onto the ground. Don't eat me, I'm not tasty. Eat that bad person behind me. His meat is tender and delicious, Lianen exclaimed, desperately attempting to appease the curious giant. The white ape tilted its head in confusion at Lianen's words and moved closer. Lingcheng, I absolutely despise you. You boast about your prowess, yet when danger arises, you sacrifice me. This is utterly inappropriate, she sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Here, take a chicken leg. Someone offered a piece to her, and instinctively she grabbed it, only to lament, why are you giving me this at such a time? Suddenly, the massive beast before her began to fidget restlessly, jumping in place, frightening Lianen with the thought that it might attack her. To her surprise, she suddenly gasped, realizing that despite its larger size and intimidating demeanor, the creature bore a striking resemblance to a familiar dog she had encountered on the road. Here, have this. She trembled, extending the chicken leg towards the creature. The white ape's eyes lit up as its tongue snatched the leg and swallowed it in one gulp, licking its lips as if to say, more, please. Lingcheng, give me another chicken leg, Lianen whispered excitedly, as if she had discovered a new world. Lingcheng stifled a laugh and pulled a large watermelon from his backpack to offer her. I want a chicken leg, not a watermelon, she protested hastily. It's all I've got, he replied, suppressing his amusement. Do you eat watermelon? She asked reluctantly, extending it towards him. The white ape eagerly seized the watermelon, devouring it in just a couple of bites. Is there anything else? I found a way to save us, Lianen exclaimed with delight. We can't feel like this, Let roll over first, Lingcheng suggested with a chuckle. Are you insane? If it doesn't eat us, that essay win. And you wanted to roll over? Lianin retorted angrily. The white ape obediently tumbled awkwardly on the ground, looking at Li Inen with anticipation. Oh my goodness. It understands human language and can roll over. Li Inen exclaimed in disbelief. Please, give me something to eat. What if it gets angry because you didn't give anything? Lianan Urja. Until Ling Cheng set Li Inen down, she wore a perplexed expression. Why did this creature just leave? Could it be a vegetarian? No. It had clearly devoured chicken legs. And why did it heed Ling Cheng's commands? Ling Cheng, Lianan exclaimat. What is it? Ling Cheng replied with a smile. Was that monster raised by your family? Lianin asked indignantly. Only just realizing this? Ling Cheng teased. I'm going to get you for this. Lianin's small fist pounded against Ling Cheng's palm like a whirlwind. All right, enough of the fuss, Ling Cheng sighed. You're the one causing a ruckus. You're an adult bullying a child. You raised a monster to scare me. Lianin pouted, tears streaming down her cheeks. I never intended to frighten you. I think they're rather adorable, Ling Cheng said nonchalantly. In truth, he wasn't lying. He had grown accustomed to the white apes and found them charming. Adorable? They're massive. Their faces are fierce, and their teeth are long. How can you call that cute? Lianin gestured dramatically. Not cute. Weren't you quite happy when you fed them? Ling Cheng chuckled. Well, all right, they are somewhat cute, Lianin conceded after pondering, casting a fierce glare at Ling Cheng before running off to complain to Maijua. Finally, peace returned. Ling Cheng silently prepared to provide the white apes with extra food. The journey ahead seemed to have exceeded their limits of excitement, as the young disciples closely followed Maijua without further incident. That evening, to celebrate the arrival of the young disciples and reward the white apes, the king of Fighters Island hosted another barbecue. Lianin, who had nearly been frightened to tears by the white apes, now munched on grilled meat while joyfully feeding the small white ape beside her, patting its leg as if they were good friends. Meanwhile, the little spider clung to Old Hall, who was quite pleased with the spider's eagerness to learn, almost ready to take him as a disciple. Upon discovering that the little spider was Ling Cheng's pupil, he exclaimed that Ling Cheng was leading the youth astray, only to be met with a fierce glare from Ling Cheng, causing him to quickly retract his neck. Once the centipede organization was eradicated and the technology for the electronic eye acquired, Ling Cheng vowed to deal with that old man properly. He downed the drink in his hand, contemplating silently. Chapter 103. Lingcheng's revenge. The revelry of drinking and feasting continued late into the night before everyone finally settled down. Ling Cheng, as was his habit, opened the game, clicked on the ordinary recruitment option, his expression as dark as ever, the rewards as lackluster as usual. He gazed at the screen, which displayed a fearsome mask resembling a long-nosed, abstract brother of the Tengu. Ling Cheng found it hard to accept the Japanese taste. After confirming that it bore no special functions, he tossed it into his backpack. Who would be foolish enough to wear such a thing on their face? Ridiculous. The next morning, Ling Cheng rose early, gesturing for the three women to continue sleeping, and headed towards the doctor's residence, not to indulge in animalistic desires, but rather to urgently discuss any valuable information regarding the centipede organization. He knocked on the door. In the realm of unforgotten grudges, Ling Cheng recalled the doctor calling for assistance outside his room, a slight that would not easily be overlooked. At long last, the prospect of vengeance stirred a thrill within him. With purpose, he swung open the hatch and strode toward the doctor's quarters. The entire spacecraft facility was under Ling Cheng's dominion. For the captives, this reality was inescapable. With a sudden motion, he flung aside the covers, and his gaze was drawn to the two entwined figures, their vulnerability laid bare. He had pondered whether the doctor might have a penchant for sleeping in the nude, yet he had not anticipated a two-for-one surprise. The doctor, stirring from slumber, gasped in shock, instinctively shielding himself. Meanwhile, the man beside him remained blissfully unaware, lost in dreams. Ling Cheng leaned against the doorframe, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he observed the two individuals beneath the sheets, their silence palpable. Quite the spectacle, aren't we? He remarked coldly. Boss, how could you just barge into my room? The doctor murmured softly. How else could I uncover such a scene? Ling Cheng teased. I'm an adult. It's only natural to have such needs. This truly was my first time, and you caught me off guard, the doctor lamented. Please, don't make it sound as though I'm the one catching you in the act. Ling Cheng retorted, exasperated. Torres is someone I explicitly forbade you from engaging with. Correct? Have you formed an alliance? What are your intentions? He quipped. And no, I merely overindulged in my experiments and sought a moment of relaxation. I assure you, I have no intentions of betraying you, the doctor stammered. And what of you? Ling Cheng turned his gaze to Torres. You seem quite comfortable sleeping with my subordinates. Come on, I'm also one of your subordinates. I haven't done anything disloyal, just diligent in my duties, Torres protested, a hint of grievance in his tone. Oh, so you wish to keep my information off the LGBTQ websites? Lingcheng mocked. How could I dare? Torres forced a smile. Enough. Get dressed and leave. I have matters to discuss with the doctor, Lingcheng commanded, waving him away. Torres, fidgeting, hastily donned his clothes, his expression a tempest of emotions. There is only one woman on this island. You want to leave me with nothing, will you? Leave? I'm not worried about you. What do you take me for? Lingcheng snapped, causing Torres to flee in haste. Remember, now that I've discovered this, should I learn you've wronged her in any way, I will not hesitate to sever your means of transgression, Lingcheng called after him. Torres shuddered at the thought, internally lamenting his predicament. All he sought was a casual liaison, yet now he bore the weight of responsibility. He dared not question Lingcheng's capacity for retribution. Oh, Sky, I'm so sorry, he cried inwardly. Boss, it was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement, the doctor said with a light-hearted smile. I care not for the nature of your arrangement. On my territory, my word is law, Lingcheng replied with a grin. Very well, I appreciate your support, boss. What brings you to me? The doctor inquired. Document all the information you possess regarding the Centipede organization, Lingcheng stated with gravity. Are you genuinely concerned about my research progress? The doctor's eyes brightened with interest. The Centipede organization has drawn my ire, Lingcheng retorted with a cold smirk. Understood. Most of the strongholds I know have already been dismantled by you and Maiju, the doctor admitted, somewhat sheepishly. Is that all? Lingcheng asked, incredulous. There are a few more, the doctor pondered thoughtfully. Lying helplessly, Lingcheng sighed. A few minutes later, he hastily exited the doctor's office. Taurus, feeling uneasy, secretly observed Lingcheng's departure. Since the doctor had become his lawful wife, he could not remain indifferent while wearing a metaphorical green hat. Fortunately, a few minutes were not sufficient for anything untoward. Taurus quietly exhaled in relief. This fellow, he thought, I shall deal with him next time. Unbeknownst to Taurus, Lingcheng had already noticed his presence. He was simply too preoccupied with his own pursuits to pay him any mind. A streak of brilliance darted across the sky as Lingcheng swiftly made his way to the nearest stronghold of the Centipede organization. It was against his principles to leave a grudge unavenged. Lingcheng was indeed the kind of petty person. Within a vast warehouse at a Spanish port, Lingcheng forcefully breached the entrance. This location, identified by the doctor as the most valuable target, was naturally his primary focus of attack. Allowing them to catch wind of his arrival and flee would be a significant loss. A squad of fully armed guards was startled by Lingcheng's abrupt entry, raising their rifles and unleashing a volley of gunfire. However, the bullets merely rippled against his battle suit. Lingcheng approached them with calm confidence, dodging the occasional stray bullet, moving as if he were merely strolling. The presence of the battle suit had rendered him invincible against small arms fire. His precious mental energy was no longer needed to shield against bullets, allowing it to flourish abundantly. In a moment of composure, Lingcheng raised his hand, disarming the guards and drawing their weapons into his grasp. A gentle squeeze transformed them into mere scrap metal. The fluctuations of his mental energy were not solely for reconnaissance. Disarmed, the guards resembled cornered beasts, exchanging glances before decisively retreating. Yet, a rapid succession of gunfire echoed, and they all collapsed to the ground. Just as Lingcheng contemplated wrapping things up, two menacing white soldiers entered through the doorway. A glance revealed they were neither too large nor too small. Their physical prowess and blood flow were notable, especially given their possession of centipede devices. Welcome, brothers. Lingcheng greeted the two poker-faced centipede warriors as if he were their host. Clearly, the two failed to grasp Lingcheng's sense of humor, their expressions remaining devoid of emotion. It seems you did not heed our previous warning, one of the white soldiers remarked coldly. A warning? Lingcheng chuckled softly. How do you think a lion would react to the provocation of a meerkat? Apologies, I seem to have insulted the meerkat. You are at best akin to a weasel. He retorted with a smile. The soldiers' expressions darkened upon hearing Lingcheng's words. Exchanging glances, they charged at him. Lingcheng merely rolled his eyes and leaped upward, breaking through the warehouse's ceiling, standing suspended in midair as he looked down upon them. The two centipede warriors could only helplessly aim their guns. Yet they could not even graze the hem of Lingcheng's garment. This is merely a small interest I am collecting, he proclaimed. I know you are watching. Since you have chosen to provoke me, prepare yourself. No matter where you hide in the shadows, I shall find you. Lingcheng spoke each word deliberately, addressing the unseen figure behind the centipede warrior, knowing full well that they were observing through the warrior's gaze. Farewell. A cold smile flickered across Lingcheng's lips as he spread his arms wide. The two centipede warriors, sensing the danger, turned to flee, but it was too late. The entire warehouse was reduced to rubble in an instant. The gravitational magic bullets unleashed by Lingcheng at that moment were utterly devastating. Merely two insignificant foes. Lingcheng cast a dispassionate glance at the ruins below before soaring towards his next target. In a concealed stronghold of the centipede organization, its leader, Reina, stared at the darkened screen, slamming her hand on the table in frustration. During the last incident in Hong Kong, she had nearly been paralyzed with fear by Lingcheng, an experience that still haunted her dreams. Thus, when the Abyss virus experiment succeeded, Reina was determined to exact revenge, personally orchestrating the attack on the martial arts school. She had believed it would bring Lingcheng to his knees in regret. Yet unexpectedly, not only did she fail to achieve her goal, but she also lost a centipede warrior in the process. What perplexed her further was the swiftness of Lingcheng's retaliation. How had he located this warehouse? The thought made Reina wince at the loss of two centipede warriors and a crucial stronghold, severely impacting her forthcoming plans. Lingcheng, you will pay dearly for this. She seethed, her voice brimming with malice, sending shivers down the spines of her subordinates. Reina, a lab-coated man hesitantly approached her, his expression filled with unease. Speak. Reina replied, her countenance dark as storm clouds. Another stronghold has been compromised, and there were no survivors. Again, it was Lingcheng, he reported weakly. Reina remained silent, but the rise and fall of her chest betrayed her fury. With a resounding slap, she struck the man's face, leaving him humiliated. Yet, upon witnessing the predatory glint in her eyes, he chose to remain submissive. Should we dispatch centipede warriors to support the remaining strongholds? The lab-coated man inquired dutifully, despite his indignation. With another slap, Reina's rage surged. He was a man, not a dog, and he would not endure such humiliation. If Lingcheng arrives, what would be the use of sending more men? Perhaps I should assign you to lead the reinforcement? Reina shrieked, her hand poised to strike again, nearly on the verge of exploding with anger. The lab-coated man, sensing her impending wrath, swiftly raised his own hand. His dignity as a man could not allow him to be struck thrice by a woman. He slapped his own face repeatedly, retreating while muttering, I am a fool. I'm a fool. Useless, Reina exclaimed, her hand raised awkwardly, seeking a place to vent her frustration. Why are my subordinates such worthless trash? No, I need to find a worthy ally. She began scribbling notes on paper, her mind racing with schemes, unsure of what sinister plot this vixen was concocting. In the same room, the lab-coated man, bracing himself, approached Reina once more to report the latest developments. Surely, she won't strike me again, he thought confidently. With a resounding thud, a folder struck his face, startling him into a hasty retreat. Get out, Reina Bellovez. Isaaki Ede. Her ominous voice echoed within the confines of the house, instilling an unsettling fear. Clearly S.H.I.E.L.D. had taken action, causing Reina some minor setbacks. What do you want from me? Lingcheng answered the call directly. We just dismantled a stronghold of the centipede organization, Coulson replied with a chuckle. Oh, why should I care? Lingcheng retorted, bemused. Was this old coot simply boasting? I was wondering if you seek vengeance? Let's join forces, Coulson revealed his ulterior motive. Huh, I'm too busy counting the spoils from the 3 centipede strongholds we just raided. Lingcheng scoffed. I don't believe you, Coulson suddenly stated. Believe what you wish. Lingcheng shot back with a smirk. How did you discover their hideouts? Even we only found this one. Coulson could no longer contain his curiosity. Listening to Lingcheng's breath on the other end, Coulson awaited an answer. None of your business, Lingcheng responded coldly. Hanging up, he gestured to the doctor who was tallying the goods in the open space. The doctor, unable to suppress his glee, bounded over, exclaiming, Boss, this is incredible. Acquiring these from the centipede organization would have been a Herculean task, yet you merely went out and gathered them effortlessly. Don't speak so crudely. What do you mean by gathering? Am I a thief? I'm merely a porter of nature, Lingcheng replied with a bold face. All right, porter with these supplies. I assure you I can produce a side-effect-free enhancement serum immediately, the doctor declared with conviction. Do as you wish, Lingcheng replied, his interest waning. Enhancement serums held little allure for him now. Boss, don't underestimate us. You'll be utterly astonished. This is unlike the garbage enhancement serum from the centipede organization. Mine is a revolutionary super serum, the doctor asserted emphatically. For you to convince me, you must deliver results. It seems your experience stems solely from the Centipede organization. And now you look down upon your former employer, Lingcheng remarked helplessly. Just wait and see. The doctor insisted, his expression determined. Dismissed. Lingcheng waved his hand. All right then, the doctor scampered off to direct the white ape in moving the supplies. Lingcheng mused inwardly. This time, we failed to acquire the technology for electronic eyes. It seems capturing their leader is our only chance. He hoped S.H.I.E.L.D. would not let him down. Stretching. He had instructed Thor to keep a vigilant eye on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s information network. Reaping the benefits would be splendid. On board the Win 1, Coulson pondered how Lingcheng had obtained information about the Centipede organization. He has always been enigmatic, hasn't he? From being oblivious to the surveillance to now becoming a complete enigma to us. Those women around him are extraordinary, Agent May analyzed. Have you discovered anything? Coulson inquired, puzzled. They possess an aura akin to mine. No, they're stronger than I, Agent May replied candidly. Where on earth did he find such allies? Coulson sighed once more. At least they are not enemies. Agent May observed the troubled Coulson and offered her comfort. Coulson smiled faintly at May and nodded affirmatively. At that moment, the indicators in the office began to illuminate. Coulson activated the screen, remaining silent. Is there a situation? Is it the Centipede organization? Agent Ward entered, puzzled. No. It's a new mission, Coulson replied, shrugging. In the conference room, an incident had occurred involving an explosion at the particle accelerator. Hannah Harkins, one of the quality control engineers, was suspected of acquiring extraordinary abilities, and now the entire town blamed her. Coulson detailed the task. How unfortunate, remarked Skye, her compassion overflowing. This is an excellent opportunity to learn how to engage with someone who has just discovered their powers, Coulson encouraged Skye. I was the first to discover Mike before you all, Skye declared proudly. Indeed, and he caused quite a mess, Coulson retorted without reservation. Fitzsimmons, I need you to gather data at the site of the particle accelerator explosion. I must ascertain the true cause of the incident, Coulson commanded. Very well. Fitz and Simmons agreed, as this was indeed their area of expertise. Ward, May, and I will approach the target, and due to the delicate nature of the situation, Skye will remain in the vehicle, Coulson continued. Navigating through the enraged crowd, Coulson presented his credentials and approached the target, Hannah. Miss Hannah, I am Agent Coulson. Here to handle extraordinary incidents, he said gently. Are you going to lock me up? Hannah asked, her expression filled with sorrow. Just a conversation, Agent Ward interjected. But in the next instant, an egg was hurled at Hannah as the crowd erupted into chaos, throwing refuse and shouting for her to leave town. Hannah stared in disbelief at her once friendly neighbors, now transformed into a menacing mob. At that moment, a police car careened towards the crowd. Just as it seemed about to collide, a figure appeared, placing a steady hand on the car's hood. The tires screeched against the pavement, yet the vehicle could not advance. It then stalled into silence. Lingcheng watched the driver's seat with keen interest, as if he had made a discovery. The scene was chaotic, with police officers nervously raising their firearms at the bewildered Hannah, only to be halted by Coulson. Lingcheng, what are you doing here? Coulson inquired, puzzled. Just passing through. Lingcheng awkwardly replied, wondering if he could admit that he had been monitoring their movements, and, upon seeing the mention of the particle accelerator, could not resist the urge to investigate. In truth, Lingcheng had not planned to reveal himself. The situation was not particularly dire, but he simply felt compelled to emerge. Observing the terror-stricken expressions of the town's residents, who had just witnessed him effortlessly subduing the activated vehicle, they wondered if he was yet another monster. Are you afraid? Lingcheng smiled at the crowd, and in the next moment, he struck the police car with his hand. The entire vehicle crumpled as if it had been compressed by a hydraulic press, causing it to shudder violently. The crowd recoiled several steps back. Are you still so brazenly vocal in front of me, despite your fear? Lingcheng scoffed. Indeed, he could no longer tolerate the attitude of these ignorant masses. He had arrived at the scene even before the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. observing the girl's demeanor closely. She was a rare gem of kindness, devoid of any peculiarities, yet subjected to such mistreatment by these people. The notion that the air abroad was fresher was entirely fictitious. It was, in fact, far colder. In some respects, Lingcheng resonated with Magneto from the X-Men, albeit without any ulterior ambitions. However, this did not imply that he would stand idly by as those with abilities face discrimination, especially since he could now be counted among them. Why should the righteous suffer while the wicked thrive? It was utterly unreasonable. He slowly lifted the police car with one hand and casually hurled it toward the crowd. They scattered in panic, while the police, frozen in fear and forgetting their weapons, stood dumbfounded. There's no need for such actions, Coulson remarked with a wry smile. He understood that Lingcheng would not engage in any excessive behavior, yet the sheer brutality of the act was undeniably exhilarating to witness. However, he recognized that it would complicate matters for him later. Doesn't it annoy you, listening to a swarm of flies buzzing? Lingcheng retorted nonchalantly. Put your hands up. At that moment, the recovering officers raised their guns, directing them at Lingcheng. Get lost. Lingcheng's aura of menace surged, sending the officers fleeing in terror. Your murderous intent has escalated recently. You seem different from the Lingcheng I once knew. Coulson noted helplessly. Are you suggesting that by doing a good deed, I should be labeled a good person? I am not inherently virtuous, so please refrain from categorizing me as such. Lingcheng replied with a roll of his eyes. At least in my eyes, you are, Coulson asserted earnestly. Think as you wish, Lingcheng responded indifferently. Get up. Your incessant sobbing is bothersome. Can you resurrect someone by crying? Lingcheng admonished Hannah. Tearfully, Hannah flinched at his tone, stifling her words. On the Quinjet. Coulson gestured for Ward to escort Hannah to a secure holding area. As they moved away from Lingcheng, Hannah dashed to his side, clutching his sleeve tightly. What are you doing? Lingcheng asked, momentarily taken aback. I don't want to be confined, Hannah pleaded pitifully. Take her away. Lingcheng sighed at Ward. Nodding, Ward approached to lead Hannah away, but she stubbornly clung to Lingcheng's sleeve as though she might tear it apart if not for the battle suit he wore. Miss Hannah, we are not here to detain you. It is only in that room that your safety can be assured, Coulson explained with a rueful smile. I feel much safer by the Kung Fu hero's side, Hannah protested. You know me? Lingcheng inquired, astonished that even someone from a remote town was aware of him. Am I really that famous? He mused narcissistically. You told me to be strong and not to compromise, right? I don't want to be confined, Hannah insisted. Lingcheng stared at this resolute girl, bewildered. Did I say those words? Perhaps it was actually Zhou Shuren who said them. I implored her to cease her incessant weeping, as it caused me considerable distress. I was astounded by her capacity for such profound contemplation. Lingcheng began to regard Hannah with newfound respect. Chapter 105. The fist represents the rule. Then let her stay, Lingcheng proposed after some deliberation. In his estimation, Hannah exhibited no signs of mutation, and he was confident in his ability to manage any situation that might arise. Moreover, should she choose to remain and meet her demise, it would bear no consequence for him. I assure you, I will not be a burden, Hannah earnestly promised. Ward furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Coulson, hoping he would voice a dissenting opinion. Allowing the target to roam freely was unequivocally against his operative code. However, Coulson merely shook his head in response to Ward's unspoken plea. Her presence outside is, in itself, a disruption. Ward protested. If it is a disruption, then we shall manage it. Do not be so obstinate. Lingcheng chuckled lightly. My principles do not permit me to be as optimistic as you suggest. Should an unusual circumstance arise, Ward's team may sustain injuries, and the mission could fail. Ward stood firm in his stance. That may be true according to your standards, but I assure you, there is no danger here, Lingcheng asserted confidently. You seem to harbor some grievances against me, Lingcheng suddenly remarked. Could it be that this fellow still resented my having transformed him into a bruised visage? How delightful. It seems I may have the opportunity to stretch my limbs once more. He mused as he assessed Ward's expression. Indeed, I cannot concur with your methods. Without rules, there could be no order. A proverb from your esteemed China, Ward stated bluntly. A connoisseur of Chinese wisdom. Yet, this phrase has long been my guiding principle. You must be mistaken in your perceptions of me, Lingcheng replied with a smile. His words captivated the attention of all present, save for Hannah, who appeared perplexed. The others regarded him with skepticism. What are those expressions upon your faces? Lingcheng queried, exasperated. You claim to adhere to the rules, Simmons interjected, clearly troubled. For heaven's sake, could you refrain from delivering such cold humor? Skye remarked, her expression unmistakably revealing her thoughts. I have already stated that you have misconstrued my intentions. I have consistently upheld the principle that the fist is the law. Have you not noticed? Lingcheng lamented, flexing his fist in exasperation. Your argument seems rather sound. Fitz mumbled to himself. A rare commendation from the brash agent, he noted. Regardless of your assessment of my brashness, the fact remains that I have resolved numerous issues for you. You owe me a considerable debt of gratitude, Lingcheng retorted, pursing his lips. We shall remember your favors and respect your opinions. Hannah will be entrusted to you, and I hope you will safeguard her, Coulson responded with a smile. Now, Miss Hannah, would you kindly share your experiences with me? Coulson inquired earnestly, turning his attention to her. Although Lingcheng's methods were unconventional, the results had proven remarkably effective. At the very least, Hannah remained emotionally stable, which surpassed Coulson's expectations. Those events were not orchestrated by me, Hannah began. Coulson, unable to dismiss her statement, gestured for her to continue. Yet, Hannah surveyed the faces of those around her, searching for someone who truly believed in her, only to feel disheartened. Until her gaze landed on Lingcheng, whose expression was refreshingly untroubled. Do you believe in me? Hannah asked. What of belief and what of disbelief? Even if you were the cause, I find it to be entirely reasonable, Lingcheng stated candidly. Hannah, upon hearing his words, cast him an odd glance. Yet she pressed on. Do you believe in God? I feel abandoned by him and tormented by demons, Hannah murmured. It may sound like a jest, but I assure you, my words ring true. I sense an unseen presence fixated upon me. Observing the incredulous expressions of the crowd, Hannah anxiously added, Demons? Fitz exchanged a glance with Simmons, both unable to suppress their amusement. The notion of demons is utterly absurd, Ward interjected bluntly. I am more inclined to believe that your abilities have led to a mere illusion. I understand how difficult it can be to accept initially, Coulson remarked with a smile. Hey, please, although I am an atheist, have you not noticed that she speaks of genuine feelings? I choose to believe her. What about you, Lingcheng? Sky stood, interjecting. As for me, Hannah's demeanor reminds me of my mother, who is a devout Christian. Good fortune is attributed to God's blessings, while misfortune is seen as divine punishment. Mental illness is merely possession by Satan, Lingcheng chuckled. His words elicited smiles from several present. I am not lying, Hannah argued vehemently. I never claimed you were. Of course, God exists, Lingcheng replied, his smile fading as he spoke earnestly. In the Marvel Universe, God indeed exists, albeit not as the commonly perceived figure. Have you seen him? Sky inquired curiously, genuinely eager to hear Lingcheng's thoughts on the divine. I have, but it is not as you might imagine. God is merely a powerful being, not the all-loving entity you envision, and he has never regarded Earth with any significance. Lingcheng chuckled. He silently added, I've seen him in comics as well. Noticing the astonishment on their faces, he continued, So, am I truly being targeted by demons? Hannah asked anxiously. Did not you say so? Lingcheng replied with a grin. Hannah's expression fell, revealing her dismay. Rest assured, while I may not fully comprehend your situation, it is evident that your adversary is trivial, Lingcheng said, flashing a broad smile. Of course, if it were truly a demon, I would be quite intrigued. However, if it were the spirit of vengeance, I would choose to flee, as I cannot compete with those who cheat, let alone my own limited resources. Lingcheng's words seemed to soothe Hannah. Coulson proceeded to inquire further into Hannah's predicament, but with no fruitful outcome. He directed Fitz and Simmons to investigate the cause of the particle accelerator explosion. Wait, Lingcheng called out to Coulson, who was preparing to leave. Is there anything else? Coulson asked, puzzled. Is Hannah the only one with peculiarities following the explosion of the particle accelerator? Lingcheng gestured toward her. Oh, nothing, Coulson replied. Lingcheng sighed in disappointment. Would you like sugar? Hannah inquired. No sugar. A man must learn to endure hardship, Lingcheng replied with a smile. You are the most brazen person I have ever encountered, Hannah remarked, feeling somewhat like a guest. Hannah, I would like a cup as well, Sky chimed in sweetly. Have you no shame? Lingcheng laughed at Sky's boldness. It was you who sent her. I was merely passing by, Sky remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Lingcheng retorted with a roll of his eyes. Tell me honestly, do you really think she is a demon? Sky gestured subtly towards Hannah, who was facing away from them, preparing coffee. How would I know? Lingcheng expressed his disinterest in engaging with her. Oh, come on, just share your thoughts, Sky persisted, playfully nudging Lingcheng with her elbow. She is indeed a demon. She could very well trip while walking, and the coffee machine might explode, or the plane could crash. Look at her now. She seems perfectly fine, Lingcheng remarked helplessly, reflecting on the bizarre deaths that the Grim Reaper might have caused, which were far from the trivialities of their current situation. You have a point there. Yet, the idea of a plane crash is rather exaggerated. The Wind One is a heavily fortified creation of Shield, not to mention. Sky continued her monologue, but before she could finish, a sudden crack echoed as the cabin was engulfed in darkness. You jinxed it, Lingcheng chuckled bitterly. Hannah exclaimed in shock. What happened? Sky inquired anxiously. The coffee machine tipped over and startled her, Lingcheng said with an odd expression, having instantly grasped the situation. Coffee machine, plane, you are the real jinx, Sky retorted mockingly. Hannah stood frozen in place, Do not move. Sky suddenly shouted, as if struck by an idea. Are you all right? Sky asked nervously. I'm fine. I almost fell. But thankfully Lingcheng caught me, Hannah said sheepishly, realizing she should have stayed still. You thank him? Do you even know? Shut up. Lingcheng quickly interrupted Sky. Under Lingcheng's imposing glare, Sky pouted and ceased her chatter. In the pitch-black hall, Sky illuminated the area with her phone, her eerie gaze darting nervously towards Lingcheng, her words hanging on the tip of her tongue. Lingcheng was equally perplexed, wondering how a mere offhand comment had spiraled into such chaos. Has God taken notice of me? Are you both all right? Fitz and Simmons entered the hall, wielding flashlights. We discovered that a component of the particle accelerator had been tampered with. So that explains it, Fitz said with pride. Therefore, it is not a demon or anything of that sort. Lingcheng expressed his relief. Do not speak, Sky instructed. Why not? It was clearly an act of sabotage. The coffee machine just tipped over, and even if Hannah had fallen, it would only have resulted in a scrape. The plane merely experienced a power outage, for goodness sake. Lingcheng lamented. Secure yourselves. I have activated the emergency power. We are preparing for an emergency landing, Agent May's voice announced through the cabin intercom. Lingcheng's expression darkened instantly. Are you the devil then? Sky murmured. I told you to refrain from speaking. Sky stamped her foot in frustration. What are you all even talking about? Simmons asked, utterly bewildered. Nothing, nothing, Lingcheng replied awkwardly with a smile. The group found their positions, gripping nearby objects tightly as the wind, one shook violently before finally coming to a halt, signifying a successful landing. It was merely an emergency landing, not. Lingcheng attempted to explain. Quiet, Sky commanded sternly. All right then. Lingcheng suppressed his irritation and fell silent, realizing that for the time being, he must bear the brunt of this predicament. Just don't let it fall in my hands, or you shall see my wrath. Lingcheng now seethed with anger towards the unseen puppet master. I will inspect the malfunction, Fitz declared as he stood up. I shall accompany you, Simmons followed suit. Lingcheng, there are others on the plane. Coulson's voice resonated. I told you, this is not my fault. Lingcheng rose with a murderous intent. Hannah, stay right there. Sky, go release Coulson, Lingcheng commanded. What? Am I to rescue Coulson? What if the assailant is still outside? Sky retorted, feeling that Lingcheng was being rather petty. When I say go, you go. I have no mood for jest. Lingcheng quickly replied, his eyes wide open, and then he vanished in a thin air. The entire system is ruined, Fitz lamented as he gazed at the devastated circuits. Can it be repaired? Simmons asked, observing the smoke-emitting circuitry in disbelief. Simmons turned to Fitz, her eyes wide with alarm, as a grim-faced man emerged behind Fitz, brandishing a massive wrench aimed at him. Watch out, Simmons screamed, only to find the wrench redirected toward her forehead. Oh no, this is it, she thought, bracing for the worst. Just as Simmons closed her eyes in resignation, Fitz pushed her aside, and both fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. The wrench struck the wall with a resounding crash. The man, seething with rage, raised the wrench once more, aiming it at Fitz, who scrambled to evade the powerful strike. Just as death loomed, a hand emerged from behind the assailant, seizing his throat with a vice-like grip. Got you, Lingcheng's voice, laced with menace, echoed in the man's ear. Before Lingcheng could snap his neck, the man dissipated like smoke. A clone? Or some other ability? Lingcheng mused. You saved my life, Fitz said, his complexion pale. Strange, where'd he go? Lingcheng remarked, searching in vain. Could it truly be a ghost? Fitz whispered, surveying the surroundings. It must be a ghost. I saw him materialize out of thin air. Simmons said, her voice quavering. Why can't a person do that? Lingcheng countered. I wasn't referring to you, Simmons quickly clarified, recalling how Lingcheng also seemed to appear out of nowhere. I didn't think you were talking about me, but he was indeed a person, an ordinary one at that, which emboldened him to strike, Lingcheng asserted. In the office, Coulson listened intently to Fitz's report, his expression grave, while Ward pounded the door in frustration, feeling helpless. The door of Wind One was too sturdy. It was rather self-defeating. Are you in there? Sky's voice called from outside. Indeed. Hurry and open the door. Ward exclaimed with relief. I'm stuck. I need to think of a way out, Sky said, glancing fearfully around and tapping her chin in contemplation. Suddenly, a scream echoed from outside, causing Ward's heart to race as he pressed against the door, anxiously asking, what happened? A man just attacked me, but I managed to evade him, and then he vanished. Sky replied, still shaken, as she pressed against the wall, warily observing her surroundings. It's good to hear you're safe. Ward sighed in relief. Just then, a gust of wind rushed towards his forehead, prompting him to instinctively raise his hand in defense. With a sharp crack, Ward let out a muffled groan, feeling his entire hand lose sensation. The enigmatic man, emboldened by his advantage, swung his arm again, only to be intercepted by a suddenly reactive Coulson, who tackled him fiercely. After a brief struggle, the man dissipated into smoke. Inside the pitch-black aircraft, the others were scattered, their faces grave upon learning of Ward's injury. Although their adversary lacked formidable power or lethal capabilities, his elusive ambushes left them wearied. It seemed he understood the danger posed by Lingcheng and dared not attack him, evidently having learned his lesson. A failed strike would lead to his immediate disappearance, leaving Lingcheng with a sense of impotent frustration. Given that all events revolved around Hannah, it was clear that whether they were malevolent spirits or humans, they were undoubtedly after something pertaining to her. Lingcheng mused while stroking his chin. "Don't look at me like that." Hannah blushed under his gaze. "I cannot afford to lose sight of you. You are in grave danger, you know?" Lingcheng said with utmost seriousness. "Fine," Hannah replied with a resigned nod, her head drooping nearly to her chest. What could possibly attract that man to her? High-tech prowess? Yet Hannah was merely a quality inspector. Perhaps she had offended someone? That didn't seem likely either. Her timid demeanor hardly suggested she would provoke anyone. Lingcheng's mind raced through possibilities, only to dismiss them one by one. Could it be that she harbored some ominous omen? A glimmer of realization sparked in Lingcheng's eyes. This was indeed plausible, for in horror films, it was often the virtuous like Hannah who became entangled in such predicaments. As he observed Hannah's conflicted expression, he could easily unravel her intricacies with his mental prowess. However, she was after all a young woman. In his mind, two inner voices quarreled. One urged him to simply watch, for she remained unaware, while the other impatiently insisted he take action. Ultimately, curiosity prevailed. He extended his mental energy towards Hannah, and the moment it enveloped her, she shivered slightly, feeling as if she was being stripped bare. Stealing a furtive glance at Lingcheng, who appeared to be in deep contemplation, Hannah sighed in relief. Hastening to conclude his investigation, Lingcheng mused on the wonders of women and their uncanny intuition. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he quickened his examination. The upper half of her body showed no peculiarities, merely a slightly larger than average build, while her lower half seemed to share a similar trend. Lingcheng gasped, abruptly opening his eyes wide. "What is it?" Hannah, already on edge, jumped at his exclamation. "Oh, it's nothing," he stammered awkwardly, unable to confess that he found it astonishing she was still untouched. Yet, aside from her impressive physique, there was nothing particularly strange about her. This revelation would need to remain a secret. He thought to himself, "I must make my exit swiftly. It is all my fault, putting you in danger. If it were not for my mistakes, those innocent lives would not have been lost, and God would not have punished me so," Hannah lamented. Her words struck Lingcheng like a lightning bolt, igniting a spark of clarity in his mind. "Yes, that's it," Lingcheng exclaimed with excitement. Hannah gazed at Lingcheng, astonished that he affirmed her words, and her heart suddenly ached profoundly. Indeed, it was all her fault. "No, I'm not referring to you. I have come to understand why you have been entangled." Lingcheng grinned. "Why?" Hannah inquired eagerly, her mind incessantly yearning to uncover the reasons behind her tribulations. "Just give me a kiss, and I shall reveal it to you," Lingcheng teased. "Huh? Hannah felt herself being pulled into Lingcheng's embrace, his mischievous smile magnifying rapidly before her eyes. "This cannot be. We have only just met, though." Hannah, internally anxious, closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly upwards. "I am about to be violated," her mind screamed, yet shamefully, a flicker of excitement stirred within her. In stark contrast, Lingcheng remained remarkably calm, observing as their lips drew ever closer, already able to sense Hannah's breath. At that moment, an angry figure abruptly materialized beside them, his expression contorted with fury, and he charged at Lingcheng with unyielding momentum. As expected, a smug smile crept onto Lingcheng's lips. His hand, still cradling Hannah's head, swiftly struck the chest of the approaching man. A powerful jolt incapacitated the man, causing him to convulse uncontrollably as if seized by an electric shock. "Just try to disappear again," Lingcheng chuckled wickedly. The man glared at Lingcheng with rage, yet his body seemed devoid of control, rendering him powerless. "It's you. You're alive." Hannah, jolted by the commotion, gasped upon seeing the man captured by Lingcheng. Hearing her exclamation, the man laboriously turned his eyes towards her. Despite the agony etched on his face, there was an unexpectedly gentle glimmer in his gaze. The man, rendered limp and boneless, collapsed to the ground, a faint scent of flesh lingering in the air. "It appears I have overthought this. If we can clarify things in this manner, then fleeing is out of the question," Lingcheng remarked, slightly flustered. "Are you all right?" Hannah, unable to bear the sight. Attempted to step forward, but was swiftly halted by Lingcheng. Witnessing Lingcheng's actions, the weakened man glared daggers at him, wishing nothing more than to devour him whole. What are you staring at? If you have any last words, speak quickly. Once you're done, I shall send you on your way. Lingcheng sneered. The man struggled to breathe, as if on the brink of death, while Lingcheng patiently awaited, indifferent to whether he lived or died. In fact, death would be preferable. Soon, several members of the dream team arrived, drawn by the commotion, their brows furrowing at the sight of the miserable man on the ground. Now that everyone is here, I shall convey everything at once. Lingcheng surveyed the group and declared, "You are so cold-hearted." Hannah blurted out in disbelief. Her colleague had been tormented to such an extent, yet Lingcheng offered no assistance or explanation, merely wishing to wait until everyone had arrived for convenience. "I have come to realize that I am indeed cold-hearted," Lingcheng replied nonchalantly. "Will you listen or not?" he inquired, his lips curling in disdain.